In early April 2024, a few days after the Copenhagen Major had just drawn to a close, the cold air here in America had not yet faded, even with sunlight falling upon him. Yang, she wearing a hoodie and jacket, still shivered as he stood outside. At this moment he appeared at the entrance of the FaZe facility. The gate was adorned with the team logo with 4 stars above it, each star representing a world championship in one of 4 competitive titles: CSGO, COD, Rainbow Six, and Halo. Yet the events of these past few days, no one would believe him even if he told them. He was never a person of this world. He was a professional player from another world. In his previous life his career had been equally rough. Only at the tail end of age 22 did he barely make it into a youth academy. For the following 5 years he struggled between the academy, the substitute bench, and streaming. At 27 he finally stepped onto the stage, and at 30 he claimed the major championship. Just as he was about to make his mark and soar to the skies, he transmigrated. He landed in the body of a young Chinese man who had just finished studying in America. The most exasperating part was that the original owner of this body, though highly educated, had studied things utterly useless for the future. Right after the transmigration, Yang, she wondered whether he could chase the major once more. But after sifting through the memories, he dropped the idea. The original owner was 25, had never even played CS, had no credentials, no connections, no fame. Making a comeback as a pro was simply impossible. Fortunately, this world CS2 was the same version he knew well. Although the players, coaches, and teams were names he had never heard of, within a month of arriving here, he immersed himself in this world's CS knowledge. With 8 years of experience in the professional scene from his previous life, applying for a coach position should be feasible, right? The critical juncture for applying to FaZe was last week's Copenhagen Major final, where FaZe had lost 1-2 to Na'Vi. The eternal runners-up had fallen in the final yet again. Management could no longer sit still, so they began opening positions such as assistant coach. Although FaZe head coach Inyo probably wouldn't be replaced, Yang, she still submitted his resume for assistant coach. Unexpectedly, within less than an hour, today's interview was arranged. He looked at the gate before him. Behind this door lay the major runner-up team. It would be a lie to say Yang, she wasn't nervous. After briefly running through possible scenarios in his mind, he patted his cheeks and pushed open the door. The receptionist greeted him. Yang, she took out his phone to show the reply email from FaZe, and the receptionist pressed the pager. Before long, the elevator door opened, and a scruffy-faced man in a hoodie walked out, arms crossed, yawning as he went. Before Yang she could speak, the man extended his hand first. "Are you here for the interview?" "Hello, yes." FaZe head coach Inyo looked a bit drowsy, sizing up the Chinese face with slight surprise. It was only 9:30 in the morning, or wasn't the interview scheduled for after 11? "Come with me." Without asking more, treating Yang she as a young man eager to find work, Inyo walked to the elevator after the handshake. In the elevator, Inyo asked casually, "Are you Chinese? Which team were you with before? What position are you applying for?" Throwing out 3 questions in one breath, Yang, she instantly labeled this legendary coach as unreliable. "I am Chinese. Team? I've never played for one. I'm applying for assistant coach." Head coach Inyo's smile instantly faded by half. With no experience at all, how dare he apply to be a coach? Inyo may hardly do tactical analysis at FaZe, but I still have my reputation on the line. If this Chinese kid really becomes an assistant coach, what does that make me as head coach? However, considering the kid was honest after all, Inyo still decided to give him a chance. The base was short on support staff right now, so he could spare a spot there. After a moment of silence, Inyo said, half darkly probing, "With your resume, logistics should be fine." Yang, she understood the implication but held his ground. "I still want to try assistant coach." Inyo's expression flickered, then he put on a smile again. "Then good luck, I believe in you." "Thank you." Yang, she thanked him with an awkward smile. The elevator skipped floors 2 and 3 and went straight to the 4th floor, FaZe CS base. FaZe never ran a youth academy in CS, they simply acquired their players. At this moment the regular players were already seated at their computers, some sprawled over the desk, napping, some practicing, aimed seriously, and some scrolling through their phones while sipping coffee. "Coach, who is this?" The captain, Kerrigan, similar in age to Inyo, known as Big Cousin, because of his striking resemblance to JW, first glanced at Yang, she then looked at Inyo. It was a bit puzzling to see a new face in the base at this hour. Yang, she was also sizing the other up. Just then a voice suddenly rang in his ear. Ding. CS2 legendary coach system. Activated successfully. Detecting the host observing a player. Captain and in-game leader Kerrigan, the core brain of FaZe, also the oldest player on the roster at 33. His coaching ability is firmly first tier and his tactics are reasonable, but he is also FaZe firepower shortcoming. Competitive form, advanced age, unstable form, suggestion, improved discipline, switch to coaching. 2 lines of text floated before his eyes at the same time, and Yang, she froze. CS2 legendary coach system. He's here to apply for assistant coach. Inyo suddenly interrupted Yang, she's pondering. Kerrigan was even more curious. Assistant coach. He continued to look Yang, she up and down and asked directly. "You look at most in your early 20s. Being so young, can you do it?" After he spoke, the surrounding FaZe members also directed their gazes over. Yang, she didn't answer immediately. Instead, he used the system to scan all the FaZe members. Lurker Rop's FaZe indispensable untouchable asset. This year he ranked in the global top 3. His lurker skill is #1 in the world. When flanking, he can always appear in positions the opponent never expects. Competitive form hot stable state suggestion develop a secondary AWP currently 43 developed to become more vital firepower. Joining another team can lead to a better future entry fragger frozen, known as the Cold King. One of the world's top riflers from Musa's academy to the main roster and joining FaZe at the end of last year. He is the next Prison King after Nico, the world's #1 rifler. Competitive form stable but stifled suggestion leave FaZe to find stronger teammates or help current teammates improve AWP or Brokey known as Broccoli and Box Brother. In his early years he was a stable top 10 player, but as age and KFC intake increased his form declined noticeably. He often suffers brain overload and fires some confusing shots. Competitive form unstable slow reactions sleepwalking suggestion lose weight, practice, aim, leave FaZe support, player Rain the Rain God. In his early years he famously said, serious practice is a lifetime of effort for others. He ranked on the top list for years, but as he approaches 30 his form has declined, and in most matches he often can't keep up with the pace. Competitive form experience style unstable form suggestion practice aim daily, quit drinking this system. It could see through the player's conditions at a glance and provide directions for improvement. With it Yangshi, who had originally just come to try his luck, suddenly felt his confidence change. But after scanning everyone he also knew clearly. This team was already on the decline. They could last at most another year or two. To prolong their life perhaps he as he was now could really do something. With full confidence Yangshi returned his gaze to Kerrigan and smiled. In the esports circle, there has never been an age limit for coaches, has there? As long as there's something in your head, isn't that enough? Having something in your head, is that enough? Kerrigan was stunned. Just then the CS division manager of FaZe walked out of the room, first glancing at Yangshi then scanning the others. When Inyo saw his superior, he pulled Yangshi over and spoke first. Wasn't our interview scheduled for 11? How did this kid get here early? The manager's expression turned grim. He shot Inyo a glance. Coming early or late doesn't matter. What I want to know is whether you've finished reviewing the major finals from a few days ago. Almost. Inyo turned back awkwardly and glanced at his teammates. It's just that Navi's lurker JL is troublesome to handle. His positioning is tricky, and we're still studying it. Kerrigan has mostly figured out the rest. The manager couldn't hide his expression and lowered his head. Kerrigan. Why is it always Kerrigan? The head coach didn't do a coach's work, dumping all the detailed breakdowns on the captain and analysts, merely serving as the team's emotional support. What upset the manager most was that management happened to believe Inyo still had value and had no intention of removing him. He might be a manager, but in reality, he was just a wage earner with no real power over Inyo. Actually, you could have Rops play the secondary AWPer more often on defense. Yangshi interjected calmly. Judging from his match performance, his secondary AWP skill is definitely solid. In the defensive phase, Rops' lurker mindset combined with his sniping ability can be used perfectly to counter JL's lurker attack. As soon as he said that, both the manager and Inyo were taken aback. This kid seems to have something. Inyo panicked for a few seconds, then quickly shook his head. It's not that we don't let him play secondary AWP. A match is a match. Most of the time we need to save economy for Brokey. He is the primary AWPer. If Rops consumes so many resources and fails to make an impact, or even feeds, isn't that a mess? Rops rarely feeds, does he? The manager didn't think that excuse held water and casually retorted, have you asked Rops for his own opinion? Do you have an opinion, eh? Inyo glanced at Rops. Rops, who was seriously playing ranked, turned around and shook his head with a silly grin. Sensing the strange atmosphere, she didn't pursue the topic. He simply turned to look at the schedule board next door. On the whiteboard were written N0 arrive at base 1-0 training match 1-0 review 1-0 end of day. Your players at this hour. Are they this free? Freedom is normal. The manager felt the arrangement was quite reasonable. The club has always been like this, giving players ample rest time. Yangshi didn't respond. He noticed that in Rops' game screen after the round ended, Rops suddenly picked up an AWP. Then he quietly walked behind Rops. Rops had clearly taken Yangshi's earlier words to heart. In a rifle round with 6,000 economy, a teammate had already bought an AWP, yet he decisively bought a secondary AWP. This ranked match was on Mirage, and he was on the defense. Rops had great position in VP, but instead of contesting it with his teammate, he went to a site to hold the default angle. After holding for a while, the teammates AWP fired from VIP. Rops confirmed no one was coming out of A1, so, instead, he pushed forward for an unconventional play. The terrorists at A1 were still setting up defaults downstairs, one holding an angle, one holding utility, peeking back and forth. Because their own mid lane already had an AWP, they never expected that Rops also had a secondary AWP and would dare to push so aggressively. The AWP suddenly barked at A1. Rops flickshot taking down the terrorist holding an AK. The terrorist clutching utility quickly switched to his AK to chase, but Rops fell back behind cover, rechambered, peeked out again, and fired another shot. At just 40 seconds into the round, he had completed an unconventional forward push with a secondary AWP and secured a double kill. The defensive situation was now stabilized and Rops leaned back in his chair with satisfaction. Seems there's actually something to it. The manager had unknowingly walked over and stood beside Rops. Flattered by the praise, Rops couldn't help but smile. Inyo followed upon hearing the conversation, still obstinate. Rops, are you really going to play secondary AWP after listening to an outsider? Playing it casually and ranked is fine, but matches are different. There aren't that many chances. Rop stopped smiling and turned around seriously. Matches are the same. In rifle rounds, defensive economy is usually 50-100 to 60-100. The enemy's AK can one-tap, but half armor plus and AWP plus smokes and flashes is still under 6,000. Sacrifice a bit of utility and it's completely feasible to use a secondary AWP. Sacrificing a bit of utility might be fine, but aren't you going to buy a defuse kit? Matches are entirely different from ranked. Any tiny flaw in defense could lose the round. But if the AWP truly makes an impact, it's better than a defuse kit, isn't it? The argument echoed back and forth in the lobby. Enyo was an old-school player from the early CSGO era with deeply ingrained traditional concepts. He believed that not buying a defuse kit in a match was a cardinal sin. Rop's the world's top 3 player felt that in matches you should vary your defensive rhythm, daring to take aggressive actions to disrupt the opponent. Yangshi, stuck in the middle, had a flash of awkwardness in his eyes. FaZe, known online as the team with a human touch, had an actual atmosphere where arguments never escalated. Yet somehow it felt strangely off. Actually, you both make sense. The manager was also restless. Before he could finish, his phone rang. He glanced at it, then said to Yang, "Yang management wants you in the 5th floor office. Follow me." Yang nodded. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was rapped gently. "Boss, I've brought him. Come in." 4 people sat inside the office, all casually dressed, with a large round table in the center. Yang sat down opposite them. "You're Yang, right?" Mike, the overall CEO of FaZe, sitting in the middle, spoke first. His face carried a mix of authority and a smile. "I remember your resume. Not much experience, but the logistics job is quite easy. Usually just moving files and organizing materials. The manager and coach should have shown you around the base by now. Have you felt the family-style work atmosphere here?" FaZe's recent results had been criticized as eternal second place, winning runner-up in almost every major tournament within half a year. Yet the CS division was still a top 5 first-tier team in the world, and Mike, as the boss, was quite proud. In his eyes, his team must always appear perfect to outsiders. "Logistics. Didn't you read my resume carefully?" Yang hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. "What do you mean, eh?" Mike was baffled and began to recall. "Your resume only supports a logistics position. Wait, what position did you apply for?" "Coach assistant." Mike paused for a moment, his face a little embarrassed. "Your experience?" "Coach assistant. Have you ever worked as an analyst in another club?" "No." "You?" Mike waved his hand with irritation, still not intending to directly throw him out. "Coach assistant is too far a goal for you. We can progress step by step. The company needs logistics staff right now, and you'll regularly be exposed to CS content. Follow the team to matches, listen in on tactical arrangements, learn and accumulate. We can take it slow." Although he spoke seriously, he noticed that Yang had started looking around. Mike could only intensify his efforts. In FaZe, many staff members have progressed from logistics to player psychologist, post-game analyst, tactical analyst, and even coach assistant and manager. As long as you work seriously and demonstrate your ability, you can skip levels at any time. Mike pushed a contract forward. "You can look at the contract notes. A monthly salary of $4,000 isn't bad. Sign if there's no problem. 1-year term, renewable, or you can leave." Yang still didn't respond, just quietly staring at the contract on the table. The manager beside him, having witnessed Yang's ability, was already anxious and kept darting meaningful glances at him, as if to say he could guarantee rapid promotion. Yang understood exactly what this contract could bring, and he also understood the manager's meaning. But moving step by step was still too slow for himself, now 25 years old. "Forget it." Yang said faintly, "I only want to apply for coach assistant." "You little brat." Mike could barely restrain himself. He stood up and shouted, "If the team weren't truly short on logistics staff, do you think I'd still be willing to talk about all this with you? Doing this? Do you want to be blacklisted by all regional teams?" With those words, the interview was declared a failure. At this moment, it would be false to say Yang didn't feel distressed. He clearly had the ability, yet FaZe management wasn't even willing to let him demonstrate it. Yang could only sigh, not intending to stay any longer. He said, "Thank you," and moved to leave. Just then the man sitting on Mike's far right spoke up. "Boss Mike, just give him this chance. After all, FaZe coaching work is basically handed to Kerrigan. You haven't even verified his ability, yet you're so sure he's not good enough. What if he's actually good and FaZe reaches glory again? What, you want him?" Mike shot the man a displeased glance. "Speaking of which, your CS division is barely able to sustain itself financially. If you want to take a gamble, you take it." "Don't say that. I really do want to bet." The man stood up and smiled at Yang. "You're called Yang, right? I'm Bob, the manager of Cloud9. You can call me Boss Bob." He extended his hand. "How about it? Would you like to consider joining us on C9? After leaving the FaZe facility, Yang couldn't help but rub his cheeks with both hands. He had to admit the moment the interview fell apart, it was indeed a bit awkward. However, the unexpected gain from C9 did genuinely surprise him. Cloud9. From what FaZe owner Mike had just implied, it seemed like they were on the verge of collapse. Based on Yang's experience from his past life, when a club's conditions deteriorate and they start hiring, it's either a final gamble or they're looking for a scapegoat to take the blame. But in CS, if a qualified coach comes along, they can bring immense benefits. Take Zonik, the coach of the current Vitality, for example. He's a true legend. During his time with the former Astralis, he constructed a nearly invincible system. From 2017 to 2019, under his leadership, a 17-match winning streak in major tournaments, dominating the scene for 300 days, a 34-map win streak on Nuke, and securing 4 major championships. However, the peak only lasted a few years. Later their performance plummeted, and everyone thought he would fade into obscurity and retire. But last year in 23, he joined Vitality and clinched his 5th title at the last CSGO major in Paris, completely silencing all the doubters. Of course, for every legendary coach, there are also the fraudulent ones. Take Inyo, whom I just met. In his early years with FaZe, he handled tactical analysis, working with Kerrigan, Olafmeister, and Nico to develop the Galaxy system. But as time went on, Kerrigan did more and improved faster, and Inyo gradually became just the team's morale guy. There are also many Tier 2 and Tier 3 coaches, and even some Tier 1 ones who cling to an old system to keep their jobs, never daring to take risks. In Yangshi's view, a coach needs to have their own unique contributions. Innovation is indeed difficult, but without it, it's hard to truly stand firm in this market. Choosing to interview with FaZe was partly because Yangshi was confident he could elevate the team's ceiling, and partly because it offered a chance to develop more new strategies. FaZe Galaxy title isn't just for show, all 5 players are stars. If you could truly unlock their potential, a second major isn't out of the question. Yangshi had already analyzed the apparent problems with FaZe. Kerrigan's average rating was only 0.79, with an impact of 21, which is bottom tier for a pro player. Broki's AWPer form was getting increasingly inconsistent. Rain would inexplicably die, first leaving everything to Frozen and Rops to hold the fort. FaZe might look like one of the world's best teams, but they actually have quite a few flaws. If Yangshi could become an assistant coach, he was confident he could fix these issues one by one. But management didn't give him that chance. In owner Mike's eyes, he wasn't there to interview for an assistant coach position at all, but for a logistics role. Now that he's been rejected and picked up by C9, Yangshi has no regrets. FaZe's system is already mature. Coaching and developing their players is a set path. C9, despite being a mess, is a great place to build something from scratch. Yang, get in the car. A business van pulled up in front of Yangshi, and Bob got out to open the rear door. A bit flattered, Yangshi thanked him and climbed in. Looking at the somewhat dazed Yangshi in the rearview mirror, Bob said, FaZe has hit 4 consecutive second-place finishes and is currently undergoing a roster shuffle, aiming for a championship. You should know this since you applied. But I didn't expect. I saw your resume. It's completely empty, and you still dared to write assistant coach. If I were in FaZe's shoes, I wouldn't have accepted you either. So why are you still willing to give me a chance? Yangshi looked at him through the mirror. You probably heard it too. Our C9 CS division no longer has the financial resources to sustain competing in tournaments. To be precise, if we don't produce results, management won't invest more money. We're just taking it one step at a time. Bob sighed. I came here today to discuss a sponsorship deal with FaZe. Before the CS2 update last year, their results were so bad Mike didn't want to spend money. But after the update, the players mysteriously regained their form, and those consecutive second-place finishes saved them. Our C9 is different. We're definitely on the brink of death. And another tough part. Our 5 players are absolute stars, but they just can't produce results. He looked seriously at Yangshi. I overheard your conversation with the FaZe members in the lobby earlier. The advice was solid. You probably know a bit about C9. Tell me, what's your take on our situation? It's a coaching gap. Bob became interested. Oh, a coaching gap. But we have Grove, the legendary coach from the 2021 Red Star era. Yangshi organized his thoughts. Looking purely at the player IDs on paper, C9's roster is definitely top tier. The core members, Electronic, Perfecto, and Bumble4, were all key players in the legendary 2021 Na'Vi dynasty. Electronic was a top-tier rifler back then, finishing the year as the 4th player in the world. Perfecto might not have had a high ranking, but he was consistently solid. Bumble4 was the strategic brain of that prime Na'Vi team. His IGLing abilities were unquestionable. Add to that the duo of Hobbit and Axe1 Lu, the Red Star, pair who were unstoppable online in 2021, and Coach Grove, who is intrinsically linked with them. A team of these 5 players shouldn't be weak by any logic. But the crux of the issue is that Grove has only ever achieved success in the online era. Red Star won many titles during that special period in 2021 when LAN events were impossible. But once tournaments returned to offline arenas, they fell apart and disbanded quickly. The original Na'Vi Trio's coach was B1Ad3, renowned as the godfather of CSCS, who had proven himself in real offline battles. At the recently concluded Copenhagen Major, B1Ad3 led a Na'Vi team without S1 ample to victory. No matter how you look at it, the caliber of these 2 coaches is not even in the same league. C9's problem indeed lies at the coaching level. Yangshi looked seriously at Bob. Perfecto's stats are stable, but Bumble4's IGLing is inconsistent. Electronic is proud and hot-headed, though his aim is undeniably fierce. Axe1 Lu and Hobbit are both online players. They go soft on the LAN stage. No matter how dominant they are in online qualifiers, their numbers drop significantly on the big stage. Failing to control Electronic, failing to stabilize Bumble4, and even failing to maximize the potential of the duo they're bound to. Aren't all these signs of a coach's failure to properly develop the team? Even though Yangshi phrased it tactfully, Bob's eyes lit up. Because the issues Yangshi mentioned he recalled were indeed real. Despite a flicker of excitement, Bob still probed. You've never even met them. How can you be so sure these problems exist? How do you know Grove can't control Electronic? And isn't Bumble 4's problem his own fault? Yangshi paused. He admitted Bob had a point. You're right, maybe I am just guessing. As he spoke, Yangshi looked seriously at Bob's reflection in the rearview mirror. But since you were willing to take a gamble on me if my answers to your test earlier weren't satisfactory, you would have just given up on me, right? But you didn't kick me out of the car. Bob fell silent. His initial reason for giving Yangshi a chance was hearing his advice to FaZe in the lobby. But the blank resume had made him hesitant. He hadn't expected this guy to be so confident, have such deep understanding, hit the nail on the head with every point, and even turn the tables on him. Originally, Bob thought C9's problem was that these legendary players were just old and couldn't return to their former glory. Each of them had their moments of brilliance, and you'd think adding all that glory together would make winning seem inevitable. But in reality, that effect just wasn't materializing. You're right, Bob said with a wry smile. The problems you analyzed, they do exist. Hearing Bob's confirmation, Yang's racing heart steadied. He had been gambling, just now betting that this was the first test for the assistant coach position. Clearly, Yangshi had bet correctly. On the way to the base, Bob's mind drifted back to the old Cloud9. In the early days of CSGO, they were on an upward trajectory, consistently holding their own among the elite. The turning point came at the 2018 Boston Major, where they defeated FaZe to claim the championship. After that victory, the entire organization began a downward spiral, failing to secure another title in any major tournament. More often than not, even when Cloud9 managed to scrape into the playoffs, they would be sent home packing almost immediately. The management then started a relentless cycle of roster changes, from a purely American-Canadian lineup to a full Americas mix, and finally, to an international blend. Yet no matter how much money they threw at it, or how many star players they acquired, Cloud9 remained stagnant. Maintaining a top 20 world ranking looked decent on paper. But without tangible results, the organization's commercial ventures couldn't expand, and investors weren't willing to back a losing proposition. Now, the management's decision to freeze the budget was twofold. It was either a push for the CS division to finally deliver results, or a precursor to disbanding the team, entirely reallocating those resources to their League of Legends, Overwatch, or Valorant divisions. As the CS division manager, Bob diligently worked the circuit, searching for any opportunity to turn things around. After all, if the team were to be disbanded, he'd be out of a job. The next major event was fast approaching. IM Chengdu, just over a week away. This tournament was critical. If Cloud9 failed to perform, the management's axe would surely fall again. And at that point, more roster changes would only make things worse. He took a deep breath, glancing at Yangshi in the rearview mirror. If I were to actually make you Cloud9's assistant coach, how confident are you in turning the team's fortunes around quickly? Yangshi paused for a moment, then shook his head. My understanding of the players is still superficial. Figuring out how to adjust them would require observing them in person first. Personalities are unpredictable. Finding the right fix for each one will be difficult in the short term. His words were blunt, but Bob appreciated the directness. Since Yangshi had passed the earlier assessment, and the air was clear, Bob got straight to the point. When we get to the base, Cloud9 has 2 practice matches scheduled. Normally Grove would have full command, but I was thinking of having you observe first, and then offer your suggestions. He quickly pulled out his phone, tapped a few times, and handed it over. Take a look at Cloud9's and our opponent's records first. Alright. Yangshi took the phone, the screen displaying their practice match history against Team Liquid. Liquid, also an American organization, was the perennial gatekeeper of the top tier. While they lacked standout performances in international events like Cloud9, their teamwork was noticeably more cohesive, consistently reaching the quarterfinals or semifinals in various tournaments. Just by skimming their head-to-head records, it was clear Cloud9 had lost a significant number of matches. Are you sure this is a practice match record? The win rate is only 41.4. Yangshi was a bit taken aback, flipping through the records as he asked. Bob was silent for a moment. It's low. Right. For a Tier 2 team, practice matches lack the pressure of official games. Even against top-tier European teams, a win rate between 48 and 49 would be considered normal. That's just how they are. They fool around in practice, but get serious when it's a real match. That's a bad habit. Bob felt a bit awkward. Yangshi didn't let the silence linger, offering a smile. I get the feeling. The organization itself isn't too proactive about practice matches either, right? How did you know? Bob was taken aback. Just a guess. And from what you've described, I feel the core problem lies more with the management than the players. Bob was stunned. Yangshi was being incredibly candid, openly criticizing the management right in front of him. The manager. What do you mean? Bob asked. The management. Yangshi elaborated. I remember. Cloud9 also won the Boston Major. But after that, their performance declined steadily. Players retired, some transferred. To maintain their status as champions, management kept making roster changes, shifting their mindset from competing for the major title to just winning a big tournament would be nice. They kept swapping players, all in a desperate bid for results. This attitude of having no clear high goals or low expectations is bound to affect everyone who joins the team. Take Electronic, for instance. He was definitely serious about the game initially, but as the team's performance worsened, don't you think he'd develop a mindset like, I'm a star player, management wouldn't dare cut me, and then he'd stop caring about the results? And the others, like Bumble 4's inconsistent calling. It's likely because management and the coach never demanded he build a structured system. He might rely on his old Navi system only to find it simply doesn't work in the current meta. Then there are the inconsistent players like Hobbit and Axe One Low. For players like them, as long as they have some reputation and aren't playing terribly, they can basically coast by. Is this the situation within the club? Yangshi finished looking intently at Bob. Bob was dumbfounded, flashes of his players' subtle expressions and emotions running through his mind. It all clicked. If Yangshi's earlier analysis of the coaching issues had shown a confident, albeit general professional understanding. Now armed with just a match record and win rate, he had pinpointed the problems with both the players and management so accurately. The more Bob thought about it, the more shocked he became. He had always noticed the players' emotions in the practice room, but even if he had his suspicions, he would never have dared to point the finger at the management. This young man with a blank resume and no coaching background. Where on earth did he come from? Meanwhile, at the FaZe CS division base, with some time to spare before FaZe training session, Enio was lounging on the sofa sipping coffee and scrolling through short videos. As Kerrigan got up to grab some water, he noticed Enio and asked, "What about that Chinese guy who said a brain is all you need? How did his interview go?" He recalled Yangshi's assessment of ROPS and the tangible improvements that had resulted from it. He genuinely wouldn't have minded having him around to assist, as doing everything alone was exhausting. Enio was fine as the team's hype man, but for effective post-match analysis, they needed a competent person. If Yangshi didn't pass the interview, this 33-year-old veteran was prepared to recommend him to management and take a gamble. If it paid off, his own workload would decrease and his firepower would definitely be unleashed. He might not catch up to the top-tier riflers, but he could certainly aim for a satisfying 0-1 increase in his rating right. Hearing Kerrigan bring up Yangshi, Enio put down his phone and scoffed with his resume. He expects results. He's already gone. Without any relevant skills or background, he wanted to be my assistant. Oh, Kerrigan looked disappointed. I had a decent impression of him. I was just watching ROPS play some FPL, and he kept buying AWP to test himself playing very consistently. That's just FPL? Wait. You had a good impression. You wanted to bring him back. Enio was slightly surprised for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and picked up his phone. Well, you're too late. He's gone to C9. Their manager just offered him the job. C9 actually made him assistant coach. Kerrigan was surprised. I don't know. With his resume, he'd probably have to start from the bottom anyway. That C9 manager might just be stringing him along. Kerrigan didn't dwell on it. Since Yang, she had already left, it was unlikely they could bring him back. He shifted the topic. By the way, we're heading to China for IM Chengdu soon. The schedule is out. Our first match is a BO1 against C9. After we finish studying Navi. You want to review C9's demos with me? No need. A quick look is enough. Enio was confident. C9 is a mess right now. Their players are all chokers on the big stage. We've practically won the Swiss round opener already. Yang, she followed Bob to an upscale neighborhood in Los Angeles. The moment he stepped out of the car, the first thing he saw was the cloud-shaped C9 logo above the entrance, beside which stood a statue of the Boston Major Trophy. The exterior walls, however, showed signs of age, giving the place a somewhat dilapidated air. They stepped inside. C9's CS division wasn't complex in layout. It was a 3-story flat building. The first floor housed the lobby, kitchen, and dining area. The second was entirely dedicated to training, and the third provided lodging for players and staff. Bob briefly introduced the environment, then glanced at his watch. Almost time for practice. Follow me. Yangshi was taken aback. He hadn't expected Bob to be so direct and true to his word. It seemed he was to observe the practice match immediately. Yangshi followed Bob past the academy room, which was nearly empty. Further in, a door was left ajar, and the sound of lively Russian conversation drifted out. As Bob pushed the door open, a wave of casual American nonchalance washed over them. The 5 main roster players sat before their computers, hardly anyone seriously practicing their aim. They had aim training maps open, but were mostly chatting with each other. The legendary online coach Grove lounged on a sofa, idly watching a minor tournament on the screen. With the practice match looming, there was no sign of preparation from C9 whatsoever. In Yangshi's past life on a parallel world, coaches he'd known would be reviewing opponent demos and formulating strategies an hour before even a practice match. Especially this Grove. Whatever. The players and coach acknowledged Bob's presence with a nod, but paid little attention to Yangshi, as if having observers was a commonplace occurrence. Focus up, Bob commanded. The practice match is about to start. This is Yang, he'll be observing. Only then did they begin to practice their aim with a semblance of seriousness. Bob shook his head, pulling up a chair for Yangshi. A few minutes left. Have a seat. Yangshi didn't stand on ceremony, sitting down and scanning the players. The IGL and AW per BMBL4. Fatball was one of the architects of peak Navi. He'd left Navi due to war and personal turmoil, eventually landing at C9. His leadership was highly inconsistent, and his primary AWPing was a detriment to the team's firepower. Competitive state, carefree, relaxed. Suggestion: remove him from the primary AWPer role, enhance his strategic play calling. The entry fragger Electronic Volt, known for his terrible temper, had also left Navi due to the conflict. Competitive state, volatile, defiant, but explosive. Suggestion: needs to be kept in check, adjust his mindset. The lurker perfecto Marshall P was currently C9's most stable presence. While his lurking talent wasn't as innate as ROPS or Spinks, he held up in clutch situations, with a high ceiling and consistent floor. Competitive state, steady, calm. Suggestion: could afford to play more aggressively. The support player Axe 1 Lu. Alu was struggling with illness-induced inconsistency, his form having dropped several notches from his peak. Competitive state self-reproachful fearing demotion. Suggestion transition to AWPer, overcomes stage fright. The secondary IGL H-Hobbit, the Hobbit Master Hobbit 30, was hitting the ceiling for a rifler's age struggling to maintain form and prone to burnout. Competitive state self-reproachful performance plateauing. Suggestion leave C9, sacrifice all economic resources. The problems were numerous. No wonder each looked like a star individually, but together they produced a negative synergy. Yangshi noted from the system that BMBL4 wasn't a particularly skilled player himself, and the AWPer was one of the most critical firepower positions in a match. At an AVI with a top 1 player like S1 Empel to carry the firepower BMBL4 could focus on leading. But now he was both IGL and secondary AWPer, hurting the team in both roles. Choosing the wrong person for the AWPer position has a global impact on the team. Yangshi also noticed that while Axe1 Lu was unstable, the AWPer role was the most form-dependent. If he were to transition to AWPer, as the system suggested, perhaps it could force a breakthrough. As for the others, the most difficult to handle was Electronic. In the future, to keep him in line, mere words would not suffice. He needed to be proven wrong with results. Once Yangshi truly established his coaching persona on the server, he would surely make this arrogant one bow his head. For now, Yangshi lacked the authority to change this team, so he could only plan. The players warmed up, briefly put on their headsets, and the practice match began. The draft appeared on the big screen. Their opponent's team, Liquid, had first pick. They banned Vertigo, and Ancient then picked their first map, Nuke. Nuke. Yangshi frowned slightly. This map was undoubtedly one of Liquid's strongholds. Their entry fragger Twists, the Hair God, had earned his fastest outer legend title here. Coupled with Yekindar, the mad one on the flank, who could play extremely aggressively at any moment. Just from the draft alone, she could foresee that any slight misstep in C9's offense or defense would be mercilessly exploited by their opponents. But the question was, why didn't C9 ban this map? Based on their data over the past 6 months, their win rate on Nuke had dropped to around 40. Wasn't this just inviting a one-sided beating from Liquid? Was it because Nuke was a strong map for BMBL4 during his Navi days, so he wasn't afraid? Or was this the map draft of the legendary online coach Grove? Yangshi scratched his head, remaining silent. This was his first time watching a match from outside the server as an assistant coach. From a player's perspective to a third-person viewpoint, many things became instantly clear. Where the problems were, why they occurred, all seen much more clearly than when playing on the server. For map 2, C9 picked Inferno. That was fine, it was one of their stronger maps. Map 3 defaulted to Dust 2, a pure aim and mechanics map. Looking at the rosters, if C9 could win map 2, there was a real chance for a 2-1 scoreline. For the side selection, Liquid, having first pick, chose to start on the more difficult T side. On Nuke, starting T side was a double-edged sword. If they racked up rounds early, they could quickly shatter CT's economy and rhythm, potentially snowballing into an unstoppable force. Conversely, if their attacks faltered, the CT side could lock down the half with a score like 10-2 or 9-3. But Liquid seemed confident. Once in the server, the 20-second countdown ended, and the pistol round officially began. Following BMBL4's suggestion, C9's defense set up in a standard formation, 2 outer 1, a main 2 hut. One player held the outer main entrance, able to watch both outer and the secret door. Yangshi immediately spotted the issue. BMBL4's defense was conventional, but it was vulnerable to probing. Liquid was exactly the kind of free-spirited team where everyone could test the waters without fear. The outer main position was a risk spot. If caught off guard, or if Liquid faked another site and confirmed it had few defenders, they could penetrate the entire A-bomb site at full speed. As Yangshi stared at the big screen, the thought had barely formed. In the next moment, his concern became reality. At outer main, Master Hob saw the secret door being opened by the opponent. As he peeked to gather information, his positioning faltered. The Hair God had a sharp eye for opportunities and instantly landed a one-tap with his P250. From the hut direction, the Mad One boldly pushed through, winning a duel and gathering info on the 2 players holding that area. Upstairs on Heaven, BMBL4 refused to give up the site. Even as the opponents executed their execute, he kept peeking to try and win a man back, but Liquid gave him no chance. An AF from Yellow pulled out and landed 2 incredibly precise headshots. A 0-4-2 trade and a bomb site was compromised. This pistol round was already lost for C9. At the C4 explosion, the training hall was filled with jeers, none of the solemnity that a match should have. Grove casually glanced at the tactical paper, then looked at Yangshi and Bao Bo before finally speaking. Eco this round, and in the next rifle round we'll run an unconventional play. Clear the outer area. Don't hold the iron plate area. Bet they'll keep attacking through the outer area and pincer. Hearing the coach's instructions, the team finally composed themselves, putting away their playful expressions. After giving up the second round with an eco, Jinzigu also proved his notorious reputation for being undisciplined. The team had just decided on the strategy for the rifle round, and Jinzigu had the most favorable spawn position for the outer area. At that moment, Jinzigu turned his head to look at Grove, speaking in a low voice. Are you so sure they'll hit the outer area? What if the inner area is empty and they infiltrate a site directly from the T-halls? Will the retake be in time? I'm not going to the outer area. You guys figure it out yourselves. High Voltage's sudden change of mind made Grove glance at him instinctively. But seeing Jinzi's fierce expression, Grove started to speak, but then stopped. Fine, it's just a scrim. The reason Dianzi changed his mind was that Liquid were known for constantly changing tempo with twists and the boss moving almost at will. Although in the previous 2 rounds Liquid had focused on the outer area. But if Grove's bet on the outer area failed, not only could the T-Halls hit A, but even if the iron plate was breached, C9's rhythm might collapse entirely. So for this round, he chose to hold the inner area, guarding against a sudden infiltration from the T-Halls. When the countdown ended, C9 settled into a 3 outer, 1 inner, 1 iron plate defensive setup. Meanwhile, inside Liquid's base, I'll peek yellow this round, look for an opportunity. The boss glanced at his unfavorable spawn position and said to his teammates, make some noise at the iron plate if you can. One of you come with me to the T-Halls. If I get a kill, we'll rush out. If not, we'll rotate. Okay, Captain KDN calmly assigned. Twists and NAF go to the outer area for harassment. The boss and I will go. Skulls apply pressure at the iron plate alone. No need to overdesign, Twists said casually from the left. C9 has been in shambles lately. Honestly, we could just rush her from the T-Halls. Twists thought designing strategies for a C9 team that's currently slacking off. Absolutely pointless. In his experience, since moving from FaZe to Liquid, C9 had never taken scrims seriously. That's true, KDN said seriously, but let's treat this scrim as practice for coordination. C9 still has standards in official matches. Let's save them some face. Twist didn't argue. It was true that C9 slacked in scrims, but if they met in an official match, no team would dare to let their guard down completely. The round began. Twists and NAF harassed and observed the outer area from above and below. After a brief static observation before they could advance, C9 started clearing with utility and a loop pushed forward. Faced with this situation, Twists and NAF remained calm, retreating to the back and peeking back and forth to bait the opponents, shifting all pressure onto Skulls, who was to harass the iron plate alone. Skulls moved forward silently. His AK reaction was extremely fast, instantly reducing Huasherfu, who was holding the iron plate alone, to low health. Huasherfu panicked and shouted in the voice chat, hastily throwing utility to block the attack. At this moment, the pressure on C9's inner area and iron plate surged. If the opponent accelerated to hit beside, the retake would have to come from 3rd floor or K1. The 3-man outer group immediately split, 2 pushed forward, 1 rotated through K1. Just as everyone thought Liquid was going to hit the iron plate, bad news came from yellow. Dianzi had barely turned his head when the boss peeked out from yellow, landing an AK headshot, the eternal unlucky one. With that kill, C9 was completely bewildered, unable to guess where Liquid would strike. Before they could recover, explosions appeared at a site. Twists had somehow circled back from the water tank to the T-Halls, and the two charged the bomb site together. By the time C9 realized Liquid was hitting A, they had no advantageous positions left to hold. Skulls continued to infiltrate the iron plate, Huasherfu was killed, and the 3v5 retake was impossible to execute. The result was that in the first rifle round, C9 accomplished the feat of a 5-4-1 exchange, perfectly losing the round. When the round ended, Dianzi turned to Grove. I told you earlier. What if they infiltrated A? Look at your call. What a piece of crap. Grove had nothing to say in response. But the scrim continued, so he had to push aside Dianzi's questioning at the start of the next round and continue giving calls alongside Pang Xiao. Later they tried to find opportunities, for instance having a Lu and Huasherfu play together, Dianzi holding the iron plate solo, and Pang Xiao picking up an AWP to push forward for picks. But the bosses and Twist's aim was too sharp. Even KDON, who was also a rifler, could take down Pang Xiao. The boss's form grew increasingly insane, racking up kills, and C9's defensive rhythm was completely lost. At halftime on Nuke, a map heavily favoring the CT side, the score was 2-1-0 in Liquid's favor. Alu, Pang Xiao and Huasherfu's stats were dismal, 310-19, 0-410. The only 2 rounds were carried by Dianzi and the steady Pu and Shui. With only 2 rounds on CT side, the map was already lost. Map 1 C9 versus Liquid ended at 2-3. Yangshi put down his notebook. This was the notebook he had been carrying for his coaching assistant interview. He had jotted down everything he observed during the match, noting both strengths and weaknesses. He already knew the state of C9's players before coming, so this loss was expected. But he hadn't anticipated it to be this ugly. The blame for this map 1 loss was already sealed during the veto. Choosing Nuke Liquid's strong map made them too comfortable. After the match, Dianzi's expression was clearly off. Although it was a scrim, she could tell he really wanted to explode. Pang Xiao stared seriously at the tactical paper. Pu and Shui, on the other hand, looked more resigned, leaning back in his chair and staring at the ceiling. The 2 Red Star players scratched their heads at each other. As for Grove, Yangshi looked at the somewhat unreliable online legend of a coach, now left with only an awkward smile, and could somewhat understand his pressure. But Yangshi's overall impression remained, slacking off. As a coach coming into a scrim, with no preparation, the result was laid bare. Clap clap. Balbo clapped his hands, stood up, and looked at the team. Everyone take a break now. He then pulled Yangshi forward and introduced him. Folks, meet this guy, Yang. He's here to apply for a coaching assistant. For the second scrim, I plan to let him try coaching. Then he looked at Grove and pointed to a chair further back. You sit over there. A flicker of displeasure crossed Grove's face, but he didn't show much emotion, as if he had been through this many times. Wait. Yangshi finally reacted. He had thought Balbo was only introducing him. Me. Coach directly. Balbo nodded, glanced at the notebook in Yangshi's hand, and patted his shoulder. Map 2 is yours. His smile was warm. The team members' expressions toward Yang, she held no expectation, only contempt. It was the kind of look that said, another one and not even as good as Grove. They had seen too many. Feeling the two contrasting atmospheres, Yang, she's heart tightened. Balbo seemed to notice and gestured with a please. Yang, she steadied himself. All right, I understand. From submitting his resume to standing here, it had happened faster than he'd imagined. But that long-lost thrill of being on the edge of the arena was surging back. A trial is a trial, Bob. Is there really a need to be so polite to him? Electronic was the first to speak, his face etched with disdain as his gaze swept over Yang, she as if he were a joke. Grove also chuckled, crossing his arms ready to watch the spectacle. Yang, she was taken aback for a moment. Electronic's standing within this team was such that even Boss Bob wouldn't dare confront him directly. That said it all. Yet this oppressive atmosphere ignited a strange excitement within him. Before his transmigration, he was a major champion. Now he was to step in as a coach, leading a group of troublemakers and misfits against a world-class top-tier team. For someone who had played professionally for 8 years, starting from scratch as a coach brought an unexpected, long-missed novelty. Although from what he could tell aside from Bob, no one was willing to believe in him. But since Yangshi had come, he had no intention of leaving under a cloud of doubt. Ahem. He cleared his throat, glanced at Electronic, then at the others, and spoke calmly. If you just listen to me, I'll definitely pass this trial. His tone was calm, but laced with a hint of jest. As soon as the words left his mouth, Electronic instinctively looked at Pong, who had already turned to look at P. Marshall. Almost everyone was frozen in place. Electronic, Pong, P. Marshall. Even Grove, who was waiting for the drama in the back, wore a huge question mark on his face. They couldn't fathom where this Chinese man with no prior match appearances got the audacity to speak such words. Was a man from a struggling region now so bold as to make such claims? After a moment of stunned silence, laughter erupted in the training room. Yangshi's joke had indeed amused them. Whether or not he possessed real coaching skills, he had certainly cemented his image as an audacious comical figure. So Coach Yang, Electronic began, his tone dripping with sarcasm. On map 2 Inferno, what position do I hold? Your anchoring connector, Yangshi replied directly, then turned to the others. Ale and Hobbit are holding B site together. P. Marshall, you're on balcony. Pong, you're A1. If you have any other thoughts, speak up now. What do you mean? Electronic asked, puzzled. It means when we actually play Inferno, we follow my calls. As these words settled, the faces of all 5 C9 members shifted slightly. This guy was quite assertive. Puffed. Electronic started to laugh, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Bob standing behind Yang, she with a stern expression, not saying a word. That look seemed to say, stop messing around during the scrim, or I might seriously recommend management kick you out. Yang, she glanced at Bob, understanding immediately. This was Bob establishing his authority. Clearly, with the loss on map 1, the conversation in the car, and this brief interaction, Bob had already put his faith in him. His job was equally on the line. Electronic, unusually subdued, replied, nothing else. You call the shots. All right then, I'm taking charge. Seeing no objections, Yang, she nodded, and looked towards Pong, the host. Let's take a few more minutes to rest, and then tell the other team to start. Pong, however, had taken a liking to Yangshi. There was something about him that reminded Pong of Blade, so he immediately complied. After sending the message, Pong turned to Yangshi. Coach, they're asking which side we want to start on. T side. At the liquid base. NAF took a sip of his cola, and suddenly saw Pong's message, unable to resist commenting, starting T side on Inferno. Pretty bold. Trying to mimic our nuke attack pace, are they? Although Inferno was a relatively balanced map, the CT side generally had a higher win rate. Choosing to start on T side usually meant trying to build up a lead in the first half. Let them do what they want. They're going to lose anyway. Twist responded, while pulling up C9's demo from map 1 during the break. The advantage on map 1 had already confirmed their belief that C9 was the same, as always. No matter what map or side they chose, Liquid had nothing to worry about. Flipping through C9's plays in the demo, Twist couldn't help but laugh. This C9 is something else. Their aim is softer than butter. Out of the 5-3 are useless, 1 is a walking disaster, and the one playing decently looks around to find his teammates are all dead. In his view, C9 had gotten even worse. In previous scrims they felt it was a somewhat competitive 40-60 matchup, but that just played nuke had devolved into a 20-80 stomp. The once dominant Navi trio had now completely fallen to tier 2 level. After a few minutes of rest, both teams typed OK in the chat, and the second scrim officially began. During the pistol round countdown, Pong was the first to discuss strategy with Yangshi. I think for the pistol round, we should focus on controlling Banana. We do need to control Banana, but not as our primary attack route in the beginning, Yangshi interjected. What's your idea? Pong asked. P. Marshall by full utility, and carefully watch Banana alone early on. Apply pressure mid to prevent them from getting info on us. Then at the second timing, P. Marshall fakes a flashbang execute. The other 4 of us will seize the opportunity to rush connector and execute a pincer attack on B. As soon as Yangshi finished, Electronic immediately spotted a flaw. What kind of bullshit call is that? After P. Marshall uses his utility, we use another set for connector. Then rotate to B. Wouldn't P. Marshall's CT smoke just block us off near CT spawn? From the back, Grove let out a low, barely audible chuckle, but Yangshi caught it nonetheless. Yangshi glanced at Electronic, then at Grove, and finally settled his gaze on Pong. That's exactly the effect we want. Make them think we're hitting A, then we dive straight through arch into CT spawn, catching them off guard psychologically. Understood, Pong said, grasping the concept without another word. Electronic still trying to catch up, tapped Pong. Wait. What? You understood that? Pong ignored him, staring intently at his screen with a focus and seriousness that was never present when Grove was coaching. He nodded. Seeing his friend like this, Electronic's expression changed. Though not entirely convinced, he hesitantly placed his hands back on the keyboard. The countdown ended and the pistol round began. Liquid on their side opted for a standard 2B, 3A defensive setup. Twist planned to try and catch a pick mid from CT, hoping to clip a terrorist heading towards T-ramp. But just as he fired a shot with his USB, he saw 3TS appear mid and was forced to retreat quickly back to A1. In Banana, NAF and Skulls peeked from the sandbags, exchanging fire with a bullet from Tree. Given the importance of the pistol round, they didn't take any risks and fell back to the back of the site. Within the first 20 seconds, Liquid had gained zero information. Frowns appeared on all their faces. Twist, however, seemed intrigued. Getting aggressive, are we? No matter. If you dare step onto the site, I'll get a multi-kill. Don't be too quick to boast. Their sudden change in offensive strategy might mean something. Captain KDN spoke up to remind. This unusual move made him sense something amiss. This C9 was not the C9 they were familiar with. Although the opponent's IDs remained unchanged, the momentum of their attack had been unleashed right from the start. In line with C9's usual habits, they would always control the side alley, first drop down from the T-spawn to occupy positions and casually grab Banana as well. But now this default aggression was clearly meant to push Liquid back and deny any information. KDN was puzzled. Had Grove suddenly become smart? Should we check the second floor? VIP won't be here that fast. NEF, holding the second floor, glanced at the strat sheet and asked KDN for his opinion. Check, but take Twist with you. KDN turned to Twist, his tone calm. He needed to confirm whether C9 truly intended to control mid and hit A, or if they were bluffing, secretly gathering on Banana. Twist didn't waste words. He went from A1 into the boiler room, coordinating with NAF on the second floor corridor to find angles. Meanwhile, C9 had already set up positions in mid, keeping a firm watch on VIP. Twist stepped out to observe, confirming that the side alley and T-bridge were clear. Then he intended to peek mid. Boom. A headshot. Fortunately, a Glock couldn't kill in one shot. Twist, shaken but alive with 12 HP remaining, retreated 2 steps. NAF tried to trade, but by the time he pulled out, the T had already vanished. Can't get info. NAF felt frustrated. With his position exposed, he had to fall back to a deeper spot and spoke to KDN on the connector. Maybe I should peek from A1. No need, I've already thrown a smoke. Right after Twist nearly got eliminated, KDN didn't hesitate on the connector. He immediately tossed a mid-CT smoke. This smoke could temporarily block the opponent's fast push, but it also cut off their own source of information. KDN glanced at the minimap and saw the B-site positions. Yekindar and Skulls had already fallen back to the bomb site. He warned, can't watch mid anymore. You guys on B, be careful of the execute. Before he could finish, Yekindar's voice suddenly boomed from B, they're executing. A smoke and 2 flashbangs flew through the air. Yekindar and Skulls quickly ducked behind cover. KDN was about to rotate, but then he noticed. A site was also being executed. A is coming. They're pushing through the smoke. They're smoking A1, they're going for connector. The voices of Twists and NAF came through the comms. KDN quickly turned back, trying to get into position to aim at the heads emerging from the smoke. Seeing the enemy before the smoke clears is a fundamental principle. But C9 tossed a hidden flash through the smoke, blinding KDN completely. Can't hold. I have to fall back. He covered his eyes, relying on his memory of the map to quickly retreat toward the arch. But distance and time were against him. Bang. Bang. Electronic BMBL4 used Glock to headshot KDN, 2 crisp headshots. KDN stared at his death screen, seeing 2 terrorists already charging into the connector. He quickly analyzed the situation. They're in connector. At least 2. This is real. They might go through CT spawn or hit a site. Twists and NAF quickly took their positions. 1 in the pit, 1 in the crack, forming a crossfire. Combining the execute info from B that Yekindar had called, including a CT spawn smoke, Twist concluded they can only hit A. The B execute was a fake. Someone rotate. Skulls received the info and retreated from the coffin to the church, while Yekindar took his place. But Skulls didn't realize that Twist was wrong this time. From the connector towards CT spawn, Electronic BMBL4 and 3 others, including Hobbit, rushed in without any hesitation, pushing straight towards CT spawn. Twists and NAF hadn't reacted yet, alternating glances between the connector and A1. The next second, a shout came through the comms. 3 in CT spawn. Along with the voice, a kill feed popped up in the top right corner. BMBL4 Electronic used Glock to headshot Skulls. This kill left Yekindar, NAF, and Twist stunned. Hadn't they thrown a smoke to block CT spawn? Why were they still rotating to B? Yekindar realized that 3TS had entered CT spawn, making the coffin position completely untenable. He quickly tried to move from the coffin to the deep spot, waiting for his teammates to retake. In that moment of distraction, he forgot that Perfecto had been lurking on Banana the whole time. A split second later, Perfecto had crept in and bumped into Yekindar, who was still staring at the smoke. Bang. Bang. Perfecto used Glock to headshot Yekindar, caught the timing. Yekindar gritted his teeth staring at the black and white screen, lowering his head. Twists felt adrenaline spike from the burden of guilt. This round was entirely his fault. He had predicted C9 would push through connector to a site, but C9 had instead rushed straight for CT spawn. The entire trap was meticulously designed to bait his judgment, and he had fallen for it completely. In an instant, the intact defense became a 2v5, and he was on low HP. Fuck, this is on me. I misread. There was no choice but to save the armor. Twists heard the C for being planted, yet he was crouched in the crack, his face clearly showing embarrassment. Before the pistol round, he had thought C9 was terrible, but the slap in the face came so quickly. Easy. It's just a pistol round. KDN was sweating, but he quickly tried to calm the team's emotions. This map too is just starting. Even as he said that, KDN was already feeling the weight of this psychological warfare. This feeling. It was like playing against a top-tier team live. Intense pressure. The C4 exploded, ending the pistol round. The score became 1-0. Beautiful. In the C9 training room, Yangshi extended his hand, fist bumping each player one by one. The players instinctively bumped back, but after the contact they looked at Yangshi's face and fell into a few seconds of silence. Electronic leaned back in his chair saying nothing, but couldn't help glancing at Yangshi a couple more times. BMBL4 stared at Yangshi seriously for a moment, then turned back to the monitor. The two former Red Star players exchanged glances. Hobbit muttered something in Russian, and Axe1 didn't respond, just stared at the screen. Only Perfecto quietly said nice. Just that one word. Yangshi could tell that among this team, Perfecto was the most stable and easiest to get along with. After the fist bumps, Yangshi was about to discuss the next round setup with BMBL4 when he noticed someone standing up out of the corner of his eye. It was Grove. He stared at the screen silent. But his expression was complicated. That offensive rhythm, the timing of the hidden flash, the moment Electronic and BMBL4 stormed into the connector, and the decision to exploit the opponent's psychology by rushing CT spawn. None of it resembled the current C9, nor did it resemble the former Navi. This was the first time he had ever seen someone coach with such tactics, using psychology and details to bait the opponent, luring them step by step. Grove noticed Yangshi looking at him, awkwardly shut his mouth, instinctively took 2 steps back, and sat down again. Bob stood at the back observing Grove's reaction, then glanced at Yangshi's recent maneuvers, unable to suppress a chuckle. He asked, "Yang, that psychological blind spot just now, were you certain skulls would rotate back to AOI? And the aggressive 3-man push mid at the start, setting up crossfires, all to deny the opponent information?" Yangshi nodded with a smile. "Pretty much. Liquid likes to play aggressively, so we counter with even more aggressive pushes, setting up our crossfires early. They end up with 0 info. Especially with players like Twists and Yekindar who push forward so frequently. They're actually quite easy to exploit." Bob nodded, though only partially understanding. Behind them, Grove's expression had completely soured. He understood the strategy perfectly well. What he couldn't comprehend was how Yangshi could discuss it with such casual ease. What did he mean by easy to exploit? And more aggressive pushes? Did he just come up with this off the top of his head? Having been a coach for years, Grove felt an uncanny sense that this person was a monster possessing seemingly deeper experience than his own. Had Yangshi not explained it, this psychological tactic would never have crossed his mind. Most importantly, everything had unfolded exactly as if it were part of Yangshi's script. This person he'd never seen before. Was he really a rookie? Or was he a coach some team was hiding? Grove now understood why Yangshi had boldly declared before Map 2 that following his lead would secure a spot in the tryout. He hadn't been boasting. Could this guy be here to usurp his position? Just as a seed of doubt began to sprout, Bob placed a hand on him, preventing him from speaking. Electronic witnessed the entire scene. Although he too thought Grove was a terrible coach, the idea of cooperating with an overly controlling Chinese coach seemed even worse. Better to stick with Grove. "Coach, after this ECO round, how do we attack in the gun round?" Yangshi snapped back to reality, considered Liquid's defensive habits, and said, "When Liquid is at a disadvantage, Yekindar will likely try to push forward from the B site. In the gun round, let's give them information on banana, then control mid, create a timing window to secure full control of mid and side alleys, and finally execute a late B split." He wasn't outlining a grand master plan, just pinpointing a specific weakness to exploit. Bumble gave a slight nod, remaining silent. Electronic couldn't find fault with the plan, either simply staring at his screen. As the second round began, Liquid, having lost the pistol round, opted for an eco. Despite Twists and NAF holding on to partial armor, they were no match for a fully equipped C9. The score smoothly advanced to 2-0. The third round, the gun round, began its countdown. Electronic checked his spawn position, the fastest on banana. He initially found no issue with Yangshi's plan, but at this moment, he found his reason to object. "With this spawn, I'm taking banana." Without any hint of consultation, he bypassed Yangshi entirely, speaking in Russian to the others. "Axe1, you're closest to me. Follow me in." "But..." Axe1 responded in Russian, glancing at Yangshi yet not daring to defy Electronic. Yangshi looked at Axe1. This guy's form was already shaky. Following Electronic into banana would likely just feed kills. Yangshi wanted to interject, but restrained himself, opting for a simple nod instead. Because this round he needed Electronic to fail. Following Axe1's gaze, Electronic turned and shot a glance at Yangshi. A wave of smug satisfaction washed over him. Remembering Yangshi's confident demeanor before Map 2, he now seemed rather unremarkable. Isn't the game about adapting to the situation? With this spawn, what reason could he have to oppose pushing Banana? It seemed his own authority within the team was enough to silence even this trial coach. The countdown ended. Electronic, wielding his AK, led Axe 1 Lu straight towards Banana. The initial control of Banana was smooth. Yekindar didn't push out, merely throwing some anti-rush utility with his teammates. Meanwhile, the pressure in mid remained constant, with Twists getting tagged twice while peeking. It seemed like a repeat of the pistol round script. Liquid was getting no information. Keep the pressure mid, fall back from Banana. Bumble 4, holding an angle from the connector towards VIP, issued the follow-up command. Fall back. They've already smoked the platform, clearly they're scared to peek. Electronic, positioned in the cubby on Banana, retorted without hesitation, even contradicting his good friend. Bumble 4 was speechless but continued analyzing. Fine, keep the pressure. We're preparing to rotate to B. Yangshi stared at the screen. He had a nagging feeling that given Yekindar's personality, he would be looking for an opportunity to push out of Banana soon. That smoke on the platform. It was perfect for a double peek. Watch for the double peek from platform. Yangshi warned quickly. Electronic, pushing up with Axe 1 Lu, took the warning to heart. As he looked up, Yekindar was just then establishing his position on the platform. Before the duo could react, Yekindar's M4 unleashed a torrent of bullets. 2 crisp headshots. Axe 1 Lu was instantly eliminated. Due to the curved structure of Banana, Electronic was a fraction of a second late when he swung out to trade, giving Yekindar the perfect window to spray him down. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Yekindar kills Axe 1 Lu with M4A1 headshot. Yekindar kills Electronic with M4A1 headshot. Just as Yangshi predicted, Yekindar was double peeking from the platform. With those 2 kill feeds popping up, C9's 3-man mid-rotation plan to B was instantly scrapped. Bumble 4 frowned and clicked his tongue in frustration, quickly changing the call to an all-out rush on A. However, the resulting firefight on the A side only yielded a 3-4-2 trade in C9's favor. Twist's earlier claim in the pistol round wasn't just talk. Whenever C9 dared to enter the A bomb site, he would secure a triple kill. The score fell to 2-1. Losing that round completely obliterated C9's economy, plunging the practice room into silence. Everyone present knew this loss was directly due to Electronic's disregard for the pre-match plan. Despite the somber atmosphere, Electronic showed not an ounce of remorse, wearing an expression that screamed, "The enemy just got lucky." During the post-round fist bump ritual, Yangshi told everyone good job, but when he reached Electronic, he paused, neither extending his hand nor saying a word, simply walking past him. Electronic froze for a second. His pride wounded by Yangshi's blatant disregard, his face flushed red. He turned to Yangshi, anger flaring. "What's your problem? Is this how you act as a coach?" Yangshi ignored his tone, calmly telling Bumble 4, "Call a tactical pause." Then he turned to face Electronic, and in Russian he laid into him. "I said map 2 has to be played my way. You didn't listen. And now we lost. You take the blame, yet you're still acting smug. Is there a problem with me not bumping fists with you? Or is it that your attitude as a player is the problem first, and I'm the one in the wrong for being the coach?" The training room fell into absolute silence. Everyone was stunned, including Bob. Bumble 4, looking at Yangshi in disbelief, asked, "You speak Russian?" Electronic was also taken aback by Yangshi's fluent Russian. But thinking back, when he was speaking Russian with Axe 1 Lu earlier, this guy had nodded, hadn't he? Manager Bob, however, was more shocked by the audacity. He knew Yangshi was highly professional. Now he speaks Russian. And more importantly, he dared to directly confront Electronic. The same Electronic who would even yell at S1 Ample. Yangshi didn't coddle him one bit. Not. Bro. Jianzi Gu was stunned by the scolding, staring at this Chinese man who could speak Russian, his face full of disbelief. What left him even more speechless was that he really couldn't find any point to refute Yangshi's words. From the very beginning, Yangshi had said to let go of Xian Jiaodao first and play a retake later, but he himself hadn't listened. Though Jianzi Gu acknowledged his loss in his heart, he neither admitted fault nor continued to argue. Yangshi didn't press further either, turning to the others and speaking calmly. "I've said it before, from the second map onward you must follow my arrangements. Now, given the situation, our economy may be ruined, but I still have great faith in everyone's individual skills. No economy. No matter, we can still try with a pistol round. Now let someone who considers themselves accurate with a pistol step up first. We can't just sit and wait this round. First go through Xiang Jiaodao, then rush straight A1. After speaking, he scanned the group. The next second, all the players' eyes landed on Jianzi Gu, who had just been fuming red. Feeling those gazes, Jianzi Gu didn't look at Yangshi but shifted his body sideways, turning his back completely to him. Peng Xiu noticed this and glanced at Yangshi. This trial coach. He even dared to yell at Jianzi Gu, and then there was the opening pistol round tactic as well as the prediction just now. Peng Xiu was already beginning to feel an inexplicable sense of dependence on him. Just looking at this man's coaching ability, he must have played in countless matches. In the end, Peng Xiu still patted Jianzi Gu on the shoulder. "This task can only be entrusted to you." "Alright, I get it." Jianzi Gu waved his hand, his voice clearly carrying defiance. But he didn't refuse, turning his head back to the screen and silently buying a Desert Eagle. Meanwhile, at the Liquid base on the other side, Zhongjian, who had been frowning, finally relaxed a little after winning this round. Call a timeout after losing one round. Playing so cautious. C9's timeout left him somewhat puzzled. Although training matches had no limit on timeouts, the C9 he knew was a team that disliked taking timeouts. What's wrong with them? Why are they sometimes brilliant and sometimes terrible? KDN also scratched his head. The moment they won this round, he felt he had glimpsed the original C9. In the opening pistol round, he had seen a different C9, but in that last rifle round their discipline was noticeably worse. A mistake in controlling Xiang Jiaodao, then rushing straight to a bomb site without hesitation. This was exactly the C9 training match style they were familiar with. Normally, even if Xiang Jiaodao was lost, no team would be so impatient as to rush the A site. Of course, one could say it was just a training match, and they could play more casually. But what couldn't be ignored was that the meticulous psychological warfare from the pistol round had suddenly vanished without a trace in that rifle round. Could it really be that Grove suddenly got smart? KDN couldn't figure it out. You're overthinking it. Huanga standing by dismissed it and sneered. The pistol round was probably just luck. That rifle round showed their true colors. Take advantage of the timeout and quickly set up the tactics for their eco round. Though KDN still had some doubts, C9's anomaly was only in that pistol round. He also thought he might be getting old and overly sensitive. The timeout ended quickly. Liquid knew that C9 had no money this round with an average of around 2,000 each, so they could only make some probing plays with pistols. Thus their defensive strategy was to play conservatively. Even if C9 had the most accurate aim, this round couldn't go wrong. Huang Gu and Skulls once again positioned themselves near the wooden barrel at Xiang Jiaodao. A bullet from a Desert Eagle flew from FaZe. Huang Gu dodged and quickly peeked out ready to play the hero. But that Desert Eagle didn't continue to trade shots and no other T appeared at FaZe. Only one came out from FaZe. I want to push up. Huang Gu reported, his tone confident. KDN at Lianjie sensed something was off. No one at Xiang Jiaodao, only one at FaZe. Could they all be going through Su Dao? Hold on, let Zhongjian check the mid info first. I'll pop a flash. He quickly instructed Zhongjian at A1 to peek forward, had NAF hold at the back of A1 to cover, then threw a mid flashbang. But they didn't expect that in the gap of this rotation the Desert Eagle that had fired once and disappeared from FaZe had already crept up close to Jingzhong. Zhongjian hadn't had time to peek yet, and KDN's flash was still flying in. Dianzi Gu suddenly crouched out, firing his Desert Eagle at A1. Bang! Electronic used Desert Eagle to headshot and kill Twists. He's already right in our faces. A shout rang out in the voice chat. NAF quickly tried to trade, but Dianzi Gu had already seized the moment to secure the kill and pulled back after being fully flashed. NAF knew better than to chase recklessly, as there was no info from mid, so he could only retreat to the bomb site. KDN at Lianjie could only helplessly throw a smoke. The pressure was mounting again. He clicked his tongue, looked up at the minimap, and saw that Huang Gu had somehow already pushed up to the near point of Xiang Jiaodao, almost reaching FaZe. There's no info from mid or Su Dao. Be careful, KDN immediately warned. Huang Gu said nothing, still confident. He had almost crept from the stone slab to FaZe. If there were anyone at FaZe, C9 couldn't have resisted peeking at least once. And his reputation as Huang Gu was built by playing this way time and time again. In his eyes, he was sure to steal the back of C9's mid this round. He held the entrance of Xiang Jiaodao for 2 seconds, watching mid to confirm no T was looking back. Then, as he advanced, as usual, he flicked his mouse toward FaZe. Holy shit. The moment he peeked, he was startled. At FaZe stood 3 Ts in perfect formation, none overlapping. Huang Ji's hand twitched, and his crosshair hadn't adjusted yet. Then footsteps from another T sounded from mid, pulling out. Bang. Electronic used Desert Eagle to headshot and kill Yekandar. Shit. For at FaZe. The voice reached Skull's ears, and he was about to trade. But before Huang Gu could finish, 4 Ts had already peeked out from FaZe towards Xiang Jiaodao. Rat-a-tat-tat. BMBL 4 Electronic used Tech 9 to headshot and kill Skulls, 4 of them. Huang Ji's voice had barely died down when Skulls was already down. KDN realized what was happening and wanted to rotate to B, but it was too late. The 4 Ts at FaZe had killed the 2 pushing CTs, and without any hesitation, they moved toward B bomb site. The remaining KDN and NAF already knew this eco round had been turned around by C9. All they could do now was deal with the M4 that Zhongjin had dropped. They just arrived at A1, saw the gun Zhongjin had dropped, and threw it behind them. The next second, Yuan Shuai, hearing the sound, pulled out from the boiler room like a suicide bomber, and his point-blank tech 9 instantly took down KDN. NAF managed to trade Yuan Shuai, but he couldn't save both guns. Getting turned over was bad enough. And now with KDN's M4 lost, Liquid's economy was completely ruined. The C4 exploded. Inside the Liquid base, KDN stared at the screen, silent for a long time. He just couldn't understand. The last rifle round had been so mindless, and now this round was so ridiculous. Was this still C9? Was this still Grove? Zhongjian lay back in his chair, his face clouded with gloom, replaying in his mind the headshot from Dianzi Ji's Desert Eagle and the sudden appearance of 4 Ts from Huang Ji's perspective at FaZe. The others all wore expressions of helplessness. Liquid was beginning to doubt their existence. Was this the same team as the one from Map 1? Nice. The score reached 3-1, and the C9 base inexplicably erupted in cheers. No one could say why. They just followed Yang Shi's lead and shouted out. It was only a practice match. During the fist bump ritual this time, Yang Shi didn't snub Electro, but instead bumped into him heavily. Well played. Your deagle is absolutely insane. Electro's cheeks flushed slightly. Those words truly struck a chord with him. But though he was excited in his view, this round's victory was entirely due to his own sharpshooting. He didn't look at Yangshi, instead turning to scan his teammates left and right and boasting. All of you trust my deagle, so I'll definitely lead us to a comeback. But at that moment his best brothers Fatball and P. Marshall had already turned to Yangshi and offered their own assessments. Coach Yang, your tactics are incredibly awesome. I don't know how you were so sure that if Electro got a kill at A1 Yekindar would definitely push forward. That's incredible, right? Electro's self-praise went unnoticed. He watched as his two best brothers after just 4 rounds had already shown signs of defection, and his face couldn't quite hide the embarrassment. Just as he was about to speak, he glanced at the trial coach who had just scolded him, then held back and awkwardly scratched his head to cover it up. Manager Bob stood at the back, finally showing a rare smile. He saw it. C9 really had changed during Yangshi's first trial. No. In just 4 rounds, C9 had truly transformed. He recalled C9's 41 practice match win rate against Liquid recently, and then looked at today. The weight pressing on his heart lightened considerably. If this trend continued, his job seemed secure. Of course, one man's joy is another's sorrow. The legendary former coach Grove lowered his head, replaying everything that had just happened. That Chinese guy was really about to snatch his job away, and he couldn't do anything about it. If this kid actually passed the trial, what would he, the head coach, have left? But Bob had let him conduct the trial. If he intervened, now wouldn't he only hasten his own downfall? Yet, Grove looked up at Yangshi, repeatedly pondering the pistol round and the tactical setups of the recent comeback. Every word Yangshi spoke was simple, and Grove understood them all. But as he thought back and forth, he just couldn't derive similar tactics from them. At that moment, he felt like an impotent husband forced to watch helplessly as Yangshi's anxiety swelled without bound. Meanwhile, at the Liquid base, everyone's faces were gloomy. Our economy is ruined, now it's our turn to suffer. Winning a rifle round was supposed to be a huge advantage, but being overturned by C9 in this round made the score 3-1. Though 3-1 and 2-2 seemed to differ, by only 1 round the pressure from that 1 point was entirely different. The Liquid players were also relieved. This was a practice match. If it were a real match, being overturned by a pistol round like that would surely break the players' morale, if not worse. Force by. Twisted's voice was weak as he asked KDN. Let me think. KDN didn't answer immediately. Although they had lost the round, Liquid's overall economy for the 5 players wasn't terrible. They still had around 2,500 to 3,000. Using SMGs on a map like Inferno for defense wasn't too bad. However, forcing up would come at a considerable cost. If they lost again, they'd have to keep forcing until they won and could afford rifles. Those few rounds without rifles would directly affect their aim. But with this score, ecoing would just give the opponent a 4-1 lead. Forcing at least gave them a chance to disrupt the opponent's rhythm and fight for a comeback. But if they didn't force, that would be purely handing the opponent free warm-up. Let's force, KDN said reluctantly, and called for a 3B defense. As soon as he spoke, he fell silent. He suddenly realized something. He was a bit afraid of the current C9. Not because they had suddenly become much stronger, but because he didn't know where they would attack from next. In the pistol round and the comeback round, every time he made the safest judgment, C9 seemed to know his thoughts in advance and found opportunities at the weakest spots to complete their attack. This feeling was unfamiliar. Having played so many practice matches, he had never felt this way about C9. KDN. Yekindar noticed him spacing out and called him back. It's nothing. KDN shook his head. Follow the orders. They can overturn us, and we can overturn them back. Hearing this, the Liquid players regained a bit of confidence. They all bought MP9S in utility, while Twisted, being better off, grabbed a FAMAS. The countdown ended quickly. At the same moment, C9 indeed contested banana control. Knowing they were outgunned on utility, KDON decided to give up the entire banana area, and the 3B defense all fell back inside the bomb site. He bet that C9 would definitely rush B site soon after. Even if they couldn't necessarily hold it, they could at least trade kills and give their teammates a chance to retake. But time ticked by second, and soon it was the last minute. There was still no movement at B site. KDN's heart began to itch. There was no movement at a site either. C9 had held banana control for a long time and hadn't even faked a B hit. What exactly was C9 doing? He wanted to ask someone to check a site, but the words died in his throat. Last round, he thought after C9 killed Twisted they would definitely go up. But C9 silently took out Yekindar and Skulls and Banana. This round, he thought C9 controlled Banana, likely to hit B, so would C9. He dared not think further. In the few seconds of his hesitation, bang! A shot from a sniper rifle rang out from a site, and a kill notification popped up in the top right corner. Axe1 Lu using AWP headshot killed NAF, AWP at A1. They're pushing. Twisted's voice came through. Before KDN could react, more kill notifications flashed. Twist using FAMA's headshot killed Electronic. Axe1 Lu BMBL for using AWP killed Twist. Twisted stared at the kill ID frozen for 2 seconds. Axe1 Lu. In his mind, he instinctively recalled the image from the first map. The same person who had been slaughtered by Yekindar and himself on Nuke in the previous game with a dismal 310 score. Back then he had laughed and said C9 was finished and that Axe1 Lu was useless. Now this person wielding an AWP had cleanly secured 2 kills. Holy shit, this Axe1 Lu is even using the big sniper. Twisted couldn't help cursing. He couldn't make sense of the change in C9's positions. Wasn't C9's AWP or Fatball? In the first map, Fatball was playing a defensive AWP, so why the sudden switch? And they switched to the most inconsistent player, Ax1La. Something was wrong. C9 now had a million things wrong. KDN stared at the kill feed, already disregarding the outcome of this round. The only question revolving in his mind was, starting from the pistol round aside from the one rifle round, Liquid won every decision in the remaining 3 rounds. None of them seemed like the C9 coach Grove he knew. That psychological trap had been used twice, and now there was an Ax1La with an AWP. KDN couldn't help whispering in the voice chat, is the coach on the other side different? I feel like aside from the rifle round we won the other rounds. It's not Grove. The Liquid members listened to KDN's analysis, a chill running down their spines. Grove, after all, was once a legendary coach. Though his coaching level had been steadily declining, he could still hold his own in a Tier 2 team. But if the opponent really had switched coaches, could it mean someone even more formidable than Grove had arrived? Could it be a coach from a Tier 1 team? Switching sides. C9's style and flaws were an open secret in the America's CS scene. Electronic leading the charge, creating opportunities for his teammates, Ax1La and Hobbit purely covering the trade, Bumble for holding the AWP from the side, Perfecto playing the flexible anchor, mostly cleaning up the mess. On the surface their positions seemed reasonable, but the problems were obvious. Electronic's aggressive pushes were cursed by bad luck, often getting picked off inexplicably. Then Ax1La and Hobbit with their soft aim had poor trade efficiency. Bumble 4, the IGL AWP, often missed his shots, while Perfecto anchoring rarely found opportunities. At least before this second map, no one would believe C9 could execute such coordinated plays and targeted counters against Liquid's star duo. But the evidence was right before their eyes. Yekendar's aggressive forward pushes were consistently predicted twists, early game microaggressions were shut down, KDN's tactics were read one after another. Even more absurdly, Electronic's entry became stable. Bumble 4 stepped back to focus on IGLing and stopped dying. Perfecto no longer just anchored, but actively created opportunities for teammates, and Ax1La, after switching to the AWP, didn't miss a single shot. If you blocked out the C9 team name, they would have thought they were facing Prime Navi. A site fell, and the remaining 3 Liquid players in B area attempted a retake, but with 3 pistols against an AWP and AKs they couldn't even secure a trade after burning all their utility. As Liquid was wiped out, the score became 4-1. The force buy yielded the same result as an eco, and Liquid gained nothing while completely losing their rhythm. Meeyite. Upon securing another round, Bumble 4 let out a strange yellow smile spreading across his face. In the final wave he had just scored a triple kill with the AK. This was the C9 he had dreamed of. No need to carry the AWP, leading purely with instinct, playing so comfortably. Feels great not having to play the AWP. He turned and bumped fists with Ax1La. My AWP is actually unstable. Ax1La's voice trembled slightly, but a hint of excitement was undeniable. That double kill had indeed brought back a glimpse of his former peak. During his time with Gambit, he had been a consistent rifleman, rarely picking up the AWP. If Yangshi hadn't repeatedly encouraged him to try, he never would have imagined he had some talent with the AWP. At 22, you still have a future with the AWP. Yangshi smiled and said to Ax1La seriously, I told you. Since your rifle form has been unstable due to illness, switch to the AWP. It suits you better. It hones your mentality and consistency. As long as your reaction and positioning are strong enough, it'll work. Unlike official matches with only 3 timeouts. In scrims, Yangshi could correct players' issues at any time. He had planned to address this after the scrim, but since Bob gave him the opportunity, he seized it. In his view, after a few consecutive rounds, Liquid's form was already slipping. This trial at this point was likely a success. Coach is right, Perfecto echoed, turning to Yangshi. Coach Yang continued giving the orders. Electronic frowned, watching C9's atmosphere grow livelier. A complex expression flickered across his face. He felt 2 things. 1, C9 was indeed getting stronger. 2, he was deeply irritated by Yangshi. Seeing Yangshi confidently laying out further strategies and discussing with Bumble 4, Electronic wanted to participate, but dared not speak. Because he too sensed that the rhythm of this scrim was spot on. If this feeling could be carried into official matches, maybe they could actually achieve something. The scrim continued. Liquid, with their economy shattered, were forced to force buy repeatedly. Their defensive rhythm collapsed, and their morale crumbled. Yekendar started ignoring the team and pushing forward recklessly. In the 6th round, he volunteered to hold A2, planning to take NAF's position for an information play and push through the side corridor to find an opportunity. But Perfecto held his angle steadily, not rushing, and kept watching VIP and A2 from the doorway outside the rotating stairs. I got Yekendar. With Perfecto's call-out came the kill feed, and the team immediately launched an A-side attack. If he's showing at A2, then A has at most 2 players. Electronic cut through connector. Hobbit push A1 with me. Ax1La, cover with the AWP. Bumble 4 organized methodically. Twist, the main A anchor, having secured no kills and been caught out repeatedly, lost his form and touch. Usually capable of holding the A side alone, he couldn't even trade a single player against Bumble 4 and Hobbit's rush. Electronic also succeeded in catching NEF, who was trying to rotate through the connector, and the AAA defense was instantly shattered. Send someone to watch mid. Skulls from B secondary will likely flank through T spawn to find an opportunity. Yangshi reminded. Axe 1 Lu, carrying the AWP, frowned. I'll watch it. Bang. The next moment, the AWP roared. Though Axe 1 Lee's talent wasn't on par with elite players like S1 Impel or ZYW, his accuracy and reaction were not lacking. Axe 1 Lee used AWP to kill Skulls. Nice shot. Yangshi watched the kill quietly, marveling. The system's suggestion was right. Axe 1 Lu entered the pro scene early and had won a championship, but he was actually not old. He was only 19 when Gambit won the major, now just 22. In Yangshi's view, he could easily become C9's second star alongside Electronic. KDN, who had been following Skulls on Banana, saw the kill feed in mid and was momentarily stunned. Axe 1 Lu, who never played the AWP, was now consistently fragging with it. But before he could peek out, he heard footsteps approaching T spawn, and not just one pair. Damn, he's having a field day. He's coming to farm me. KDN decided to hide in the banana cubby, planning to catch the opponent off guard and then save his AWP. But his individual skill was never top tier, and with age he had to juggle IGLing and the AWP. As the footsteps grew closer, he swung out to seize the opportunity. Axe 1 Lu heard the shot and spun around for a blind no-scope. Bang! Axe 1 Lu used AWP no-scope to kill KDN. Fuck. Seeing the score jump to 5-1, KDN felt dizzy. After losing that round, Liquid on the defensive completely lost their rhythm. Then came the disappearing form of his teammates. Yekendar's endless reckless pushes, fragger twists, with no feel in AF, growing increasingly sluggish. Gradually, C9 no longer needed Yangshi's designs to achieve raw firepower dominance. Ultimately, the first half ended 10-2, matching the first map score. Yekendar's prophecy came true. C9 successfully replicated their attacking rhythm. Then the second half began. Liquid managed to win the pistol round and scrape 2 more rounds, but they couldn't change the outcome. The second map ended 13-4. As everyone typed GG in chat, KDN, after finishing the scrim, was absolutely certain this C9 definitely changed their coach. Grove's official benching is probably coming soon, and we'll have one more tough opponent in official matches. The team scratched their heads, murmuring among themselves. Liquid, currently the second best team in the Americas behind FaZe, had taken a humiliating loss, but it wouldn't truly affect their competitive mindset. Meanwhile, in C9's practice room. Is it over? Then the next match. Grove stood up woodenly, looking at the teammates he had been with day in and day out. After this scrim, their faces were relaxed. Then he glanced at Bob, seeking an answer. Bob smiled bitterly and patted his shoulder. Next match you continue to lead them. Grove heard this and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed management hadn't approved Yangshi. At least Bob still entrusted him with the final BO3 map, proving he was still useful to the club. Seeing this, Yangshi smiled beside him, already guessing what Bob was about to do. Sure enough, the next moment Bob bypassed Grove and walked up to Yangshi. Come Yang, let's go discuss the contract. He passed the trial. Watching Bob lead Yangshi out of the training room, Grove's mood plummeted like a roller coaster. Looks like, yes. Ponchio sighed with mixed feelings. If Yangshi truly joined C9, Ponchio could easily guess that Grove as the coach would be demoted. As a command player who had won a major championship, Ponchio understood well what magnitude of change a truly outstanding coach could bring to a team like Humiliate. And Grove, though he was indeed a major winning coach, but he had won that major in 2017, 7 years ago. Back then Humiliate was only 23, and Ale hadn't joined Red Star yet. It was too archaic. As for recent results, in 2021, 3 years ago, he did win quite a few online tournaments, but that year he was also suppressed by the CS coach Humiliate. Not to mention that now Humiliate had climbed to the peak again, while Grove himself had been dormant for 3 years. The management would never keep a coach who couldn't deliver results just for reputation. Just from coaching, Yang has deep insight. P. Yuanshui glanced at Grove's expression and shook his head. I think that Yang would be no slouch as a player either. P. Yuanshui also admitted that Yangshi was simply superior to Grove. This was just a trial. That Chinese man had already caused a shift in mentality within C9. More importantly, what Yangshi had shown today was only the surface. Even with that, one couldn't have conceived such depth without having played professionally. Yet what baffled them was that the name Yangshi couldn't be found in any CS event news or records. Electronic Boy listened to the evaluations around him, his expression growing complex. That C9 was changing because of Yangshi's trial was something he had witnessed firsthand. The drive for competition was rekindled within him. But he had strong pride. Though when he discussed game content with Grove's ability was poor and lacked highlights. At least the guy could stand by his side, chat about things that made him happy, and he didn't feel micromanaged. If it were a coach he couldn't get along with, Electronic Boy would have asked management to kick him out long ago. After these 2 matches, Map 1 was a painful loss, but Electronic Boy felt no constraint. Map 2 was a beautiful win, yet he felt that all his moves were completely controlled by Yangshi. He didn't want this Chinese man to become their coach. Yangshi's tactical designs and positioning were indeed excellent, proven by the scrim. But scrims weren't official matches, and Liquid wasn't the strongest team in the world. Europe had G2, Vitality, and Moyuzi Navi. None were weaker than Liquid, some even stronger. Moreover, when the actual tournament began, even if Yangshi became the coach, he couldn't speak continuously. OIM Chengdu would likely still rely on Grove's system. Electronic Boy steadied himself, and for once patted Grove on the shoulder. Though he didn't speak, Grove could see the encouragement in his eyes. If he still wanted to keep the head coach position, he would have to strengthen the team's system. On the third floor, the manager's office was still much less impressive than FaZe. Come. Bob gestured for Yangshi to sit, then turned to take a bottle of red wine from the cabinet and poured it into 2 glasses. Americans entertained guests like that, drinking as naturally as water. Yangshi didn't like wine, but he thanked Bob, clinked glasses, and took a small sip. It wasn't good. He kept his expression neutral and slowly set the glass down. Bob downed half his glass, nonchalantly set it down, and spoke directly. Yang, today's trial completely exceeded my expectations. If old Mike knew about this, he'd probably be furious. Bob chuckled and continued. But the club's situation is special, as you knew before coming. Since I've chosen to bet on you, even if the management doesn't approve the budget, I'll pay your salary out of my own pocket. As he spoke, the assistant at the door handed over the contract that had been prepared earlier. Bob's tone was much more sincere than FaZe. Take a look at the contract. The position is assistant coach. I can offer a base salary of $10,000, and we'll sign for 6 months first since I'm not exactly flush with cash. If you really lead C9 up, the salary will naturally increase, and when the contract expires, we can convert it from 6 months to a 1-year contract. Of course, all of that depends on your performance at the club. Yangshi looked at the contract. Unlike the FaZe one this time, he actually picked it up and read the terms. A 6-month contract. Looking at the date, she didn't think management couldn't afford a year's salary. He understood Bob's reasoning. After all, it was just one scrim that had impressed them. There were no official match records yet. Playing it safe was normal. This contract wasn't absolute trust, just a probationary period Bob gave to Yangshi. Still, the 6-month mark was somewhat delicate. If Yangshi remembered correctly, the Shanghai Major at the end of this year would start in November. The expiration of this 6-month contract would fall right around that time. Yangshi didn't voice this thought. He just smiled, signed his name, and pressed his thumbprint. The contract took effect. A base salary of $10,000 was genuinely high income in the US, and it was double what he had earned as a professional player in his previous life. But earning dollars and spending them in America felt roughly the same. As for whether he could lead this team well, he was a 30-year-old major champion veteran, having weathered 8 years of struggle and done every kind of job. Now transitioning to coaching was just walking a path he hadn't taken in his previous life. Most importantly, the honors along the coaching path were quite tempting. Seeing Yangshi sign, Bob's face shifted from seriousness to a genuine smile. So you'll still assist Grove as an assistant coach? I am Chengdu is coming up. The system can't change overnight. For now, your job is to develop the players' abilities, adjust their mentality, and help the head coach with pre-match analysis. As for whether you can rise to head coach, it's unlikely within at least a month. Bob didn't beat around the bush. He outright implied that Grove might be let go in the future. Those tasks are fine. Yangshi then looked up. But boss Bob, I still hope to have the chance to coach on stage. I am Chengdu is about to start up. By then, I want to test whether I'm really cut out for this. Bob was taken aback. You were like that in today's scrim. Do you still need to be tested on stage? Yes. Yangshi looked at him calmly. I played professionally for 8 years. But I've never been a coach. Oh. Bob suddenly understood, but then was again stunned. He subconsciously sized up the Chinese man before him. 8 years of professional experience. As a manager with decades in the industry, he had seen many professional players and had impressions of most. But this faced this name. He had never seen it. Did he enter the scene at 16, play until nearly 25, and then leave no tournament records? No records in any team archives. Bob opened his mouth, but didn't voice the question. He knew. Some things might never have a true answer. Understood. In the next couple of days before the tournament starts, I'll register your ID as a substitute coach. Bob looked at Yangshi. What's your coach ID? Just use my surname, Yang. Yangshi spent over half an hour in Bob's manager's office discussing many ideas for the upcoming matches. After Yangshi left, Bob let out a long sigh and massaged his temples. Assistant coach. He had bet correctly on this, he was certain. But winning the opening bet didn't guarantee success in the long run. In his decade plus in the industry, he had seen too many coaches who dazzled everyone with their debut only to gradually fade into mediocrity. Was Yangshi just good at crafting a stellar first impression? Or even if he was serious, would he eventually run out of steam and C9 would fall into the same old cycle again? At least for these 6 months. We'll see how it goes. Leaving the manager's office, Yangshi momentarily didn't know where to go. Although Bob had assigned tasks saying to continue extra practice and fix the players' issues after training sessions, Yangshi was well aware those problems wouldn't be solved quickly. Peng Xiu seemed to accept him, but wasn't very willing to proactively discuss tactics. During most of the scrims, it was Yangshi who initiated the conversation. P. Marshall was amiable and easy to talk to, but he was naturally quiet. He was just good-natured. As for the twin stars of Red Star, Hobbit was a seasoned 30-year-old veteran, and Ale was also a former star player from top. But recently their performance had been declining and their presence in the team was waning. Both of them spoke with obvious restraint, more like newcomers than veterans. Electronic remained the hardest one to handle. Although he had briefly managed to suppress him during the scrim, she could feel that the moment the scrim ended, he reverted to his pre-match demeanor. This guy might have some recognition of Yangshi's tactics now, but none for Yangshi as a person. The road ahead was long and arduous. Lost in thought, she followed his memory to the door of the training room. Damn, that sand sight push earlier shouldn't have been given up. You all know Yekindar, if he gets a chance he really dares to push out. What's the use of saying this now? We lost. Let's just review. The door wasn't fully closed, and the argument inside spilled out directly. Electronic was heavily pressuring Hobbit. Peng Xiu was trying to mediate, and Grove sat at the back scratching his head, unable to get a word in. On the big screen, the score for Map 3 Mirage had been brought back by Liquid, 413. This map was purely about individual skill. With C9's players' abilities, they should have had a fighting chance. He pushed the door open, and all eyes turned to him for a second before turning back to continue the heated discussion. Yang. Grove, who was closest to the door, called out instinctively, but his face quickly fell. If Yangshi was back at this moment, could it be that he was here to announce his own demotion? But the worry was immediately dispelled as Yangshi spoke directly. I've officially become the assistant coach. Bob sent me to help you. Grove stared at him for a moment, nodded, and forced a calm demeanor as he looked away. It was the composure of an old coach. What did Bob ask you to help me with? He wasn't foolish. Since Yangshi said that the management wasn't planning to oust him for now. Nominally, he was still the head coach and had to maintain some authority in front of the players. Yangshi didn't answer immediately. He walked past Grove and stood before the arguing players. Quiet. This is a review, not an argument. His voice was loud, and the training room fell silent instantly. Yangshi even flashed a big smile. Seeing that smile, Electronic inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. Although Yangshi had no idea what had happened in the game, seeing the way Electronic was pressuring others, he knew someone must have made a critical mistake. He didn't ask the fuming Electronic, but turned to Peng Xiu instead. Tell me what happened. I'm the assistant coach now after all. All right, brother Yang. Peng Xiu was always forthcoming with Yangshi. He turned and calmly explained. In the last round, Liquid's economy on the T side was running low, but their fake on B site was too convincing. Then KDN, holding from a ramp with a scout, picked off Electronic on site, creating immense pressure on the A site. Hobbit was supposed to be holding the B site from Sand, but he moved towards CT spawn to help A on his own. This allowed Yekindar to sneak through mid, catching him from behind. Then Liquid sped up their B site take, and we lost the round. Peng Xiu briefly described the details. Yangshi pondered for a moment, then looked at Hobbit. Did you smoke mid when you rotated? No. I was trying to save utility for a retake. Hobbit scratched his head awkwardly. Then you definitely deserve the blame. I was walking quietly, I really didn't think he'd push. That's not a valid excuse for your mistake. Seeing the wily veteran still trying to defend himself, she wasn't about to indulge him. I understand you wanted to save utility, but you must communicate with your teammates about where you are and what you're doing. You left your post and got caught off guard. How are your B-site teammates supposed to handle the pressure? I didn't even watch this scrim, and I can imagine how desperate the B anchor felt. As soon as Yangshi finished, P. Marshall, the B anchor, let out a helpless laugh. Electronic, on the other hand, was both furious and amused. He didn't respect Yangshi, but watching him scold someone else gave him a slight guilty pleasure. Hearing the laughter, She turned his head and swiftly locked onto Electronic. What are you laughing at? You think you're free of blame? Electronic was immediately struck silent. What do you mean? He frowned, staring at Yangshi. You got headshot by KDN scout on a ramp. Do you think that was just bad luck? He peeked and got a one-tap headshot. How is that my fault? Electronic frowned. Can't I just be unlucky? Are you really just unlucky? Yangshi raised an eyebrow. Not knowing if the enemy has a scout holding an angle and dry peeking without asking a teammate for a flash, that's a judgment error, not bad luck. You know they were on an eco round. How much utility could they have? If you had just asked a teammate to flash you and trading one flash for information, would that have been a loss? Electronic was shut down again, but Yangshi's reasoning was sound. He held back for 2 seconds, but still tried to argue. Is it wrong to try and make a play? Making a play isn't wrong, Yangshi nodded. But you took a gamble you had no certainty on. You died, the A-site pressure collapsed, Hobbit started roaming, and you lost the round. Would the U from 2021, the second best rifler in the world, have made such a stupid dry push? The words hung in the air, and the training room fell silent for a second. Electronic didn't answer immediately. In his years of decline, he had constantly been compared to Nico by those around him. The once best rifler under Nico had almost vanished from the pro scene. To make matters worse, this year had seen the emergence of a 16-year-old Russian prodigy Donk. But Yangshi wasn't comparing him to those elite riflers, he was comparing him to the past him. Yangshi was saying, you are not as good as you used to be. Those words cut deep. What the hell are you barking about? Electronic's face flushed red as he stood up and started moving towards Yangshi. Did I ask for your opinion on whether I'm as good as I was? Don't think that just because you're the assistant coach you can replace Grove. Come on, if you're so good you take the entry fragger role. Seeing this, Peng Xiu and P. Marshall quickly grabbed Electronic, preventing a physical altercation. Grove watched as Yangshi once again used his iron fist, standing there staring blankly at the scene. Yangshi ignored Electronic and walked back to Grove, patting the old coach on the shoulder. This is what Bob hired me for. To discipline these players you were too afraid to discipline. Grove's emotions fluctuated in succession. Though he confirmed that Yangshi hadn't come to remind him about being sidelined. Now Bob had sent him to adjust the team and then produce results at IM Chengdu in a week. Watching Yangshi's thunderous methods, Grove's mind raced. The next second, a faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Heaven helps me. With Yangshi's coaching level so high as his assistant. Wouldn't that mean he was about to usher in a third spring? Grove stifled his smirk after 2 seconds, then turned to look at Dianzigo and said seriously, this Coach Yang. He's right. You just went for a risky play without certainty. Dianzi Gu, who had been pulled aside, froze for a moment. Pang Xiu and Pu Yuanshui also stood stunned. In an instant, Grove had defected. Dianzi Gu was the most shocked, silently screaming, "Aren't we on the same side?" "Huh, you son of a bitch." Dianzi Gu, who had been fuming, was suddenly so angry he laughed. "You're siding with this outsider." "Ahem. To be precise." Grove cleared his throat and looked coldly at Dianzi Gu. "He's no outsider now. He's the assistant coach Bob personally appointed for me. You all need to cooperate with him, including myself." Even Yang, she was somewhat surprised, not expecting the old coach to shift his stance so quickly. Of course, Grove knew full well that he might eventually be sidelined. But if Yang could really deliver results during this period, other teams would still see value in him. Then he could definitely continue coaching elsewhere. Even better, Coach Yang had already taken on the dirty work, training the players and earning their resentment. Then, Coach Yang. Grove looked at Yang Shi with a flattering tone. "How should we proceed with the follow-up? Is there anything else I need to do?" He wanted to slip away first. After all, Dianzi Ji's murderous gaze was more than he could bear. "Don't rush." Yang Shi stopped him and smiled. "The review hasn't started yet. Stay and guide the process with me. I want to see if we can adjust the tactical system and player positions after the review. I can't do it without the head coach." Grove had no choice but to sit back down. At that moment, Dianzi Gu was pushed back into his seat by Pang Xiu and Pu Yuanshui, still wanting to erupt. But when he looked up, Bob had somehow wedged himself in the door crack, observing the commotion through a thin slit. "Bastard." Relying on his backing, he muttered under his breath, ensuring Yang Shi didn't hear. The team calmed down, and the review officially began. Since Yang Shi hadn't watched the entire match, he asked Grove to pull up several key rounds where they lost points. Together, they reviewed the demo footage in detail. Soon, the 7th round offensive made Yang Shi frown. What is this supposed to be? Yang Shi controlled the mouse and froze the frame at the moment A Lu went through mid to pincer B side. A Lu saw someone at a short, fired 2 shots after peeking, then inexplicably retreated 2 steps. "Shouldn't you be applying pressure on the A-bomb site right now? What are you hesitating for?" Yang Shi spoke seriously, putting pressure on A Lu. He continued, switching perspectives and playing the demo. "Look for yourself. Because you didn't keep up the pressure on the platform, KDN directly jumped to CT spawn with the AWP, and with NAF's grenade, he blew up the smoke on the sand. I knew it. How could the platform AWP take out the teammate on the sand?" Everyone turned their gaze to A Lu, who was speechless. This was a crucial round. C9's strategy was 2 mid, 2 B, and 1 A short. After the mid and B 2 fast pushes to pincer, A Lu had to keep pressuring the A-bomb site. But he fired 2 shots, and then pulled back, assuming the opponent would reinforce a short. Liquid didn't think that way. As soon as A Lu retreated, the pressure on the platform vanished. KDN immediately saw no further risk from a short, so he naturally jumped to CT spawn to find an opportunity. If you're going to harass, go all the way. Don't guess what the opponent is thinking. Yang Shi didn't dwell on the issue and switched to the B side perspective. Because the sand player was inexplicably sniped by KDN on the B2 front, Dianzi Gu had no issues and charged straight out. But Pang Xiu inexplicably hesitated. Then Dianzi Gu rushed and ran straight into 2 CTs, killed 1, and was taken down. Pang Xiu. Yang Shi paused the screen and looked at him. "What were you thinking?" "I was afraid that just the 2 of us couldn't break in. Because we lost our teammate mid." At that moment, I told Dianzi Gu to hold off, but he charged anyway. Everyone had their own excuses. "Bro." Yang Shi was truly exasperated. As the IGL, you should know that once the tactic starts executing, you have to push forward regardless of winning or losing. This time I actually side with Dianzi Gu. He had no problem. You, on the other hand, have a big problem. Pang Xiu had no grounds to refute. Yang Shi hadn't expected that Pang Xiu, once the core mind of the peak 2021 in AVI, had been worn down so much over these 3 years. Dianzi Gu sat there feeling a bit pleased, but said nothing, just staring at the screen. The entire review lasted nearly half an hour. Yang Shi couldn't cover every detail, but he had identified the core issues. When there was no absolute command, the team's division of labor automatically fell into chaos. Pang Xiu's IGL was erratic. Grove had no better solutions. Dianzi Ji's entry attempts lacked a consistent partner, and Huabite and A Lu frequently swapped positions. These problems were magnified on Dust 2, a map relying purely on individual skill. After the review, Yang Shi didn't offer solutions, but declared directly, to fix these problems, start with the role assignments. He scanned the room and addressed each one by one. Dianzi Gu switched from entry to support. Dianzi Ji's expression shifted slightly, but he didn't speak immediately. "You're not truly unstable, nor are you cursed with bad luck," Yang Shi said, seriously looking at him. "In matches, have you ever noticed that most of the time you're the one charging in first, and the number of times you die is almost proportional to your kills? Entry is a high-risk position, compared to when you had S1 Impel and B1 T as support. You're not suited for it now. Switching to support will let your aim truly shine." Dianzi Gu lowered his head, squeezed his mouse, and silently accepted. Pang Xiu takes some time to study the systems of top-tier teams, whether it's VP's passive style, G2's brute force, or Navi's academic approach. Fuse them if you can, and try to develop a new system. I'll adjust alongside you. Pang Xiu nodded. Pu Yuanshui, as a lurker, you need to be more aggressive. There aren't that many fallback opportunities. Take the initiative to create chances. The psychological pressure a lurker puts on the opponent is far greater than you imagine. Alu seriously practiced the AWP and become the main AWPer. We've already discussed this in scrims. Finally She turned to Huabite and paused for a second. Master Hui, your age and form can no longer support a primary economy role. In future matches all resources will prioritize Alu and Dianzi Go. You'll go first to draw fire for Dianzi Go. With your experience you're more than capable for this position. Huabite was silent for 2 seconds, then simply nodded. That nod was a little slow, carrying a hint of unwillingness to admit his age. Whether C9 can produce results depends entirely on your cooperation, Shi added at the end. Remember, this isn't just about my job, it's about your own livelihoods. No one in the training room spoke. Shi glanced back at Grove and nodded to indicate the review was over. Grove sat in the corner watching Shi reassign every position without a single chance to interject. A smile hung on his face, but it was clearly awkward. He was like an emperor of some dynasty sitting on the dragon throne watching his ministers formulate all the state policies, then turning back to ask him, Your Majesty, do you have anything to add? He was supposed to be the head coach. But why did Shi feel more like the head coach? Yet, what could he say? The next day, his second day, with C9. Shi was already seated in the training hall early in the morning. Warming up his aim with some practice every morning was a habit he had carried over from his previous life, and he had brought it into this one. However, the disparity in physical condition couldn't be bridged by mere habit. Even after readjusting his sensitivity and video settings, his aim still wasn't as precise as in his past life. Groove hadn't slept well the night before. Waking up at 7 in the morning, he saw Shi already sitting there. Without offering a greeting, he poured himself a cup of coffee, sat down in front of the big screen, and picked up the remote control, intending to watch some recordings of amateur matches. It was his habit to glean professional insights from grassroots competitions. He pressed the remote to turn on the TV, let it play for a second, then turned it off. He then pulled up the replay of the Copenhagen Major, the final between FaZe and Navi. Shi observed this scene silently without uttering a word. Pressure was a strange thing. Without it one only felt like giving up. But when it was applied just right, it could actually force a person to change. By 10 in the morning the players had gradually arrived. Today Bob had arranged a practice match against the veteran Brazilian powerhouse Furia, a team at the top of the Americas second-tier scene. C9's recent win rate against them in scrims stood at 53, so on paper the pressure was manageable. The opponents had several key figures. First and foremost their entry fragger Xerato, nicknamed Card God. He was considered Brazil's #1 rifleman. Since joining Furia in 2018 his average rating had consistently hovered around 1.18, showcasing remarkable stability. Next was their captain Fallen. A legendary player from the early CSGO era, he had been ranked top 2 in 2016 and top 6 in 2017. However, his form had declined with age. At 33 years old, he was known as the godfather of Brazilian CS. As for the remaining 3, they had some achievements, but weren't particularly famous. There was Cello the lurker responsible for flanking and gathering information, Yuri the rifler in charge of direct firefights and damage output, and ART the support player once known as the artist handling support coordination and clutch situations. The inconsistency of these 3 players was precisely why Furia's performance fluctuated wildly between their peak and their worst, making them less formidable than Team Liquid. The only person feeling significant pressure for this C9 practice match was probably the assistant coach Shi. Everyone warm up. No slacking off before the match starts. Shi clapped his hands, and everyone reluctantly complied. Especially Electronic, who wore a look of utter resentment. At this time previously he'd still be chatting with Bumble 4 and Perfecto. The warm-up made time fly, and the practice match began soon after. As soon as the band phase started before she could even speak the Captain Bumble, for had already made his decision. Let's just ban Nuke, it's their strong map. And our pick? Shi asked. We'll pick Mirage, it's been their lowest win rate map this half of the year. Shi nodded. The reply was fluent and immediate. Bumble 4's logic was sound, matching the data she had reviewed on Furia the night before. Clearly Bumble 4 was subconsciously starting to change his habits. After the ban and pick phase C9, selected Mirage, Furia picked Dust 2, and the decider map automatically defaulted to Vertigo. During the countdown C9 chose to start on the T side. She kept reminding them, remember your positions and responsibilities. Use this time to synergize and adjust the tempo. This is still their weak map, so let's aim for a strong start. Electronic shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. Isn't it just trading kills? Isn't that something anyone can do with their hands? Pistol round. Bumble 4 adopted a strategy from G2, probing mid in the early stages, and using the information to formulate defensive strategies for A and B sites. He sent Alexib alone towards the ramp, had Perfecto lurk through underpass, and initiated a default setup to gain control around the A site. From mid, Alexib attempted to push directly to the sandbags, but noticed the CT player in VIP firing 2 shots at him, forcing him to retreat. Bumble 4's instruction was to probe while trying to bait out the CTs from Arch or B short. So this time, unlike the previous day's scrim where he retreated from A short, Alexib kept peeking and dueling with the VIP player. B short. Confirmed one there. Alexib's voice came through the comms. He had successfully baited out the CT from B short. Shi thought for a moment. If an opponent dared to push out from B short, then a fast hit on B would be unstoppable. He could already guess Furia's setup, likely a 2A, 1 mid, 2B split. We can hit a site now. Bumble 4, throw the util. Hobbit you entry. Electronic you trade. Perfecto help Alexiv with VIP, and be short. With Yangshi's real-time suggestions, the offensive strategy unfolded. 2 smokes landed on and below the jump spot, followed by 2 flashes that sent Hobbit charging out of A1, blinding the Furia players near the A site completely. The veteran Fallen played it very safely, not pushing towards the bomb site. He threw a flash from CT spawn and pushed out just as it popped. Bang! Fallen killed Hobbit with a headshot using USP. Hobbit was taken down instantly. Electronic, arriving a step behind, ducked to avoid the flash, and without hesitation drew his P250 to trade the kill. Bang! Electronic killed Fallen with a headshot using P250 despite the kill. She didn't immediately praise him. She knew there was likely another player in the A site. This second duel would be the true test of Electronic's form. From behind the long box, Xerato, just recovering from the flash, heard Fallen's call for a trade and swung out towards the bomb site. Bang! Electronic killed Xerato with a headshot using P250. Nice shot. She exclaimed in excitement. The moment Xerato peeked, Electronic had already locked on. The reactions of a former world's second-best rifler were no joke. Then from the mid-area, Alexiv continued his baiting, but was ultimately killed by Yuri from B short. But Perfecto, catching them off guard, jumped from underpass onto the sofa, landed 2 quick headshots on the CT and VIP, then snapped his aim to B short and delivered 2 more headshots. Within less than 15 seconds of executing the strategy, they had completed a 2-4-4 trade. Only Art remained in the B site. Facing a 1v3 retake, this once great veteran couldn't hold on. As the score ticked to 1-0, a genuine spark of excitement appeared on everyone's faces. Does the game feel easier now? Perfecto remarked. Alexiv's baiting in mid was perfect. He drew the attention of those 2. I just had to lock on and trade, and the kills were there. Yeah, Bumble 4 added with a smile. After I threw my util, Electronic had already cleared the A site. All we had to do was hold and win. Hearing his teammates, Electronic began to get cocky. I told you my skill doesn't need your validation. This statement was directed at Yangshi. Yangshi just looked at him, saying nothing. The second round began shortly after. It was an eco round for Furia. But this time Electronic didn't wait for his teammates to entry. He dry-peeked A1 all by himself. Bang! Xerato killed Electronic with a headshot using Deagle. The screen turned gray. Bang! Another sound rang out. But this time it wasn't a headshot. It was the sound of Electronic slamming his fist on the desk. The training room fell silent for a second. Bumble 4 and Perfecto exchanged a glance, but neither spoke. Yangshi, witnessing this, could only sigh inwardly. Once bitten, twice shy. But the lesson never seems to stick. That shot was just like Electronic's P250 clutch against Xerato in the pistol round. Having his face slapped so quickly, his mentality was somewhat shaken. Fortunately, the opponents couldn't pick up his AK, and there was no sustained burst afterward. Once his teammates entered the A site, they quickly took control of the situation. The pistol round wasn't thrown away, and the score jumped to 2-0. At that moment, Electronic suddenly remembered that he had made a mistake earlier, yet Yangshi hadn't scolded him. He felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity. Electronic pried open his headset, slightly revealing half an ear, and turned his head a bit to look at Yangshi. Yangshi was just writing something with his head down, not looking at him. This made Electronic even more uncomfortable. For the next few hours, Yangshi didn't continuously set up tactics. He returned the shot, calling authority to Bumble 4, and Groove, only offering advice at critical junctures, letting the new system slowly find its rhythm through integration. 3 maps were finished quickly. The practice match ended without major surprises for C9. A 2-1 victory over Furia with respectable scorelines on each map. Well, how about it, coach? Young, am I up to your standards now? Electronic used the title that felt so grating to him once again. Although his overall stats for the game were impressive, Electronic still felt deep down it wasn't as satisfying as fragging out. Most importantly, he now had the best stats on the team, fully entitled to challenge Yangshi. Me, Yangshi replied calmly. As for meeting my standards, my answer is no. What exactly do you want? Electronic's face fell again, any hint of smugness vanishing instantly. You told me to play the support role, and I did it. Are you insane? And this was precisely the moment Yangshi was waiting for. He opened his little notebook, which recorded the players' mistakes from the match, and had dedicated a whole page to Electronic. Map 1 Round 2, Electronic got overconfident, rushed A1 alone, without waiting for his teammates, and was instantly killed by Xerato. Round 5, Bumble 4 called for AB short attack, and Hooksy had already pushed in. But Electronic insisted on staying behind the arch smoke to fight the CTs through it, nearly missing the B site execute opportunity. Round 9, a 3v5 clutch situation, no info on the B site, 40 seconds left to rotate. The team had decided not to hit A, but Electronic insisted on having Hooksy push forward while he traded, only to walk into a 4-man trap. Given that he traded 2, the punishment is light. Second half, round 16. Enough. Electronic's head was spinning. He interrupted. I get it. Just stop reading, damn it. Yangshi closed his notebook and looked at him silently. They sat in silence for a few seconds. Electronic stared back at Yangshi, the hostile look he usually reserved for outsiders noticeably fading. This wasn't acceptance, but a search for a counterattack. He knew brute force was useless. Yangshi had the manager's backing, and the coach clearly had real skills. But one day he would find a way to turn the tables. And this was exactly Yangshi's strategy, to constantly chip away at Electronic's temper. Mere verbal concessions were meaningless. Watching their silent confrontation, Bumble 4 and Groove felt a bit awkward being stuck in the middle. Bumble 4 spoke up to break the silence. Coach Yang, today's practice match wrapped up well. We can feel the overall effect. Our win rate in scrims has gone up, and our expectations for the game have changed too. Groove chimed in indeed. Compared to the system I usually coach, this one has far fewer weaknesses. It's just not stable, yet given we've only been integrating for a day. In the first two maps of this BO3, C9 and Furia were evenly matched. It wasn't until the third map, when the opponent's form dipped, that C9 secured a comfortable win. But Groove was being realistic. One or two practices wouldn't make this system instantly click. This system was likely still in its development phase for IM Chengdu. If it produces results, great, if not, an early trip home. Groove had already mentally prepared for that. Yangshi was also aware of this. Bob had mentioned that if IM Chengdu didn't yield results, management would definitely instigate another roster change for the C9 CS division. At that point, this system would have to be scrapped and rebuilt, a complete waste of effort. Alright then. You guys go over the match and analyze the problems just like we did yesterday. Yangshi glanced at Groove. I'll go ask Bob if we can schedule another practice match to keep solidifying the system. With that, he pushed the door and left. Electronic was stunned. Damn it. I have to work overtime again. Training lasted from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., 12 hours straight. Electronic was experiencing training hours he hadn't seen since his Navi days, and claiming it wasn't exhausting after all these years. That was impossible. As he left, he shot Yangshi a fierce glare. Yangshi didn't mind. At least the guy had learned that trash talk was useless, and the day's training had genuinely managed to temper his mindset and frustration. One day, Yangshi would make this high-voltage force dependent on his system. One by one, the players left exhaustion etched on their faces. Having been used to the more relaxed American style, this level of intensity was indeed a rarity for them. As Yangshi was about to leave, he noticed Bumble for still sitting there reviewing the demos from today's practice. Groove passed by and stopped, and the two chatted casually about the details. Before he could feel a sense of relief, Brother Yang, Ale, who had already left, suddenly turned back to greet Yangshi. Yangshi raised his hand in response. Ale then silently sat back down, turned on his PC, opened an AIM training map, and started practicing his sniping. Yangshi watched them for a few seconds, then turned and left without entering or saying a word. Before he reached his room, someone called out to him. Yang. It was Groove, who had followed him, looking tired, but with a slight smile on his lips. Something up? Nothing major. Groove paused for a moment, then continued, I just wanted to ask you a question. How far do you think we can go at IM Chengdu? Yangshi was a bit surprised. Groove wasn't asking about tactics, but a question about the future. Yangshi thought for a moment, then spoke. Actually, I don't think you should be asking me that, but rather asking yourself. How high do you want to take C9? Do you still want to prove yourself on this stage? Groove fell silent. You're the head coach now, not me, Yangshi concluded. That's an answer you have to fill in. Without further expanding on the topic, she turned and pushed open the door to his room. Groove stood in the corridor, not leaving immediately. Was Yangshi speaking from the perspective of a player, or from that of a coach? He couldn't quite figure it out for a moment. 4 days later, the day before IM Chengdu. Before departure, downstairs at the base, the commercial van had already been waiting for a while. Ale was the last to come down, carrying a suitcase in one hand and holding his phone in the other, which was playing a demo of the top-tier sniper ZYWO. For this Chengdu event, Vitality had not participated as they were preparing for the EPLS 19 season. Yangshi watched, saying nothing. Just before getting on the bus, Electronics suddenly pulled Bumble 4 aside and whispered something in his ear, his voice so low that Yangshi couldn't hear it. Bumble 4 was silent for a moment after hearing it, then turned to look at Yangshi. Yangshi pretended not to notice, lowering his head to load his luggage into the trunk. The plane was about to take off. Destination, IM Chengdu. Alright everyone. With less than 10 minutes to go before the IM Chengdu tournament officially begins, let's chat about the participating teams and lineups before the matches start. The sharp voice of the streamer machine pierced through the screen from the 6657 broadcast. Immediately the screen was flooded with bullet comments. Machine is finally streaming. This Chengdu event seems pretty low tier. It looks like FaZe might actually win this one. Could the eternal runner-up finally clutch a championship? Frozen joined FaZe 6 months ago and has already racked up 4 second-place finishes. Hilarious. Hard to say, the runner-up curse might just continue with an upset, mainly because a lot of top-tier teams skipped this one. Watching the comments on the secondary screen, machine nodded. He quickly pulled up the HLTV page and started scanning the participating teams for Chengdu. Honestly, this Chengdu event isn't bad, it's still S tier. But one comment hit the nail on the head. The overall level here is definitely lower. There are 3 Chinese teams here this time. I hate to say it, but they're purely here to farm some points. Meanwhile, the Blast World final champion Vitality didn't show up, the Katowice champion Spirit is absent, and the major champion Navi is also missing. These 3 were all absolute favorites for the title. But just by looking at it, you can already predict the outcome. The champion this time can only come from one of FaZe MOUZ or G2. The bullet comments started rolling in response. These 3 teams. World 2 FaZe, World 3 G2, World 6 MOUZ. Why doesn't the machine god mention World 9 C9? C9. No contest. What right do they have to go up against those 3 teams? They're not even in the same league. FaZe is the eternal runner-up, always making it to the finals. G2 has been racking up titles recently, making them a top contender. MOUZ the Mice are absolute group stage dominators. C9. What do they even have? I know this one: Electronics' furious bad luck, Bumble 4's absolute laziness, Perfecto's utter helplessness, and the playoff chokes from Axe 1, Lou, and Hobbit. Ha ha ha. The comments were just laughing their heads off at the mention of C9. Anyone who follows the scene knows C9 hasn't achieved anything in years, even with former Navi stars like Electronic and Bumble 4 joining a few years back. What have they accomplished? Where are the results? They're the playoff gatekeepers, only to be kicked out immediately. No one expects C9 to pull off an upset against those three teams at this event. It's only natural. Machine let out a wry smile watching the comments. After all he had witnessed that era in 2021, the Electronic Tyrant, the evil Bumble 4, the simple boy S1 Impel, the headshot king, B1T, the 1v1 god Perfecto. That was their time. Then came a force majeure event that reshaped the global landscape. The old Navi lineup fell apart. S1 Impel chose to step down, and rest B1T continued to fight for NAVI, while the other three Russians moved to C9, but failed to resurrect their former glory. Now looking at the opening Bow 1 matchup between FaZe and C9, Machine's tone was flat. C9's first match is against FaZe. We all know how this goes. They're the America's playoff gatekeepers. Seems like they'll lose the first one, then claw their way back through the lower bracket, maybe make it to the top 6, struggle a bit, and then get eliminated in the top 6 or top 4. Machine let out another wry laugh and switched to another matchup. Alright, let's not dwell on C9. Let's focus on how long our CNCS teams can survive on home soil. The C9 logo lingered on the screen for less than 2 seconds before being swiped away. C9. We're up against them after MOUZ finishes playing TYLO. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, in the FaZe backstage lounge, Kerrigan, the big leader, said intently while reviewing the HLTV match records. The opening Bow 1 was just starting with the A and B main stages needing to rotate matches. The others could warm up with some aim training, but as the captain, he needed to study the opponents more thoroughly and run the necessary checks. I wonder if that guy actually came along with C9 to this event. Enyo, as usual, had nothing to do and just sat on the sidelines watching the big screen. Hearing this, he couldn't help but chuckle, still hung up on that kid. Even if he did come, he's probably just running errands in the backstage. If you went to the C9 lounge, you might actually run into him. Kerrigan pondered for a moment. Recently, FaZe hadn't managed to schedule any scrims with C9, as they typically only practiced against European teams. But as captain, he was privy to some inside rumors from the Americas region. Kerrigan blurted out instinctively, C9 has been noticeably more dedicated in their scrims lately. I heard they've been working on a new system. Is there a chance it was developed by that Chinese guy? Oh, I've heard about that. Probably just Grove having a third win, desperately trying to save a sinking ship. Enyo refused to believe C9 would hire some rookie with no resume to speak of. Enyo continued, as for that Chinese guy, you've seen how the CN scene is a complete mess. Even if he did become an assistant coach, how good could he possibly be? Kerrigan didn't respond, instead staring at the C9 logo on the screen for a couple of seconds before nodding. True. He once again agreed with Enyo. The objective facts were clear. It was hard to truly believe someone with a blank resume could change anything. He closed the HLTV page, grabbed his mouse, and started practicing his aim. In stark contrast, the C9 backstage lounge was much quieter. Yangshi, though not the head coach, was constantly urging everyone to practice seriously. Even Electronic had stopped his usual antics upon arriving at the venue, knowing full well that official matches were a completely different beast from scrims. At times like this, he actually got serious, and the resentment he usually held towards Yang, she had almost vanished from his face. Brother Yang, let me ask you something. Bumble 4, who was diligently practicing, suddenly spoke up. Go ahead. Why don't you play professionally? The others in the lounge didn't pay much attention to their conversation. But Yangshi knew that this question wasn't something Bumble 4 and the others had only just thought of. He didn't answer immediately, instead glancing at the big screen showing the match between TYLO and MOUZ. The score was brutal. Tylo, the Chinese team, had only managed to secure 1 point, while MOUZ, the European top-tier team, was already at 12. Just 1 point away, and Tylo, China's number 1, was about to drop into the lower bracket in their opening Bow 1. I did play professionally once, Yangshi replied. You did, oi? Bumble 4 was taken aback. When? Where? A place where I didn't make much of a name for myself. Bumble 4 looked at Yangshi and fell silent for a few seconds. A place where he didn't make much of a name. What did that mean? He wanted to press further, but Yangshi had already put on his headphones, leaned back against the sofa, and closed his eyes. A minute of silence passed. On the big screen, TYLO lost the match with a score of 1-13, falling into the lower bracket. Just as Yangshi reopened his eyes, he saw Bob and Grove walking over. Grove's brow was furrowed as if he had something to say, but Bob spoke first. Yang, there's something I've been thinking about for a while. He looked at Yangshi with a serious tone. You're playing on home turf, and you mentioned wanting to test if you have what it takes to be a coach. Well, the opportunity is right here. To avoid any unexpected slip-ups in the opening Bow 1 that could drop us to the lower bracket, I've decided to put you in the starting lineup. Mie. Yangshi was stunned. Electronic's voice rang out almost simultaneously. He stood up, his face a mask of disbelief. This was the very thing Electronic dreaded most, and now it had arrived. He was about to voice his objection, but out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of Yang Shi. However, there was no surprise, no panic on Yang Shi's face, only pure focus. Clearly he had already entered his battle state. And it seemed he had been waiting for this moment all along. Electronic, seeing that expression, instinctively swallowed his words and sat back down. Bob glanced at Grove, who was silent for 2 seconds before finally nodding. On the screen, the match between TYLO and MOUZ had concluded, and the countdown for the next match had begun to tick. C9 versus FaZe was about to begin. It was drizzling in Chengdu today. On the first day of CNCS at home, no surprises were delivered. After the first round of matches, LVG and TYLO both fell into the lower bracket. As for the other teams, Steel Helmet, led by Captain Imo, the captain of the Peak Tianlu, in 2018. This team was different from LVG and TYLO. No one had any expectations for them, most people just saw them as a joke. It could be said that CNCS had reached its darkest hour on the very first day of IM Chengdu. Same old script, huh? In the 66-57 stream, Wan Jiqi switched between the A and B stages. LVG lost to VP. TYLO lost to MOUZ. Next up was the lower bracket. If they lost again, they'd be heading straight home. No, they were already home. Though the outcome was roughly what the predictions had said, Wan Jiqi still hoped to see CNCS pull off an upset. But as it stood, the hope was slim. I guess we'll see how far they can go in the lower bracket. He sighed, then switched the stream to the next BO1 to shift his sorrow. At least okay. Later, when FaZe plays C9, we can see the former world's second-best rifler Electronic in his classic Unlucky compilation. On the other side, the atmosphere in the C9 lounge was oppressively tense. Groove was saying something, but the players clearly couldn't focus. The reason was simple. Yang Shi was originally just an assistant coach, but now he had to step in as the head coach temporarily. In practice matches, his tactics and analysis were recognized. But when it came to actual official matches, especially facing a team like FaZe, changing the coach at the last minute was a huge taboo. Even Groove could only helplessly try to calm the players, urging them to play as they had in recent scrims. Just relax. Don't overthink it. Even if Coach Yang takes the helm, we might not necessarily lose. Bob stood by, feeling the oppressive atmosphere of the final minutes before the match. His expression was uncertain. This wasn't a decision made on impulse. They couldn't afford to lose. Yang Shi was the true architect of the current new system. Regardless of the outcome, this trip to Chengdu would determine whether C9 could continue moving forward and whether his own job was safe. So they had to win the first BO1. And IM's format mandated a BO1 for the first match, switching to BO3 from the second round on. This made the first Swiss round extremely unforgiving. A loss would send them to the lower bracket. Entering the lower bracket for the first time was like a king's vital blade. It could save them once. But another loss in the lower bracket would send them straight home. No one could say whether they could fight their way back then. Bob walked over to Yang Shi, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "The pressure is immense, isn't it?" Yang Shi was currently flipping through Bumble 4's tactical notes. The paper was densely covered with various marks he had organized. Yang Shi wanted to cram in every habit and weakness of each FaZe player in the final minutes before the match. Because he knew very well that once the match truly began, he would have few opportunities to directly influence the game. Only 3 timeouts per side, 6 in total, each lasting 1 minute. So many things had to be communicated to Bumble 4 in advance. It wasn't until Bob tapped him that Yang Shi snapped back to reality. Huge. Of course it's huge. But since this battle has been entrusted to me, it means they trust my ability. Since I'm standing here, I have to find a way to lead the team to victory. These words happened to reach Electronic's ears. Electronic looked at Yang Shi without speaking. Over the past week, he had seen Yang Shi doubted, berated, and ignored, but never once had he panicked. And today was no exception. He didn't like Yang Shi. That feeling hadn't changed from the bottom of his heart. But he hated losing even more. Alright, stop the fucking noise. Electronic spoke up, his voice loud, and the training room instantly fell silent. Everyone looked over, including Yang Shi. Bob gave him the task. Electronic didn't look at Yang Shi, just at the other players. Then let's trust him for once. If you have any complaints, we'll talk after we win. With that, he lowered his head and put his headphones back on. The restlessness in the training room gradually subsided. This surprised Yang Shi somewhat. After a week together, this was the first time he had heard Electronic speak up for him. But Yang Shi merely glanced at him, without praise, just lowered his head again to continue filling in the tactical notes. 5 minutes before the match, in the commentary booth, Lai Xiaofeng and QU, as the official Chinese casters for the offline event, had the lineup information scrolling on the screen. For C9 versus FaZe, I actually feel like FaZe could also pull off an upset. After all coming back from hell, those who watch FaZe matches should understand. Lai Xiaofeng started, but Xiu shook his head. The comeback from hell buff usually works against strong teams. The current C9, I think FaZe chances of choking in a BO1 aren't high. As they discussed, the director cut to the team entrance. Then both of them froze for a moment. Had C9's coach changed? Meanwhile, Wan Jiqi was also watching the clean feed. When he saw that Chinese face leading the way, he was completely stunned. Who is that? Is that Groove? But he looks Asian. Wan Jiqi was puzzled. Even if Groove had plastic surgery, he couldn't turn from European to Asian, right? The chat started spamming. C9 changed coach. Impossible, there's no news of Groove being benched, nor of C9 bringing in a new coach. Then who is that? Looks like one of us Chinese. Could C9 actually beat FaZe after changing their coach? Wanjichi was also getting anxious from the chat. While the teams were still setting up their equipment, he quickly opened HLTV to check the roster. He clicked on C9's lineup. Groove. Electronic. Bumble 4. Perfecto. Hobbit. Axe 1 Lu. No problem, right? Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed a word at the bottom of the lineup. Substitute coach. Wait. Substitute coach. Yang. He really is one of us Chinese. Excited Wanjichi switched between match feeds to compare. But no matter how he looked, he had never seen this face in the domestic CS scene. The ID, Yang, was clearly the pinyin for the Chinese surname Yang. But Jamyang wasn't Yang. He was still on Tyloo. Before he could figure it out, the BO1 teams had already entered the server. The map was Overpass. FaZe got the pick side and unsurprisingly took CT. As the pistol round began, Wanjichi quickly switched into caster mode. The match has started. This is the first time I felt the match began too quickly. Welcome to this first round Swiss BO1 between C9 and FaZe, and it seems C9's coach has been replaced. C9 start on attack. FaZe with a classic 2A3B setup, Kerrigan double stacking to peak construction. But Perfecto going to construction first thing was ready for that exact spot. Bang, bang. 2 Glock headshots followed by the kill feed. Perfecto using Glock headshot killed Kerrigan. What's going on? C9 seems to have known FaZe would double stack construction in the pistol round. And on the other side towards bathrooms, C9 didn't hesitate. They went straight for a sight. Kerrigan, who was instantly eliminated, was stunned. His death cam lingered on the kill feed staring at Perfecto's ID. The double boost at the construction site was indeed one of his habits, but he didn't always do it. Why was C9 so certain that he would boost in the pistol round? He wanted to speak, but the sound of the A-site bomb detonation had already rung out. Rop's voice came through the comms AAA. They rushed right from the start. Even Rop's, a top 3 player in the world, had never seen C9 in this state before. They instantly eliminated Kerrigan's double boost, and in the next moment, they were already rushing the bathroom and A-long, without any further probing. This wasn't the C9 he knew. Yet he couldn't abandon the position. He could only hold the line with Rain, trying to withstand the frontal pressure. A flashbang flew over the bathroom. Rop's, positioned at the car's front, quickly ducked behind cover. Footsteps approached. He listened, aimed toward the lower area. Bang. Rop's headshot Hobbit with USP. His reaction was lightning fast, securing the first kill cleanly. When the kill feed popped up, he froze. The ID wasn't electronic. He quickly realized that C9's players had shifted positions. Hobbit was the bait. The one following up for the trade was electronic. In that instant, Rops wanted to dodge, but he had no chance to retreat into cover. Bang. Electronic headshot Rops with P250. The crisp sound of the P250 A, and Rops fell to the ground. Rain was holding the bomb site box, trying to duel A-long, but finding no opportunity. Noticing Rop's death, he instinctively peeked left to try to eliminate the player below, hoping to salvage one side. But that was electronic. The former world's second-best rifler. Bang. Electronic headshot Rain with P250. The cold bullet turned the screen gray. Rain slumped back in his chair, falling into a brief silence. The A site is lost. There are still 3 at the front. C9's decisive command smashed through the A site, completely stunning Kerrigan on the player bench. When had they become so aggressive? But Kerrigan quickly issued a retake order, even though he knew deep down that this situation was nearly impossible to turn around. At this point, there was definitely a terrorist at the construction site. Retaking from the B site meant being caught in a crossfire. The only solution was to first eliminate Perfecto at the construction site, then fight a 2v3 and come up through the sewers. But Perfecto wasn't stupid. With the advantage, he had already retreated to the T-spawn, blocking the infiltration routes from the bathroom and the T area. Kerrigan had his teammate try, but it was hopeless. TCH. Kerrigan clicked his tongue. Save the armor. The bomb exploded. The two of them huddled under the stairs in the T-spawn, not moving. C9 got off to a strong start. The score was 1-0. After losing the first round, inexplicably Kerrigan finally began to wonder, why had C9 suddenly become so formidable? He instinctively looked up at the people sitting across from him. He froze. The person sitting at the back was not Grove. It was a face he recognized. That coach. He turned to Enio, but before he could finish, Enio had already seen it. In fact, from the moment Perfecto had set up the double boost at the construction site, Enio had been staring at the opposite bench. That direct tactical approach was not something Grove would do, nor was it the C9 he knew. Then he followed his gaze to the coach seat. His face had long lost its composure. A week ago, that man had stood in the elevator of the FaZe base, saying he wanted to apply for a coaching assistant position. He had sneered at the time, thinking it was a joke. But now why had that guy become the head coach of the opposing team? And he had used a tactic specifically targeting FaZe pistol round habits to directly win the pistol round. He couldn't speak during the non-timeout period, but his face said it all. Kerrigan looked at Enio's expression and felt somewhat numb. Because before the match, Enio had said, "What can that Chinese guy change?" And Kerrigan had nodded in agreement. Now it seemed he had never been wrong. Inside the 6657 livestream room. After the bomb explosion, the streamer play machine stared blankly at the screen for a few seconds. Even the chat had stopped scrolling. This was the first time play machine had seen anything like it. But the next moment, the chat exploded. Is this C9? What did I just see? FaZe tactics were completely figured out by C9. Holy crap, that double boost perfecto looked like he had wall hacks. He didn't even glance at long, and not at B short either. He just aimed at the double boost spot. That electronic tyrant. His aim was insane. Huh, is this the new coach's doing? Is it him? The chat flooded like a burst dam. Playmachine stared at the second monitor replaying everything that had just happened, feeling that it was incredibly unbelievable for C9. As the replay appeared, he finally spoke. Okay, let's recap what just happened. Following the replay, the first clip was from Perfecto's perspective. This kill Perfecto came out of T-spawn, he didn't check long. After arriving at the construction site, he didn't check B short either. The first thing he pre-aimed was the double boost spot. It was as if he knew Kerrigan would definitely double boost. After securing that kill, C9's frontal force didn't probe deeper into the A site, because the B site double boost meant there were two players, and they judged that someone was likely holding long. Playmachine paused, surprised. It's as if FaZe positioning was deduced by Ponchio, just like that. Then, C9 rushed forward. Rops held the pressure at the car, dodged, and headshot Hobbit. But electronic. He switched to a trade position, and with the P250 in his hand, he didn't let Rops escape. Playmachine froze the frame on the kill feed, looking at the familiar, yet unfamiliar ID, electronic. This is no longer the unlucky electronic. He's a god. In an instant he eliminated Rops, then even flicked and one-shot Rain. After this commentary, Playmachine felt his scalp tingle. He paused for a moment, then took a breath. This entire set of tactics was definitely designed by someone who studied FaZe habits in advance. At that moment the camera cut to the C9 player bench. There that unfamiliar Chinese man was shouting excitedly with the C9 players, his face bearing a rare confidence for a Chinese player. The chat continued scrolling. Could it really be designed by this Chinese coach? Really? But who is this Yang? A coach like him, not coaching in China, but going abroad. I can understand Coach Yang going abroad to coach since domestic teams are weak anyway. But what I don't understand is, where did this guy come from? Playmachine first looked at the screen. Then he was silent for a few seconds. Then he slowly spoke. I don't know who this Yang is. I don't know where he came from either, but if what we just saw was really designed by him, then I can only say that in this BO1 of FaZe might not necessarily win. Beautiful. Yang, she stood up from behind, fist bumping each of the C9 players one by one. Keep playing like this, and we have nothing to fear from them. At the end of the round, the coach was granted a brief 10-second window to speak outside of timeouts. But it could only be words of encouragement. No hand signals, no tactical suggestions. Those were the rules. Any violation would result in an immediate penalty and ejection from the match. On the FaZe bench, they too finished their round of fist bumps. But Kerrigan, staring at the familiar, yet unfamiliar Chinese face across from him, couldn't help but mutter. His rise has been a bit too fast, hasn't it? A week ago he was a complete novice, and now he's C9's head coach. The others also turned their gaze toward the man they vaguely recognized, confusion written across every face. Frozen, damn. I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't mentioned it. Brokey, it's insane. Did C9 lose their minds, or does he really have that much experience? Rain, after that first pistol round I could tell this wasn't C9's usual style. But Rops was particularly fixated on the opposing coach because he remembered clearly. It was Yangshi who back at the base that day had specifically told him to focus more on the secondary AWP role. Today he'd finally get to test it. Let's go. We can't fall here in the first bow one. Rops spoke up first, and the rest followed suit, shaking off their doubts and shouting words of encouragement to one another. After a simple eco round, the third round arrived. FaZe economy was shaky, but Kerrigan still believed chasing the score was more important, so he decisively called for a full buy. This round, he made an adjustment, shifting their playstyle to be more aggressive. Rops pushed up early to the restrooms, holding down the sewers and T-ramp angles. Brokey created a false presence at a long, while he, Rain, and Frozen held down the lower B site, guarding against the sudden C9 rush. It was Kerrigan's signature aggressive default, and his teammates executed it with practiced ease. But C9's rhythm this round was completely different from what he had anticipated. Unlike their pistol round strategy, C9 didn't push forward immediately to gain information this time. Instead, they gathered information slowly from multiple different angles simultaneously. Everyone was moving, but no one was truly committing. It felt like they were probing for FaZe weaknesses. Kerrigan kept a close eye on the mini-map in the top corner, but as the seconds ticked away, his brow furrowed deeper. Because by now Brokey at Along had already made contact with the terrorists. Yet C9 showed no intention of rushing. Instead, they forced Brokey out with a well-placed flash, seemingly falling for the A-long bait. But then came the information from Rops. Near the restrooms, the T's haven't attempted any infiltration. Kerrigan had a nagging feeling. Rops' position at the restroom connector had been spotted. They seemed to be probing exactly where Rops was standing. Rops, that restroom spot is too dangerous. Try double swinging along with Brokey, take out that T, then fall back to the site to defend. He gave the order swiftly. Rops' position might have still been a mystery, but Kerrigan felt the risk was too high. If he dropped, C9 could rush instantly, leaving a site wide open. And they'd never make it back in time to retake. Rops acknowledged the order and moved in sync with Brokey, starting their double swing at Along. Rops had just peeked out from the connector. Bang. Axe1 Lu kills Rops with AWP. Axe1 Lu had already set up his AWP behind the A-long box, waiting precisely for Rops to make that move. Brokey tried to trade the kill, but as soon as he swung out, he realized there was more than one player at Along. Rat-tat-tat. Bullets from two AK-47s tore into his face instantly. Electronic Hobbit kills Brokey with AK-47 headshot. 3 at a long. They've committed. Kerrigan got the information and quickly moved with Frozen to retake from the lower levels, only then realizing that C9 had never intended to hit B this round. But just as Kerrigan reached the dumpster, footsteps from the restroom direction were already closing in, accompanied by a flashbang that popped right in his face. Can't retake. Save your guns. Fully blinded, he made the call to save his weapon, the safe play. He knew the retake was impossible. If there were 2 in the restrooms and 3 at a long, a 3v5 retake was utterly pointless. Even though he wasn't entirely sure if the 2 in the restrooms had rotated from a long. This was an official match, and he wasn't willing to gamble. The score settled at 3-0. That one's on me. As the C4 exploded, Rops glanced at his teammates. Kerrigan slumped back in his chair, staring at the screen, without a hint of blame toward anyone. His mind rapidly replayed the issues from the past few rounds. Getting double swinged and predicted in the pistol round could be explained. His habits were predictable, and it was normal for opponents to study them. But this third round, Rops had seized the perfect opportunity to take the aggressive forward position at the restroom connector, and Brokey had been laying down heavy pressure at a long. Yet C9 still waited for the absolute perfect moment to strike. In just 3 rounds, the opponent had constantly shifted their playstyle. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. We saved 3 guns last round, we can still fight. Kerrigan said in a low voice, re-strategizing. I'll give my M4 to Rops. Frozen, you're with me. We push hard at the start, clear out the sewers, and try to take control of construction. Round 4 saw FaZe pull out a non-standard play. Kerrigan, wielding an MP9, charged straight into the sewers with Frozen right behind him, perfectly timing C9's utility dump at the T-ramp. Hobbit was deadly accurate. The moment he spotted Kerrigan, he instantly took him down. Kerrigan, caught off guard, panicked for a split second. But thankfully Frozen didn't let him down. Facing the follow-up from Hobbit and Electronic, he unleashed a ferocious spray with his M4, clutching a double kill. The double kill in the sewers threw C9 into momentary disarray. Perfecto, just stepping out of construction, got anxious. Forgetting to check the B connector information, he instinctively started wallbanging to try and catch Frozen. Gunfire suddenly erupted from B connector. Bang, bang. Rain kills Perfecto with M4, a 1 headshot. 2 crisp headshots rang out. Within less than 20 seconds of the round, FaZe's aggressive counter to construction had netted them a 1-4-3 trade, seizing the defensive momentum. With only Axe 1 Lu and Bumble 4 left, C9 decided against playing the clutch, retreating near the T-ramp to save their weapons. The 4 surviving FaZe players didn't press their luck, either holding their angles to deny the opponent any chance to claw back an advantage. As the clock hit 0, the score became 3-1. Kerrigan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as the 5th round began, he realized he had still underestimated C9's adaptability. This round, C9's positioning. No, they didn't have any fixed positioning at all. Bumble 4, seeing that Kerrigan favored controlling the restrooms, immediately called for an early B-site rush, denying any chance for a retake. 15 seconds into the round, Rain, who had just settled into the B-site, hadn't even decided whether to conserve utility when the B-site rush exploded into action. Brokey managed to dodge the initial push with his AWP from the 2nd floor, but whiffed his shot after reacquiring his target. Fully flashed, Rain quickly hid behind a pillar, but before the effect could even wear off, Bumble 4 stormed out of the smoke and took him down with an MP9. Kerrigan attempted to make something happen through the sewers for the retake, but Perfecto was this time holding the stairs at the T-ramp entrance to the sewers, playing a deep second position angle. The moment Kerrigan pushed through the iron door, he was mowed down by a side shot spray. Brokey whiffed, Rain got insta-killed, Kerrigan was caught off guard, B-site fell, and FaZe had no retake options left. The score read 4-1. The moment the round ended, Kerrigan called their first timeout. Over past Death Amusement Park. A map where CT's spawn point is directly on the bomb site, and CT's retake is basically just up and down between A and B. This is absolutely a CT-sided map, and whenever this map appears in a tournament, almost 90 of teams will directly choose CT side to start. FaZe was no exception. After winning the pick side, they didn't hesitate. But now the score. After 5 rounds, they only got 1 point. It felt more like a T-sided map than a CT-sided one. The 4 rounds T-side normally takes is already a balanced situation, let alone only 5 rounds have passed, and FaZe still has 7 defensive rounds to play in the second half. Kerrigan sat in his chair, staring at the 4-1 score on the screen, silent for a few seconds. How could he not call this timeout? On the FaZe player bench, 5 people sat in brief silence. 3 guns were saved, enough economy to buy full rifles and an AWP, but the score gap made everyone feel unfamiliar. Brokey, who had committed a mistake in the previous round, lowered his head, not daring to speak. Kerrigan didn't immediately set up a tactic either. He just glanced at the speechless Enyo, then at Yangshi on the opposite side. Yangshi sat in his seat, holding a tactical paper, stood up, and engaged in a frantic conversation with his teammates, completely ignoring his gaze. Do you remember? The day he came to our base for an interview last week. Kerrigan spoke, not asking about tactics, but about Enyo. Enyo covered his head, looking at the floor. I remember. That sentence he said about the coach. Do you remember? Enyo was silent for 2 seconds. He said, as long as you have something in your head, that's enough. Kerrigan sighed, didn't respond. He withdrew his gaze, looked back at the screen, and began to set up, play from deep positions, no more peeking. Brokey hold near along with the AWP, and look for opportunities. Rop swap positions with Rain, and then. Kerrigan paused but still said it. Buy a secondary AWP, and look for chances. Leave the trade kills to me and Frozen. He dared not give too many tactics. Because the score gap was widening if he rashly tried something, and it didn't work, the gap would only grow larger. All he could do now was return to the standard default defense, wait for C9 to reveal a weakness through their probing, and then break them down one by one. As for the secondary AWP, this was also an idea he had gained from observing Rop's training recently. Now with one AWP at A and one at B, it provided more security for deep defense. 6,657 stream. The barrage comments were still flooding. Wanjichi put down his water cup, stared at the timeout screen, and said, "Let me talk about what I've observed from C9 so far. In these 5 rounds, C9's tactics were almost different every time. They give me a feeling of mini shadows. It's like stitching together the playstyles of all the top teams in the scene, constantly switching back and forth, making it hard for FaZe to counter. This is definitely not random play. Peng Xiu has studied FaZe, or rather that Yang has studied them." Wanjichi had to admit that the current C9 seemed to be pioneering a brand new system. The effect was quite good, but at the same time, he also saw some drawbacks of this system. He paused, his tone becoming calmer. Analytically, C9 is clearly still in the adaptation phase. There are many aspects that aren't done well. For example, in FaZe's first round, if Perfecto hadn't been so eager to wallbang, they would have had a chance in the 3v4. Or take the 5th round, C9 just won. They rushed B and caught a perfect timing, but their coordination was quite poor. The moment they threw utility, Huashirfu was fully flashed, and Dianzigu was half-flashed. If not for Peng Xiu's timely cleanup and the opposing Opera Brokey Swift, that round's attack could have been dismantled. Of course, what Wanjichi saw went far beyond that. The first 3 rounds also had some minor issues. Although he didn't elaborate, it was already clear that the current C9 was not impossible to defend against. Overall, if FaZe grinds out a few more rounds, they'll likely close the gap a bit. As he spoke, the director's camera panned to the C9 player bench. Yangshi had already stood up, using the opponent's timeout to speak to his teammates, holding a tactical paper. Wanjichi smiled slightly this round. FaZe might have just given C9 the chance to adjust their details. Ichovi, give me those utility properly. On the stage during the timeout at the C9 player bench, Yangshi stood up holding a tactical paper, but he wasn't earnestly setting up tactics. He was fiercely scolding his teammates. He first targeted a low. What the hell was that flash? If not for Peng Xiu's smoke spray and cleanup, Dianzigu and Huashirfu here would have been collateraled by Rain. And in the 4th round, Yangshi turned his gaze to Perfecto. You watched Dianzigu and Huashirfu get double killed. Why were you in such a hurry to expose your position? Couldn't you first confirm that B short is clear before clearing the underpass? Perfecto also smiled wryly and nodded. The scolded players looked embarrassed, but none of them dared to argue. This score difference was brought by Yangshi and Peng Xiu's tactics, so they had no right to talk back. Yangshi knew the timeout was limited. He had to put pressure on his teammates to make them pay more attention to details. Otherwise, once FaZe adapted, if C9 couldn't secure a few more rounds in the first half, the second half might be unstable. After all, with FaZe raw strength, they could still make a comeback. After Yangshi finished scolding, Peng Xiu quickly took over, looking down at the notes on the tactical paper. Bro Yang, I see you've marked here that after expanding the lead, we can focus on attacking from the smaller sites. Should we do a slow B push this round? Hearing Peng Xiu's question, Yangshi thought for 2 seconds. Because the tactical plan on the paper was not absolute. After all, once the game started, Yangshi could not speak. The content on the tactical paper was just a direction from the coach. The actual execution depended on the players' on-the-spot performance. And this approach had always been the case, including when Yangshi played in his previous life. No need, Yangshi shook his head. Still control the map, constipation play. Dianzigu frowned, constipation. Yeah, stay still in the early and mid-game, quietly wait for the opponent to make a mistake first, Yangshi explained. On this big CT-sided map with this score, they called a timeout. They must be thinking about how to adjust. But after these 5 rounds, they can't figure out our attack direction, so we don't need to rush. Control the map early, wait until the last 50 seconds. If the opponent doesn't give us an opportunity, then we'll execute the original plan and move toward B with utility, because a site is harder to defend than B, and B is likely their weak side for stacking. All the teammates nodded. Dianzigu was no exception. On the battlefield, he put aside his usual tsundere attitude. The referee signaled, and the timeout was about to end. Yangshi added one last sentence. Remember, it's normal to lose rounds because our system is immature, but we must do our best on the details. The referee's gesture fell, and he fell silent. The timeout ended and the match resumed. C9 set out as the attacking side once more, yet no one was in a hurry to push forward. The 5 players spread out in different directions, moving slowly and holding their positions. There were no utility probes, no heroic solo infiltrations. They simply held the tension, refusing to give the opponent any information. Wanjichi stared at the screen, recognizing the strategy. C9 is still using the same approach as the 3rd round, waiting for FaZe to make the first mistake. On FaZe side, Rops carried the AWP and moved toward B short, pre-aiming the vent entrance for a few seconds before finding no opportunity. Frozen followed closely behind, while Kerrigan tossed a smoke for long, clutched a flashbang, and watched the construction site direction seemingly ready to push forward. In the end, he put away his utility and retreated to the bomb site. Then Kerrigan called Frozen over for a double boost. But just as Frozen settled into position, he canceled the plan. Normally Wanjichi could already picture the entire construction site and sewer being locked down by FaZe. He's playing too safe. Wanjichi couldn't help but remark. Time was slipping away. Kerrigan stared at the minimap, and that unsettling feeling crept back over him. No information from long, none from construction, none from bathroom, and none from along. The 5C9 players had simply vanished as if they were huddled in some corner of the terrorist spawn, never moving at all. Brokey had been holding along for a full 40 seconds without blinking. Finally unable to resist, he blinked and asked what the hell are they trying to do. Kerrigan didn't answer, because deep down he already had a hunch C9 was forcing FaZe into a mistake. As time continued to tick away, the pressure would keep mounting on FaZe. In the final 40 seconds, 30 seconds, FaZe would have to make a choice. Would they stack A or reinforce B? Any wrong move on one side would hand the other side over to the enemy on a silver platter. That was the most insidious part of C9's strategy. But even though Kerrigan knew it was a trap, he had no choice. If they weren't going to gamble now, they would have to actively seek out information. The glaring 1-4 scoreline at the top of the screen gave FaZe no room to play it safe. With 50 seconds left, Kerrigan gritted his teeth. Rops, you and Frozen go to construction and try again. Get some info. I'll give you a flash to clear the angle. Get a kill if you can, if not come back fast. Then we stack up. He knew he was walking into a trap, but there was no other option. Rops acknowledged and followed Frozen out. At the same time, a flashbang flew from B bomb site toward the construction site, bursting with a loud pop. The two players swung out in sync with the flash. But Perfecto had already pre-aimed the B short headshot line from the right side of construction. The moment he was fully blinded, he fired. Bang. Perfecto blinded used AK-47 to headshot Frozen. Frozen, who was in front, was instantly eliminated. Rops heard the gunfire from his right and instinctively flicked his aim, seeing Perfecto rubbing his eyes. Bang. Rops Kerrigan used AWP to kill Perfecto. A quick no-scope completed the 1-4-1 trade. As the kill feed appeared, Rops' peripheral vision caught players emerging from vent and sewer simultaneously. Rops was certain C9 was hitting B in the final moments. Two more in construction watched long for the rush. As he pulled the bolt on his AWP, BMBL4's AK bullets came from the sewer doorway. Rops took a hit and retreated into cover. With the bolt back in place, Rops knew this was a chance to counter. The moment BMBL4 disappeared from his sight, he suddenly peeked again. Bang. Rops used AWP to headshot BMBL4. Pre-aiming a crouch peek, BMBL4 dropped. But the next second, gunfire erupted from behind almost simultaneously. Hobbit Electronic used AK-47 to headshot Kerrigan. Hearing the shots behind him, Rops tried to turn, but it was too late. Because Axe-1 Lu had already burst out from the short vent in front. Bang. Axe-1 Lu BMBL4 used AWP to kill Rops. Rops couldn't even recenter his crosshair. A single gunshot and he was down. In the final 40 seconds, FaZe faced a 2v3 retake. Rops. His AWP held off the pressure from three construction players for so long, but unfortunately, he eventually fell to Axe-1 Lu's sniper. Wanjichi quickly shifted his commentary rhythm, but FaZe still has a chance in this round. 2v3 Rain and Brokey are fast rotating through CT spawn to retake B. Brokey is on the second floor balcony, patiently waiting for the smoke in front of him to fade. Rain is alone on the first floor, also waiting. On C9 side, after planting the bomb, they can choose their positions freely. Electronic moves to the water. Axe-1 Lu holds the back of the sewer from B short with his AWP, and Hobbit watches the first floor from behind a pillar. The smoke fades. It's the final clash. This retake. Can the FaZe duo pull it off? As he spoke, 10 seconds had already passed. C9's AW per Axe-1 Lu confirmed the sewer was clear, then turned from B short toward the second floor. The moment the smoke dissipated, bang. Brokey used AWP to headshot Axe-1 Lu. Oh, it's Brokey. Broccoli didn't miss that shot. After that kill, Rain knew this was the best chance to push. He threw a self-flash from the first floor and swung out. Hobbit saw the flash flying and dodged first, then peeked from behind the pillar. Bang. Bang. Rain used M4A1 to headshot Hobbit. Rain completed the trade and Hobbit dropped. Because of Axe-1 Lu's mistake, C9's three-man defense around the bomb instantly turned into just Electronic, who was beneath Brokey and about to be exposed. Yangshi watched from behind, his nerves tightening. Brokey was right above him, and as soon as Rain pushed from the first floor, Electronic would be caught in a crossfire. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Electronic used AK-47 to headshot Brokey. Electronic used AK-47 to headshot Rain. Two kill feeds appeared almost simultaneously. The stream went silent for a second, but Electronic. Wanjichi's voice suddenly shot up. He was below, locked onto Brokey above first, and landed a headshot. Rain swung out from the first floor, and Electronic flicked 100 degrees. He hit nothing but heads. This is the Electronic Tyrant from back in 2021. The flick was too fast. Knee-ite. The moment the score jumped to 51, Yang, she leaped to his feet in excitement, strode over to Electronic and bumped fists with him. The director's camera quickly cut to the C9 squad. Electronic smiled. He had held his nerve in this round, and the offensive rhythm remained in C9's hands. Inside the 6657 stream, the chat was scrolling wildly. Wang Jiqi stared at the screen, ignoring the chat. He watched the Chinese face and the director's cut pacing back and forth, passion written all over it. He had been in this industry for years and had seen countless people who looked impressive but eventually faded away. But today in this match he had a faint feeling. He was witnessing the birth of a future Chinese champion coach. Even though this round C9 had won only by the skin of their teeth. Wang Jiqi pondered the details of the round. No matter how he looked at it, the FaZe players were in a state that could only be described as having activated the unique, back from hell, buff exclusive to FaZe. Yet C9 had still won. But C9, they had actually won. FaZe rhythm crumbled, and the first half ultimately ended with a score of 9-3. The second half was about to begin with side switching. During the brief 3-minute break, Kerrigan sat in silence on the player bench for a long time. This BO1 had reached a score he never anticipated. Only 3 rounds won on the defense side. Securing merely 3 defensive rounds while conceding 9 to the opponent's attack was almost a death sentence for FaZe's opening match. This BO1 had spiraled into an outcome that Kerrigan had never foreseen. Apart from one round won through a tactical play, the other 2 were hard-fought victories secured by the individual firepower of Rain and Ruffs. In all other rounds they simply couldn't find a defensive rhythm. Kerrigan turned to glance at his teammates. Everyone's expression was grim. He offered no words of comfort, instead looking up once more at the C9 lineup across the stage. If one were to compare purely on tactics and paper strength, FaZe was undoubtedly superior. So where did the problem lie? His gaze locked onto the opposing coach, Yang Shi. He stared at him for a few seconds, a thought crossing his mind. This man can constantly alter C9's gameplay. Then why can't we change too? Kerrigan suddenly spoke for the pistol round. Let's not rush on the attack side. Let's mimic their offensive style, slow and methodical. That round will be crucial for both of us. They definitely won't dare to push aggressively, so we'll wait for them too, letting anxiety creep into their minds. This wasn't some genius tactical innovation, it was simply C9's own strategy from the first half, replicated verbatim by FaZe. Kerrigan intended to counter C9's approach entirely. The halftime break ended, and round 13, the second half pistol round commenced. On C9's side, Bumble 4 deployed positions according to the tactical sheet. Electronic guarding toilets, and a short axe 1 Lu watching along, while Bumble 4, Perfecto, and Hobbit held the B site, adopting a default pistol round setup to see the opponent's initial move. But soon Bumble 4 tasted the same frustration Kerrigan felt in the first half. FaZe gave away no information whatsoever, leaving Bumble 4 completely unable to guess where they would push from. I'll rotate to a short to reinforce you to hold B site, without switching positions. His decision was swift. However, it deviated from Yang Shi's preset plan on the tactical sheet, showcasing his own on-the-fly judgment. He chose to reinforce a short, leaving 2 on B, banking on the pistol round dynamics, where 2 skilled players could potentially hold off 4 or 5 attackers. But just as he reached the middle of the stairs on the first floor, a flurry of grenades exploded in the B site. Rain and Frozen, wielding their Glocks, swiftly eliminated Perfecto and Hobbit. The raw firepower advantage of FaZe star players was immediately evident in this pistol round. Before Bumble 4 could rotate back, smoke grenades burst forth before his eyes. FaZe had blocked off both the first and second floors with smoke. Bumble 4 quickly assessed the opponent's likely positions. Suddenly Kerrigan crept into the first floor. It was the terrifying smoke pusher. In the moment Bumble 4 was caught off guard, Kerrigan, lurking at the edge of the smoke, lunged out aggressively. Rat-tat. Kerrigan killed Bumble 4 with a headshot using Glock as Bumble 4 fell. Axe 1 Lu from behind, tried to trade the kill. A flashbang was thrown from behind Kerrigan. Pop. Kerrigan Rain killed Axe 1 Lu using Glock. The defensive gap was exploited by Kerrigan, instantly turning the round into a 5v1 situation. Electronic, hiding in the smoke on the second floor, thought about waiting it out and retreating. Boom. A shot from the bomb site attacker pierced through the smoke, and his health plummeted to just 11 HP. Unlucky guy. Playmachine chuckled in the live stream, a familiar scene. Electronic wanted to push through but got shot through the smoke instead. No more deliberation about buying armor now. The pistol round highlighted the firepower disparity between C9 and FaZe, pushing the score to 9-5. A hint of panic crept into Bumble 4. He glanced over at Yang Shi as if asking, should we call a timeout? Yang Shi, unfazed by the 2 consecutive rounds lost, merely flicked the tactical sheet in his hand. The message was unmistakable, the answers are on there. This subtle gesture of pointing players to the tactical sheet usually goes unpenalized by the referees, because ultimately the players make the decisions and the coach isn't directly interfering. Bumble 4 lowered his head, flipped through the tactical sheet, and refocused on the second half. However, as it turned out, even with answers on the sheet, it didn't guarantee Bumble 4 could seamlessly execute a perfect performance with his teammates. In this second half, FaZe grew more and more confident. In the rifle round, FaZe secured control of the toilets early on. Frozen, dry peeking the bomb site from toilets, instantly eliminated the unfortunate Electronic, who was watching from under the observation balcony. With the opening frag, FaZe didn't hesitate and immediately sped up their attack on the A site with a full grenade barrage. Hobbit and Perfecto, located underground, received the info and tried to rotate, but Rops had already found the perfect timing for a lurker's play. Hobbit was instantly taken down. Perfecto turned around, but Rops had already vanished into the shadows. Perfecto was in a tough spot. Because of Rop's distraction, the A-site players were overwhelmed by FaZe's main force, and all fell. In the end, Perfecto himself couldn't survive either. FaZe executed a 1-4-5 trade, completely wiping out C9's economy. After this round, the C9 players began to lose their composure. Because starting from a 9-3 lead after the pistol round, the score had been whittled down to 9-5, and then FaZe found more opportunities in the rifle rounds to bring it to 9-7. Losing 4 consecutive rounds threw this match back into a state of uncertainty. The live chat began to shift its tone, thought C9 was actually going to win. But in the second half, Kerrigan directly copied C9's tactics and used superior firepower to claw the score back. He's back. The unlucky electronic is back. It's absurd that FaZe managed to come back. Maybe the shit is just starting to stick. Classic return from hell, buff, with this score. This match is really up in the air now on the stage. Yangshi, sitting in the back, felt that the plans on the tactical sheet should have been sound. So could the real problem lie with the players themselves? He vaguely sensed a familiarity with the current atmosphere. In his past life, he had led teams through many situations where a favorable game turned sour. But he knew better than anyone that once you lose your rhythm, it's all too easy for players to become emotional. Yet finding it again immediately seems almost impossible. Faced with this problem, Yangshi naturally had a solution. He made a hand gesture calling for the final timeout of the match. After the timeout, Yangshi didn't immediately give tactical instructions. He scanned his players and said, "I know conceding rounds can make you anxious, but don't panic. I've annotated solutions for everything on the tactical sheet. What went wrong just now wasn't the tactics. It was our coordination and confidence that lagged. Our firepower isn't as bad as we think. If we could push FaZe to the brink in the first half, there's no reason we can't do it in the second half." Yangshi stopped there, offering no further tactical adjustments during this timeout. Because the core of Yangshi's timeout message boiled down to just 6 words. Your firepower isn't lacking. Electronic, whose face was flushed from repeated deaths, understood the meaning behind these words, and his furrowed brow gradually relaxed. After the timeout, the crucial round 17 began. If C9 lost this round, FaZe would tie the game. But if C9 won, their chances of winning this BO1 would remain alive. FaZe continued their slow, methodical attack purely to frustrate C9. But on C9's side, Electronic was playing extremely aggressively. Ignoring whether grenades were being thrown from the T entrance, he pushed forward with his M4, accompanied by Hobbit. As Kerrigan, holding a Mac 10, tried to push into toilets during the opponent's utility pause, Hobbit was flashed and forced to stop. Kerrigan had just spotted his target and was about to fire when Electronic, having pushed out from behind, sprayed him down. Electronic killed Kerrigan using M4A1 with Kerrigan dead. Frozen attempted to trade, but Electronic swung and sprayed again, leaving Frozen critically wounded. This aggressive push completely shut down FaZe access to toilet sewers and the T entrance. The pressure instantly fell on the lurking Rops. Knowing he couldn't afford to waste time, Rops rotated towards construction, aiming to infiltrate B short. Boom. Axe 1 Lu killed Rops using AWP. Axe 1 Lu had pushed up unexpectedly and silently taken down Rops. With their lurker eliminated at this point, FaZe's overall rhythm shattered instantly, leaving them with no viable options. Although this round didn't completely break FaZe's spirit, in the following rounds, C9's overall defensive state had clearly transformed. Whenever FaZe played slow, C9 would proactively push forward to create opportunities, unafraid of aim duels, knowing their teammates' confidence would back them up even if they fell. If FaZe tried to speed up, C9 wouldn't engage in a direct brawl. Instead, they'd fall back to safe positions, wait for more information from the other side of the map, and then execute a coordinated retake. Yangshi, watching from behind, saw that FaZe's winning streak had been halted, and the weight in his heart lifted. The 6-word core message had successfully pulled his players back into the game. Even though FaZe managed to snatch 2 more rounds through sheer individual brilliance, C9's defense was becoming increasingly solid, a fact that overshadowed any minor flaws. Despite the turbulence of the second half, C9 ultimately held on without any major slip-ups. The final score of this BO1, C9 139 FaZe. Yangshi's opening match once again delivered a performance that satisfied Bob. The match concluded. The members of FaZe rose to their feet, their movements stiff and rigid. The outcome of this game had completely exceeded their expectations. They couldn't comprehend how the team that was once the unremarkable gatekeeper of the elimination stage had suddenly arrived at the threshold of top-tier play. Undeniably, FaZe had been complacent before the match. No one had seriously prepared for their match against C9. Everyone believed it required no study. But the reality was that facing C9 felt like contending against a truly elite team. Kerrigan didn't rise to join his teammates in their high fives. He slumped in his chair, staring at the final score on the big screen. As the captain, this result was clearly difficult for him to accept. He remained silent for a long while, even after his teammates had finished their celebrations. Only then did he utter a single sentence to Neo. "We should have kept him back then." He trailed off. Never mind. Kerrigan didn't finish the sentence. He knew that voicing regrets, no matter how many, could not change the reality unfolding before his eyes. In the broadcast studio, the host machine watched the camera feed of the C9 players on the monitor without much excitement on his face. The return from hell, Buff, really failed going to the lower bracket on the first day? Just when it looked like FaZe was about to stage a comeback, who would have thought C9 would suddenly regain their confidence after losing 4 straight rounds? That's BO1 for you. Many players don't even get warmed up before it's over. BO3 is where a team's true strength is revealed every time that new C9 coach speaks. C9 is guaranteed to score. What? The Blade of China, the world's second-tier tactician. Exactly, the C9 trio were former Na'Vi players. Could this Yang become the next Blade? The machine took in the barrage of comments flooding the screen about Yang Shi. He harbored the same thought. Could Yang Shi truly become the Blade of China in the future? If he did, would he return to coach in the domestic scene? Knowing how dire the state of the domestic scene was, this thought involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The thought of, if you make it big abroad, will you come back to help it? The machine shook his head. Such notions were mere fantasy. Whether Yang Shi possessed the capability to become the second Blade was still uncertain. This was just one BO1. And even if he did, his choices were his own, and no one could interfere. At that moment, he noticed the most frequent comment appearing in the chat. What I really want to know is, where was this Yang coaching before? Before the match had even concluded, Bob had been sweating buckets backstage. When the final result was confirmed, he bolted out of the room looking nothing like a professional team manager. On the stage, the C9 players exchanged subdued high fives without much celebration. When it was Electronic's turn, Bob rushed up to Yang Shi, grabbing his hand firmly. Yang, I knew you could do it. Yang Shi felt a bit bashful from the sudden attention. However, he was well aware that this victory wasn't solely his achievement. This BO1 victory isn't all because of me, Yang Shi said with a smile, turning to look at the others who were all gazing back at him. Without their hard work in adapting to the system, we might have actually lost this first BO1. Bob surveyed the players, a genuinely satisfied expression finally appearing on his face for the first time. Just then Electronic slowly walked up. Without a word, Electronic simply extended his hand towards Yang Shi. Slap. The moment their hands met, Electronic didn't look at him, but turned his head, a faint smile curving at the corner of his mouth before he walked away. Backstage, Grove hadn't followed Bob up to high-five the players. He remained seated even as the broadcast moved on to the countdown for the next match, his gaze fixed on the big screen for a long time. Although the urge to stand up had crossed his mind several times, he suppressed it every time. Because of Bob's decision, Yang Shi had already secured the BO1 victory. Whether Yang Shi would get to coach in future games was no longer a question. It was an absolute certainty. Management would eventually formalize this arrangement. After all, they had just beaten FaZe, the world's second-best team. Didn't that suggest C9 might actually have a real shot at winning this IM Chengdu? As he was lost in thought, the C9 players pushed open the door and entered. Grove finally rose to his feet. Guys, you played well today. His voice was weak and awkward. Electronic, who was at the front, glanced at Grove, but said nothing, simply walking past him. Humblefor also replied awkwardly, yeah, we played pretty well. Perfecto was more talkative, saying happily, hard to believe we're back to dominating FaZe. At this rate, we'll be in the playoffs in no time. Axe 1 Lu and Hobbit also exchanged brief greetings. The awkward atmosphere was finally broken when Yang Shi walked in. Grove, Yang Shi said without pleasantries, stepping forward to shake his hand first. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's nothing. Grove felt a flicker of pleasure at being thanked, but blurted out the real reason behind Yang Shi's coaching role. It was actually Bob's idea. He stopped mid-sentence, his own words catching him off guard. But realizing Yang Shi had already given him an out, Grove saw no reason to dwell on it, and decided to take the proffered escape route. He reached out, placed his arm around Yang Shi's shoulder, and offered a somewhat strained smile. No. You did a better job as coach today than I did. With that, he quickly extricated himself and returned to the seat he hadn't dared to leave earlier. Bob, who had entered last, witnessed the entire scene. But Bob didn't seem to blame anyone. There was only a look of pity on his face. Because before the match, Bob had actually asked Grove for his opinion on whether Yang Shi should coach. That look of pity, it was as if he was lamenting that Grove had failed to seize his own opportunity. According to the IM format, with ample time, 2 matches were scheduled for the first day, but that privilege was usually reserved for the lower bracket teams. In the following period, the C9 members didn't immediately leave the backstage area, watching the ongoing matches on the monitors. And then the disheartening news for CNCS arrived. On the big screen, FaZe's first match in the lower bracket pitted them against none other than Tyloo, who had also dropped down. Tyloo, already struggling, now had the worst luck imaginable. Their first BO1 was against MOUZ, the group stage's most dominant father. After falling to the lower bracket, they encountered the defending champions FaZe Clan. There was no surprise. In the do-or-die lower bracket match that lasted less than an hour and a half, TYLO was swept 2-0 by FaZe, achieving the dubious feat of a one-day campaign on home soil. Yang Shi scrolled through his phone, browsing comments on forums and video sites. Damn. Can TYLO show some pride at home? How can they? One match against MOUZ, one against FaZe, their fate was sealed. TYLO's bad luck is understandable. But look at LVG, the local Chengdu team. They got swept 2-0 by FlyQuest in the lower bracket. Even more embarrassing. 2 champions from one region and an old-timer team, Steel Helmet, will probably lose again tomorrow. I'm so fed up. Look at C9's Chinese coach, then look at our own teams. If that guy came to coach domestically, maybe CNCS could actually improve. Dreaming again. Yang only coached 1 BO1, what can you tell from that? Yang Shi looked at the comments and shook his head helplessly. He had anticipated the domestic Chinese teams might fail, but he hadn't expected all 3 to lose every single match. As for returning to coach domestically, after understanding the level of CNCS in this world. At least for now, he had no such intention. Just then Bob walked in. Tomorrow's schedule is out. We're playing G2, he said, looking towards Yangshi. He was about to call out to Yangshi, but his peripheral vision caught Grove's dejected face. He paused and changed his mind. Grove, you'll be coaching tomorrow's BO3. After all, the title of head coach was still officially his. Bob thought it over and decided to give him this chance. Of course, this was Bob's final choice for this tournament. Having witnessed Yangshi's exceptional coaching debut, Grove didn't necessarily need to be extraordinary, but he had to win to prove his own worth. Grove looked up stunned for a second, unable to believe Bob's decision. At that moment, the atmosphere in the backstage room was chillingly cold. No one spoke, but everyone understood that the outcome of this next match would be even more significant than today's. European Squad G2, one of the defending champions of this tournament. The team boasts 2 star players as its core. First is Nico, still widely recognized as the world's #1 rifler. He is the UZI of the CS world, having won every title except the major. Next is M0 Nisi, commonly regarded as the best AWPer after S1 Impel and ZYWO. Of course, this is debatable, and many consider SH1RO to hold that title. Yet there is no denying that M0 Nisi was once the prize jewel of Navi's junior squad, groomed as the successor to S1 Impel. The remaining members each have their roles. However, what Yangshi cared most about was the captain high. Though his aim was soft, his mind was exceptionally sharp. The key to this match lay with him. The night before the match, Yangshi stayed up all night annotating G2's habits and weaknesses into his tactical notes. Before the match, Grove looked down at those annotations, feeling an inexplicable strangeness in his heart. He understood all the tactics, yet he was uncertain whether he could execute them. Wednesday, April 10th, 2024. The afternoon sun was somewhat blinding, much like the fervent state of today's C9 squad. Inside the venue's studio, the BP between C9 and G2 had already commenced. G2 will definitely pick Inferno, so we might as well ban it outright and prevent them from taking the first map. During the map selection phase, Grove tried his best to act like a proper head coach. He paced around with headphones on, clutching his tactical notes, his face full of seriousness. Inferno is also one of our strong maps. Maybe we should consider it. Bumble4 spoke, his tone casual. But this was a perfectly reasonable suggestion from Bumble4. Yet when the words reached Grove's ears, he froze for a moment. Grove didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that Bumble4's implication was, are you saying we don't have the confidence to beat G2? Yesterday's BO1, where Yangshi led C9 to defeat FaZe, still cast a lingering glow. Grove didn't act on his own. The suggestion to ban Inferno had come from the tactical notes in his hand, compiled by Yangshi. But this was where Grove's character flaw lay. Sometimes he knew the players might be wrong. Yet he subconsciously chose to trust them. In his heart, he also thought that before Yangshi arrived, this map had always been C9's stronghold. Even if Bumble4 had that intention, it wasn't unreasonable. Grove stroked his chin and relented. Fine, we won't ban it. Let's first remove Mirage. This map is where M0 Nisi's AWP dominates. We'll force them to play Overpass. Ban Mirage. Ban what? We've been playing this map a lot recently. Electronic suddenly interjected, cutting him off. Grove's eyes dilated. This guy had been training diligently under Yangshi's system. These past few days, his attitude much improved. But today he seemed to have reverted to that unruly high-voltage persona. Grove's mind was in turmoil. Did he only listen when Yangshi was on stage? Did he disregard everything Grove said? He had wanted to prove his own ability, to show that he too could help C9 win this BO3, to let the world see that he was not far inferior to Yangshi. But for a moment he felt dizzy and lightheaded, and before he knew it, he collapsed into the coach's chair. Then just follow your usual habits. I'll step in if there's an issue. Bumble4 felt awkward hearing this. At that moment, he inexplicably felt that the sense of security Yangshi provided from behind was something Grove could never give. Bumble4 thought, if you've made up your mind to do something, then just do it. At this moment, the gap between the two coaches was too stark. But Bumble4 didn't try to persuade Grove. Since Electronic thought they could play it, then play it. It wasn't like they had zero chance. So they banned Nuke and picked Mirage. The next second, G2 directly banned Overpass, the map C9 had used to beat FaZe yesterday, and locked in Inferno as map 2. Inferno. Bob backstage stared at the BP on the big screen, feeling an inexplicable unease. Before he could finish, Yangshi frowned and said Inferno shouldn't be picked. G2 plays this map too well. Given our current synergy, our proficiency on Inferno isn't that high. We'll likely lose. Bob glanced at him, the seriousness on Yangshi's face. Even though he wasn't on stage, he still wore the expression of someone in a match. Bob knew that when Yangshi furrowed his brow, the fate of map 2 was uncertain. Now it all depends on whether we can beat G2 on Mirage in map 1. If we take the first map, there's a chance we'll get into a rhythm and crush G2 on map 2. Yangshi continued his analysis. The second round of BP on the screen continued. Yangshi muttered to himself, there are 3 maps left. We should ban Anubis and leave Ancient and Nuke. Those 2 maps aren't too taxing for us. As he spoke on the big screen, Bumble4 did exactly as he thought, banning Anubis. Bob nodded along with Yangshi, feeling the BP was fine. But Yangshi still couldn't understand that Inferno. He remembered clearly that he had annotated on the tactical notes for Grove. When playing G2, we must remove Inferno in the first round. So why had they left it in the first BP? The match was about to begin, and the director made the final adjustments to the player camera shots. Juan Jichi returned to the broadcast. Here we go. The pistol round is about to start. I'm not late. In this match, a group winners semifinal C9 versus G2, 3 maps Mirage Inferno and Nuke. The camera panned to the coach's seat, and Juan Jichi paused. Sitting there was Grove. Grove is back. So yesterday's Yang was just a substitute coach. Then the subsequent matches will likely follow Grove's new system. Juan Jichi paused. This system might not necessarily be designed by Grove. As he thought the pistol round officially began, Juan Jichi quickly slipped into commentary mode. C9 starts on the CT side, G2 probes, A1 from T side. If it were yesterday's C9, they would have sent the other side to push for info. But now Bumble 4 didn't send the other side to push. Instead, he gambled on a 4A stack. C9 had just set up their defense, but G2 wasn't in a hurry. They simply sent their free agent Nexa to lurk toward B. Bang. Bang. The director's camera had just switched to B when the kill feed appeared. Nexa headshot Hobbit with Glock. Hobbit was taken down instantly. Once that B site kill came out, G2 had more time to study ya. Juan Jichi's voice carried a hint of confusion. No problem. They didn't rotate to B. They let Nexa keep making noise in B. Bumble 4 and Pu Yuan Shui just started rotating back to B, but then G2's 4-man execute on A came in. This abstract defense made Juan Jichi question, is this the same cautious, fully amped C9 from yesterday? Backstage Yang, she watched the G2 execute and already had the answer. This pistol round had been altered by Grove. The pistol round analysis on the tactical notes was clearly written by Yang. She G2 likes to rush as a group. If there's no counter strategy, use a standard 2A, 1 mid, 2B defense. Try not to stack one side. But Grove didn't follow it. Yang, she could only say softly, this pistol round is lost. In the C9 backstage lounge, all staff stared at the scoreboard in silence. 17 rounds had been played on Mirage with the score at 12-5. Of course that 5 points belonged to C9. M0 Nisi's AWP completely dominated Alu on this map, with a stat line of 2-3-1-0-8, while Alu struggled at a dismal 9,156, a performance utterly inadequate for a primary AWPer. We must limit M0 Nisi's impact, Grove said, studying the tactics sheet. He habitually peeks VIP, takes a shot, then rotates to jump or be short. Let's execute a fast rush on one direction and blow it wide open. Upon hearing this, Pang Chio's expression soured. Grove's point was valid. M0 Nisi's numbers were indeed staggering. But the opposing IGL high was no fool either. No, that won't work. We need a different approach, Pang Chio said coldly, his demeanor dripping with disdain for Grove. Dianzi Gu quickly interjected, voicing his own thoughts. Do you think the opponents are idiots? Besides, M0 Nisi and Nico is holding down the other side. Hunter might give us an opportunity in the eco rounds. But in other rounds, he and Nexa have been rock solid in their anchor positions. Can't you see that? All eyes turned to Grove. Embarrassed, he realized his focus had been solely on M0 Nisi, the highest scorer, and he had indeed overlooked this layer. Dianzi Gu looked at Pang Chio, not even sparing a glance at Grove. You come up with a solution. We trust you, Major Champion Captain. Grove was left sidelined. The timeout was called, but no one heeded his commands. In the 66-57 stream, Juan Jichi continued the commentary. After the timeout, C9 attacks. Both sides probe mid, but M0 Nisi finds no opportunity and rotates back to A. Hobbit starts pushing forward. But at B short, Hunter is determined to counter clear. This round, Nico moves to B short, throws a flash and peeks. Instantly kills Hobbit, and then takes out Dianzi Gu behind him. The double kill in mid forces C9 to make a move on A. Alu tries again. But M0 Nisi, the AWP, another dual execution. He peeks from jump and instantly deletes Alu. That's it. 1-3-5. With Juan Jichi's words, this 2v5 match point concluded, and C9 lost map 1. After watching map 1, the chat was baffled. Is this really the same C9 that beat FaZe yesterday? It feels like we're back to the old days. It's all because of that coach Yang yesterday. This performance was terrible. Ayla couldn't find proper positioning after switching to AWP, getting outdueled by M0 Nisi every round. Nico and M0 Nisi are still beasts. Map 1 135, map 2 might be 131. C9, come back, coach Yang, our most proud faith. But once the match officially starts, can they even swap coaches? Backstage. As map 1 ended, Yang, she had already foreseen this result. The players trudged back one by one, dejected. Yang, she didn't rush to console them. He was waiting for one person, Grove. When everyone had entered, that person still hadn't appeared. Where's Grove? He asked Pang Chio. Baobo, standing nearby, was also startled. Him. He went to the bathroom to smoke, Pang Chio said with resignation, himself feeling the weight of a painful map 1. Without Yangshi's guidance on the server, he had actually performed even worse, though he couldn't quite articulate the feeling. Fuck. Map 2, we have to fight back. Dianzi Ge's face was flushed with anger. He glanced at Pang Chio and vented. That whole round was just that old man messing us up with his orders. We couldn't secure early advantages, and by the late game, we had no rhythm. If only. He paused, instinctively looking at Yang Shi as if about to say something. But Yang Shi didn't pick up on it. Yang Shi had already figured out why Grove dared not return to the backstage. He exchanged a glance with Balbo, who remained expressionless, merely rubbing his temple and brushing his hair back, his mind clear as crystal. Yangshi had originally intended to remind Grove of several key points for Inferno on map 2, so he could coordinate with Pang Xiu for execution. Because leaving it solely to Pang Xiu would increase his pressure, they needed the coach's adjustments to make the overall game flow smoother. But now, Yangshi could only entrust the reminders to Pang Xiu, letting him bear the burden alone. After a 10-minute break, map 2 began. Grove never returned to the backstage. He simply sat down on the coach's seat on stage 1 minute before the match started. Balbo watched the big screen, unable to suppress a bitter smile, muttering to himself, "It's not that I'm not giving you a chance." Yangshi heard it, but there was no joy on his face. Pistol round. Grove had completely lost his authority. The IGL duties were fully handed to Pang Xiu. They were on the CT side while G2 chose to start on T side. Pang Xiu simply called for P Yuan Shui and Dianzi Gu to hold the second floor, while the 2B defense fell back. Within the first 30 seconds, a G2 probed the A2 area, and P Yuan Shui along with Dianzi Gu wielding dual pistols were waiting. Nico attempted a double boost onto VP, but P Yuan Shui landed a one-tap headshot with the USP. Immediately after, Hunter and Hai, who had been prepared near the spiral staircase, moved up to trade the VIP kill, only to be greeted by a CT dual-wielding pistols. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Electronic uses dual Berettas to headshot Hunter. Electronic uses dual Berettas to kill Hai. Nice. The moment they secured the pistol round, smiles finally returned to the faces of C9. However, that smile lasted only 1 round. In the second round, G2's eco round, Nico bought a Desert Eagle. Under Pang Xiu's orders, C9 played it safe, falling back to deep positions early on. The decision itself was sound, but it also gave Nico ample time to warm up his aim. Hobbit peeked back and forth from CT spawn, ready to throw a smoke for the yellow wall. The next second, bang. Nico uses Desert Eagle to headshot Hobbit. As soon as the kill appeared, Hai knew that C9's B site was the weak side. Because if they had a 3-man defense, they would have either pushed forward or traded quickly in the early stages. But C9 did neither. G2 seized the momentum and rushed in, overwhelming C9's B site. A 3v5 retake with Nico and M0 Nisi holding angles tightly with their rifles. The eco round was turned around by G2. Map 2 was a much longer grind than Map 1. In the blink of an eye, 45 minutes had passed, and the score stood at 1-1-0. Grove had used all his timeouts, yet C9 still trailed by 2. At this point in the second half, C9's economy was exhausted. With only 2,000-2,500 per player, they could only afford half-armor MAC-10s or half-armor pistols with utility. They had entered a state where everyone knew they would likely lose, but had to play it out anyway. Their faces were drained of color. Grove had been reduced to nothing more than a takeout coach in this game. His only function was to call timeouts for the team. At other times, even when Grove offered suggestions, Pang Xiu would quickly identify flaws in the tactics after a moment's thought. The tactics sheet in Grove's hands was authored by Yang, yet he couldn't apply it properly. This forced Pang Xiu to bear the burden of decision-making, offsetting the relief from not having to snipe, leaving his stress level unchanged. As G2 probed aggressively early on, a flash flew out from mid-CT. M0 Nisi peeked. The AWP lasered Dianzi Go. C9 failed to trade, and M0 Nisi retreated into cover, sealing off mid-CT with a smoke. Pang Xiu had no choice: either wait or execute a fast rush through Banana. In the end, Pang Xiu decided to go all in and rotate to Banana. But the Bosnian brothers Nico and Hunter formed an impenetrable wall on B. They coordinated flawlessly, securing a triple kill, leaving P Yuan Shui isolated on A with no hope of a comeback. Map 2 ended at 13-10. C9 dropped from the upper bracket semifinals of Group A to the lower bracket with a 0-2 scoreline. The 0-2 scoreline sent C9's reputation tumbling back into the abyss online. I was wrong to believe in C9. I should have known yesterday was just a fluke. Well, you still chose to believe them, didn't you? I've always thought C9 was just bad. This is definitely Grove's fault, right? Yesterday's coach wasn't Grove. The tactics were clearly defined and adjustments were quick. It feels like this system was developed by that Yang guy who Grove is clearly not using it well. But who exactly is this Yang? A whole day has passed, and there's no info on him at all. Even if Yang did play, he might not be that good. It was just one BO1 result. On overseas CS forums, the most discussed topic was C9's stark contrast over the past 2 days. Bob stared at the comments on his phone. As the team manager, he felt a deep sense of unease. He genuinely wanted to jump into the fray and curse out those trolls. But he had no justification. The door swung open, and the C9 members returned. Except for Electronic, no one spoke a word. Fing hell. Electronic began his tirade even before he was fully through the door. The opposing coach Tez even knows how to massage Nico's and M0 Nisi's shoulders. What does our coach even do? He just calls a timeout, and then gives us tactics that are completely useless. The others didn't dare to chime in, offering only awkward smiles to save Grove some face. Given the result on Map 2, nearly forcing overtime on G2's strong map Inferno, Yangshi felt C9 had performed admirably. You're back. Seeing Electronic storm and still grumbling Yang, she offered a greeting. Tisk. Electronic at the front just shook his head and walked past, collapsing onto the sofa with an exhausted look. We're back. Bumble 4 was the first to respond, while the others forced strained smiles. Dismay was etched on everyone's face. Falling to the lower bracket meant they were down to their last chance, one more loss, and they'd be heading home. And after getting used to the thrill of Yang's new system, returning to this stifling style of play was mentally exhausting for everyone. Hey Electric, why aren't you yelling at me today? She tried to lighten the mood. Don't you usually say my system is useless after every match? Electronic, still lying there, turned over and buried his face in the sofa, muttering, I don't know what kind of genius Grove thinks he is. He follows your tactical notes, but every single time he manages to screw it up with his own brilliant ideas. Map 1, forget it, too many problems to count. The real issue is Map 2. They're running a 4B defense and he tells us to gather info on a site early, then hit banana fast in the mid-round. We get nothing from A, we're hesitant to push it, and we end up walking right into G2's 4B setup. She was taken aback. This was the first time he'd heard Electronic speak at such length, and not once had it been directed at him. The man who was challenging him just a week ago was now defending him, and shifting the blame squarely back onto Grove. She could see the domestication taking effect on the high-voltage player. Alright then. Grove, walking in last, entered the back room at that moment. His face was expressionless, showing no reaction to Electronic's complaints he'd overheard at the door. He simply stated, let's do the review. His voice was weak, but he still wanted to gamble on this. During the match, he couldn't see the opponent's full setup, but the demo would show him. Now he wanted to find out if his calls had any merit or if the players had simply failed to execute. Post-match review. It could reveal the coach's flaws, but also his strengths. And of course his weaknesses. The players pulled their chairs up to the big screen, while C9's demo analyst gave Grove a helpless sigh. Shi and Bob knew exactly how this review would go, but they still played along and took their seats. Round 10 on Map 2, Grove began a hint of his old authoritative coach tone in his voice. I called a timeout and said G2 would likely hit B. But you guys set up a 3A defense. Then B site gets rushed in the mid-round. A site can't rotate in time, and the site just falls. But Electronic saw through this point immediately. Are you blind? Electronic didn't hold back. He stood up, dragged the timeline, and switched the POV to earliest site action. Look for yourself. How many are they pushing mid? How much utility are they spamming? And look at me playing the connector. I can literally see their players from mid. And you're telling me to rotate to B. Grove tried to argue back. That's because we were weak on B. If Ale's position hadn't fallen. If we had started with a 3B setup, the site wouldn't have fallen that fast. The pressure on A was huge early on. Even if you start 3B, someone would have to rotate back. Electronic cut him off, continuing to drag the timeline. And about Nico's rush, sure, Ale missing the AWP shot is on him. But could most people even react to Nico's pre-aim crouch peek headshot? What right do you have to say your calls were right? Isn't it just that G2 is the better team? Grove was left speechless, unable to respond. The surrounding players couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Bob couldn't contain himself either, and neither could Shi. Grove looked at the sea of smiling faces, and when he saw Shi laughing too, he completely gave up. Laugh. Go on, laugh. With that, he stood up and quickly walked out of the back room. Sorry. Bob, who was laughing the hardest, finally came to his senses, but the grin was still on his face. I was just remembering something funny. But the door had already closed. Grove was gone. He should have the answer himself by now. Bob mused, looking at the closed door. Why did he still choose to do the review? Shi's smile faded completely. He was trying to salvage some pride. He is a legendary veteran coach after all. Shi knew that feeling well. He'd felt it himself before he turned 27 in his past life. The stubbornness of a man desperately trying to prove himself only to have reality show he wasn't good enough. It was a bitter, unyielding refusal to accept fate. After Grove left, Bob didn't disturb the players' review. Now that they were in the lower bracket and Grove had so directly demonstrated the gap between himself and Shi, Bob needed to have a private conversation with him. Back in the room, she continued guiding the team through the preparations for their next match. As Bob walked out of the venue, he noticed that the clear sky over Chengdu had given way to a heavy downpour. It mirrored C9's current mood. He opened his umbrella and walked into the IM Chengdu hotel. Bob knocked on Grove's door and went in. As soon as he sat down, before he could even speak, Grove, his hair slightly damp, spoke first. Yang has to play in tomorrow's lower bracket semifinal. Bob didn't respond immediately. He knew Grove's tenure with C9 was essentially over. But he hadn't expected Grove to have this much self-awareness and to say it out loud himself. Bob still asked why. Grove was silent for a long time before speaking in a low voice. I can read his tactical notes, but I can't replicate his in-game reactions. It's not about executing a plan, it's about the in-the-moment decisions. The pace of the game constantly shifts the opponent's positioning and mindset. I can't anticipate them. But he always knows the next move instantly. Not just in scrims, but in yesterday's match too. I simply can't do it. Bob didn't say a word, just looked at him quietly. Grove had been with C9 for over 2 years now. At 41, this veteran's tactics and analysis couldn't match Shi's, but he had always been able to keep the team's morale steady. Bob had always recognized that. Some things both of them knew, but management needed Bob to be the one to say it. The room was silent for a few seconds. Then Grove slowly lifted his head and said the words Bob most wanted to hear. After all these years as a professional coach, I know my own limits. I know what I can leave for this team. Bob's eyes lit up the moment the words left Grove's mouth. With that statement, I can protect you. Yang, you're up tomorrow. Inside the hotel room, a text message notification popped up on the phone resting on the table. Yang, she didn't even glance at it. His eyes were fixed on the computer screen studying the team C9 was set to face tomorrow, ruthlessly. The A-team. Not the A-team of the former dynasty, but a newly assembled A-team forged through years of relentless roster shuffles. Of the original core 5, Dupree XYP9X Magisk and GLA1VE, some had left, some had retired, and some had transferred. Now only Device, once hailed as the best player beneath the Titans, S1 Impel, and ZYW, remained steadfast. Yet his apparent loyalty was ironic, for he himself had been the final straw that shattered the original lineup. As a sniper who had consistently ranked in the global top 5, he was lured away by his ex-girlfriend to NIP in 2021, irresolutely abandoning the then-flourishing ruthless dynasty. This decision cost Device dearly. He was first betrayed by his brother and subsequently developed severe mental health issues, including depression and anxiety. Since then, the old Tang had never graced the top 10 rankings again. He barely scraped an 11th place last year, and in the first half of this year, Yang, she could clearly sense his decline. Unfortunately, this insight offered little tactical advantage. Device's issues were not technical, but psychological. When he was on fire, he was truly formidable, but when his form dipped, he became a non-factor. Such inconsistency is difficult to exploit within a single BO3 series. Yang, she reviewed Astralis' recent match history but found scarce data. They had only participated in 2 tournaments in the last 3 months with a map pool sample of fewer than 30 maps. So on the first page of his tactical notebook, he scribbled a line. We don't know this opponent well, so we'll pick their best maps. After writing it down, he ignored Bob's message, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. This was all the preparation he could manage in the short time available. The next day, April 11th, 2024, the third day of the group stage. Chengdu's weather still bore the scars of yesterday's rain, with the sky shrouded in thick, ominous clouds. Inside the C9 backstage area, a scene unfolded that left everyone bewildered. Bob stood before the team and announced, starting today, Yang is your head coach. Yang, she revealed no hint of joy. He simply kept his head down studying the demo. What surprised the players most was Grove's reaction. It was as if he had transformed into a different person. Upon hearing Bob's declaration, there was not a trace of disappointment on his face. Instead, he wore a broad smile. That old man doesn't look like he's been fired. Electronic muttered, frowning. What's the meaning of this? Coach change. Then why is Grove still backstage? It's an inside move. Bob waved his hand dismissively. Management saw Yang's value and decided to take a gamble. Grove remains the nominal head coach for this tournament, but his actual role has shifted to a mental coach. Mental coach, a Bumble4 was baffled. What kind of position is that? Ahem. Bob cleared his throat and continued. It means Yang handles the tactics and in-game content. And Grove, with a demotion, is responsible for helping you guys manage your mental state. Any emotional issues, he'll handle it. The C9 members were stunned. Wasn't this just a psychological massacre for pro players? Noticing the team's speechless expressions, Grove knew it was his time to step up. He quickly walked behind the players, taking on a role similar to G2's Taz or FaZe Neo. He began giving the players massages and chatting with them. Watching the overly enthusiastic Grove, Electronic felt a strange sense of annoyance as he was being massaged. Does this kind of role even make a difference? It does. Yang, she interjected, suddenly still fixated on the demo. You guys know I'll put pressure on you when you make mistakes. But having Grove in this position can help mediate the atmosphere between us. Yang Shi's analysis was spot on. But Electronic couldn't shake the feeling that having a third party in the middle was odd, even if he couldn't articulate why. He simply scratched his head and changed the subject. So are you leading us today? Yang Shi nodded. No matter how many times he watched the Astralis demos, he couldn't help but feel they were just an unremarkable tier 2 team. Yet against this seemingly mediocre A-team, Yang Shi found surprisingly few weaknesses. The only option left was to adapt and strategize on the fly during the match. The tournament was in full swing. 6 matches were scheduled for the day. First up were the decisive group stage finals for Groups A and B, G2 versus VP and MOUZ versus Liquid. Following those were 4 lower bracket semifinals, also split into Groups A and B. Group A, FaZe versus Heroic and FlyQuest versus Nemiga. Group B, Furia versus Wildcard and C9 versus Astralis. The first lower bracket semifinal on the main stage was FaZe versus Heroic. The match had its share of twists, nearly losing Map 1, but they held their nerve and closed it out with a 2-0 victory after Map 2 began. After all, the current Heroic, shattered by the betrayal of Astralis' Stavn and Jabby, was composed of hastily assembled players who were simply no match for FaZe. Their near comeback on Map 1 was already a miracle. Meanwhile, on the secondary stage, Furia faced Wildcard. Wildcard was a bottom-tier Tier 2 team, and the Black Panthers unsurprisingly achieved a swift victory, winning 13-3 and 13-4. Next came the second round of lower bracket semifinals. C9 had already taken the stage. The Bampic phase began. Yang, today's A-team might not have strong overall firepower, but they have deep roots. They can play all maps with roughly a 50 win rate on each. The team still held them in high regard given their legacy as the pinnacle dynasty of the CSGO era. Though they had fallen, their strategic foundation remained. Bumble4 turned to Yang Shi and asked, any thoughts on this Bampic? Yangshi had pondered this question extensively. He knew perfectly well that Astralis was a team that could go toe-to-toe with any top-tier team. He also knew that Astralis would inevitably be eliminated in the playoffs by other teams. But the problem was they used this very consistency to frustrate opponents in the group stage. Now C9 was starting to feel that frustration. Yangshi thought for a moment and said, they'll pick their side first. We'll ban the maps we don't want to play as usual. When it's our turn to pick, we'll choose Ancient. Ancient. Bumble 4 was taken aback. That's their strong map. If they pick first, they'll likely choose their best map. If we then pick their other strong map. 2 strong maps. That's exactly the point. Yangshi slapped his tactical notebook against his thigh. We're going to beat them on their own turf. On the maps they know best. Familiarity breeds habit, and habit breeds weakness. Yangshi's intent was unmistakable. Since they couldn't quickly analyze Astralis through rest time before the match, they would do it rapidly during the game itself. Electronic was slow to process this, furrowing his brow in confusion. But after a moment of thought, he nodded in agreement. Let's take Overpass first. If we don't pick it, they'll definitely choose it anyway. At the Astralis players table, Blame F, the in-game leader, looked at the banned FaZe. We've watched their match against FaZe 3 times. Let's go head-to-head on this map. Device nodded. Yeah, based on yesterday's performance, it's fine to pick this map today. As for bans, just ban our own weak maps. Device's implication was clear. Yesterday's C9 looked like a bunch of amateurs. The match they won against FaZe was a BO1, a completely different beast from the BO3 test of endurance. And BO3 is the true measure of a team's strength. Moreover, Overpass was Astralis' second strongest map. Rather than avoiding the opponent's pick, why not seize the initiative and turn the tables? So Blame F started by banning Mirage, their lowest win rate map, recently, while C9 banned Anubis. Without hesitation, Astralis locked in Overpass, leaving Ancient for the third map. But what they didn't expect was that C9 would pick Ancient. Blame F was stunned. What's their deal? Device was also taken aback. Were they handing the map over on a silver platter? Device felt a surge of amusement. He had originally thought Astralis had a 60 chance of beating C9 on the first map. Logically, if C9 picked their own strong map, Astralis would only have a 50 chance. But if they chose Ancient, Astralis had a 90 chance of winning this second map. Device lifted his head to look at the coach on the opposing side, the one who had been hyped up online. Day 1 had made many believe that C9's victory over FaZe was all thanks to this man. But now watching this BP unfold, he understood this coach was nothing more than a rookie with no cards up his sleeve. He smirked at Blame F. We can start preparing for the losers bracket final against Blackball. Blame F didn't respond. That remark made him uneasy. Was Device celebrating too early? At the IM Chengdu official Chinese commentary desk, Xiu Tiu sat analyzing the BP with his game knowledge. Damn, C9's BP is so terrible, and Astralis is dead set on meeting them on Overpass. Clearly they came prepared. What I can't understand the most is why would C9 pick Ancient for map 2? That's Astralis' strongest map. C9's win rate on it over the past few months is only 47, right? Lai Xiaofeng paused for a few seconds before speaking. Not necessarily. If Astralis is willing to go head-to-head on Overpass, isn't it reasonable for C9 to do the same on Ancient? He paused again. After all, the coach on C9's side isn't Grove. They chose Overpass because they studied our BO1 matches from the first 2 days. At the C9 players table before Yang, she could speak Bumble, for had already deduced the opponent's intentions. Yang, she nodded. Astralis, as Bumble for had assessed, though not at their peak overall strength, still possessed deep foundations, old enough to play this way. With that acknowledgement, they entered the second round of bans. Astralis banned Vertigo, while C9 banned Inferno, leaving Nuke as the default map 3. They didn't leave Inferno because Yang, she had only one goal here. Win map 1. And win map 2. He had never considered going to map 3. In the pistol round, they'll definitely start on defense with a setup. Expect some early pressure. Just rely on your own play in the beginning. We might lose several rounds, but don't panic. I'll call the first timeout and bring back the rhythm. For now, the early game is on you. With that, Yang, she flipped up his headset microphone, stepped back gracefully to his chair, and sat down without giving any further tactical instructions. Bumble 4 felt a bit uneasy. No specific offensive commands, relying entirely on their own improvisation early on. But time was up and both teams entered the server. C9 on the attack. Bumble 4 immediately called for an early probe, a fast B-site rush. Astralis' defense didn't double stack or push forward, they just had Blame F positioned at the bottom of the A-site stairs for quick support. Right at the start, Xiu Tiu noticed Astralis' first counter. A 2A-2B setup with Blame F holding the gap between the 2 sites, grenades in hand, waiting for C9 to make the first move. Bumble 4 didn't hesitate. As soon as they started smoking B-site, a flashbang from Blame F on the second floor flew out. Hobbit, peeking from long pipes, was fully blinded, and Jabby in the oil barrel position finished him off with a single USP shot. On the other side, Perfecto and Axe 1 Lu tried to trade through B short, but Device was posted behind the pillar, and he was holding a dual Berettas. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Device Blame F killed Axe 1 Lu with headshots using dual Berettas. Device Blame F killed Perfecto with dual Berettas. With Blame F's second flash, 2 kills popped up on the kill feed. Electronic, trying to trade from long pipes, managed to dodge, but Jabby was already crouched behind the oil barrel, and Device was still behind the pillar. He had no targets to shoot. Damn, I can't see anyone. Then we have no choice. We have to push. Bumble 4's voice cut in quickly. He knew pushing now was suicidal, but once the attack was set in motion, it was hard to retreat. At least a 2v3 head-on still had a sliver of hope. If they retreated through long pipes and back to the T-spawn, they'd have zero information for the rest of the round. Electronic gritted his teeth and kept charging forward. Bang. Electronic killed Jabby with a Glock headshot. Jabby had just peeked up when Electronic reacted, instantly securing the one tap. But in the next moment, Blame F on the second floor traded. Electronic swung his view. Bumble 4 was still in the middle of long pipes and Device seized the numbers advantage. Bang. Bang. The duels came out, 2 headshots in quick succession, and Electronic's screen went gray. Only Bumble 4 remained, but as he peeked to trade, he was quickly taken down by Blame F. Too bad. After losing the first round, Bumble 4 shook his head helplessly. Yangshi had been right. They were targeted from the start. The reason Astralis reacted so quickly to the fast B rush was entirely because Blame F had pre-deployed the flashbang from the second floor. Both sides were caught in the utility, leaving no chance for C9. After this round, C9's early rhythm began to crumble. If Grove had been coaching, the team's morale would have taken a hit, and Electronic might have started pressuring his teammates. But this time they had anticipated it. Stay calm, wait for Yangshi's timeout. No rush, no rush. Losing a few rounds isn't a big deal. This is a CT map, and their raw skill can't be as strong as FaZe. Electronic was actually rallying the team. Yangshi watched from the back, his appreciation for Electronic growing. Electronic was talking more, and he seemed increasingly convinced of Yangshi's strategies. The other players hearing him didn't look as grim anymore. Yangshi remained expressionless, simply watching his teammates' screens intently. Things were unfolding as he had predicted, but the early losses were only a prelude to this BO3. The real game had yet to begin. Second round, Eco round. Electronic played steadily, moving quietly along his assigned position. But Astralis had no intention of letting the opponent breeze through this round. They pushed aggressively into the T-spawn right from the start, denying any chance for the enemy to build momentum. Stavn, armed with an MP9, charged in with Blame F, slaying 3 in a row from the T-spawn. Electronic didn't even have time to fire before being dropped. The entire Eco round went without a hitch for Astralis. With the score at 0-2, you couldn't help but comment on the analyst's desk. Honestly, with this Bampic, the first map is just feeding Astralis' confidence. Stavn is already going wild. It's going to be tough for C9 to score points from here on. But Lai Xiaofeng beside him remained silent. He still remembered C9's victory over FaZe on this very map. I'd say the pace is completely locked down by Astralis. Electronic couldn't find his rhythm, and the others clearly haven't warmed up either. Now we'll see if C9 can turn it around through some psychological mind games the way they did against FaZe. Xiaofeng quickly diagnosed C9's current issues based on his game understanding. Yet when the third round, a full buy round, began, the psychological anticipation he hoped to see from C9 never materialized. This round, C9 employed the same slow, methodical approach they used against FaZe, but their lurker Stare and support player Jabby were playing extremely aggressively. You're not daring to deep control long. Alright, then we'll just silently infiltrate through long. As luck would have it, Jabby happened to catch Perfecto holding an angle near T-spawn with no teammates nearby. With that kill, Captain Blame F immediately deduced that C9 would have to go A and called for a 3-man A defense. BMBL4 knew that retreating from T-spawn to B was nearly impossible. Rotating through underpass was too risky, and forcing A would leave them vulnerable to backstabs. Caught between a rock and a hard-placed Jabby, the rat of the snake-rat duo, true to his name, a shadowy rodent, rat-a-tat-tat. Jabby killed Electronic with AK-47. Electronic thought a teammate was watching underpass, but no one was, and he got unlucky getting picked off first. Seeing the enemy numbers, Jabby swiftly pulled his crosshair and fell back. Bang! Jabby headshot BMBL4 with AK-47. He got incredibly lucky. Random spray took down BMBL4 as well. Hobbit tried to trade, but Stare had already infiltrated from T-spawn, denying him the chance. In an instant, the same slow tactic that had defeated FaZe now looked clownish, completely ineffective against Astralis. The score quickly jumped to 0-4. Having lost 4 rounds in less than 10 minutes, BMBL4 was starting to panic. He turned to look at Yangshi. Yangshi shook his head, saying nothing. He hadn't yet seen enough of the opponent's habits. Still no timeout. If we lose more rounds, we'll lose our advantage. Seeing Yangshi's expression, BMBL4 frowned. Electronic followed his gaze to Yangshi, who remained unresponsive. Trust him. Electronic turned back to his monitor, uttering only those words. The 5th round began soon after, another full buy round. BMBL4 executed the predetermined tactic, pushing T-spawn. This time luck was on their side as they caught Stavn trying to peek forward for an opening. With 1 kill now 5v4, BMBL4's mid-round call was to rotate through underpass to construction and play B. But after C9 secured control of bathroom, T-spawn, and underpass, just as they opened the underpass door, a sniper rifle bullet greeted them. Bang! Device killed Hobbit with AWP. Device seemed to have been waiting at B small for a long time, holding the underpass entrance firmly. BMBL4 tried to trade, but Stare was already positioned below construction. Stare headshot BMBL4 with AK-47. Stare headshot Electronic with AK-47. A single spray from Stare took down Electronic as well. The situation changed in an instant. C9's 5v4 advantage turned into a 2v4 disadvantage. Knowing this round was lost, BMBL4 said dejectedly to his teammates' save. Fortunately, Astralis didn't risk cleaning up, and the score reached 0-5. C9's loss bonus was fully maxed out, giving everyone a rifle. After the round ended, she finally called a timeout. Astralis glanced at the opponent's timeout unconcerned. The Snake Rat duo led the mockery in team voice. Stavn the Snake laughed and said to his teammates, C9, that's all they've got. Jabby the Rat looked around with a relaxed expression. They said this was their best map to beat FaZe. We just studied a few demos and easily exposed them for what they are. Then Device joined the mockery with a smile. When they picked Ancient on map 2, I knew this BO3 was in the bag. We weren't even that confident, but them picking this map only boosted our confidence. Unbelievable. That Coach Young. Stare the calm one didn't join in, he just listened with a grin. Only BlameF wasn't laughing. As captain, he was the only one still keeping an eye on the opponent. After all, they had beaten FaZe. And since then FaZe had stormed through 2 lower bracket matches, both 2-0, to reach the finals. The only loss they suffered was against C9 in their first BO1. If it were Grove on the other side, that could be explained. But now it was Young sitting there. If that Young was really that clueless, how could FaZe have lost? This doubt, even if he brought it up, his teammates would dismiss it, so BlameF kept it to himself. He just stared at the coach on the other side, who was talking incessantly, his mind unsettled. On the other side at C9's player booth, Young, she had called this timeout because he had already figured out Astralis' positioning and habits. Brother Young. BMBL4 looked at him, having waited so long for this timeout. Young, she stood up and smiled slightly. 1 minute. I'll lay out their habits and positions for you. Jabby is a secondary B defender, aggressive in style. We can set a trap for him in B. He usually plays with Stare, so we can put an extra man on the flank to watch. As for bathroom, it's fine to be one man down. Stavn's aim isn't that solid. Then Device and BlameF. Device almost always holds B small with the AWP. If there's no pressure on A, he's definitely in B. Early on we can probe A to force him to rotate. Then the 2 in B can catch Jabby. As for BlameF, he's just providing utility support, not a big threat. They know we like to play B, so we'll play B. Once Jabby is taken out, B's firepower will be almost 0. Young, she spoke rapidly, but the players listened intently, every word etched into their minds. At that moment, BMBL4 looked at Young, she with pure admiration. What impressed BMBL4 was that in just 5 rounds, Young, she watching from behind, had deduced the opponent's behavioral patterns on this map. Losing 5 rounds in a row was frustrating. But now he realized that every single point had been observed by Coach Young. Now it was up to the players to execute. BMBL4 assigned positions. I'm out of time. Young, she said finally. The referee signaled, and he couldn't finish, but he sat back down with a confident smile. Electronic Hobbit. This round, push T-spawn again, put pressure on bathroom, try to take out Stavn. Axe 1 Lu, you go to long early to hold an angle. No need to harass her. Perfecto, go with him. As for me, I'll solo lurk A long, keep adding pressure. BMBL4's voice steadied again. It was the calm, composed state from their practice sessions. This was the most obvious difference from Grove's coaching. The sense of security Yang she provided from behind always made BMBL4 feel that the game had become simple again. Now the comeback in the first half was about to begin. The official stream's chat was flooded with comments. C9's timeout is way too late. Honestly, Yang just got lucky. Beating FaZe in that BO1 was only because Pango finally got his head in the game and returned to his 2021 peak form. Now they've lost 5 rounds before calling timeout. The players have lost their rhythm, right? Yang. He's even worse than Grove. This level is too low. Who said they wanted Yang back? Better he didn't come back. Does anyone actually think he's the Chinese world's best tactician? The Chinese blade. Xiu Xiu and Xiaofeng watched these comments wanting to chime in, but the official stream could only discuss the match content, not the players' individual states. As they watched, they noticed the timeout had ended. Timeout's over. Yang said a lot there, but can C9 secure the first round of the half? Xiaofeng spoke, a hint of anticipation in his tone. After all, judging from the last 5 rounds, C9's chances of winning are pretty low. But Xiu Xiu was the straightforward type, saying whatever came to mind. That's probably tough. Astralis' rhythm is getting better and better, and this map is their strongest. Overall, it looks like C9 might get swept 0-2 by Astralis. After watching the first 5 rounds of this half, Xiu Xiu clearly had doubts about Yangshi as well. Was that BO1 yesterday really all Yangshi's doing? Or did he just happen to catch the team popping off and management let him keep playing because Grove was underperforming? From what he'd seen so far, he felt the same as the audience. His faith was wavering. On the stage, Astralis. Watching the timeout, the smile on Stavn's face grew even wider. Timeout's finally over. Total waste of our time. Playing C9, we don't even need a timeout. Yeah. Jabby nodded. C9 is way overhyped. However, Device didn't keep bantering with the Snake Rat duo. He focused on the screen. Enough talk. This round, stick to the plan and counter their offense. Okay. Everyone responded. With this winning mindset, they deployed their universal positions once again. Stavn and BlameF continued to push forward in the bathroom. Jabby, Stare, and Device started the round heading to be controlling construction and sewer. But as soon as the positions were set, Stavn, pushing forward, felt C9's strong intention to take mid. I'll smoke mid, you watch balloon for me. Stavn threw a flash and a fire into mid, then a smoke to block the mid exit. Blame F was camped at the sewer entrance watching Balloon for him and casually glanced back at sewer. Just as the smoke balloon Stavn pulled out his AK and looked back at Balloon. At that moment Blame F happened to turn his head to check sewer. Bang. Electronic headshot Stavn with AK-47. In that instant Stavn and Electronic were in a 1v1 duel. Trade. Stavn having lost to Electronic was stunned. Blame F tried to save him, fired a couple of shots, but Electronic still escaped. Seeing Electronic retreat, Blame F knew he couldn't hold his position, quickly slipped back into the bathroom and retreated toward his site. Old Tang. Fall back to A. Pressure's getting heavy. Device got the info, held B short for a few seconds, then switched to his Ruby bayonet and started to rotate. At this point Jabby also realized that if A was under pressure, B must be empty. Thinking that, he took stair and crept toward long tunnel peak to confirm no one was close and entered. Bang. Axe 1 look killed Jabby with AWP. The Dark Rat just died. From behind stair peeked out to trade. But didn't expect someone was lurking right there, not moving at all. As Axe 1 Lee's sniper stopped, P. Marshall suddenly swung out the moment Jabby fell face to face with stair. Bang. Perfecto headshot stair with AK-47. This. Stair was stunned, two guys camping the side. Just luck. Jabby interlocked his fingers, his tone stubborn as he looked at the screen, then turned to his teammates. B is broken. Probably can't retake this round. Save your guns. Device was annoyed. He had just moved away when he got the news from B. But he had no choice. He had to save his sniper. You watch bathroom and underground from the car. Device quickly set up the safe positions. I'll watch along. The lucky survivor Blame F acknowledged. Device opened his scope, staring intently at along, thinking the enemy wouldn't dare challenge his AWP. But he didn't expect. Electronic came anyway. Bang. Device's AWP shot missed, entirely unable to stop Electronic's dry peek. Seeing his miss, he quickly switched to his Ruby bayonet, instinctively trying to fall back behind cover. But Electronic had been wounded by Stair at the start, so he was on a life or death mission and wouldn't let him go. Bang. Electronic headshot Device with AK-47. Fuck. 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 He didn't even know how he missed that shot. Old Tang could only bang the desk and slump back. Blame F held his position waiting for the C4 to explode so he could pick up the AWP and save. But 5v1, a C9 wouldn't give him the chance, and he eventually died at the car. The score became 1-5, C9 got their first round. C9's luck is definitely turning. Device said, looking at the score, but his tone was clearly defiant. We still have money. I'll get another AWP. Thanks to the economic advantage from winning 5 straight rounds, Device could afford 2 more AWPs even after losing 1. With the AWP in hand again, the 7th round began. But this time C9 seemed to have confirmed something. They immediately pushed mid again, and this time they truly committed. C9 executed a lightning-fast rush, and Stavn, pushing forward, didn't even have time to fire before being eliminated by Electronic again. And this time Blame F wasn't so lucky. He couldn't retreat to cover in time, and was killed by enemies pulling out from both sewer and balloon. A site fell in under 30 seconds. Device tried to retake from sewer with Jabby. But P. Marshall was lurking in a very sneaky spot, just waiting for them to peek from behind. The two Astralis players played cautiously, moving toward the bathroom one after another. But P. Marshall's AK barked. Bang. Perfecto headshot Jabby with AK-47. Device had just advanced with his AWP when he heard the shots behind him. He whipped around and fired. Bang. The AWP's roar tore through the air. But this shot. Old Tang missed again. Perfecto headshot Device with AK-47. Holy shit. How the fuck is this happening again? Device clutched his head, completely doubting his own aim. 2 missed shots, both crucial. And in these 2 rounds alone, he had cost the team over 1-2-0-0 in economy. Stair sighed helplessly and had to save his gun. C9's luck is just too ridiculous. The moment I looked away for a second, that guy peeked out. Jabby's mouth was still tough. Watching the score jump to 2-5, he still refused to admit it. After all, Astralis still had the lead. Blame F, the captain, looked around at his teammates. Oh, every face was grim. He could already feel it. That same feeling FaZe had against C9. Is this really just luck? Blame F's voice trailed off. No one answered and silence fell. After a while, Device finally spoke. Let's call a timeout. Nice. On C9's side, the players cheered loudly. P. Marshall was laughing. That Device missed again, the human limit. Haha. Electronic grinned too. That's how it should be. Let them have 5 rounds, then smash their economy in 2 rounds. Break their mentality too. Seeing the timeout, Pango turned to Yangshi, admiration in his voice. Brother Yang, your coaching style is so solid. You see through the opponent's thoughts and stayed at a glance. Yangshi looked at the tactical paper, his face expressionless. But if he could speak now, he would say something. I know that Device. When he's in form, he's rock solid. Once he's off, he's just trash. After missing 2 shots, his touch is definitely gone. From now on, we don't need to avoid him on B. We can keep pushing a fast. 1 more round, and their economy will be completely shattered. The pressure will mount. We can take the lead in this half. The timeout ended and Team A repositioned under Blame F's deployment. This time, after the pause, their faces were etched with solemnity. The 8th round began. On Team A's side, Stavn once again pushed into the bathroom, but his footsteps were notably more subdued. He wasn't afraid to duel Electronic. He knew Electronic's hand was hot, and the risk of a direct confrontation was too high. So he chose to step back through a smoke in mid, and held the bathroom entrance watching the balloon. This round Blame F didn't come to trade, he just held a grenade ready to coordinate with Stavn to flash and clear. Meanwhile, the sniper Old Tang came to a long instructing stare and Jabby to play a deep defense and be no longer giving the enemy free kills. This was their last economy for a rifle round, and they had to play it safe. If they lost again, their money would be gone, forcing them into an eco round. On C9's side, Bumble4 continued following Yang, she's advice executing a fast A push. When Electronic and H0-Bit rushed out of the T-spawn, they saw the mid-smoke from Stavn. Wasn't that an obvious tell that he was watching the balloon? Electronic suddenly had an idea. He threw a low-pop flash into the smoke. Stavn was still peeking back and forth watching the balloon, waiting for the enemy to peek Blame F to flash and a coordinated play to gain an advantage. Bang! The smoke exploded open. Stavn was stunned for half a second just as he pulled his crosshair over. Bang! Electronic killed Stavn with AK-47 headshot. This was a kill Stavn had never imagined. This Electronic's clean no-nonsense kill made Stavn click his tongue in frustration. On B, Jabby playing secondary B no longer dared to push out aggressively. But the deep smoke he casually threw into long pipe was too sloppy, giving Perfecto, who was playing alone, an opportunity. Perfecto gambled on the opponent's psychology, choosing to solo creep out of the smoke. And indeed, the opponent wasn't holding it directly. Jabby was still peeking behind the pillar, holding a Molotov, completely unaware that Perfecto had already pulled out from long pipe. Bang! Perfecto killed Jabby with AK-47. The moment the headshot landed, Perfecto immediately pulled back into cover. Only Stare on B site failed to trade, standing there in disbelief. Good news kept coming in. Pressure was mounting on both A and B, forcing Device, who was holding a long, to act. Without a second thought, he scoped in and crept from the bomb site to a long, looking for a chance to get a multi-kill and reclaim the numbers advantage. A flashbang flew from the bathroom. Device turned his back to dodge it, and Bumble4 had already swung out. Bang! In the moment of contact, Device turned his scope back, but his AWP shot missed again. Bumble4 killed Device with AK-47. Bumble4, using a self-flash, calmly secured the kill on Device. Device clutched his face in agony again. Slap! In frustration, he angrily slammed his monitor. Your mother. He wanted to curse but had no one to blame, so he just let out a long sigh. It was his own performance issue, he couldn't fault anyone else. To hide his embarrassment, he touched his forehead and smoothed his hair. With both A and B collapsing simultaneously, Team A's defense had no room to fight back. After losing that round with no money left, the score jumped from 2-5 to 4-5. Before the 10th round began, Team A called their second timeout. Not luck. The mouse's voice was no longer stubborn, it was fragile. Jabby watched the score closing and clearly feeling the pressure building. That Coach Yang. One timeout, and they really adjusted. But no one answered him. Because it was his own luck that started this. If not for him, the others wouldn't have kept underestimating C9. As for Stavn, who was in X team with Jabby, and together they had backstabbed KDN. He couldn't stand Jabby's attitude and snapped back. Isn't it because you exposed too many gaps in B? Now they know how to target us. How dare you say that? Aren't you the one getting instantly killed by Electronic every time? Jabby shot back, his tone rising several notches. The two former X team members had their first open argument in Team A. Now Team A's defensive rhythm was completely shattered. Everyone started blaming others. Except Device, whose authority was too great for anyone to criticize. Team Captain Blame F was irritable. The next round was another rifle round. If they lost, the first half would basically end at 7-5. If they only managed 5 rounds on defense, the second half would be even harder. On the surface, they seemed to go 50-50 against anyone. But if they actually switched to T side, they didn't have the firepower of FaZe in that BO1, let alone a Device who had missed 3 consecutive shots in a row. The second half would be even more difficult. But Blame F's mind offered no tactical solutions. All he could do now was stabilize his teammates' morale. Don't panic, don't panic. We still have a chance. We can still win. He said it in the weakest tone, uttering words even he didn't believe. The timeout ended. The 10th round began, a crucial round of the first half. Another rifle round. Although C9 has caught up to 4-5, Team A still has room to regain control. But this round their defensive positions show hesitation. Blame F called a compromise setup, neither overly aggressive nor completely tucked in the bomb site waiting for the opponent's attack. In front of the bathroom, C9 continues their early attack harassment. As Tsiu was commentating, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The director's camera showed Perfecto, who was supposed to be watching B alone, now standing at a long, facing the struggling Device. If Perfecto was at A, that meant this round C9 was still fast hitting it. Bang! A shot from the AWP near a long. Device killed Perfecto with AWP finally. Device breathed a sigh of relief. His touch was back. He pulled out his ruby bayonet ready to holster it and return to the bomb site. Wait. That ID. Perfecto. Wasn't he supposed to be playing the flank? So the front. With the ruby bayonet in hand, he hadn't even switched to his primary weapon. He stepped back and glanced left at the bathroom. Then he saw, standing at the small area beside the bathroom, 3 Ts. At that moment, Stavn, who was holding the bathroom entrance, finally realized Old Tang was holding the knife. Hey, there are people in the bathroom. Device, your mother. Bang. Electronic killed Device with AK-47 headshot. It was too late. The AK shot rang out and Device's barely regained touch vanished instantly. Brother Tang. He just gave it away. C9 was simply rushing a. Team A's Stavn didn't communicate well. He was right at the bathroom entrance. And he just sold old Tang out. As Lai Xiaofeng's voice died down, Stavn finally brought Blame F to trade. But Bumble 4 was at the back, throwing grenades, and Blame F was fully blinded. Stavn was completely isolated at the bathroom entrance. Bang! Axe 1 Lu killed Stavn with AWP. Axe 1 Lu took him out with a sniper shot. With that kill, Blame F, who was flashbanged on the bomb site, couldn't survive either. The site collapsed entirely. The two brothers from B tried to retake, but failed. The score tied at 5-5. At this moment, the faces of Team A were completely off. Blame F wanted to call another timeout, the last one. But the coach behind him, Rugga, stopped his hand in time. After a moment's hesitation, he understood the coach's intention. A timeout. That would only benefit the opponent. That Yang. He really had something. Every time they called a timeout after Yang spoke a few words behind C9, their attack would take on a new form that Team A couldn't handle. Calling a timeout would just be a gift to C9. A gift to Yang. Blame F looked up at Yang Shi across the stage. Yang Shi noticed him, and his eyes carried a meaningful expression, as if saying, "You dare to pause. Then I dare to keep winning." Trembling Blame F ultimately decided not to call the timeout. Just as he was about to force up with his teammates, he suddenly noticed the countdown at the top had stopped. Then he looked at the chat box in the bottom left. A system message appeared. C9 has called a tactical timeout, remaining 1. What? Blame F was stunned. We're not calling a timeout, but you C9, after winning, call a timeout. Not. That coach. He calls a timeout, even after winning. Even Team A's coach Rugga was confused. He wasn't used to suddenly being able to speak, but he instantly saw through Yang Shi's move. He's deliberately trying to break our mentality. Holy crap, they really came back. This C9. Inside the official IM Chengdu Chinese stream, Xiu watched the tied score, awkwardly scratching his head as he looked at Lai Xiaofeng. He remembered the doubt in his mind before the timeout, thinking face match was just luck for C9, that Yang Shi had merely caught a moment when his players popped off. But now, he couldn't say that. Lai Xiaofeng caught his gaze and smiled. Didn't I tell you earlier? C9's coach isn't Grove, now it's Yang. Team A started with a 5-0 lead, seemingly a huge advantage. But every timeout from C9 is an adjustment. Now they're about to come back to 6-5, or even 7-5. The live chat comments completely changed direction. Holy. Electronic went from 35 to 116. OMG. Could this Yang really be the Chinese Blad 3? Every timeout Team A loses a round. Lies. Even without the timeout, Team A has no touch. Now I watched the 66-57 stream. Playgod is furious. Old man missing so many shots, don't even mention it. That Ruby bayonet overpass was hilarious, absolutely dominating. This Yang, if he really makes it to the offline arena, I'm going to ask him where he came from. Team A has already collapsed. This coach Yang, he's incredible. The camera cut to C9's player area. Yang Shi sat there having called this timeout. He didn't say much. It was purely to apply more psychological pressure on Team A. For him, the outcome of this map 1 was already predictable. On the Team A player's bench, Coach Rugga took a deep breath and slumped back in his chair. In map 1, Team A had lost. And it was a case of how high they were in the early stages, how shattered they became later. Rugga may not be as legendary as Team A's predecessor Zonic, but he is an experienced coach. This was only the first map of the BO3. Map 2 was their strong map chosen by the opponents, so theoretically, they had a high chance of winning. But the problem was that the player's mental state was already off. Old Tang's face was extremely grim, and the others had lost color to varying degrees. From a 5-0 lead in the first half to a final score of 5-13. The shock of this reversal hit Rugga no less than it hit the players. And from the moment the opposing coach Yang called a timeout, Team A never scored another point. That Yang, he had just started his career, how could he be so extraordinary? Blame F and his teammates finished their high fives and walked up to Rugga saying with concern, "We can't let map 2 also end up like this, can we?" Rugga shook his head and didn't speak immediately. Because map 2 was Team A's strongest map with a win rate consistently in the 60 to 70 range. It was almost impossible to lose. But the images from map 1 were still looping in his mind. He swallowed hard and said forcefully, "It's not that easy. No matter how well C9 played on map 1, that was their strong map. Map 2 is ours, and you all know how high our win rate is. Come on, let's go backstage to discuss map 2 tactics." Rugga waved his hand and led the teammates off the stage. Official commentary desk. It's incredible. After C9 gained momentum in map 1, they played almost flawlessly. Team A's opening 5 points, we never expected that those would be their last 5 points. Lai Xiaofeng's eyes were full of sparkle. What is this? This is exactly the C9 he wanted. The appearance of that coach Yang. If Team A had indeed caught C9's weakness in the early stage, repeatedly stifling C9's early rhythm. But after that single timeout, everything reversed. Team A, which had been the one targeting, became the one being targeted. Anyone who hadn't seen C9's match against FaZe the day before would definitely find today's match very unfamiliar. Especially C9's targeting strategy. Knowing that Old Tang was out of form, they kept attacking him, not giving him any chance to regain his rhythm. As for Device, he wasn't completely without impact. But his form came and went quickly. The AWP position requires absolute stability, but Old Tang was clearly even worse than Alo. In the later stages, one could even see Alu out-dueling Old Tang, and Lai Xiaofeng felt this was utterly surreal. I have nothing to say. Xiu listened to Xiaofeng's words and looked at his expression feeling like a clown. He didn't directly say those disparaging words about C9 from the early part of map 1, but the audience could hear the subtle tone in his commentary. Chu Boss is a clown haha. Although Chu Boss didn't say how bad C9 actually was at the start of the map, he kept saying C9's ban pick was terrible. Now he's been proven wrong, right? To be honest, I didn't expect either. C9, down 0-5 at the start, managed to come back to 13-5. This is really incredible. Their ability to seize opportunities is too strong. This C9, it's not that C9 is good. It's that coach behind them. Yang. On the stage, the C9 members hadn't left yet. Brother Yang, you are absolutely amazing. After high-fiving his teammates, Pang Xiu raised his hands and turned to look at Yang Shi. Although Yang Shi had only spoken a few sentences in this match, each of his words became a pillar for his teammates and a nightmare for Team A. This week, Pang Xiu had doubted countless times whether this system could hold up on the big stage. They won the BO1 match, but he was still skeptical. Until after Grove took over, they lost the second match, and now this third round. He was sure. This person, he is the most reassuring coach he has ever met, and possibly one of the strongest. A second blade. Calm down. Calm down. Yang Shi stood up with a smile. Map 2 is the real battle. Stay calm. The calmer we are, the more our opponents will think this victory is easy for us, and the more pressure they'll feel. Pang Xiu took it to heart, and so did Dianzigo. A Jian walked over, extended his fist, and Yang Shi bumped it. Awesome. After the fist bump, Dianzigo simply said that, and turned away. He was still a bit unconvinced, but he was already willing to take the initiative to say a few more words to Yang Shi. Yang Shi watched all this, smiled, and led his teammates slowly off the backstage, everyone with smiles on their faces. Backstage of Team A, as soon as the players returned to the restroom, Coach Rugga immediately started reviewing. But unlike C9's atmosphere, where they could still laugh after shouting at each other, the entire backstage of Team A was now shrouded in a lifeless atmosphere. No one was willing to speak, and no one dared to speak. Because everyone felt they had some blame to bear, and whoever spoke first could become the target of criticism. Ahem. Rugga coughed twice, breaking the silence. What happened? We lost map 1 so badly our morale is completely shot. Old Tang spoke first. As the soul of Team A, it was only natural for him to start, and no one dared to blame him. We have to change our strategy. Captain Blame F continued. I don't know if they've secretly studied Ancient, but if they still use that pattern of throwing early and ramping up mid-game, we must completely shut down their rhythm. Blame F's suggestion was reasonable, but Rugga felt it didn't hit the mark. Rugga wasn't like Taz Neo, or even Grove, coaches who only do psychological counseling for players. He was still very knowledgeable about the game. What C9 showed today was that if Team A tried to fight head-on, C9 wasn't afraid at all. They had plenty of firepower. We can't go head-to-head whether on defense or offense, Rugga turned to say. If they push hard, we give up some space and wait for an opportunity to retake. If they defend, we won't fight to the death unless it's the best moment. Play a bit more slippery and keep applying psychological pressure. Everyone agreed with this proposal. Map 2 was their strong map, so playing slippery was easy. On the other side, backstage at C9, Grove was excitedly serving the players, massaging and patting their backs. But Yang Shi wasn't enjoying this. He was seriously studying Team A's ancient demos from the past few months, using the shortest time to absorb the strategies Team A might change. Yang Shi looked at the data from Map 1 and began to wonder if Team A would adopt a completely different strategy in Map 2 after their crushing defeat. But still, that feeling remained. Team A's demos were very formulaic. The only thing he could gather was one sentence. They had extremely high map familiarity and played very slippery. If that's the case with their slippery style, Yang Shi pondered to himself, what Team A can change now is only avoiding fights and then putting psychological pressure on us. Yang Shi was thinking along these lines, but he wasn't sure yet. However, the break time passed too quickly. Bob had already stood up to call everyone bad boys. I'm waiting for your triumphant return in Map 2. Back on the stage, the players from both sides had taken their seats. When the camera showed a comparison of the players' benches, the audience could clearly see that Team A's members looked grim, while C9's atmosphere was relaxed. This decisive Map 2, Ancient, it was about to begin. The pistol round had officially begun. C9, as the map selectors, naturally chose to start on the counter-terrorist side. Ancient, this map was essentially a green Dust 2, with its overall structure nearly identical to Dust 2. But the difference was, while Dust 2 might lean towards being a terrorist-favored map, Ancient was a CT-favored map. Teams looking to seize early momentum generally opted to start on the CT side. Rugga looked at the result, sighing inwardly, still afraid of us. He glanced up at Yang Shi across the way, a hint of relief in his eyes. Yang Shi noticed and smiled slightly. Yang Shi himself hadn't expected that such a simple display of feigned weakness could actually fool Rugga so successfully. Noticing Yang Shi's smile, the relief in Rugga's eyes instantly faded. For some reason, seeing Yang Shi's calm demeanor made him profoundly uncomfortable. As both coaches turned their attention back to the game this round, Team A indeed played with the cunning that Yang Shi had predicted. They started with harassment at the B ramp, successfully forcing out Pang Xiu's defensive smoke. Then they suddenly shifted their focus to mid, not gaining an advantage, but making it extremely difficult for a Luan VIP. Team A used this method of constant rotation, keeping C9 guessing their true target. Just over a minute had passed. At this moment Team A launched a full-scale execute on a site, throwing out 2 smokes, a flashbang, and a Molotov. It looked like a genuine take. Peng Xiu and A Lu quickly rotated from bottom and VIP to retake a link. But by the time they reached the A site, they realized it was a fake execute constructed with solo utility. Before they could react, Electronic and Hua at the B site had already been eliminated. And not only that, there was a third set of utility for the B site. That was it. The pistol round was completely dictated by Team A's play, and after a 3v5 clutch attempt, the score jumped to 0-1. Neat. The moment it ended, a loud roar erupted from Team A's player area. Clearly they had been holding this in for too long from map 1 until now. 3 sets of utility for a fake hit in this round. Team A has shown their brilliance, Tsu commented while casting, but this map is Team A's strongest with a win rate consistently between 60 and 70. Let's see how C9 responds now. He no longer used a speculative tone about Yangshi, but instead sounded somewhat expectant. Xiaofeng joked beside him, "Chu boss. Where's that aggressive spirit from map 1? Can't be helped. Everyone has to pay the price for their actions." The official streams chat also had fewer haters bragging again. Winning 1 round and you show off, lol. Still some clueless viewers. This map 2 feels like it's following map 1 script. C9 loses a few rounds, calls a timeout. Then C9 completely disrupts Team A's rhythm. I doubt it. Team A played the pistol round so well C9 was fooled completely. I don't believe that Yang is really that miraculous. Can he really predict this kind of spontaneous playstyle? Hard to say. I'm increasingly thinking he is the Blade of China. Team A fans are still being filial. Those who have seen Yang coach are already anticipating Team A's collapse. The chat was no longer discussing the players' individual skills. Instead, the discussion shifted to the coaches, with mostly insults traded back and forth. But Tsu and Xiaofeng couldn't read these comments aloud. They could only smile, eat their snacks, and quietly wait to see who would emerge victorious. On the stage, after winning the pistol round and securing 2 more rounds, Team A wasn't as happy as one might expect after the cheers subsided, because they weren't sure if they could maintain this pace. They had to stay focused and continue playing. After BlameF finished setting up the strategy for the 3rd round, he glanced back at Rugga. Rugga wasn't smiling, his eyes fixed on the tactical sheet, his expression grim, worried about potential issues. BlameF saw this and got a bit anxious. He looked at the 3-second countdown, then turned to his teammates. Should we call a timeout? Looks like the coach is a bit tense. Everyone followed his gaze and looked back at Rugga. His expression was intimidating. Call it. Call it. Device felt a shiver run down his spine. The coach's demeanor was even more serious than in map 1, clearly worried about something. We need to get him to tell us what's on his mind. But in that moment of hesitation, the countdown ended. The 3rd round had already begun, and as BlameF just made the timeout gesture, it was rejected by the referee. At that, despite the air conditioning steadily set at 22 degrees, a cold sweat broke out on BlameF's forehead. However, this round overall went without too many surprises for Team A. Although C9 on a half-buy tried to contest mid at the start, and Jabby was instantly taken down by Electronic with the FAMAS. Stavn, who was backing him up, managed to trade the kill back, and subsequently secured control of all of mid. The subsequent donut push was thwarted when Hua managed to get a headshot with the deagle, but faced with Team A's 4v1A site, take C9 couldn't retake in time. The score unsurprisingly jumped to 0-3. Having finished the round without major incident, BlameF thought to himself, if the coach had something important to say, he would have called the timeout himself. But he didn't. Did we misunderstand? Holding on to this thought, he exchanged a glance with Device, and both felt they were on the same page. However, Rugga sitting behind them, wasn't that he didn't want to speak. It was, he didn't dare to call that timeout. He felt that if a timeout was to be called, Yang, she should be the one to call it first. Him calling a timeout would just give Yangshi another chance to adjust his players. He could sense it now, that Yang was cooking up something big. But if Rugga had called the timeout directly, allowing C9 to reset, Team A might have secured a few more rounds in the early game. But the rhythm would have been broken, making things even worse. Over the next few rounds, Team A didn't let up. Their proactive aggression did disrupt some of C9's probing, and C9 continued to fall behind on the scoreboard. But Yangshi, even while conceding points, gradually deciphered the opponent's patterns. Hidden within Team A's proactively changing playstyle was a weakness. In an effort to alter their style, they had abandoned their own deeply ingrained habits, causing a disconnect in their teamwork, with frequent errors in trades and positioning. Especially Device's performance, his AWP play was very messy. Even though the score had jumped to 0-6, his stats were a mere 22. Should be. About time, right? BlameF's face was becoming slicker with sweat. He wasn't sure if his team had truly grasped the rhythm of the game. 6 rounds up on the attack, that's a huge advantage. And they still haven't called a timeout. Device glanced at his own stats and couldn't help but complain, damn this playstyle. I'm struggling so much, I'm not getting any kills. We're struggling too. I went from being the support to the entry fragger. Jabby chimed in. Stavn also spoke up, the two apparently having made up. We're struggling too, I was forced to switch from support to entry, constantly rotating. Stare shook his head, at least we've got the right red on the pace. As long as we're winning, it's fine. He turned to BlameF, let's keep setting up the plays. BlameF had just nodded and was about to speak when C9, tactical timeout called. Remaining 2 appeared. Everyone on Team A side saw C9 call the timeout, but a strange sense of dread rose within them. Damn, finally we can talk. Rugga noticed the timeout, immediately stood up and walked over to his players, his voice tense. Wait. We can't keep using the current tactics. That young guy called a timeout. He must have found a weakness. Let's switch it up, go back to our standard positions, and play our default style. As he said this, he looked up and saw Yang Shi across the way also talking to his team. Yang Shi happened to notice him, paused for a second, gave him an unreadable look, and then turned back to his players. That look made Rugga even more panicked. No, he corrected himself. Let's stick to the rotations. He thought again, then switched back, right? Let's continue with the original tactics. Fear had overshadowed his judgment, because Rugga couldn't fathom whether Yang Shi had already seen through his plan. In the final seconds of the timeout, Coach Rugga on Team A's bench still couldn't calm down. Did that Yang see through it or not? Rugga muttered to himself, occasionally second-guessing, probably not. But the way he acted, he was torn, unable to decide which tactic to employ. The timeout was ticking away. Device didn't know what had gotten into Rugga, but he couldn't help speaking up, his voice shaky. Stop muttering to yourself. Just pick a tactic. Which one are we supposed to follow? But Rugga gave no reply. Blame F, watching the coach's dazed state, felt his own anxiety rising. His mind was full of questions. Team A was leading big 6-0. What did the opponent mean by seeing through their plans? Their form was still there. What was there to fear? Coach. Blame F couldn't hold back a shout as the timeout was almost over. Oh, Rugga snapped back to reality. He finally squeezed out a sentence. Just the standard positions, I guess. The countdown ended and the game resumed. This round Team A executed their predetermined plan, but the confidence from their 6-win streak was gone. The coach's earlier strange behavior had inevitably affected everyone. Even as they ran the standard positioning tactic, things fell into disarray. Jabby, taking the first point, followed his habit from the previous 6 rounds by rushing mid to contest Black House, inevitably engaging in a firefight with the CT. But this time Stavn, who was second through the T-ramp, chose to go through B doors to honor the coach's original positioning. This caused a severe disconnect between the two, who could have formed a synergy. Bang. Electronic, using M4A4 headshot, killed Jabby. The kill came too easily. Electronic himself hadn't expected the lack of trade. What the? Jabby turned red with anger in the voice chat. Where the hell are my teammates? Where are my 4 big teammates? Is no one going to trade for me? He turned to look at the others. Don't worry. Stavn was supposed to push, but due to the coach's predetermined tactic, he went to B doors for coordination. Only the captain, keeping his cool, responded. The others remained silent, each wearing a troubled expression. Coordination. Where's the coordination? Jabby was utterly speechless. At times like this, the first one to die often had the clearest mind. At the B doors, Device and Stavn double-stacked onto the box on the slope, with the AWP aimed directly at second lane. Bang. The AWP fired. But Old Tang missed again. Can you just shut up? Old Tang inexplicably went red-hot, glaring at Jabby. You're distracting me. He believed that if it weren't for Jabby, that rat in the gutter constantly talking, he wouldn't have missed. Jabby's mind was clear, but he dared not argue back with Old Tang. Old Tang's missed shot, however, gave Fatty more information about Team A's attack. The AWP was at B, and Device had been boosted up to that position. Electronic had also secured map control mid. This was the perfect opportunity for a mid and B site push to take control of B short. At the official broadcast desk, Tsiu was startled by Team A's sudden string of errors after the timeout. Did C9 make some specific defensive adjustments? Or is Team A? He trailed off because he too couldn't understand how the team that had just won 6 straight rounds now looked so disjointed. It was like watching a completely different team. Xiaofeng's focus, however, was on C9. C9 has all the info they need. Hua Shifu is moving from Donut towards the balcony. Electronic is heading there too. The CT at B site is also pushing up the slope. This is a C9 counteroffensive towards B short. He was cut off as Fatty from second lane had already thrown a flash for the retake. Pop. As the flash popped, C9 members began converging on B short. Although Old Tang retreated back into B doors in time, his teammates weren't as lucky. Axe 1 Lu BMBL 4 using M4, a 1 headshot killed Stavn. Stavn was killed instantly after holding for just a second. Blame F and Stare in Black House tried to help their teammates peeking out towards the B slope. But by then Electronic and Hua Shifu from the balcony were already in position. Rat-a-tat-tat. Electronic Hobbit using M4A4 killed Blame F. Electronic Hobbit using M4A4 headshot killed Stare. Bullets tore into their backs. In an instant, Team A's 5v5 situation was reduced to just Old Tang. Device knew the opponents wouldn't let him save his AWP, so he scoped in and inched forward from behind B doors, hoping to trade at least 1 or 2 before dying. The camera slowly pushed forward. A CT figure appeared. Bang. The AWP missed again. Alu reacted quickly, pushing forward with Fatty. Old Tang could only weakly resist with his pistol, ultimately dying inside B doors. Axe 1 Lu BMBL 4 using M4, a 1 headshot killed Device. Old Tang watched as a Lu casually picked up his AWP, instinctively covering his face, as if his heart was breaking. Suddenly he dropped his hands and turned to Jabby. Can you stop yapping when you're dead? If it wasn't for you running your mouth, would I have missed that first shot? We had the advantage. A person on the brink of collapse can never see their own faults. Clearly, Device had entered that state. The gloomy rat just stared silently at his monitor and muttered, "Don't any of you feel like it's our tactics that are the problem?" "What problem?" Stavn the Snake suddenly cursed. Do you understand what a predetermined tactic means? Predetermined tactic. We said normal attack, but you as the first one had to go rush at the ramp. This loss is all on you. Blame F sweating glanced back at Rugga and quickly intervened to stop the argument. Alright, that Yang got another timeout win. This round was indeed an attack issue. But, we still have money. We can't lose the next one. Let's stick to the default attack. Jabby was dumbfounded. He thought the captain would point out the real problem. But he understood just not enough. Couldn't these teammates see that their tactics were already in shambles? Jabby's doubts didn't spread further through Team A. When the next round began, a similar situation unfolded for Team A. They tried to regain their offensive rhythm, calling a compromised version of their set play. Control mid, hit donut, and pinch from a hall. But the discipline issues among the teammates persisted. The habits from their first half win streak remained. Some followed orders, others went for individual plays, causing the team's overall strategy to fracture again. C9, on the other hand, hadn't made any significant defensive changes. Fatty hadn't given any complex instructions these past 2 rounds. Team A simply handed over kills one by one, giving C9 the chance to capitalize and read the situation. The score quietly shifted to 4-6. Team A's economy was bottoming out, but no one dared to call a timeout. They had begun to fear the very concept of a timeout. They felt that if they called one, that Yang would only gain more of an advantage. The consecutive round wins had Fatty on the C9 bench grinning. How did they manage to do this to themselves, eh? He turned to Yang Shi. Our defensive rhythm hasn't changed at all, right? This was something Yang Shi himself hadn't anticipated. When he had called that timeout, he hadn't given his players any tactical instructions. He had only added a few words of encouragement. I haven't figured out their problem yet, but with this score, you need to stay focused and try not to let them score any more points. Yang Shi had meant those words sincerely. At 0-6, he truly hadn't seen through the opponent's specific playstyle. The timeout was just to let the players reset their state, implying, don't rely too much on me. But Yang Shi never expected that the after effects for Team A on Map 1 would be more severe than he had imagined. At this moment, Yang Shi, sitting in the back, couldn't help but smile. He leaned back in his chair, unable to speak, but thought to himself, is my timeout's power already this strong now? The first half ended with a score of 6-6. The morale of Team A could no longer be described by the word low. Throughout the entire first half, Rugga did not call a timeout, and none of the players on Team A dared to call one either. Despite having 3 timeouts, they did not use a single one. Commentators Tiu Tiu and Xiao Feng could not find the words to describe the match. A 6-0 lead had been squandered into a 6-6 tie. From their godlike perspective, they understood perfectly how C9 had just won. Of the 6 rounds C9 took in the first half, at least 5 were handed to them by Team A, after which Peng Xiu led the team in retakes. This caused the C9 members led by Jianzi Gu to go from having no feel at 0-6 to steadily improving their aim until they stood firm at 6-6. Watching the direction of the match, the 2 commentators suddenly felt. So this is Team A's strongest map. It seems nothing special. On Team A's player bench, Rugga, finally able to speak, gasped for air. The previous 6 rounds replayed in his mind repeatedly. As a coach, he concluded that C9 had completely seen through their offensive strategies. It's too exaggerated. That Yang. After the timeout adjustment, they read us every single time. That Peng Xiu almost knew exactly where we were going to attack. At this point, Rugga's mind was utterly clouded. He had fully immersed himself in the role of being suppressed by Yang Shi, combined with his players' frequent mistakes. No, he did not notice those. What he truly noticed was only the 6-6 score and Yang Shi's timeout in the first half. The others were already stunned. Lao Tang's stats went from 2-2 to 3-8. In the subsequent 6 rounds, he only killed one person, cycling through death over and over. It seems they didn't set any traps right. Lao Tang suddenly realized and asked. Right. Jabby finally got excited for a second. As the only clear-headed person, he just thought Team A was about to get better. No traps. Every damn time we attack, no matter which half, we get heavily defended. Stavn abruptly interrupted his best brother. Blame F, drenched in sweat, also expressed agreement. Yeah, in this round we did lose players early on, but we often fought back in the mid-game. However, their execution was too good. They knew exactly how we played. Blame F turned to Coach Rugga. We're on defense in the second half. How do we play? Rugga shook his head and glanced at Yang Shi across the way. You figure it out. I'm under too much pressure. As a coach overwhelmed by pressure, he had no mental energy left to devise defensive tactics. Jabby heard these voices and felt like he was going crazy. Why was he the only one who saw that C9 hadn't made any defensive adjustments in the entire first half? That it was all their own mistakes handing opportunities? Why couldn't everyone else see it? Jabby painfully scratched his head, then lifted his gaze to the source of it all, Yang Shi. Yang Shi noticed Jabby's stare, but made no move. He merely cast a faint glance at Rugga before looking away. Provocation. This was sheer provocation. Coach, I think we. He turned to Rugga, risking being scolded, and spoke loudly. But Rugga was staring at the tactical paper and ignored him completely. Seeing the coach pay him no mind, Jabby turned to Device and Blame F. Yet the two were deeply engaged in a heated discussion about defensive tactics, leaving Jabby with no chance to interject. Jabby's heart sank completely. Forget it. Let it all burn. The break passed quickly, and the second half's pistol round began. The attacking C9 made no feints. They simply rushed mid, then synchronized their speed up, be short, and be slow. But despite such a simple approach, Team A could not withstand it. They had fallen from the feel of a 6-0 lead into the helplessness akin to being 0-6. Dianzi made a slight move, instantly killing Jabby, who was assisting from the darkroom. Then Peng Xiu on B's slope drew the line of fire, and Piyuan Shui behind finished the trade. Team A had a 3B defense this round, yet they failed to take down a single C9 player. They lost the pistol round, and C9 completely turned the tables to 7-6. But Team A still clung to their 3 timeouts, as if saving them for the new year. What is wrong with this Team AA? Are they just messing around? Don't they realize their form and strategy have completely fallen apart? Inside the official stream, Tiu could no longer hold back and blurted out words he shouldn't have said during commentary. Some things shouldn't be said on air, Xiaofeng reminded him. But I can't take it anymore. Damn it. C9 already has 11 points. Team A got 6 in the first half and 0 in the second, yet they stubbornly refused to call a timeout. Xiu vented wildly. It was the ugliest match he had ever seen. Where was the team that would rather lose than call a single timeout? Where was the team that could only score in the opening rounds of both maps, and then nothing? But just as he finished, the official stream screen went black. The chat exploded. Haha, got muted by the officials. Hugh, you're an official caster. A bit out of line. But if I were a Team A fan or someone hoping for a good match, I couldn't accept this either. I'm a Team A fan and I can't stand it. This damn Team A is playing like idiots, afraid of losing points after Yang's timeout. But not calling one only makes them lose more. Is this Coach Yang? That Yang. I see it now. His coaching style is all about psychological warfare. Psychology system. Holy crap. Don't say it. Team A psyched themselves out. The viewers chatted during the blackout. When the screen came back, the match was over. In the losers bracket semifinals, map 2, C9 versus Team A ended 13-6. Team A was eliminated. No words. What a quick death for Team A. Yang, I'm in awe. Any viewers from other streams? I want to know if Team A called a timeout during the blackout. No, they didn't. The match ended. On Team A's player bench, no one stood up, no one spoke. Rugga sat behind, staring at the final score, motionless for a long time. Captain BlameF and veteran Device opened their mouths wanting to say something, but in the end nothing came out. The camera cut to C9's side. Dianzi and Peng Xiu briefly bumped fists. Yang Shi stood up, a faint bitter smile on his face, showing no sign that this was Team A's strongest map. It felt more like a scrimmage win. By custom, the winners should go shake hands with the opponents, but the match was so bizarre that the host decided to interview Yang first. A European female host walked up to Yang Shi with a lighting technician. Yang got a moment. Yang Shi was packing up and looked a bit surprised. Sure. He straightened his appearance. Team A's members also looked over. They wanted to know exactly how they had lost. It's a pleasure to see you lead C9 to eliminate Astralis and advance to the losers bracket finals, the host began. But we've noticed that whenever you call a timeout, you almost always score. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Team A's bench, and the camera followed before pulling back. We all know that map 2 is Team A's strongest map, but they seem terrified of your timeouts, even refusing to call one for the entire game. Most importantly, after you called your 6th timeout in the first half, they never scored another point. At that time, did you predict Team A's strategy? The microphone was handed to Yang Shi. Yang Shi paused, hands in his pockets. Predict. Team A's members stared even more intently, as if the answer they sought was on the tip of his tongue. Not at all. Yang Shi replied calmly. I just called a timeout to encourage my players to get them focused. I never expected Team A to fall apart on their own. Even now, I still don't understand how to counter that 6-round version of Team A. He said this lightly, but it struck Team A like a thunderbolt. What? He didn't even think of a strategy. Then what were we so nervous about? Huh. We just psyched ourselves out. Team A's exclamations erupted in the studio. The camera pulled back slightly, and Yang Shi looked at the scene, unable to suppress a smile. Only Jabby did not join the discussion. A helpless expression on his face, he silently said to himself, incredible. C9's 2-0 victory over Astralis had with lightning speed topped the trending charts across the entire CS world. Netizens weren't surprised that Astralis lost to C9. What surprised them was that Astralis took the lead in the early game in both matches, only to be swiftly dismantled in the later stages, even resorting to the baffling decision of not daring to call a tactical pause. Scared to that extent. Is this still the top-tier powerhouse team they once were? Topics like these numbered at least 10 or more. Countless players swarmed in, and the ultimate focus of the discussion landed squarely on C9's most crucial figure now. Is C9 really this terrifying now? I heard they didn't dare call a single pause on map 2 just because they were afraid of C9's new coach. Who? I only started following the tournament today. Grove. I remember that veteran is already over 40. He doesn't have that high a reputation, right? Not Grove, it's a newcomer. A newcomer? Yes, a newcomer from China. No one knows where he came from. He defeated FaZe on his very first day, and today he scared Astralis into beating themselves. Wow, really? That coach's name is Yang. He pioneered a new style of play, the psychological warfare school. First we had the powerhouse school of Green Gorge and G2, the academy school of Navi, and MOUZ, the tactical school of VP. And now a brand new system appears. This is it. A C9 dynasty, can you feel it? The world forums exploded into chaos. Meanwhile, at the FaZe base, after watching the match, FaZe owner Mike collapsed into a chair, his face ashen. He scrolled through the forum pages terrified that someone might find out he had once rejected Yangshi. But the more he feared it, the more it seemed to come true. Overdrive, a well-known CS insider and leaker, got wind of the story from somewhere and directly exposed it on the forum. Renowned analyst Overdrive posted at 1833. According to inside sources, C9's coach Yang had initially approached FaZe, the team they just defeated, but Yang's resume was too bizarre, almost completely blank. During his interview with FaZe, rumors say the CEO looked down on Yang, offering him a logistics position, which Yang refused. Later, Bob, the manager of C9's CS division, gave Yang this opportunity. As it turns out, FaZe missed the birth of a legendary coach, and C9 reaped the best rewards from their gamble. Damn it, you call this an inside source? Mike watched as OD's comment gained traction on the forum. He tried to use his connections to get the comment deleted, but half an hour had already passed. The comment had fully fermented in the forum, being shared and screenshotted by countless netizens. At this moment, he felt like a complete buffoon. He had no idea where OD got his information. It was as if he had been there that day, describing it with perfect accuracy. He truly regretted it now. He regretted not giving Yangshi that chance. He regretted being so sure that the man was just exaggerating. Damn it all. He cursed bitterly in his heart. What a huge loss. He turned his gaze to the 6 players of his own CS team. If Yang had joined FaZe, he would have definitely boosted their performance and completely unlocked their firepower. But now that chance was gone. He scanned the room, finally fixing his eyes on Neo. Neo was certainly good at livening up the mood. But what Yang possessed was something Neo could never learn in a lifetime. FCK. It was this guy who during the private chat that day had said Yangshi's resume was worthless, yet hypocritically praised his sincerity while helping him secure a logistics position. During the interview, Mike's expectations were already low, but Yangshi's assertive approach had angered him, which led to this entire irreversible chain of events. So, all of this, it was Neo's fault. It was his reluctance to give Yang this opportunity that led to Mike the boss also denying him the chance. Damn it, I'll have a word with Neo later. At the IM Chengdu LAN. Backstage at FaZe, Kerrigan and Neo, who had also advanced to the lower bracket finals, were watching the replay of today's Astralis vs. C9 match. Neo no longer said things like, no need to study C9's demos. Instead, he silently watched the entire BO3 with Kerrigan. Kerrigan repeatedly analyzed C9's tactics, but couldn't find any specific tricks. Finally, he could only focus on the moment in map 1 where Yang called a timeout even though they were winning. This Yang, his coaching isn't just about tactics, systems, or playstyles. He's playing with the opponent's minds. The pressure is immense. That guaranteed point from the timeout in map 1. It really has a touch of Blad 3 in it. Kerrigan said, turning to look at Neo. Neo, despite leading the team to the lower bracket finals and basically securing a top 6 finish, had nothing but regret in his eyes. Back when they first met, he never expected this Yang to be this incredible. That BO1 had already opened Neo's eyes. He never imagined that today's lower bracket semifinal would see Astralis dismantled like this. Can you stop looking at me every time you talk about him? Feeling Kerrigan's intense gaze, Neo sensed he was being subtly criticized. When discussing tactics, who else am I supposed to look at? Kerrigan spread his hands, looking exasperated. He genuinely felt that Neo had cost him the best chance for secondary growth. Now Yang was shining brilliantly on the world stage. If C9 continued to perform well in this tournament, Kerrigan could already imagine, even before C9's contract expired, no, even without it expiring, he could foresee how many second-tier teams would be vying to poach him. Well, what's done is done. Neo had no comeback for that. Kerrigan was at a loss too. Neo had truly become a delivery coach. Even though they watched the demo together, he couldn't contribute a single insightful thought. But as the captain, Kerrigan still offered his analysis of the BO3. Haven't you noticed? The reason his timeouts are so effective is because his opponents, they don't know the full extent of his tactical knowledge. I can see that. It's a feeling we've experienced before. I mean, could we FaZe just copy their system and playstyle? He looked back at Neo, hoping for a reasonable answer. Neo understood the question perfectly, but his reply was just 3 words: it won't work. If we copy this system, the effect would be completely different because the opponents would know it's FaZe using it. We don't have the aura of unknown fear that Yang brings to C9. Neo was right. Yangshi's true strength lay in his origins, his completely blank background. But Kerrigan and Neo were veterans. Almost every team knew their history and style. If they imitated the current C9, it would hold absolutely no weight. True. Kerrigan nodded, a relieved smile on his face, glad that Neo had finally come to the same conclusion. Then he changed the subject. However, tomorrow we face FlyQuest. Making it to the top 6 shouldn't be a problem at all. Kerrigan was confident on that point, but if we manage to fight our way to the finals and meet them again, how should FaZe respond? Neo, though lacking in analytical skills, knew some fundamental facts. From the lower bracket eliminations to the top 6, then the semifinals, and finally the grand finals. Both FaZe and C9 would have to play 4 BO3s, and they weren't in the same group. These 4 BO3s were the perfect opportunity to study C9 in advance. We'll just have to wait. We'll only meet again in the finals, Neo said seriously. In the meantime, let's set our most difficult opponents first, as MOUZ, then G2, and finally C9. As for C9's problems, we can observe them slowly. Looking at Yangshi on the replay, he was determined not to be outdone by this rookie coach. Friday, April 12, 2024. Half a day had passed since Yangshi first made a name for himself. Inside the Black Panther training room, the players were repeatedly reviewing the match between C9 and Team A. The atmosphere was tense. This afternoon, they would face C9 in a decisive showdown. Victory would secure them a spot in the top 6 and advance them to the elimination stage. Defeat meant an immediate return to Brazil to await the next major tournament. It was 8 a.m. While other teams had yet to begin their training, the Black Panthers, led by their godfather Fallen, had already been practicing for a full hour. Yangshi's system was too new but also formidable. In their previous practice matches, although they had encountered C9, it was always the Black Panthers who lost more and C9 who won more. This left them feeling even more uncertain, unsure whether they could muster the spirit for today's match. The topic of today's training discussion was how to circumvent Yangshi's psychological warfare system. Yet under the oppressive atmosphere, no one could devise a countermeasure. The veteran Fallen could clearly sense something was off. He stood up, walked slowly to the front of the group, and under everyone's gaze began to set the tone for the afternoon's match. I know today's match has everyone afraid of elimination. But don't be afraid. The more we fear, the more likely we'll end up like Team A yesterday. The more we fear, the more likely we'll be taken home with a 2-0 sweep. The Godfather greatly admired the 25-year-old rookie coach who had led C9 to defeat FaZe right after his debut. But as a veteran who had played from CS1, 6 to CS2, a 2-time major champion with far more competitive experience than others, he naturally understood the core viewpoint of Yangshi's system. Maintain your rhythm, steady your mindset, don't overthink, play like usual. Don't be affected by his timeout fear. We must understand that no matter how brilliant that Yang's tactics are, they still rely on the players to execute them. And his players aren't invincible either. Oh, everyone has flaws. Like Axe 1 Lee's unstable AWP shots, electronics, inexplicable overaggression, Hobbit's frequent underperformance, BMBL4's questionable calls. As long as we stabilize our mindset, at least we won't collapse on ourselves like Team A did. We absolutely have a chance to defeat them. The Godfather's deep voice reached every player's ears, complemented by his nearly 2-meter-tall frame, exuding a sense of security. Gradually, the gloom on each Black Panther player's face began to dissipate. Even the team's coach Gary was won over by the speech. This was the Brazilian Godfather, Fallen, 34 years old, yet one of the most consistently stable in-game leaders. Meanwhile, back in the C9 backstage room arranged by the hotel, Yangshi was practicing his aim early in the morning as usual. Having spent these days familiarizing himself with this body's feel, she could sense he had already returned to at least half the level of his former major champion self. Though he certainly wouldn't become a player again in this life, he should at least maintain a semi-professional standard, right? Otherwise, as a coach with only knowledge and no aim, if a team member suddenly fell ill someday, he couldn't even find a substitute. Grove, who had been demoted, also woke up early and sat beside Yangshi. Now that Grove had stepped down from the head coach position, he should theoretically have been much more relaxed without the pressure of preparing for matches. But perhaps due to Yangshi's influence, he still habitually woke up early to review demos and offer Yangshi some advice. "Hey Yang," he said while watching yesterday's match between the Black Panthers and Wildcard. The Black Panthers seemed to be getting more and more consistent lately. On the screen, the Black Panthers' teamwork was excellent. Although their aim still had issues with inconsistent peaks and troughs, the dual carries Xerato and Yuri could often hold things together. Yangshi naturally noticed the Black Panthers' improvement as well. In past practice matches, their bouts against C9 were more often won by C9. But watching the matches these past few days, she clearly saw the Black Panthers' coordination and ceiling rising. And the better the Black Panthers' teamwork appeared on screen, now the more it highlighted how dependent C9 had become on Yangshi. Yangshi initially didn't want to discuss this issue. But since even Grove had noticed it, this was a problem that could no longer be ignored. "I know," he responded to Grove. Then he set down his current work, picked up his phone, and opened Balbo's WeChat. "Bao, are you awake? If you're awake, have the team staff go wake the players for an intensive training session." Yangshi's message was deliberately brief. He didn't mention the reason. Balbo replied quickly, "Got it." All of this was observed by Grove. "At this hour? Intensive training?" he asked, puzzled. Yangshi put down his phone and continued studying tactics on the monitor, saying, "You just saw it too. The Black Panthers have unstable aim, but their teamwork is solid. On the other hand, our C9. Our aim is fairly stable, but our coordination is still lacking. We won yesterday, and it was a decisive victory, but that was more due to—" I might sound arrogant saying this, but I'll say it anyway. It's because of me that C9 won. If my unknown pressure hadn't caused Team A to throw themselves off balance, we likely would have lost Map 2. So, you still haven't figured out their ancient attack strategy." Grove was somewhat surprised. He had thought Yangshi's interview yesterday was merely modesty. Yangshi nodded. Yangshi continued, "They need to keep building synergy. I can't let them rely only on my psychological timeouts. Otherwise, even if we make it to the elimination stage, we definitely won't go far. But this hour, they probably only got a few hours of sleep last night, right?" Grove remarked. "Train first, they can sleep after lunch." Yangshi countered directly. "Win today's lower bracket final, and tomorrow is a rest day. They'll have plenty of time to sleep." Grove said nothing. This was Yangshi's coaching style, completely different from his own. As a European who had lived in North America for several years, he had more or less adapted to the American lifestyle. Yet he now understood why Yangshi could keep leading his team to victory. That kid was rarely ever seen resting. Every day at 7 in the morning, he'd be at the training room practicing aim, and after matches he'd double his efforts studying opponents. Although he was only 25, could his body really handle it? Yangshi stared at the screen unaware of Gro's thoughts, but he had already died once. In this life, even if it meant dying on stage. What did it matter? For him, living without regrets was what mattered most. It was nearly 9 a.m. The players arrived at the hotel's training room one by one. Electronic walked in looking thoroughly displeased. He'd just been woken up by the team staff. At least 3 times before finally getting up. Usually at this hour he'd be in a sweet dream fantasizing about winning another major. Seeing Electronic walk in last Yang, she didn't beat around the bush. This morning, extra practice. His voice was loud enough that everyone once they heard it instantly snapped awake. Extra practice. Electronic was the first to speak out staring at Yang, she in disbelief. If we don't rest in the morning, how are we supposed to play the match this afternoon? Yang she directly pulled up the data on the big screen via his computer. It was the statistical comparison from Team A's match yesterday along with the Black Panthers' recent data. Take a look for yourselves. Before I gave you tactics during the timeouts, what were your stats? 2 games with scores of 15, 23, 45, 0-6. I didn't yell at you on stage because I was afraid it would hurt your performance. Now look at your opponents, the Black Panthers. Their stats yesterday were just as bad, but they still managed to score rounds early on without any coach timeouts. Yangshi's words were cut off. Electronic, annoyed by the arrangement, grumbled, "This data is useless. Can't we just win when you call the timeouts?" Hearing this, Yangshi smiled. This was the biggest problem with the current system, dependence. Yangshi didn't follow up on his words. Instead, he used them to point out the issue. Damn it. You're absolutely right about that. But it also proves that you're winning right now because I'm here. But what if the Black Panthers don't collapse like Team A did, and I haven't come up with a solid strategy? He shot a cold glance at Electronic. You? Then he swept his gaze across the other players. How confident are the rest of you to win? Electronic was instantly silenced. Faced with this question, if they were back at base during a practice match, he would have shouted loudly, "Beat the Black Panthers." That's easy. But in today's elimination match, those words, he didn't dare say them, nor would he. I'm so done with you. Electronic's face darkened. But even as he complained, he walked over to his seat and sat down. The training session lasted until 11 a.m., with the match scheduled to start at 2 p.m. Electronic, who had been like a high-voltage current, had now transformed into a tiny spark on the verge of dying out. Just as Yangshi was about to let the players rest, a pre-match interview for C9 versus the Black Panthers suddenly appeared on the big tournament screen. The organizers hadn't invited C9, who held the advantage, but rather the Black Panthers, who faced immense pressure and were more likely to lose. Watching Serato and the Godfather fall and sit before the host, Electronic felt a bit curious about what they would say before the match. The host first asked the Godfather and Serato some questions about the pressure of this match. Serato replied, "I'm excited but also looking forward to it." The Godfather was more mature and composed. "There's certainly pressure, but we can guarantee we absolutely won't lose our composure like Team A did." The Godfather's words piqued the host's interest. Gesturing with his hands, he asked the Godfather, "Yang's timeouts have a 100 scoring rate in this tournament. Aren't you worried that your timeouts might become the leverage Yang uses to turn the game around?" The Godfather smiled, a look of calm confidence on his face. "We're not afraid of any timeouts. We're afraid of losing to a team without belief." He paused. "A team that relies solely on a system and a coach." Electronic's anger flared up instantly upon hearing those words. Provocation. This was blatant provocation. Yangshi, however, showed no emotional reaction. After all, C9 currently was exactly as the Godfather described. Trash talk before a match was perfectly normal in professional competition. Yangshi was still attentively listening to the interview when he heard Electronic's voice clearly raise, "Bumble 4. Grab me 2 Red Bulls. I'm not going back to sleep. I'm continuing to practice. Damn it, they're throwing shade at me, the high-voltage current." At 1:30 p.m. the screen displayed FaZe 2-0 victory over FlyQuest. That FaZe advance to the playoffs with such ease had been expected by everyone all along. Most people even believed that if C9 hadn't intercepted them in the BO10 phase, would have secured their semi-final spot yesterday. The match between C9 and Furia was set to begin in half an hour. Inside the training room, she was diligently filling out his tactical notes based on Furia's recent demos. But the relentless clicking of the mouse and keyboard from Electronic beside him drew his attention. Seeing Electronic on the verge of burning out she realized it was the first time he'd seen the guy practice with such intense focus. Electronic's expression was grim, but noticing Yangshi's gaze, he asked, "What's up? You think our team coordination practice isn't up to par?" The practice had lasted nearly 5 hours. The other players had taken breaks to rest, but Electronic hadn't left the training room even once. He was too desperate to win. Yangshi noticed Electronic's attitude. He nodded. "It's fine. But you, go get some shut-eye first. The match starts in half an hour." "Sleep? Sleep my ass." Electronic's fighting spirit was reignited, remembering the words from the Godfather in that interview. "If I don't destroy Furia today, I don't deserve to be called the former second-best rifler in the world." Yangshi smiled helplessly. If he hadn't joined C9, this player who still had so much gas left in the tank might have languished in a slump for who knows how long. It was then that Electronic snapped back to reality, realizing the match was about to start. He looked around the room. Besides Grove watching videos, only Yangshi remained in the training area. He leaned in and lowered his voice. For today's match against Furia, are we still targeting Fallen? Even though he's the IGL. He's really good at flexible commanding and orchestrating the team. That's the logic, Yangshi acknowledged. But a veteran with such deep experience like the Godfather is hard to counter with absolute specific strategies. Yangshi shrugged. Honestly, after my overall research today, beating Furia doesn't require a high level of tactical complexity. It's more about overpowering them with your raw skill. You're so sure your timeout tactics won't work? Yeah, they won't. Yangshi picked up the tactical sheet he had designed and handed it to Electronic. Look at how that old fox Fallen plays. He's definitely got his team's rotations down perfectly. As Electronic listened, he carefully studied the key points marked on the tactical sheet. Serato usually likes to position himself behind teammates to trade kills. After opening up a site, be sure to watch for his trades. Yuri often holds in weak positions or takes routes close to teammates during executes. As for Fallen, even if you kill him, you can't let your guard down. He commits hard to his calls and rarely changes his strategy mid-round. For the other two Furia players, there's not much to worry about. Just one thing. Watch out for Art. He sometimes suddenly pulls out a P90 or a Mac. Tend to rush for a surprise play. Make sure to have counter setups ready. This was the general strategy Yangshi could devise for this match. That's it, Electronic asked. That's it. Yangshi shut down his computer, preparing for some final rest. During the match, my timeouts might not always be for specific tactics. Early on, it'll be more about your own teamwork. At 2:10 p.m., the last lower bracket match officially began. With their mindset reset, the players followed Yangshi quickly onto the stage, jumping into a warm-up aim map to get loose. Bumble 4-0 as the captain needed to discuss tactics with Yangshi at this point. But as he carefully reviewed the tactical sheet, he was a bit surprised. No. More tactics. Bumble 4 glanced at Yangshi. Before Yangshi could speak, Electronic, sporting dark circles and sipping coffee, answered for him. Yang means. Just wait for the timeouts. Let's do the pick ban first. Entering the pick ban phase, both teams were surprisingly quick with their map vetoes. Furia, having the first pick, removed Anubis, but surprisingly didn't ban Overpass, C9's most intimidating map these past few days. On C9's side, they routinely removed Vertigo. Over at the analyst desk, the casters for today were Masisi and Captain Mo. Captain Mo, who was just playing in the tournament and eliminated rapidly a few days ago, had now swapped roles and returned to the arena as a caster. As for Masisi, his reputation preceded him. He was one of CNCS's best casters. Alongside Machine, they were hailed as the Imperial Arms, known for their top-tier and insightful analysis. Masisi and Mo were also the duo behind Xboy, one of the highest traffic CSGO streams in China. Hard to imagine. Masisi looked at his partner. A few days ago you were playing, and today you're back at the caster's desk. Does this count as a return from hell? Let's not talk about that. Mo, who had been eliminated, swiftly laughed awkwardly. The pickban has started. Let's analyze. Masisi nodded. Alright. Let's turn our attention to the match. Furia has locked in Mirage. This is their strong map. Fighting their way through the lower bracket, their win rate on this map has hit 80. So for C9, Furia didn't ban Overpass. Is C9 going to pick it? Before Masisi could finish his sentence, C9 locked in their map 2 pick. Nuke. They didn't choose Overpass. Mo was surprised. At that moment, Masisi had the same reaction. But Masisi quickly caught on. Could it be that C9 knows their Overpass pressure was too intense and Furia definitely studied it deeply? So they opted for a map they haven't played much recently. On the stage at the Furia player area, Fallen was also taken aback. Interesting. He smiled at his teammates. We anticipated their anticipation. Furia had left Overpass open, but hadn't actually studied it much. Fallen was gambling that C9 would be afraid of him finding their weaknesses. He hadn't expected them to counter-anticipate his move. But now if the opponent picked Nuke for map 2, he would have to ban Overpass in the second round of bans. Furia removes Overpass. Meanwhile, at the C9 player area, Yangshi watched the pick ban unfold, a slight frown creasing his brow. He saw through the opponent's attempt to predict him. But it was a minor issue. C9 had a deep map pool. However, in the second ban phase, Yangshi didn't immediately pick Ancient Furia's perceived weak map. Because Yangshi reasoned that if Furia was only banning Overpass in this second round, it meant they were baiting C9 into picking Ancient for map 3. They must have secretly practiced it. Ban Ancient. He looked at Bumble 4. C9 removes Ancient map 3 default. Inferno, oh. At the Furia player area, Fallen looked up across the stage at Yangshi. He saw through us. The pickban result had just come out, and Captain Mo on the analyst desk was a bit confused. Luckily, Masisi was there to break it down logically. Furia gambled on whether C9 would pick Overpass. It seemed like they had prepared for it, and judging by the Godfather's interview tone, they clearly weren't scared. But I think it was a bluff, a smokescreen. They're probably terrified C9 would pick it. But C9 didn't, and it seems they took the bait. In this second round of bans, C9 was left with Ancient and Inferno. At first glance, Ancient is Furia's weak map. But C9 turned around and picked Inferno. It seems they figured out Fallen was trying to manipulate the map pool order and had secretly practiced Ancient. If that's the case, clearly this pick ban was a draw. Mo was stunned. What? Say that again. Masisi had managed to analyze a seemingly unremarkable pickban phase in depth, leaving many viewers baffled as well. Too cautious. Both teams are playing 4D chess. But what can you do? It's the last group stage match. Loser goes home. For map 1. I never thought I'd see the day Yang would be intimidated by the Godfather, not necessarily intimidated. Furious pick ban was just better. They even out-psyched C9, didn't they say Yang pioneered the mind game style? Why isn't he using it? C9 might lose map 1. Ma CC looked at these chat discussions considering C9's recent performances and Furious' calm demeanor in interviews. If Yangshi's system buff was failing, then what could follow would only be the level of play from when Grove was coaching. This pick ban is indeed a bit strange, he said with a smile. But it's not the first time C9's picks have been odd. What's more noteworthy is that C9 seems to be genuinely wary of Furia. If they can really beat Furia through pure firepower and teamwork. Before he could finish, Captain Mo knew where he was going with this. Then, this Yang is definitely an all-around coach. Ma Cici smiled. This is C9's strongest form. The weirder the pick ban, the more decisive the victory. C9 versus Furia map 1. Mirage officially begins. Mashixi's voice rang out as both teams entered the server. The Panthers held the first round advantage, yet they spurned the conservative CT side approach to secure easy points, opting instead to start on the T side. They aimed to seize early offensive rounds, build momentum, and dominate their own map pick in a single surge. Pistol round. Bumble 4 deployed a setup focused on controlling mid-early, stationing one player at Palace, one at B short, and one at VP, with the remaining two covering the A and B bomb site flanks. However, Bumble 4 had not anticipated Fallen calling for an immediate accelerated rush on a B site. With lightning speed, Art leaped from the second-story window, and with precise follow-up fire from Xerato and Yuri, they obliterated Bumble 4. Simultaneously, the Godfather's smoke at the market window and the B short smoke landed in perfect sync, effectively sealing off C9's retake routes. The C9 players swiftly began rotating from their positions, biding their time for the smoke to dissipate before launching their counteroffensive. 15 seconds had elapsed since the C4 was planted. As the two smokes finally dispersed, C9 theoretically had 20 seconds left to win the round and 5 to defuse. But just as the retake was about to unfold, Electronic and Hobbit, having pushed forward from B short, suddenly heard it. Bang! Bang! Cello kills Axe 1 Lu with a headshot. Using Glock 2, sudden Glock shots rang out from behind, instantly dropping Axe 1 Lu, who was holding the rear. The Panthers' lurker Cello had been patiently waiting at the T ramp, biding his time for this exact opportunity. But C9's retake was already in motion. Electronic and Hobbit couldn't afford to turn back for the trailing terrorist. Mashixi quickly slipped into his casting rhythm. Axe 1 Lu gets caught off guard, but Electronic, Hobbit, and Perfecto from Market are already rotating for the retake. Electronic reacts incredibly fast, snapping onto Art at the bomb site and taking him down with a single shot. But Perfecto, pushing from Market, isn't as fortunate, getting picked off by the Godfather, holding from the sofas. Xerato from the second story is also laying down fire towards B short. Electronic and Hobbit have located 3 of the Panthers, just missing Yuri. But Electronic, he takes down Xerato on the second floor with a single bullet. The Godfather tries to trade from the sofas. But Hobbit, his reaction is flawless. And most importantly, Yuri was lurking near the Market window the entire time. He slipped into Market the instant Perfecto appeared. Can Electronic anticipate this? On screen, the situation had shifted dramatically from a 3v5 to a 2v2. Electronic dashed towards the bomb site while Hobbit held a tight angle on B short. After clearing the immediate vicinity, Electronic suddenly snapped his crosshair back towards the Market entrance. Bang! Electronic kills Yuri with a headshot using USP OH. Mashixi was nearly ecstatic. This Electronic. He's the Electronic tyrant. That reaction time, that flick. He was thrilled, never expecting to witness Electronic perform at such a level again. But Captain Mo quickly poured cold water on the excitement. But C9 is out of time. 8 seconds left. And the lurking Cello hasn't been found. He's already rotated from T ramp all the way to B second story. Mashixi snapped back to focus analyzing the situation. C9 is in a position where they have to split the duties. One to defuse, one to hold angles. Hobbit was jiggle peeking between B short and B second while Electronic began defusing the C4. Beep. As the defuse sound started, Cello, hidden inside the second story, held his fire for a crucial second. In that instant, Hobbit glanced back towards B short. Bang. Bang. Cello kills Electronic with a headshot using Glock. Hearing the gunshot, Hobbit quickly swung his crosshair back. Bang. Hobbit kills Cello with a headshot using USP, but with Electronic down, the time remaining was no longer sufficient to complete the defuse. The C4 detonated, pushing the score to 0-1. What a pity. Mashixi watched as Hobbit narrowly escaped the explosion while retreating towards B short. The timing was just too unfortunate. They were a split second away from completing that 3v5 comeback. Looking at this pistol round, C9 is already performing far better than they did against Astralis yesterday. A win would have been perfect, but Cello outplayed them. Mo added with a sigh. C9's coordination in that round was commendable. Their pushes were decisive, their clearing was thorough, and their holds were solid. The issue was that missed timing by a fraction of a second, and that one pick by Cello was something Hobbit simply couldn't recover from. Yangshi stepped forward to bump fists with his players, saying, "A pity, but that coordination was already good enough." That pistol round had already exceeded his expectations for C9. He hadn't anticipated Electronic taking down 3 consecutive opponents, nor Hobbit holding his nerve. But a loss is a loss. The early tempo belonged to the opponent. The match continued. In the rounds following the pistol, the Panthers showed no signs of falling apart. After the second rounds, Eco C9 opted for a half-buy on their CT side defense in the third. This round brought C9 an early spark of luck. Art, known for his erratic play, was caught peeking A1 and instantly headshot by Electronic's Deagle. Xerato attempted to trade the kill, but found no opening. As he retreated back into A1 and disappeared from sight, Electronic, coordinating with his teammates, pushed up A1 and picked up the dropped AK. But Xerato and Yuri were in perfect sync. Under the Godfather's steady calling, they suddenly swung through mid, transitioning their attack with seamless execution. Even with C9's improved coordination managing to hold a flank at B2nd and take down Cello, the Panthers' lightning-fast B-short rush left them with no room to maneuver. During the post-plant, the Panthers gave no opportunity for a comeback. C9 continued to lose rounds following the Astralis script once again, finding themselves at 0-3. Mashixi was caught between laughter and tears. This isn't going according to the plan I had in mind. Isn't C9 supposed to win more easily the stranger their map pick is? But now they're clearly playing better as a team, yet they're still losing. Classic C9 storyline. Hard to say. Everyone can see C9's form is good in these 3 rounds, but they just can't close it out. At this rate, things look bleak. They should probably call a timeout soon, right? C9 looks much better than yesterday. Young. Will that 100 timeout round materialize? As the chat scrolled rapidly, Mashixi's words reached Mo's ears. Captain Mo also turned his gaze towards Yang Shi, visible on the camera feed, and asked expectantly, Yang, are you going to call a timeout? On the stage, Yang Shi could already see that C9's current tactical defense was being completely dismantled by the Panthers. He also saw that Cello was playing aggressively, and Xerato and Yuri were proving difficult to counter head-on. But in his mind, he had already formulated the next defensive scheme: control mid early, then rotate to the flanks. Given their current level of coordination, C9 could definitely execute this strategy, using mid to pressure the terrorist rotations and force them into unfavorable positions. But just as Yang Shi stood up to call the tactical timeout, Electronic, catching the movement from the corner of his eye, turned and called out to stop him. No need for a timeout. Bumble4 also spoke up, looking at his tactical notebook. Exactly, Coach Yang. I already know what to do. Yang Shi was taken aback. No. His mind flashed back to the previous 2 matches, the overwhelming dependence of his players on him. It had almost become a habit. Trust us. Electronic repeated, his gaze unwavering. Yang Shi looked at him, then at Bumble4 and the rest of the team, and finally settled back into his seat. A grin spread across Bumble4's face as he turned to his teammates. Our aim and coordination are clearly sharper than yesterday. Here's my idea. Ax1, will you take the AWP and hold that angle directly at Palace? Electro, you'll be there to trade. I'll be behind, throwing flashes to clear out mid. As Bumble4's words trailed off, Electronic immediately added, then Hobbit, you're the primary anchor on B site. Only use jump peaks to gather info, don't give them any free picks. Perfecto, you hold B short. Stay hidden for now, make them guess whether we have a 4-man mid stack. If they do commit to mid, you can support the trade. The former Na'Vi duo's eyes gleamed with a familiar fire as they laid out the strategy step by step. That's right. This is how we'll play. Bumble4 concluded, this is an aggressive mid-control play. We're in good form right now, and we're going to seize control of the map right from the middle. Yang Shi sat back, unable to speak, but his eyes shimmered with a mixture of surprise and emotion. These two. They had articulated exactly what he was thinking before he even had the chance to say it. They weren't relying on him. For the first time since he'd started coaching this team, he truly felt it, the essence of a team. They were beginning to cultivate their own judgment. At that moment, Yang Shi allowed himself a smile. If Electronic's 73 scoreline over the past 3 rounds was his first aggressive response ignited by Fallen's provocation, then this tactical adjustment in the 4th round would be his second. The rhythm is absolutely perfect. After Fallen brought the score to 3-0, he turned to his teammates with a relaxed expression. Though their opponents, Cloud9, were playing even more fiercely today than when they faced Astralis yesterday, Furious still managed to seize the first 3 rounds, a clear sign that they had finally broken through their bottleneck. Xerato and Yuri enthusiastically bumped fists with Fallen. The rhythm is on point, and we're not afraid of their timeouts either. So now, we must secure this first map solidly. Yuri spoke first. Xerato smiled and looked at Godfather. Let's continue with the tactical setup first. Godfather, completely unaware that Yuri might have just planted a flag, continued laying out tactics cheerfully. They had a half-buy last round, so they'll definitely go full buy this time. Next, we need to contest mid-control early. This round 3 in mid, Yuri, you solo pressure, Cello take the underpass to support. Once we secure mid, we push up through arch and stretch the tempo in one swift motion. He spoke with conviction, as if the round was already theirs. The 4th round began. Following Godfather's plan, as soon as the countdown ended, they threw a smoke for VIP and another for the B-short cross. Art moved without pause, charging toward mid-far with the AK, Xerato close behind, while Godfather provided flash support from the rear, ready to trade. Godfather popped 2 flashes, expecting Art to at least secure map control, but a pained voice crackled through comms. Arch, they're out. I'm fully blind. Art stepped back. Xerato, untouched by the flash, tried to push forward, but Bumble4's second counter flash landed on him. I'm blind too. Feeling the immense pressure from mid, Fallen realized Cloud9 were contesting mid as well. Cello, don't rush out of underpass. Wait for us to reclaim mid. He planned to wait for the flash effect to fade before countering. But before Godfather could finish, both blinded terrorists were still disoriented when Axe 1 Lu pushed forward with the AWP, scoped in, and fired. Boom. Axe 1 Lu BMBL for using AWP headshot killed. Art the moment the kill appeared, Godfather quickly commanded Cello, pull out from underpass now. Godfather moved as he spoke, trying to trade Axe 1 Lu while he was reloading. But Electronic behind him had other plans. Xerato just recovered from the flash, hadn't even spotted the enemy when Electronic's spray connected. Rat-hat-hat-hat. Electronic using M4A4 headshot killed Xerato. Electronic using M4A4 headshot killed Fallen. It's over. Staring at the black screen, Godfather wanted to instruct Yuri, who was alone on A, to seek an opportunity. But as he switched to Yuri's view, a defensive smoke from Bumble 4 at jump block blocked any chance. Godfather then turned his attention to Cello. At that moment, Cello had just exited the underpass pre-aiming. But after throwing his smoke, Bumble 4 had moved to Arch. Both sides exchanged a few probing shots. Then Cello suddenly felt something was off. He looked up. Perfecto at B short was already staring coldly at him. Bang. Bang. Perfecto using M4A1 headshot killed Cello. This is a 4-man mid-defense. Fallen realized it too late. The remaining Yuri, not a commander, dared not push through the smoke at A1. Furia had no choice but to save their weapons. Losing that round strained their economy, but they could still recover. Yet Fallen sensed a shift in Cloud9's rhythm, something he couldn't quite pinpoint. He glanced at Yangshi again, who sat silently, offering no instruction. If the coach wasn't calling the shots, how did Cloud9 execute that coordinated play? Godfather didn't dwell on it. He knew his players wouldn't be intimidated by Yangshi's timeout. They just needed to reset default A setup 2 on A2-2. On A1, Cello alone to gather mid info. They'll probably keep contesting mid this round. Let them have it early. Once we confirm they have numbers, mid will fast execute A. It was a predetermined read of veterans' judgment. Advantage breeds habitual repetition. Since Cloud9 gained momentum on mid, they'd likely continue to control it. So setting up A early would catch them off guard before they could rotate. Fifth round, no timeouts from either side. On the casting desk, Maces noted that Axe 1 Lu wasn't with his teammates on mid, but instead crept to A2, scoped in, and slipped inside. A2 had two Furia players not holding a static angle, but peeking and trading utility. Yet the sound of the scope was heard by Xerato, who was close. The two Furia players quickly adjusted their aim and double-peeked. Bang. But the kill feed appeared first. Axe 1 Lu using AWP killed Yuri. Axe 1 Lu. No mistake. As the kill popped, Maces had just entered his casting rhythm, his voice suddenly rising. And what was that Cloud9 coordination? Right when Xerato tried to trade, a flash flew in from Axe 1 Lee's side. From Bumble 4. Axe 1 Lu escaped using that flash, and before Maces could react, another kill appeared in the feed. Electronic using AK-47 headshot killed Cello. Mid. Electronic alone pushed forward and solo held Cello. If Yuri's death could still be adapted to the loss of mid info from Cello's death, shattered Furia's rhythm entirely. With the entryway compromised, Godfather had no choice but to force a take from A1. Art jumped out with the Mac 10 to hunt Axe 1 Lu, while Godfather instantly killed Bumble 4 at jump block. But before he could celebrate, Axe 1 Lu had retreated from A2 to the short box, and Xerato swung out to seize the opportunity. Bang. Another AWP shot. Axe 1 Lu using AWP killed Xerato. Xerato was instantly eliminated by a quickscope. Art chased, but Axe 1 Lu finished the bolt cycle. Bang. Axe 1 Lu using AWP no-scope killed Art. Oh. Another no-scope kill on Art. Only Godfather remains. He tries to save. But Electronic has already crept from entryway to A1. Godfather reacts. He turns and fires the AWP. A miss. Electronic lands the headshot. As the score hit 2-3, Maces also noticed that Axe 1 Lu had walked to A1. Even if Electronic had been killed, Fallen was doomed either way. Such a Cloud9 deserved Maces' praise. Beautiful CS. As soon as Maces said it, the chat exploded. Whoa. That coordination. That retreat flash from Bumble 4 was sick. Even Xerato can't beat a sniper on his own. Truly beautiful CS. The tide has turned. That round broke Furia's economy and shattered their momentum. Fallen's mindset was now slightly shaken. Under the camera, he frowned, his hand resting on his forehead. That Yang didn't even call a timeout. Did Cloud9 drink some kind of energy drink? He murmured to himself. And what's with Axe 1 Lu? Isn't he a rifler? He lowered his hand. But he suddenly wanted to look at Yangshi without being too obvious, so he pretended to be deep in thought, stealing a glance. Yangshi was still the same, sitting there expressionless. Didn't we overcome their mind games? Fallen muttered again. But why do I feel like his system is still working? He couldn't fathom what was happening. Yangshi hadn't called a timeout. Cloud9's early rhythm had been under Furia's control. Yet Cloud9 suddenly turned into geniuses, winning 2 consecutive rounds, leaving Furia no chance to rotate. Fallen turned to his coach Gary and said quietly, "We need to calm down." Before Cloud9 called a timeout, Furia called one first. Watching the Black Panther team call a timeout, Yang-Shi finally could speak. He smiled, stood up, and fist-bumped his teammates. "I didn't even call a timeout, but they did first. Saves me the trouble." DNZG fist-bumped back and asked, "What else did you figure out?" Yang-Shi did not respond immediately. Instead, he walked slowly to a low. I originally thought that after practicing the AWP for over a week, you'd at most be on par with Fallen. Yangshi then turned to look at Pang Xiu, but I didn't expect that you could withstand the pressure on the A site, while also throwing flashes at the perfect moment. You guys coordinated exceptionally well. The focus of this timeout remained on Alu. His performance just now had completely exceeded Yangshi's expectations. I think you should let Alu use the AWP as aggressively as possible. The current issue with Black Panther's system is that Fallen, a man in his 30s, is still playing as an IGL with an AWP. That position is prone to overload. With your sniper rifle, now capable of taking down Xerato, if you play aggressive a few more times and succeed, Black Panther's morale will shatter in the first map. These words struck a chord with Alu, and he felt his aim grow even sharper. Coach Young, I understand. He set his expression and turned back to the screen. On Black Panther's side, Coach Gary was calming his teammates while glancing at Yangshi, the opposing coach. He had a lingering feeling that even though Yangshi hadn't called a timeout, his team was still falling into the trap of mind games. He didn't understand, nor did he want to. Fallen's words had sunk deep. The more you think, the more you fear. And Fallen himself was not feeling great at that moment. Though he could resist being drawn into Yangshi's trap, the contrast between the perfect early rhythm and being crushed by the opponent left his mind slightly overloaded. For the first time, he felt the raw talent of C9's new sniper. In his original script, Alu was just a second-rate AWPer who didn't need special attention. But now it was clear, this player's talent was far from mediocre. Yet targeting him was difficult because Alu, like Yangshi, was a newcomer. One a rookie coach, the other a rookie transitioning from rifle to sniper. Yangshi as a coach was already hard to figure out, and now suddenly there was Alu with his fierce AWP. Hey, let's just save this round and AFK and spawn, he told his teammates, glancing at the timeout timer, still clueless. I need to figure out how to counter their current momentum. Black Panther lost the eco round again, bringing the score to 3-3. But the veteran's experience proved valuable on the stage. Fallen adopted a slow offensive approach, constantly lurking at the back to probe the opponent, and successfully lured the aggressive Pang Xiu out. After Pang Xiu was eliminated, Fallen didn't rush to speed up. He continued probing. From the information gathered by Cello's solo play, they deduced that there might be 2 players on the B site. In the final 20 seconds, a Black Panther's 5-man squad rushed the A site. This suffocating pace was hard to endure. Dianzi Gu was in great form, but because P. Yuan Shui was taken out first, he only managed a 1-for-1 trade. Alu and Master Hua saved their weapons on the B site, and the score jumped to 3-4. After the round, She came over to fist bump. As he had predicted, Black Panther was a team that didn't easily fall apart. To suppress their resilience, Alu and Dianzi Gu needed to maintain their performance. Yangshi's fist bumps were noticeably harder, signaling them to play more aggressively. Dianzi Gu glanced back at Yangshi and understood. This round we can't take mid, but I'll clear A1 aggressively. Someone throw a flash. Then he looked at Ali's position, the first spot in VIP. You dare to be bold? I dare. Alu replied without hesitation. Then here's the plan, we can't contest mid, but you go through VIP. They'll only peek after the VIP smoke pops. You jump from the window to be small and hold the angle that doesn't get flashed. This maneuver was something Dianzi Gu often saw S1 Impel execute in Navi. Now he hoped Alu could replicate it. Got it. Alu acknowledged, a man of few words, and quickly fixed his gaze on the VIP area. The countdown ended. As expected, Black Panther tried to control mid at the start with grenades flying everywhere. Yangshi watched Ali's movements, fearing he might misstep and fall into the sewers, never to return. Fortunately, with Captain Mo's commentary, Alu succeeded. Alu didn't take a shot from VIP and leave. Instead, he smoothly jumped into B small, holding the angle that avoids the flash. Black Panther's strong push is coming. Will they be anxious? Yuri is first, moving toward Arch. Yuri advanced, unaware of the ambush point. Bang. Axe 1 Lu using AWP killed Yuri. What a fast flick, Ma Sisi exclaimed. Alu is bold, but his aim matches his courage. At that moment, the spectator camera hadn't switched yet. Simultaneously, 2 kills appeared from A1 Electronic Perfecto, using AK-47 headshot. Xerato Electronic Perfecto, using AK-47 killed Fallen. This is complete coordination dominance. MO followed with admiration. C9 finished this round quickly. The tactic was executed perfectly, and Alu proved he was the breakthrough point for this match. But they didn't expect that the Godfather's counterattack would come swiftly in the next round. Although C9's coordination had indeed improved, and their aim was solid, the Godfather wasn't without options. He knew the opponent was playing aggressively, so he would be even more aggressive. This round he gave the highest economic priority to Xerato, equipping him with a Galil, and launched a surprise rush to the A site. Art was adept with the Mac 10, peeking out and landing 2 headshots to cripple P. Yuan Shui. Dianzi Gu tried to trade, but Xerato from behind took him down with 2 headshots. Pang Xiu tried to deal with the 2 terrorists jumping out of A2, but his aim faltered, failing to eliminate any, and P. Yuan Shui couldn't survive. This round Pang Xiu found no opportunity, and C9 lost another point. From then on, the 2 teams entered a tug of war. One round the Godfather would take the lead, the next round Alu would gain an early advantage with his teammates. By the end of the first half, the score was 7-5, with Black Panther still trailing by 1. During this half, Black Panther had used 2 timeouts, saving the last one tightly for the crucial later stage of the second half. In contrast, she hadn't called a single timeout yet. The pressure on Black Panther wasn't overwhelming and Fallen didn't overthink it. But starting from the pistol round of the second half, facing C9's offense, the Godfather and Art on the B side couldn't withstand DNZGE's P250. C9 simply overpowered them, with aim taking down the 2 veterans instantly. Xerato and Yuri tried their best in the retake, managing only a 3-for-2 trade. The loss of the pistol round widened the gap between Black Panther and C9. The score jumped to 9-5. Now the pressure on Black Panther was overwhelming. This was their pick map and their strongest map. Having used 2 timeouts already and still being outplayed by C9, making the match so difficult. Should they call the last timeout? Fallen hesitated. After using all 3 timeouts, there would be no more adjustments left. But if they didn't, DNZGE's stats were already 189, and Lu was carrying with 2011. In contrast, their own Xerato had a decent 13-10, and Yuri was 11-11. Paltry compared to C9's dual carries. Black Panther's free agent Cello was sweating profusely. He subconsciously glanced at Yang Shi on the opposite side and thought absurdly, why doesn't that coach call a timeout? Doesn't he like to suppress opponents with timeouts? At that moment, Black Panther even began to hope Yang Shi would call a timeout. But Yang Shi remained seated silently without a word. Hearing Cello's absurd proposal, Fallen's first instinct was to refuse. For if they played this round and lost, it would only boost the opponent's morale while crushing their own. He remained silent. That final timeout had to be saved for the most critical moment. Though the score of 5-9 was already ugly enough, and losing another round would drop it to 5-10, or even 5-11. Losing the pistol round alone didn't mean the defense couldn't beat Cloud9. He sat there, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the edge of the table. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. His status as a 2-time major champion, his 30-plus years of experience as a veteran, all of it felt like it was being ground into the dirt. Not because Cloud9 had used any dirty tricks, but because that 25-year-old coach on the other side, without even speaking a word, had left him a seasoned veteran at a loss for how to respond. "We'll eco one more round," he said, his voice lower than usual. "We'll play the halves rifle rounds, then decide on the defensive strategy based on positioning." The Godfather's words had just fallen, but no one continued speaking. The Black Panthers were already feeling stifled. They had imagined Yang Shi's style would be all about calling timeouts and pressuring minds. But in reality, his refusal to call timeouts was more torturous than calling them. Because with every silence, Yang Shi seemed to tell the Black Panthers, "Solve your own problems by yourselves." Now, every member of the Black Panthers was thinking, whether we can win now depends entirely on whether the opponent makes a mistake. Get it together. The Godfather swept his gaze across his teammates' faces. Every one of them had veins bulging on their necks. "They're not calling timeouts, so we definitely can't either. This last timeout can only be saved for the most critical moment. If we win that rifle round, would we even need this timeout?" When he said this, even he felt the words were hollow. But the expressions on his teammates didn't truly improve. They just suppressed the feeling of collapse and put on faces that said they could still hold on. After Fallen's rally, coach Gary stepped forward to fist bump each player, his palms sweaty. The round continued. This round the Black Panthers didn't buy. They made a default defense with 5 USP pistols, mostly to save money. Without much surprise, the score jumped to 10-5. The countdown for round 16 began. Last round the Black Panthers chose not to buy. This round Fallen even has an AWP. Xerato and Yuri both had M4S, and utility was fully bought. Masisi watched the Black Panthers load out and calmly analyzed. As for the Black Panthers' remaining timeout, they should be saving it for this round. Win it, and the momentum is saved to lose it, and they'll call timeout for a final counterattack. And this round, Fallen having an AWP is an information gap, but Axe 1 Lu on the attacking side doesn't have one. Because normally after 2 eco rounds the CT side can't afford an AWP. But Fallen's AWP was bought with the savings emptied by Art. In other words, if Cloud9 rashly rushed the Godfather's AWP, would likely score a free kill. As the countdown ended, Masisi watched the game screen. Cloud9 wasn't in a hurry, but the Godfather played aggressively. This 34-year-old veteran instantly displayed a glimpse of what it meant to be the top 2 in 2016, top 6 in 2017. Electronic is defending near A1, jiggling back and forth. Fallen doesn't give him a chance to dodge. Scope, crouch, pull. One shot takes out Electronic. The shot was so fast, so incredibly fast, that even Masisi was startled. Is this the reaction time of a 34-year-old? After Electronic was taken down, someone on Cloud9's player bench gasped. Hobbit wanted to trade, but couldn't find an opportunity. Just when everyone thought Fallen was about to lead the Black Panthers to win this round. On the other side, P-Boss, now on the attacking side, followed the training goal Yang Shi had given him. Play as a free agent, and he could be aggressive. Art was still jumping and peeking from the white car when he was instantly headshot by P-Boss midair. Perfecto using AK-47 headshot killed Art. The moment this kill appeared, Fallen felt overloaded. How many in B? Just one so far. But even with just one piece of information, Fallen couldn't afford not to rotate. Because the Black Panthers' setup this round was 1 Arch 3 A1B, they were betting on a. He first threw a smoke toward A2, then had Xerato and Yuri fall back to CT spawn while he scoped in and peeked holding A1. At that moment Hobbit for some unknown reason found the courage to walk out of A1 and test, and caught Fallen in that split second of hesitation. Bang! Hobbit using AK-47 headshot killed Fallen. The AWP had just fired, but CSGO doesn't have traits. Fallen's screen went dark and he leaned back, spreading his hands. Luckily Xerato, who had been a step slower in retreating, reacted quickly enough and turned back to one-shot Hobbit with his AK. Ma-CC's commentary rose in pitch. The Godfather's shot was also superhuman reaction, but Xerato followed up for the trade. Axe1Lu arrived to trade and Xerato tried to spray transfer, but Axe1Lu didn't give him the chance. Axe1Lu using AK-47 headshot killed Xerato, then Cello from the balcony tried to trade, but Axe1Lu's spray transfer succeeded again. Axe1Lu using AK-47 headshot killed Cello. Yuri from CT spawn finally rushed back to eliminate Axe1Lu, preventing him from continuing his rampage. But just then the smoke at A2 dispersed and Bumble4 appeared. Yuri knew he couldn't pull his crosshair in time, so he chose to fall back to CT spawn. But at that moment P-Boss had also taken control of the inside of market, and Yuri couldn't watch both angles. He chose to hold the market. P-Boss was instantly killed as he peeked out, but Bumble4, who had crept to close range, had already arrived to trade. 11-5. The Black Panthers map 1 is gone. Ma-CC's voice essentially pronounced the Black Panthers' death. Neitis. At the moment it ended, Cloud9's player bench erupted into cheers. Electronic raised his fist shouting nice. And Axe1Lu was slapped on the back by Bumble4. Awesome. That spray transfer. Without you, we might have really lost this round. Those sounds reached the Black Panther side almost without distortion, and Fallen's face visibly twitched. It was truly grating, but he couldn't let his own mindset collapse. Fallen signaled Gary to call that final timeout. He looked at the tactical paper utterly speechless, not knowing where to start his complaints. This time he had never expected Hobbit to be bold enough to test after Electronic's death, nor had he expected Axe1Lu, after finding his rhythm with the AWP, to switch to a rifle and still take down 2 players in a row. The whole chain reaction started from Art being picked off in B. But B couldn't be blamed on Art. He had bought the AWP, and it was a normal jump peak. It was just that P-Boss was too accurate. But the decision to rotate was also not wrong. Fallen suddenly began to think. If he had 1 or 2 more true star players, would this round have been absolutely won? Thinking this, he turned to look at his teammates. Even though a timeout was called, no one in the team spoke. Each of them looked down at the tactical paper, unable to find a solution for what came next. The Godfather saw this, but this time, he didn't console his teammates. He knew that any comfort now would be futile. The only thing to do was to let them relax in silence. Because the Black Panthers had just full bought after the timeout, they were forced to eco. Unsurprisingly, the score became 12-5. But when the match point round began, the Godfather proved that keeping calm still had its uses. The Black Panthers found their earlier form. Xerato and Yuri's rhythm was perfect, and with several tenacious defensive plays and retakes, they even gave Cloud9 a tough time. But Yangshi still didn't call a timeout, and the Black Panthers couldn't keep turning the situation around. 7 match points were ultimately too difficult. When the score reached 12-9, Cloud9 once again demonstrated what Electronics' iron-blooded breakthrough meant. In the early stages, the Black Panthers were still controlling mid when Electronics suddenly dry-peeked out of A1, and bad news appeared in the top right corner. Electronic using AK-47 headshot killed Xerato. Electronic using AK-47 headshot killed Yuri. It's over. Fallen saw these 2 kills and knew it might be hopeless. He opened his mouth wanting to redeploy tactics. Perfecto using AK-47 headshot killed Art, but then he saw Art and B also get picked off by P-Boss. His mouth closed completely. 2v5 with T approaches on both A and B. He and Cello chose to go from T-ramp to A1, but Axe1Lu's AWP was already scoped at A2. 2 shots, 2 kills. The score of map 1 settled at 13-9. The Black Panthers were strong, but even on their best map, they couldn't take down Cloud9. The break passed quickly, and the aftereffects of the Black Panthers' loss on map 1 began to show. Map 2, Cloud9's pick nuked the Black Panthers in their declining form, completely lost their competitive edge. Art's hairdryer, P90, could still occasionally produce bizarre kills, but Cloud9 quickly compensated for the gap. Cello in the free agent role couldn't generate any offensive pressure, leaving only Xerato and Yuri to give their all. Fallen's voice could still lead the team, but he himself knew. His body could no longer keep up, and the authority of his commands wasn't the same as when he was younger. When the score reached 9-3, the Black Panthers had a brief moment of resurgence, with Xerato single-handedly carrying them to 2 rounds, but they were soon pushed back by Cloud9's overall teamwork. In the final round, Electronic landed a crucial headshot, and map 2 ended at 13-5. Cloud9 advanced to the top 6. The moment the match ended, Fallen's lingering hope died completely. The director's camera cut to his face. He didn't get up immediately. He just looked down at his hand, silent for a long time. The Godfather is quite melancholic. Black Panther clearly had a tense early game, a middling mid-game, and a strong late-game performance in map 1. But in map 2, they were speedrun. Staring at this outcome, Ma-CC also felt a pang of regret for Fallen on the screen. Fallen, a veteran who has been fighting on the front lines since CS1.6 and remains active, commands exceptionally, performs consistently, and has earned every honor one could desire. But the problem is, in the CS arena there is always only one victor. In this match, the winner once again fell on C9's side. C9 didn't call a single timeout in map 1, and they just crushed Fallen. Truly insane, this psychological warfare master. In map 1 it seemed like it didn't affect Black Panther, but I don't get why they fell apart in map 2. Well, there's no helping it. In map 1 Young didn't call a single timeout and Black Panther still lost. Their mentality was bound to explode in map 2. Is it true that Young hasn't lost a single match in 5 games? Really? The barrage flooded the screen, and since the match had ended, Masisi could also chat about some off-topic matters. Today Electronic and the rest of C9 really performed exceptionally well. It's clear they did a lot of research. But they probably didn't expect that when Yang didn't call timeout, C9 would have such a breakout performance in map 1. Before Masisi's voice faded, Mo chimed in, actually as casters we didn't expect it either. On the stage she stood up, walked past the Black Panther players' seats, and fist bumped each one. The moment Fallen and Yang she met, the Godfather still spoke his heart's truest words, "You are too insane." He said only that with no follow-up. Yang she was stunned. He hadn't done much this game. He didn't call a single timeout in map 1, and in map 2 he called timeouts normally. Returning to the players' seats, Yang she was even worried that the host would come to interview him. But then he saw the female host from yesterday walking toward Black Panther. Everyone on C9 was a bit surprised. Shouldn't they be interviewing their own coach? Electronic muttered, "They're not interviewing us, but them." Yang she shook his head and said nothing. Not being interviewed was a relief. He sat down, focusing earnestly on the interview footage. Inside the livestream room, Masisi was both surprised and delighted to see the interview subject. Here it is. The post-match interview with the Godfather. On the screen, the female host raised the microphone and spoke first. "Fallen, it's a pity that you lost today, which means elimination. What do you have to say about this match?" She then handed the mic to the Godfather. There was little sadness on the Godfather's face. He bore a hint of melancholy. But facing the camera, his tone remained cheerful. "Actually, there's not much to say. We were simply outgunned in every aspect. They were better than us, and I won't deny that. I sincerely congratulate them." This is the Godfather's magnanimity. He doesn't blame his teammates when things go wrong, nor does he accuse the opponent of dirty tricks or being undeserving when they dominate. This answer made the female host smile. She looked at her question card and continued, "You gave the opponent very high praise in this match. But I'd like to ask further for C9 going forward after they enter the knockout stage. They still face top-tier powerhouse teams like MOUZG2, FaZe, and VP. From the perspective of a major champion, how far do you think they can go?" As soon as this question was asked, Fallen pondered. On the C9 players' side, everyone fell silent. Even Electronic sat up straight, anticipating what this 34-year-old veteran would say. Something like Zonic. The Godfather murmured softly. "What? I didn't catch that." The female host leaned her ear closer to Fallen as he had spoken too quickly. Fallen smiled, distanced himself slightly from the host, and raised his voice. "I said the current C9 is somewhat reminiscent of the Astrolese dynasty from earlier years, that Zonic system." "Do you mean?" "C9's current coach has echoes of Zonic." Hearing this, the C9 members all turned to look at Yangshi. Yangshi watched them, anticipation written on his face, his arms crossed a little tighter. This was the first time in these few days of matches that he had shown such obvious emotional fluctuation. Facing the host's question, Fallen shook his head no. Yang does bear some resemblance to Zonic, but he is not the second Zonic. Saying this, he turned to look at Yangshi, and the camera followed. Noticing the gaze, Yangshi raised a hand and waved at Fallen and the camera. Fallen laughed. "This guy right here, he's quite the sly one. I originally thought our Black Panther could never fall under the suppression of his psychological tactics, but I never expected. He didn't call a single timeout in map 1. In the middle of the game, we even started wishing he would call a timeout to help us adjust our state. But he didn't. He just sat there like a great Buddha statue from China. And then they won map 1, and our mentality shattered. In map 2 we had absolutely no form left." He turned and pointed at Yangshi again. "This sly kid, it's all your fault. You are pioneering an entirely new system, a system that is hard to counter." Yangshi smiled, but cautiously. Fallen returned to the interview, looking earnestly into the camera. "What I want to say is, he is not the second Zonic, but I feel he has the potential to achieve something like Zonic's 5 consecutive championships. He might become the first top-tier coach named Yang." As these words were spoken, the studio fell silent for a moment. This was Fallen, two-time major champion, once the world's best AWPer, the Godfather of Brazil. On the C9 players' side, Pang Chio was stunned. Electronic opened his mouth, but couldn't form words. He had cursed Yangshi many times when he didn't accept him, but hearing this level of recognition, an indescribable complexity welled up inside. Alu and P. Marshall exchanged glances, saying nothing, but the expressions on their faces conveyed the same thing. This honor was also theirs, the honor of their team. At this moment, every player, host, and even the Black Panther players and coaches on the scene were frozen in place. If such words were spoken in front of the media, and by the Godfather himself, the weight of these words was unimaginable. The official livestream barrage exploded. Godfather's endorsement. What does it mean? Is there anyone who understands English to explain? The host asked how to evaluate C9 entering the knockout stage, and the Godfather just said that C9's Yang is like Zonic. The host asked if he has echoes, and the Godfather said Yang is himself. Wow. The Godfather also said that Yang is pioneering a system that everyone will find hard to counter. Those words are explosive. Explosive. How exactly? How explosive? With these words, and the Godfather's own reputation, there will definitely be many teams wanting to snatch Yang away immediately. Ma Sisi watched those barges. What crossed his mind was not how brilliant Yangshi's future would be, but rather, hoping that a domestic team would spend a huge sum to buy this person back. Otherwise, if he were truly poached by a stronger foreign team, our own CN region would be at a devastating loss. This clip was soon captured and reposted across various CS forums. The topic, Fallen's personal endorsement, quickly went viral. At FaZe-based CEO Mike stared at this piece of news, his expression completely losing composure. Look at what you made me turn down. A top-tier veteran like Fallen says such things. You're both legendary veterans, aren't you? Why can he still play professionally? And at the top level? You are a coach. Sitting by the coffee table, Mike took a painful sip of red wine, his face twisted. On the table lay a phone in the middle of a call. The person on the other end of the line facing Mike's interrogation hesitated for a long time, afraid to speak. Speak. Mike cursed again. How about? The voice on the phone was very weak. Neo said tremblingly, we at FaZe spent big money to buy him out. After a day of competition, C9 advanced to the playoffs, and tomorrow they could take a day off. Bob, who had thoroughly researched online, didn't even trust Yangshi's recommendation and insisted on taking the team to a trendy hot pot restaurant in Chengdu. Sitting in the SUV, Yangshi stared blankly out the window. The topic of Fallen's personal endorsement quickly went viral, flooding his mind with Fallen's words. He has traces of Zonic. But he is not Zonic. He is himself. This was the first time in this world he had received such a high prestige evaluation. As for Fallen, Yangshi had naturally studied him. He was one of the greatest players in CS history, whose status extended beyond dazzling championship titles to his impact as a pioneer and spiritual leader of Brazilian CS. 2 major championships. How many players could never achieve a single one in their lifetime? There were even some who at their debut everyone thought it was only a matter of time before they won a major. But what was the result? Over 10 years they had almost every championship and honor. Except a major. In Yangshi's current impression, Nico from G2 was such a person. In terms of achievements alone, even Yangshi from his previous life would have to admit inferiority to Fallen. If Bob had given him the opportunity, then Fallen's evaluation was undoubtedly the best remedy for his coaching career so far. Electronic noticed Yangshi staring blankly out the window and spoke, we won. Why are you still so absent-minded? Over the past week, Electronic and Yangshi had been talking more and more, to the point that even Grove and Bumble4 nearby felt a bit uncomfortable. Bumble4 subconsciously glanced at Electronic, his eyes complicated. Before the tournament on the morning heading to Chengdu Airport, Electronic had mentioned to him that if C9 still couldn't deliver results in this event, he planned to transfer to a CIS team after his contract expired. Meaning, since C9 is like this, might as well return to the CS homeland. But now that C9 was on a smooth path, Electronic still acted as if nothing was wrong, even caring about the coach's state. This contrast made Bumble4 couldn't help but take another glance. But Yangshi noticed Bumble4's gaze and Bumble4 awkwardly looked away. Yet Yangshi didn't think much of it. He simply turned to Electronic and said, no. I was just wondering if you'll be killed by the spice when we eat hot pot later. After saying that, Yangshi flashed a mischievous grin. Spice me. Electronic laughed. Bro, I'm a Slav. I can down strong liquor without a problem. You think some spice can get to me? Damn, this is so freaking spicy. This is supposed to be mild. No matter how tough one's words were before, reality always slaps them in the face. Once at the hot pot restaurant, Electronic had only taken 2 bites before the Chengdu level spice made him gasp. It is a bit spicy, but I can handle it. You don't have to be so dramatic, do you? PSHO patted him and handed over a bottle of iced cola. But Electronic pushed the cola away, grabbed a bottle of beer, and chugged it down. Cough. Cola. Who drinks cola? I only drink alcohol. That night after entering the playoffs, the atmosphere within C9 was harmonious. Bumble4 chatted with Ale and Hooksy about some plans for the future, not bringing up the possibility of Electronic's transfer. Meanwhile, Yangshi, Grove, and Bob sat aside as the management. Bob, thrilled that C9 had achieved results again, clinked glasses with them frantically, though she didn't drink alcohol, substituting tea instead. Clink. At the moment of the toast, Bob sighed with relief that his job seemed secure. Young, I was right about you. You're the savior of C9. But now that Fallen said that, I'm a bit worried you might leave for another team. Bob was getting flushed. He was drinking happy wine, so getting tipsy was inevitable. He said it sincerely. Yangshi shook his head. No, without your opportunity, I wouldn't know how long I'd still be job hunting. As soon as he said that, Bob laughed even more heartily. You really know how to talk. He patted Yangshi, who despite being somewhat unaccustomed to this drinking culture could still enjoy it. Grove watched the two quietly, not drinking much himself nor upset about being demoted. After his position was lowered, his mindset had actually become more balanced. He raised his glass and raised his voice. Come, let's all toast to Yang. With him we managed to enter the playoffs in just 2 weeks. Clink. Another toast, joy written on every C9 member's face. Just as Yangshi was about to drink his tea, his phone rang again. In fact, it had rung several times already, but he had refrained from checking out of respect for the party atmosphere. However, this time it rang persistently, so he finally put down his teacup and picked up his phone. But the action of setting down the teacup and picking up the phone still caught Bob's attention. What's wrong? Yangshi looked at his phone, his expression turning grim. But he didn't reveal the truth, simply saying, "Nothing. A friend saw me perform so well on stage and came to congratulate me." "Come on." Yangshi raised his teacup. Bob clinked glasses with him, but after drinking suspicion had already risen in his mind. If it was a congratulations, why would his expression be so grim? Bob glanced around, saw everyone chatting and not paying attention, then leaned close to Yangshi's ear. "Is someone trying to poach you to another team?" Hearing this, Yangshi was stunned. That momentary hesitation confirmed Bob's suspicion. "Which club?" Bob's tone changed, his voice carrying hope that Yangshi would stay at C9. Knowing he couldn't hide it, Yangshi whispered, "Many. First COL from America, Imperial from Brazil, SAW Europe's Gamer Legion, and from my hometown Tylo LVG." Bob listened attentively. But as Yangshi listed these teams, which were mostly second tier, or even third tier, the stone hanging in Bob's heart gradually settled. However, Yangshi's tone changed when he reached the end. "Finally. FaZe Clan." "FaZe?" Bob was taken aback. "Didn't they look down on you? This damn club is so opportunistic." He spoke with concern, turning to Yangshi with an urgent expression. "What's their offer?" Yangshi was also a bit embarrassed. Bob was indeed his mentor, but the money FaZe offered was somewhat tempting. "They want to buy me out directly. The C9 CEO sent me a message offering $100,000 for a 1-year contract. 100K. Bob's mind was blown. But he knew that this amount was far, far higher than the salary he had offered Yangshi. His original contract was 10K per month, so 6 months would be just over 60K, plus bonuses. Probably not exceeding 100K. But FaZe's offer equated to 83K per month. With such a salary structure, not to mention Yangshi, even Bob himself would have accepted it without hesitation. Bob's expression became complex, frowning while his mouth twitched involuntarily. Yet he didn't say much to retain him, he just patted Yangshi's shoulder. "I can't advise you on this matter. It's up to you. Make your own choice." As a manager, Bob knew that C9's owner wasn't a good one. The CS division was already barely scraping by. Now with such an offer on the table, he could easily imagine the CEO's temptation. C9 might not really keep Yangshi. "Come." Bob, now tipsy, didn't let this matter spoil the party. He shouted and raised his glass again. "Brothers. Cheers." Everyone clinked glasses, and no one noticed the conversation that had just taken place. Only Yangshi, having composed himself, shifted the topic. "Tomorrow we all have a day off, so today I'll use tea instead of alcohol and drink to my heart's content with you all tonight." The team members all smiled, but when Yangshi lowered his head to drink tea, the two options kept swirling in his mind. Joining FaZe was a bright shortcut. Staying at C9 was the system he had personally built, which had not yet reached its end. But he knew that he couldn't make a decision before IM Chengdu concluded. He had to suppress this concern for now. Yangshi woke up early the next morning, unlike his teammates who were still nursing hangovers from the night's drinking. Lying in his hotel bed, he checked the message sent by C9's CEO the previous evening. C9 CEO, message sent on April 12, 2024, at 2034 Yang. "Because of today's match, many teams are trying to poach you, and they've come directly to me. Some of them offer to buy out your contract early after it expires. COL from North America offers 300K. Imperial from Brazil offers 200K. SAW offers 240K. Gamer Legion from Europe offers 350K. TLO from China offers 150K. ALVG offers 100K. Then there's a direct high-price buyout. FaZe offers 1 million. It's hard not to be tempted by the money FaZe is offering, but I still respect your wishes. If you want to leave, C9 won't force you to stay. You can go after this tournament ends. These are the offers I received today. I'm sending them to you first so you can think it over carefully. Hard not to be tempted." Yangshi murmured to himself. "You're the one who's tempted, aren't you?" Yangshi savored the message. The CEO's intention to make him leave and pocket the remaining money was practically oozing out of the screen. Yet these words still plunged him into genuine hesitation. Because FaZe paper strength would undoubtedly surpass C9's current lineup. That was a certainty. Take the two most crucial players, Frozen and Robs. Both of them had ceilings that were definitely within the current top 10 level. As for the others, Kerrigan himself was exceptionally strong tactically. As long as Yangshi provided the ideas, Kerrigan could devise the strategies and refine the firepower of Rain and Brokey. This lineup was undoubtedly world-class. But even if he truly had a chance to rejoin FaZe, he didn't really want to go. Because FaZe had once rejected him without even giving him a chance to show his worth. That incident hadn't happened long ago, and he remembered it clearly. Besides, C9 had already established a foothold on the world stage. A system he had painstakingly built step by step. "Forget it, I'll stay with C9. Yangshi muttered to himself. It wasn't about the money, but saying Yangshi didn't like money was also impossible. It was just that in his past life he had already experienced the feeling of being wealthy. What he sought in this life was the process of climbing step by step. Joining FaZe would be almost like reaching the sky in a single bound. That kind of posture would never give him the feeling of leveling up through battles and slaying monsters that he desired. In this life, he had recognized his place. He didn't dwell on it any longer. He got up and went to the training room to begin his daily practice of shooting drills. At 8 in the morning, She was actually a bit late. Grove was even more disciplined. He had arrived at 7:30. "Hey, Yang." Grove, sipping coffee and eating breakfast, greeted him as he saw him. "Morning." She replied weakly, having barely slept all night. Seeing She listlessly take his seat, Grove curiously approached. "Isn't today a rest day? You look worse than on match days." She glanced at him and gave a wry smile. The old coach who had willingly given up his position now quietly watched Yang Shi without any mockery. Yang Shi suddenly felt there was nothing to hide, so he casually explained the reason yesterday's interview with Fallen caused a lot of teams to come after me, including FaZe. Grove wasn't surprised that he was being poached, but when he heard FaZe was among them, he like Bob showed a flicker of surprise. Didn't you come here after failing your FaZe tryout? Yeah. Even though Yang Shi had already made up his mind about staying or leaving at that moment, he still recounted the whole dilemma from last night to this morning, but there's no help for it. After playing a few matches on the stage, they wanted to pull me back. I didn't sleep well last night because of this. FaZe players are clearly stronger now, and Kerrigan's leadership is more seasoned than Pang's. I did think about joining them. But when I woke up this morning, I figured it out. I'll stay with C9. After all, Bob has been good to me. Grove listened quietly and didn't speak immediately. Of course he knew that Bob had given Yang Shi a chance, otherwise he himself would still be the head coach coasting along with C9's paycheck. But did he hate Yang Shi? No, he didn't hate him. It was Yang Shi who made him truly see his own problems and the gap between himself and top-tier coaches. With the same talented lineup, the results he achieved were so poor that the management overlooked and dismissed him. So faced with Yang Shi's decision, he chose to defuse it with teasing it serves them right. That FaZe management is truly something else. If they knew you'd be this good, they should have tested you back then. Now that you've risen, they want to poach you back. It's normal for you to not accept that. Grove paused, his tone relaxing a bit, but even if you left, I don't think I could go back to being head coach. He said this with a smile. Of course Yang Shi could tell he was joking. Yang Shi also caught the unspoken meaning in Grove's words. If you leave, I'm just not good enough to reclaim that position. Yang Shi let out a laugh. But deep down he still felt uneasy. He himself didn't want to leave C9, but what would C9's management decide? What about C9's CEO? That was a sky-high offer of $1 million. His own contract was at most under $100K for 6 months. If bonuses weren't counted, it was just $60K. If the CEO agreed to the buyout, he'd net a cool $940K. Such a massive temptation would likely make the management approve FaZe's contract. Now it's up to management. My contract is in their hands after all. Anyway, I hope I can stay with C9. I'm really looking forward to seeing how far I can take this team. That feeling of leveling up step by step and finally taking down the boss. These words came from Yang Shi's heart. He wanted to test where his ceiling as a coach truly lay, to see if he could achieve even faster and higher accomplishments on this path than in his past life. Grove nodded. After listening, your thoughts are fine. Management's thinking won't be a problem either, because everyone makes decisions based on their own interests. After saying that, he gave Yang Shi a knowing smile with the eyes of a veteran and continued seriously, when I was building my legacy at Red Star, I thought the same thing. I wanted to stay at Red Star. But when the team disbanded, my opportunity vanished. It wasn't until C9 bought Hobbit and Ale that I returned to the top-tier scene. But coming back here, I realized I wasn't what I used to be. Sometimes staying where you are is the best choice. Yang Shi listened, attentively nodded, and fell into deep thought. Unbeknownst to them, Bob had heard this entire conversation while standing at the doorway. The management, seeing that Yang Shi hadn't replied last night, was already obsessed with that $1 million. They decided not to wait for Yang Shi to make his own decision any longer. Early in the morning, they issued a direct order. They told Bob to inform Yang Shi that after this tournament, C9 would hand over his contract to FaZe and Yang Shi would join FaZe. Bob listened to the conversation inside, his phone clutched in his hand, hesitating to push open the door. He knew that Yang Shi didn't want to leave out of loyalty to him. He had heard those words loud and clear. But the management's orders had come down, and he was just an executor, a mere wage earner with no room to argue. Moreover, Yang Shi had helped him keep his job this time. Even if Yang Shi went to FaZe, he wouldn't lose out. This brief journey had been meaningful for both sides. He side-set his face and pushed the door open. Yang Shi and Grove, seeing Bob at this hour in the training room, already guessed what was coming. Yang Shi spoke first. The higher-ups ordered you to force me to go to FaZe, right? Standing there, Bob halted. He hadn't anticipated that Yang Shi would preempt the management's thoughts. Seeing that the issue had been laid bare, his expression no longer needed to remain stern. He responded briefly and continued. After this tournament, our contract will be transferred to FaZe, changed to a 1-year term. Then they'll buy you out, and the management will pocket $1 million. He paused, his tone laced with sarcasm toward the management and a hint of unspoken apology. It's the management's decision. I have no choice. I understand. Yang Shi didn't continue the conversation. Instead, he turned to Grove and shifted the topic. Although today is a rest day, I still need to prepare for tomorrow's match. Against VP, I'm still studying their slow-paced playstyle. Bob, hearing Yang Shi's words, felt uncertain. Had he accepted it? Or was he just putting on a brave face? But he didn't press further, nodded to himself, and left the room. After this brief confrontation, silence fell over the training room once Bob left. Grove felt uneasy too. He patted Yang Shi's shoulder, offering comfort. But honestly, going to FaZe isn't a loss for you. Yang Shi said, nothing, merely staring at the demo on the screen, his gaze a little distant. More than 10 minutes passed. Inside the hotel room, Dianzi was still sound asleep when a sudden urgent knock came from outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. Open up. Hearing the noise outside, Dianzi's sweet dream was thoroughly shattered. He slowly got up, his morning crankiness flaring. Who the hell is it? Disturbing your dad's sleep this early in the morning. It's me, Pang Xiao. At the sound of that name, Dianzi's expression softened. But the anger from being woken was still there. What the hell do you want? It's a rest day. We just had drinks last night. Why are you bothering me so early? Something urgent. Pang Xiu's voice was muffled through the door. How urgent? It concerns our future performance. The moment those words fell, Dianzigu had already walked to the door in his pajamas. When the door opened, he saw the usually calmest captain, his face filled with panic. And Dianzigu, due to last night's heavy drinking, was still dizzy and in pain. He asked groggily, "What do you mean by our future performance?" Pang Xiu took a couple of breaths, his voice hurried. "Good thing I didn't drink too much last night, or I don't know what would have happened today. Just now on my way to breakfast, I passed the training room and heard Boss Bo say the management wants Yang Gu to go to FaZe. The other side is paying a huge sum to buy out his contract. After this tournament ends, Yang will leave C9 and head to FaZe." Hearing this, Dianzi's expression shifted from surprise to doubt, then to skepticism. A restless unease stirred within him and half of his alcohol-induced fog cleared, but he still forced a composed look. "What does that have to do with me?" "Don't pretend to be tough," Pang Xiu said, looking at him. "From Navi to C9. Don't I know you? You yourself said that if you don't perform well in this tournament, you'd leave. But yesterday you were chatting so closely with Yang Gu." Called out by his close friend, Dianzi's face flushed, and he gave up the pretense. "All right, fine," Dianzigu said awkwardly, then pressed on. "Is that Yang going to FaZe of his own will?" "No," Pang Xiu explained. "Yang Gu said he wants to stay at C9, but FaZe offered $1 million. And C9 can only give him a 6-month salary at most, $10,000 a month. The management nets over $900,000. Before he finished, Dianzigu had already guessed the answer. "So, the management sees Yang as a tool to make money." Pang Xiu was taken aback. This impulsive, hot-headed rifler had actually had a moment of insight. Yes. After all, Yang Gu has only been with the team for half a month as a coach, yet he's already brought the management a ready-made big deal. Having received the definite answer, Dianzigu was completely sober. "Stop." He didn't let Pang Xiu continue analyzing, but eagerly asked, "Where is Yang now? What are you going to do?" "He's in the training room at this hour every day. I'm going to confront him." At 8:30 in the morning, she stared vacantly at the demo on his computer, having not slept well all night. Now he had to face the impending move to FaZe. He had already begun to doubt whether the system he had painstakingly crafted was still worth refining. Bang! The door was shoved open. She turned around just as the other spoke first. "Yang, are you leaving?" "Leaving C9. Seeing it was Dianzigu, she hadn't spoken yet, but Grove was stunned. "How did you find out?" "Pang Xiu overheard your conversation." Dianzigu didn't look like someone who had stayed up drinking until 1 in the morning. His face was full of anger at 8 in the morning. She knew that since the news had spread within the team, hiding it was pointless. He smiled. "Yes, after the tournament I'll go to FaZe." He felt that Dianzi's personality needed a bit of restraint, so he didn't reveal that he actually didn't want to leave. But Dianzigu already knew that she didn't want to go. Yet he didn't call him out, just glared at she angrily. "You can leave if you want, but you have to tell me clearly first. Is it that you think we're not good enough for you anymore?" This question preserved his own self-respect, and also she's leaving. Pang Xiu standing behind, momentarily stunned. Was this still the electronic tyrant he knew? Faced with this question, she shook his head. "That's not the case. I'm very happy to play with you all, but I have no choice. The other side offered too much. C9 only pays $10,000 a month, while FaZe pays $80,000 a month. I never left because you weren't good enough for me, nor because I thought I was amazing. FaZe recruited me, and their roster is stronger. I did consider it. I just made the best choice for my livelihood." Pang Xiu quietly watched the two of them acting, suddenly feeling his brain itch, as if he was about to grow a brain. Dianzigu also knew the other was putting on an act, but from She's third sentence, Dianzigu could tell it was definitely sincere. Yet, this frankness only made Dianzigu feel worse. Clearly the team's chemistry and coordination were improving. Clearly C9's prospects were on the rise. Now, because of the management's inaction, they were about to dismantle the flourishing C9. Dianzigu was silent for a moment. He turned his gaze to Grove, suddenly realizing that the root of everything lay with the management. And just last month the management had discussed his contract renewal. Dianzigu was the core of C9. Even if the CS division was declining, they hoped to keep him to at least maintain some face. Now, without another word, Dianzigu turned and slammed the door as he left. "Where are you going?" Pang Xiu called out, startled. Dianzigu didn't look back, his voice loud. "I'm going to find Bob. If the management insists on making Yang leave, then I'll leave C9 too." She watched that figure depart. He understood. This man had already come to rely on him as an indispensable anchor. He chuckled softly and said to Grove, "No matter how it turns out, Dianzigu is someone worth being friends with." Outside Bob's room, Dianzigu was pounding on the door in fury. Bob had just settled down, ready to catch up on sleep, but the moment he lay down, the thumping of Dianzi's knocking made it impossible for him to rest. "Who is it?" he shouted. "Open the damn door," came the aggressive reply. That tone, that feeling, it was Dianzigu. Bob, as the manager, still had to maintain his authority. "Are you crazy?" he yelled. "Drinking so much last night, and now you're here bothering my sleep. Didn't you get up once this morning?" Dianzigu shot back. Those words made Bob realize. Damn, it seemed this guy had already found out about She's departure. Bob had no choice but to get up and open the door. "You?" "No." The moment the door opened, Dianzigu stood there fuming. "How could I not know? FaZe is poaching, and you management actually agreed. Without even asking Yang's opinion, you were ready to hand over the contract. Now that C9 is finally on the rise, if he leaves, who will execute the system? Grove. That useless guy can only manage the player's emotions. As for tactics analysis and the system, it's all a mess. Listening to Jinzi's words, which were filled with praise for Yang, Bob couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. He himself felt the same way. She had become an indispensable part of his vision for C9. But as an employee, Bob had little recourse against these words. What can we do? The management's orders, my boss issued them. Even though I'm the manager at the end of the day, I'm just a salaried worker. Besides, with Yang going to FaZe, given his skill and their salary, we didn't treat him badly. Jinzi understood. But right now he didn't want to hear these reasons. Instead, he hardened his face and said solemnly, I don't care how you think about it. I'll say this just once, he can't leave. What right do you have to stop him? Jinzi suddenly grinned, his smile eerie. Then I'll leave too. You. Those words completely stunned Bob. Because the management's intention to renew Jinzi's contract was something Bob himself was supposed to convey to him. Not only did management know his importance, but Bob also understood that if Jinzi left, the team's firepower would plummet. If before they could at least hold the line at the knockout stage, after Jinzi left, C9 would likely become a regular at group stage eliminations. By then C9 would be all but dead in name. This was no longer about whether Bob could keep his job. It was a matter of life and death for the entire division. Bob looked at Jinzi's unyielding face. He was silent for a long time, but eventually let out a heavy sigh. Fine. I can talk to management, but I can't guarantee anything. He threw on his jacket and headed alone to the temporary office set up by the IM Chengdu officials for the bosses. It was a grueling 40-minute online meeting. Management's initial stance was very clear. The 1 million buyout fee had already been negotiated with FaZe CEO Mike, and canceling it now would be embarrassing for both sides in the industry. Moreover, that money was a lifeline for the current C9 CS division. Bob knew that even if they received the money, it might not be invested in the CS division. But he didn't say that. Instead, he relayed Jinzi's words verbatim, that the core player up for renewal had threatened to leave as well. When those words reached the other side, management was silent for a long time. Jinzi's recent performance data showed a real uptick, and C9's advancement to the top 6 along with the buzz of Fallen's personal endorsement was real. Both he and Yang were key variables. Management weighed the options. Losing one might still be profitable for C9, but losing both. The damage to C9's brand could far exceed $1 million. Yet they still didn't relent immediately, only saying, we'll consider it, and told Bob to go back. The moment the meeting ended, Bob had little confidence. At noon, players trickled into the training room. Yang had gradually regained some composure and could look at the demo with a more normal mindset. Today was a rest day, so he hadn't assigned strict aim practice or coordination. The team was mostly chatting about what to eat today, how much pressure tomorrow would bring. That relaxed atmosphere vanished only when Jinzi walked in with Bob following behind. Noticing Bob's arrival, all the players except Pang Xiu instantly slipped into a pretense of seriousness, turning back to their computers to shoot bots. Bob knew they were faking it, but he didn't call them out. He just stood there, his voice a bit impassioned. Today something unpleasant happened among us. Hearing this, the 3 players other than Pang Xiu were utterly bewildered. Pu and Shui, what's going on? Something unpleasant. When Alu, I have no idea. Well, bite, what new gossip can we dig into? Bob continued, it's about Yang. Management was going to sell him to FaZe for a 1 million buyout. When joined FaZe. $1 million. Damn, I'd want to go too. The 3 were increasingly shocked. Just yesterday they were playing together, and now they hear their beloved coach was about to leave. Bob finished the sentence with a note of relief. But that proposal, management has cancelled it. Jinzi looked at Yang with a happy face. Yang expression was blank, but he knew Jinzi had pleaded for him. Even though he didn't know exactly how it happened, he gave Jinzi a thumbs up. Pang Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that whether Yang left or not, it should be his own choice, not the management selling him off for money. And Grove secretly rejoiced that he could still work alongside Yang. The 3 who hadn't yet caught on gradually pieced together the full story. Is it that management wanted to sell brother Yang, and then Jian found out, and threatened management into giving up that $1 million? Pu and Shui ran through the logic and came to that conclusion. Jinzi beamed with pride. You guessed right. That's how it should be. My sniping is getting better and better, all thanks to brother Yang. Alu spoke up first, defending Yang. If brother Yang leaves, how can we play the rest of the matches? Go back to the slacking state we had 2 weeks ago. Master Ho was a bit older, and technically Yang was his junior. But he still gave Yang the highest praise. I switched from a support fragger to an entry fragger. At first I died a lot, but gradually, I found that my aim got sharper through the grind. I felt like I was young again. And I could even cover for a Diane's bad luck. Coach Yang, you're too crucial for our C9. Master Ho smiled and continued happily. It's good he's staying. It's good he's staying. Pu and Shui nodded. In this team now, anyone can be missing, but not him. Bob watched each person give their best praise and smiled. He looked at Jinzi. Thanks to you. Without you, Yang would have gone to FaZe. Though his voice was low, Yang overheard it. Yang walked over, looked at the man who in his impression was more irritable than rational, and said sincerely, thank you. Jinzi's face flushed, and he looked down smiling. What are you thanking me for? I didn't do anything. Yang could guess the gist. Management definitely wouldn't dare actually let Dianzigu go, especially with his recent performance improvements of 15 to 30. Though not astronomically high, it was a critical support for team morale and their ability to stay competitive on stage. If Dianzigu proactively said, "I'm leaving too," C9's fate would be almost certainly worse than even Grove's era. Management definitely wouldn't dare gamble. But this incident also made Yangshi feel a bit of resentment toward the troublesome management. A 6-month contract. Even if C9 really rises under my guidance. When the contract expires, just watch me leave, Yangshi thought to himself. But Dianzigu noticed Yangshi staring at him, lost in thought, emanating a sense of discomfort. He quickly changed the subject. Enough of that. We're playing VP tomorrow. How's the tactical research going? Yangshi was taken aback, just about to report to Bob and Dianzigu. But suddenly, ugh, a scream shattered the training room's silence. Everyone turned to see Master Hua collapsed on the floor. They quickly gathered around asking what was wrong. But Master Hua was in too much pain to speak, clearly clutching his stomach, his face pale. Quick, take me to the hospital. Master Hua was admitted to the hospital. The corridor lights were a ghastly white as Bob paced back and forth, his leather shoes striking the tiles in hurried rhythmic taps. Pang Xiu, Dianzigu, A Lu, and P Yuan Shui sat on the bench, none daring to speak, their eyes fixed on the door of the examination room. Fortunately, after half an hour the results came out. Master Hua had been skipping meals, coupled with his advanced age and the excessive drinking at last night's gathering, which triggered an acute gastrointestinal infection. It was not a serious illness, but tomorrow's match, he would be unable to participate. This news doused like a bucket of icy water the faint joy Bob had felt when management retracted the buyout plan. If Lao Hua can't recover in the next couple of days, we'll really be down a firepower source on C9. He turned to Yangshi, his mind racing through possibilities, each one more unreliable than the last. Although Yangshi claimed to have played professionally in the 2 weeks since joining C9, Bob had seen no evidence of his skill. Shaking his head, he offered a desperate suggestion. What about calling up a youth academy player? Pang Xiu scratched his head. How many academy players do we have left? They've either been fired or quit, or they're just plain bad. Besides, flying over from the Americas in half a day is impossible. The match starts tomorrow. Just then P Yuan Shui suddenly thought of a good candidate. I have an idea. What? Bob looked at him with anticipation. Let's bring in JKS. He was benched by G2, probably on holiday back home in Australia. He could get here quickly. JKS. Bob paused, then quickly shook his head. He was benched because his form was terrible. Do you really think he's some perennial savior? He saved FaZe at Katowice in 22, then G2 at Katowice in 23, and now he's supposed to save us in Chengdu in 24. Besides, he doesn't know our system at all. A guy who's been benched for a month, you expect him to perform on the fly. P Yuan Shui was silenced by this rebuttal and said no more. Bob's pacing grew more frantic. He knew that facing James VP tomorrow, C9 wouldn't stand a chance if they were a man down. If it were the group stage, that would be manageable with some margin for error in weaker opponents. But this was VP. In the elimination rounds, they were currently the 3rd best CS team. Their notorious passive system had taken down many strong teams without a hitch. Bob glanced at Grove. Should he let Grove play? No. His body, over 40 years old, couldn't withstand the intensity of the elimination round. Could he find a CN team player from within China? No, that wouldn't work either. The tournament rules explicitly stated that only pre-registered players were allowed. JKS, CN players, academy players. All seemed impossible now. But if only 4 players took the field, they would be disqualified outright. The more Bob thought, the more anxious he became. To have such a setback right when they were on the rise. Wouldn't management tear him apart for drinking so much last night? Just as his mind was in chaos. I'll play tomorrow. Yangshi's voice was not loud, but clear enough to cut through the corridor's noise. Everyone turned to look. The coach, who always sat on the sidelines, was now volunteering to play. Brother Yang, can you really do it? Pang Xiu asked cautiously. You said you played pro, but we have no data. It's hard to vouch for you. Bob chimed in, his tone full of hesitation. Yangshi looked at the worry on their faces, his voice still firm. I can't promise I'll play exceptionally well, but I will never drag the team down. All these days of daily aim training, this was exactly what Yangshi had feared. A sudden illness or visa issue for a player, leaving him unable to step in. Then his dream of being a championship coach would be nothing. And the habit of practicing had made Yangshi feel his touch returning to half of what it was in his prime. He certainly couldn't go up against top-tier players like ZYW Nico or Donk, but the opponent was VP. Each player on VP was mediocre individually. Their rise to 3rd in CS was entirely due to James' passive system stacking win rates. And Yangshi, though currently lacking in skill, excelled at system play and brought a coach's perspective. Combining these factors, Yangshi felt his team could go toe-to-toe with VP. No, Dianzigu suddenly exploded. I trust your commands, your system completely, but when it comes to gunplay, I can't trust you. Tomorrow against VP in the elimination round, we have no margin for error. If you had entered the pro scene earlier. He looked at Yangshi, a regretful glint in his eyes. That look seemed to say, why had such talent been wasted for so many years? Pang Xiu spoke up. Yeah, brother Yang. Coach and player are 2 different things. You're so good at systems that you can make us win. That's normal. But if you actually play, I'm afraid this weakness will collapse our entire offensive strategy. DNZ Gu felt Yang. She had wasted his talent. If he had entered the pro circle earlier, he would have been unstoppable. But Pang Xiu worried that if Yang Shi became a player and performed poorly, it would tarnish the reputation he had worked so hard to build. Their concerns came from different directions, but landed on the same point. Yang Shi didn't respond to them. Instead, he turned to Bob, Big Boss Bob. Even if we could call someone, can you still get anyone else to play? No, I can't. Bob's voice was weak. He knew Yang Shi was pointing out the unavoidable truth, but he truly didn't want Yang Shi to play. Yet now he understood even more that he had no choice. You have to play. Grove is over 40 and can't handle it. You're the only one who can. Saying this made Bob struggle deeply. If not for the tournament's explicit rules, he would never have wanted someone with no professional record to step onto the elimination stage. Then it settled. Yang Shi acknowledged, glanced at the unconscious Master Huo on the hospital bed, and turned away. Evening. In VP's hotel training room. James didn't skip training even on his day off, but they had already finished the morning to midday session. Now they were in a 5-stack pub stomp. Against ranked players, professionals like them felt no pressure. It was still about finding rhythm for tomorrow's match and experiencing the local culture. Chinese players are very enthusiastic. He smiled, offering his assessment of the domestic players. In almost every ranked game, random people would type in chat, "James, I am your fan." It always made James chuckle. The ranked match ended quickly, and as they secured victory, Coach Passionoj suddenly laughed out loud behind them. "What's this?" he muttered to himself, staring at his phone screen. "What's this?" C9's Hobbit is hospitalized due to personal reasons. Tomorrow's top 6 match. He can't play. Haha, great. Isn't this heaven helping us reach the top 4? His voice echoed through the training room. James curiously took off his headphones and asked, "So with one man down, how are they going to play?" "Put in Grove." No sooner had he said it than he thought of that man. No, there's also that Yang. On April 14th, 2024, the news that Coach Huo was hospitalized and unable to compete exploded across domestic forums. Tiaba the Go community and Perfect World comment sections were all ablaze with discussions about C9's fate. "Did you hear? Coach Huo won't be able to play in the match today. HLTV has already leaked that Coach Huo won't be on the roster for today's game." Then I feel like C9 is going to die in the top 6. Impossible, they wouldn't just not play right. Who will they put in, Grove or that Yang? I think it's going to be Yang. But no one can find any record of him playing professionally. But this Yang is too mysterious, and that mystery actually makes me a bit excited. Excited my ass. I'll admit his coaching is amazing, but someone who's never appeared on stage to play in a knockout match. Then C9 against VP today. They're definitely going to lose. Almost no one believed that this C9 could defeat VP. Because VP was fielding their full roster, and while Coach Huo's role wasn't that significant, they didn't believe that someone with no traceable record could perform better than Coach Huo. At that moment, resting and sightseeing in Chengdu, the old veteran Advent was thinking the same thing. Liang Zhua, ID Advent, also known as Old 9 or 259. He could be considered a godfather in China, and it was he who had strongly recommended management to buy Yang Shi's contract. But the truth was, no team would invest heavily in a newcomer. The highest offer from Tyler management was 1500, the best they could give after Yang Shi's contract expired. But when they heard about FaZe's $1 million offer, management suddenly felt their bid was a joke. FaZe. I heard they were also rejected by that Yang Shi, right? Old 9, who had already received the news, still couldn't believe it. He glanced at Jam Young sitting beside him. Xiao Ju scrolled through rumors on his phone. "Yeah, I heard he'd rather turn down $1 million offer than leave C9. Faced with this fact, Old 9 had to sigh. Someone who can refuse $1 million, with our offer and our level. It's even less likely to move him. It's going to be a long wait before he comes back to coach in China. My time at Tyloo is running out." Old 9's contract with Tyloo was expiring in a month, and he had chosen to retire and become a full-time streamer. But the reason for his retirement wasn't that he didn't love CS or didn't care about CNCS. It was more because he was too old, his skill level had dropped, and he couldn't keep up anymore. Now, seeing this news about a substitute due to illness, a ridiculous guess arose in his mind. Is it possible that Yang is an all-around Chinese player? He himself thought the idea was far-fetched, but he suddenly felt like saying it. At noon in the VP training room, with 1 hour left before the match. It was already the second day. James sat there, two emotions pulling at him repeatedly. He sighed, and FL1T beside him immediately saw his concern, still worried about today's match. James nodded. That HLTV news on the surface was absolutely great news for VP. But as the IGL and captain, he had studied C9's recent matches. The system that coach had built always seemed to anticipate opponents' habits in advance. Combined with Fallen's nearly godlike post-match evaluation, that mystery made him genuinely wary. If Yang's coaching is already this impressive, then has he ever played professionally? James couldn't be sure about this question. On the other hand, he felt a sense of relief, that feeling of the opponent cutting off their own arm. If C9 really lacked a frontline firepower, it was almost a free advantage for a system-based team like VP with average aim. Of course, James didn't voice either of these emotions directly. He knew the risk of jinxing it, and it wasn't his style. He also knew that while the C9 playstyle he had studied couldn't be countered perfectly, it would at least make the match a bit easier. "Don't worry." FL1T, seeing his troubled expression, laughed and patted him. "This time we VP are practically guaranteed a spot in the semifinals." James didn't refute this, he just lifted the corners of his mouth slightly. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At the Chengdu Financial City Performing Arts Center, the audience was packed. The atmosphere of the offline venue had the players' adrenaline pumping early. Every kill, every score change. The roar of the local Chinese audience pierced through the headsets, their enthusiasm nearly lifting the roof. Today's two teams in the first top 6 match were no pushovers. First, the strongest god of the group stage, MOUZ. Then the world's second-ranked galaxy, FaZe Clan. These two teams had already fought through 30 rounds in just the first map. However, FaZe got off to a bad start. With both sides at peak form, FaZe was eventually taken down by MOUZ 16-14 in overtime. On the second map, FaZe, Return from Hell, buff activated. Rop's freelance play on Nuke constantly put pressure on the opponent. Combined with Kerrigan and Brokey's frontal assaults, they cruised to a 13-5 score heading into the third map. But MOUZ was like that. They were gods in the group stage, but once they entered the knockout stage, their tendency to choke became more and more apparent. Maybe it was first hard then soft. Or maybe they were always soft once they entered the knockout stage. In this third map, FaZe speedran MOUZ with a 13-2 score. FaZe advanced to the semifinals to face G2. Backstage at C9. Yangshi hadn't watched the match, he had been practicing aim non-stop. His current skill level was barely sufficient, but he couldn't afford to drag down his teammates. The pressure of stepping back onto the competitive stage itself made him more tense. Bobby walked over and patted his back. Are you nervous? Bobby still had some doubts. Yangshi claimed he had played professionally before, but Bobby felt it was always like reassurance. He thought Yangshi kept deceiving himself. But Bobby had also made peace with it, whether it was a lie or not didn't matter. Yangshi's value as a coach was already proven. What he worried about now was whether losing one firepower source would cause C9 to falter. Yangshi took off one earpiece and smiled. Nervous? Not at all. His tone was light and calm, and Bobby was stunned for a moment. This guy gave him the feeling of a veteran who had competed in the professional scene for years, not a rookie stepping on stage for the first time. Bobby was silent for a moment, then patted his shoulder again. I can see you're completely ready. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, VP versus C9 was about to begin. Wanjichi was invited to the offline stage as a caster, and his partner happened to be Old 9 Advent. 9, what brings you to the venue today, eh? Wanjichi smiled at Old 9. Well, I am officially invited me. Who wouldn't take the money? Old 9 replied with a smile. Both of them were the type of real straightforward casters, saying whatever came to mind. The organizers didn't mind as long as they didn't go into too much detail. Indeed, money is too important for us streamers and players. Wanjichi also joked, but he didn't dwell on the topic. Instead, he turned to the stage. Alright, jokes aside. Up next is C9 versus VP, and as you've heard, Coach Hua is sick, so a substitute will be playing. For C9, today's match is very dangerous. They could easily be swept away. So, who is their substitute? Old 9 said. Come, let's pan the camera to the player seats. Wanjichi signaled to the director. The audience's attention shifted from the pre-match warm-up to the big screen. Some had seen the news, checked HLTV, and could roughly guess the answer. But most people were waiting with anticipation and curiosity for the image on the screen. When the camera cut over, at the seat that originally belonged to Coach Hua sat a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure. The entire venue fell silent for a beat, then erupted into a commotion. It's him. Who is that? Huh. That Coach Yang. He's substituting in. Wait, that's not right. I've been checking for days, and he has no match records at all. This guy might be a top coach. But he's a total rookie player. The noise in the audience grew louder. Some stood up in disbelief to confirm, others turned to the people beside them to verify if this was real. The camera swept across the C9 player seats. Yangshi sat right there, his expression focused as he dragged his mouse, continuously shooting bots, as if the entire clamor of the venue had nothing to do with him. Wanjichi's voice came through the caster desk, carrying a hint of barely contained excitement. That's it? C9's head coach is warming up. Boss, how is Yang's situation? Inyo, having just finished a match, sat backstage. Watching Yangshi on the stage, his heart began to anticipate the answer regarding the transfer. Re-inviting Yangshi to join FaZe. First, because Mike had indeed recognized Yangshi's talent. And second, because Mike wanted to salvage his pride in the face of online criticism. Spending $1 million to buy back the talent he had once rejected, Mike calculated this clearly. It would not only restore his face, but also help FaZe continue its legend. This was a deal that would hardly incur a loss. Moreover, with Coach was suddenly hospitalized today, she was forced to step in. That basically meant C9 would be eliminated. If C9 lost, wouldn't it be even more fitting for she to join FaZe? Inyo thought so, and that was what he asked. But on the other end of the line, Mike's tone was gloomy. That contract. C9 rejected it. Damn it. I swallowed my pride to save face, and I almost ended up losing even more of it. Mike's voice was intermittent, his intonation fluctuating wildly. Inyo was stunned. What? He turned down $1 million. Wait. Boss, what do you mean by almost? Mike suddenly laughed on the other end. What else could it mean? C9 rejected us, and now they're about to fall in the top 6. This time, they'll be the ones losing face. I gave him a chance, but he didn't cherish it. Mike's voice trailed on, but Inyo was no longer listening. His gaze drifted through the giant screen, fixing on Yangshi on the stage. Yangshi sat there no longer a coach, but a player. Inyo watched him in that posture. The expression. It wasn't that of a coach, but the intense focus of a player. have a feeling that might not be the case. Inyo's voice slipped out unconsciously, but the words reached Mike's ears. What do you mean not the case? Boss, I have something to do. I'll hang up now. Wait, what do you mean? Beep. The call was disconnected. It wasn't that Inyo disrespected his boss, but as a former legendary player seeing Yang, Shi's demeanor a feeling swelled wildly in his heart. VP might not necessarily defeat this C9 team that was missing one member. On the stage the match was about to begin. Wanjiki as an amateur caster gave a brief pre-match analysis. Yang. This should be his first time playing since we've never seen him in any match before. His coaching ability has been highly praised by Fallin, and his game level, if you go by understanding, should be among the top tier. But a player is different from a coach. So in terms of raw aim, I'll make a bold prediction. A bold prediction. Yang probably won't be able to withstand the direct pressure. As a player he has far more to consider than when he was a coach. These words spread to the live audience, sparking immediate discussion. A coach stepping in. It's either a disaster or a disaster. Exactly. With the coach playing C9's chances of winning are too low. I remember last year I saw Navi's Blad 3 step in when S1 Impel benched himself. That Blad 3 he fed like crazy. A player and a coach have never been the same thing. Maybe a great player can become a great coach after retiring, but a great coach trying to become a great player again. That's too hard. If you ask me, VP wins 2-0 against C9. No need for bold predictions, it's a sure thing. The discussion was lively with most voices skeptical. In most people's memories a coach stepping in has lost at least 10 out of 10 times. On the player bench Yang, she finished checking his settings and glanced at the visibly nervous Bumble 4 and electronic. Brother Yang, how come you're not nervous at all? Bumble 4 noticed his gaze and asked stiffly. Things like this, shouldn't you as players be used to it by now? Used to it? Electronic laughed, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. If H0-bit were here, I'd be used to it. But if you're sitting next to me, I can't get used to it. Alright. The match is starting. Yang, she cut him off. Let's see if we can win after map 1. On the screen the ban phase began. C9 had the first ban. With Yang she stepped in, Bumble 4 went from main IGL and captain to deputy IGL. Yang she now captain didn't hesitate and banned Mirage. What's the point of that? Electronic was puzzled. Isn't Mirage the map we beat Furio on? That's our strong map. Yang she wearing headphones didn't look at him. His tone was calm. Exactly. We ban our own strong map, forcing VP to play a map that neither of us is familiar with. He had long thought about the pick ban strategy. What would VP do when they learned he might be playing? They would likely focus on studying C9's strong maps. Why? Because C9 was missing a key player. If VP still beat them on their strong maps, VP's morale would skyrocket. And C9, having lost on their strong map, would quickly decline in form, then get rolled on map 2 and lose the top 6. So VP would have studied C9's recent strong maps the most. Bumble 4 suddenly understood. Electronic was a bit slow to catch on, but trusted unconditionally. Come on, let's see what they pick. On the VP side, since it was a venue match, players usually couldn't see their opponents from their seats. But seeing C9's first ban, James was genuinely confused. Why did they ban Mirage? Isn't that their strong map? Fame asked beside him. I don't know. James couldn't find the words, but a thought slowly surfaced. Yangshi's psychological warfare had already begun in the pick ban phase. Mirage and Overpass were the maps that had made C9 famous, yet they had crippled one of them themselves. But James, after all, wasn't a coach. Even if he had fallen into the trap, he didn't overthink it. He followed his own pattern and banned Ancient. Then in the pick phase, Yangshi immediately chose map 1, Anubis. This was a map that C9 had never played in the entire tournament. But this made James even more puzzled. Anubis? How did they just casually pick it like that? James frowned. Overpass is still available. Why didn't they pick it? Coach Passionoj, seeing James seem uncertain, suggested, should we ban Overpass then? No, leave it. I don't believe they won't pick it. James' tone was firm, but with a hint of uncertainty. Then VP picked map 2, Inferno. C9 is doing weird picks again. Saying that, Wanjiki suddenly turned to the professional player Laugio. Hey, speaking of which, C9's picks have been weird this whole tournament. Laugio, as a pro, can you see what's going on? Laugio had indeed figured it out. Before he could speak, in the second ban phase, C9 banned their own strong map, Overpass, again. Seeing this result, Laugio smiled. That Yang gives me a feeling. He studied VP. He knows that James' team doesn't rely on maps to win, but more on their system. And he himself relies on a system. So by banning maps that VP might have analyzed thoroughly, he's actually relieving pressure on his teammates. And picking maps that VP doesn't play often. Doing this can narrow the gap as much as possible. A perfect answer. Wanjiki, impressed by the insight of an active pro, nodded. Right, I was thinking the same. After all, VP's system can work on any map. But before the match, they might not have specifically studied C9 strong maps. With that, Wanjiki noticed that in map 3 both teams had picked Nuke. The pick ban result was clear. Of the 3 maps, except for map 2, which VP played often, the other 2 were not strong maps for either side. I don't believe it. Can C9 really win? These picks are getting stranger and stranger. But that's how C9's matches have been all tournament. Weird picks, but they still win. I'm not so sure. Maybe they're running out of steam. The moment the bans ended, the debate in the audience continued. But on the stage, James, who looked remarkably like Jesus, was inexplicably drenched in cold sweat. The pressure from Yangshi was something he couldn't even articulate. It had been pressing down on him since the pick ban phase. Both teams entered the server and the pistol round began. Anubis favored the terrorists because executing a site take was faster than the CT's retake. Following Yangxi's suggestion, C9 chose to start his T. Yangxi was well aware that his aim might not be up to par, so during this B-site push he deliberately positioned himself as the entry fragger drawing the first blood. James' system meanwhile was inherently passive with neutral positioning, simply waiting for C9 to make the first move. Just a minute into the round, Yangxi looked noticeably rusty. He peeked B doors before his utility was even ready. Bang! N0 RB3 R7 killed Yang with headshot USB. The moment he was eliminated, a stir rippled through the audience. That noise, some cheers, some jeers. What kind of discipline is that? He peeked before the flash popped. Is Coach Yang even a pro? Is he just a facete pugger? I told you, being a good coach doesn't mean you can play on stage. The mockery was clearly louder. But this peek wasn't a mistake, it was a deliberate display of poor discipline to lower VP's guard in the darkroom. Mir holding the darkroom saw Yangxi peek early from B doors, and instinctively assumed C9 was about to execute a full-scale B rush, so he turned to check. Yet that very turn, bang! Electronic killed N0 RB3 R7 with headshot P250. The N0 RB3 R7 at the pillar behind the bomb site was instantly eliminated. As soon as that kill appeared, C9's rush became even more convincing. Mir tried to peek out for a trade and then fall back to the cover on the platform, but he never expected that P-Master had already snuck from T-ramp through water to the darkroom. He held for a while, noticing that Electronic didn't peek out after getting the second kill. At that moment it finally dawned on him. The timing. Darkroom. It might have been infiltrated. James, fall back. They're going for a second B take. Before he could finish, P-Master stepped out of the darkroom, coordinating with the frontline firepower of Perfecto and Electronic. Bang! Mir had no time to react and was instantly killed. Mir? He had no idea he had walked into C9's trap. Wanjiki's voice rose. At first when Yang tossed a flash and died, I thought it was just poor discipline. But now I see. He was purely baiting VP's front line. Mir actually fell for it. The acting was too real, Electronic's aim too sharp. He had no choice but to believe. As he spoke, the camera cut to VP's side, and Wanjiki asked again, should they retake James or save? In the camera, although James had already entered B short, he still adhered to his system's consistent playstyle. Without a second thought, he retreated back to A, conceding the B side entirely. Save A. Old 9 couldn't help but laugh. Same old story. 3v4 retake, VP doesn't even try. Straight to saving the armor. It wasn't until the C4 exploded and James successfully saved his weapon that the audience finally realized and turned their attention to the director's camera, which had zoomed in on Yangxi. Was he deliberately feeding just now? Can't be. Did he predict all of this? The main thing is Electronic's aim. If he hadn't traded that kill, the pistol round would definitely be on Yang. True. Now the audience understood a bit. But they believed the biggest credit for the pistol round went to Electronic's accuracy and James' own actions. Few were willing to believe that the rookie player, who had been killed instantly with no discipline at the start, could have orchestrated such a setup in the pistol round. 1-0. You really trusted me that much? Electronic stared at Yangxi, his eyes filled with disbelief. In that sequence, if his P250 had missed, or if the bait in the darkroom had failed, James would have retaken and P-Master might never have had the chance. Then the blame for the pistol round would truly have fallen on Yangxi. Yangxi showed no expression, just stared at the screen and pulled out his default butterfly knife. I told you yesterday, I'm happy to play with you. Since we're playing, I naturally trust you to execute the plays I set up. His tone was calm, like a veteran IGL who had been commanding for years, giving his teammates a sense of reassurance even more solid than a coach's. After all, he could talk throughout the entire match. That was Yangxi's biggest advantage right now. Awesome. Perfecto started, but was cut off by Yangxi. Don't get too excited. They saved 3 helmets. Even though we can afford AKs, buying AKs means fewer grenades. If we buy gallows, those 3 with saved armor, we'll definitely buy head armor. Next round, don't rush. Play default first, gather info. Yangxi's meaning was clear. Winning the pistol round didn't guarantee an easy eco round against VP. VP's frequent saving of armor and weapons, especially when on CT, allowed them to maintain a constant state of having guns and utility. They used this inexhaustible economy to torture opponents, and their win rate naturally rose. Indeed, as expected. When the second round began, C9's attacking pressure visibly increased. 3 full armor, 3 MP9s, 2 deagles without armor, but everyone has grenades. Wanjiki muttered to himself as he looked at VP's loadout, because C9's guns weren't much better. This was a tournament to afford attacking utility. Their loadout consisted of only 2 gallows and 3 MAC-10s, roughly equivalent to VP's. This time Yangxi gave his economy to his teammates. He had little utility, so he frequently peeked B bomb site to fire, trying to bait out VP's reaction. VP didn't take the bait. Their 3 full armor SMGs waited for C9 to attack, first then retake. Just as the stalemate was building, P-Master, who was solo lurking A, suddenly found an opening. Bang. Bang. Perfecto killed Fame with headshot Galileo. I got one in a haul, I'm pushing further. Can you rotate? His voice came through and Perfecto glanced at Yangxi. But Yangxi still hadn't figured out VP's setup. His earlier B-site probing only confirmed 1 player at the bomb site, and 1 more in the darkroom by default, the other two were likely around mid. Currently water was uncontrolled. If they went through B outer, it would be a long rotation, and if they took a loud route VPs for it would likely be in position by then. After having been a coach and then returning as a player Yang, she felt the difference. But after a moment of thought he made a decision. P keep harassing A. We'll wait a bit longer before executing the B site burst. When C9 finally executed the B burst at the second timing VP, indeed only had 2 players defending. But the armor-saving James was in a stable state. He wide-peeked with his SMG and instantly eliminated Electronic. Yangshi was right next to Electronic, positioned well in an angle that couldn't be seen from a darkroom peek. But he should have traded the kill on James. However, his body's reaction speed couldn't keep up with his mind's decision, arriving a split second too late. James ducked back into cover. He knew in his heart that he hadn't yet adapted to the match's intensity. This simple shot, Yang couldn't trade. Wanjiki commented with surprise and regret. Now James is behind cover and Mir in the darkroom is about to trade. Wait, even though Yang didn't trade James, he's already pre-aiming the darkroom. This time, he didn't fail. He landed a full spray. Yangshi redeemed himself and Wanjiki's voice rose again. C9 now had the advantage, 3v1. James' position was pinned. He had to cover a long distance to retreat to be short, so he could only try to peek out, but Axe1 Lu held him steady with the Gowl. The 2 remaining VP players had completely ignored P-Master solo lurking A, and instead moved to CT spawn to set up. Beep. Perfecto started planting Axe1 Lu held the smoke. Yang, she watched from the darkroom. Suddenly N0 RB3 R7 from under CT spawn through a smoke flash combo, and FL1T jumped onto the bomb site. Yangshi avoided the direction of CT spawn, but Perfecto planting, and Axe1 Lu holding the smoke couldn't react in time. Smack. The flash went off followed by the sound of an SMG. Rat-tat-tat. FL1T and 0 RB3 R7 killed Axe1 Lu with headshot MP9. It looked like they would also kill Perfecto. Yangshi found his rhythm, stepped out onto the bomb site, saw FL1T's exposed side, and completed the trade with reasonable speed. Yang killed FL1T with headshot Mach10. The remaining N0 RB3 R7, who had thrown the flash, was wielding a deagle without armor, and P-Master, who had infiltrated behind CT spawn, eliminated him as well. Phew. As the scoreboard flipped to 20 Yang, she let out a sigh of relief. This feeling of starting from a debut and gradually growing stronger was not unfamiliar to him. It was just that he hadn't experienced it in a long time. Meanwhile, on the VP side, having lost 2 rounds, their players showed no frustration. Instead, they all looked relaxed. Because James and his teammates had already judged clearly. Yang, she having transitioned from coach to player, made 2 mistakes in 2 rounds. This already indicated VP's edge. Just as you thought, James said to FL1T with relief. They're missing Hobbit, and their frontline play has clearly weakened. So the next round should be easier. We'll just play standard defense. That Yang, he's not a real player after all. Slow reactions, always a split second late on trades. Under the camera, James wore a smile. But he had no idea. At that very moment, after feeling the pressure of the match, Yang, she inexplicably also had a smile on his face. He had no idea either that Yang, she's touched the one that had won him a major championship, was gradually returning. The third round began. VP's economy had already snowballed, but they chose not to force by opting instead to save for another round and play a proper rifle round in the 4th. In this round, Yang, she completely revealed his noob side to the audience. He was like Hunter's long-lost brother in China, unable to resist the sound of the USP and charging into B site mindlessly. Though his Mach-10 managed to eliminate 2 opponents, he was eventually traded by Fame. Fortunately, the rest of C9 covered the trade, preventing any major mishap in the eco round. Yangshi's performance had already drawn the label of brain dead from the audience. What the hell was that? I'm speechless. How could VP lose that? Is Yang even trying to pad his stats? Damn, it's hard to believe he's from our region. Clearly the first round was just him being bad. Electronic carried and James gave away the round himself. This round was an ugly win. Even Wanjiki on the casting desk couldn't bear it. Let's just say that was a bit abstract. But honestly, you can understand the playstyle. Against an eco, he tried to farm stats to warm up his aim. Laugio sitting beside him didn't echo the excuse. Instead, he wondered, could Yang really be a better coach than player? Or was he faking it? With this doubt and anticipation, he didn't dwell on it, and shifted focus to the 4th round. Next comes the rifle round for both sides. This round will determine the direction of the match for both VP and C9. If VP wins, they'll have an almost infinite economy reserve. Conversely, if C9 wins, their initial 3-round lead becomes the biggest advantage. Laugio's voice was impassioned, but most of the audience showed little anticipation. Yang had no discipline and played like this. And Laugio still thought C9 could win. That was what most people were thinking. At the VP player bench, James had already decided on a strategy. That Yang has such poor discipline. If his coaching weren't so impressive, I'd think he was some kind of god-tier player. James was already getting cocky. 3 rounds in. No discipline, slow trades, loves to peek, and rushes blindly. He had all the hallmarks of a noob. This round we play standard defense. Just wait. That Yang will feed himself to us. After a simple setup, James, with his snowballing economy, picked up the AWP. And he was holding the angle that Yang she liked to peek from B main. Wanjiki took over the main commentary, watching the screen with concern. C9 is harassing B main again, and it's Yang leading the way. But James has the AWP. If Yang's discipline is as bad as before, he's likely to feed the kill. But what he feared didn't happen immediately. Yangshi only threw utility to probe, not pushing in. Watching the flashes fly in one after another, James had to keep turning away. Yet Yangshi barely exposed himself and his teammates didn't drop utility to support a push. James wanted to get a pick before having his teammates smoke off the angle. But James, staring at the tiny shoulder peak, dared not fire recklessly. He had no idea what Yangshi was peeking for. Throwing utility, but not peeking wide. Why not peek more aggressively? He guessed Yangshi was up to some trick and muttered, "Are you coming or not?" As if answering his complaint, Yangshi finally wide-peeked B doors and caught James off guard. Bang! James didn't react in time and missed the shot. Yangshi pulled back, confirming the opponent had an AWP. James didn't immediately reposition because his teammates were getting information from A and mid. But B site had one player just jiggling around. N0 RB3 R7, try to push up a bit. I'm sure the close angles are clear. This round VP had a 3B setup mirror in the cubby N0 RB3 R7 near the bomb site. Since James had already been spotted, he let N0 RB3 R7 look for a play and clear B main. He tightened his aim again, watching the crosshair, and covered the close angles for N0 RB3 R7 to move forward. N0 RB3 R7 advanced. Yangshi peeked again, but this time James didn't bite. He just watched the arm jiggle his crosshair, steady, unmoving. At that moment, Yangshi suddenly dropped his pistol. The highly strung James instinctively fired at the flying pistol. Bang! The AWP bullet sent the pistol flying. Rat-a-tat-tat. Then came the sound of an AK. Yang uses AK-47 to headshot James. Yangshi didn't give James time to retreat, cleanly spraying him down while James was defenseless. Well, Wanjiki was stunned. This Yang playing mind games. He used the pistol drop trick to bait James' second position. Before he could continue, N0 RB3 R7 had already pushed close face-to-face with Yangshi. Under the camera, Yangshi had quickly turned and locked onto N0 RB3 R7 after killing James, but his reaction was a split second late. Bang! Bang! N0 RB3 R7 uses M4A4 to headshot Yangshi. Yang is dead. But Wanjiki's tone didn't drop. But before he died, he took out the most crucial AWP threat. Now VP's B site has no sniper. The trailing Electronic. Before he could finish, Electronic had already arrived to trade. A crouch peek headshot on N0 RB3 R7. Then a quick spray transfer toward the cubby, and Mir's screen went black the moment he peeked. The crowd erupted. Holy shit. Electronic the tyrant. What was that spray transfer? Wait, don't praise Electronic just yet. The key was Yang taking out the B AWPer. Without that, Electronic wouldn't have had that opportunity. Though reluctant to admit it, this round was indeed Yangshi's doing. The early harassment, the mind games, the pistol drop to kill James. He did get caught by N0 RB3 R7, but he had taken down the AWP. On the casting desk, Lao Jio's lips curled slightly. He had found his answer, this guy. He's pretending to be brain dead. Just now Yangshi and N0 RB3 R7 met face to face. Even an old player like Lao Jio over 30 could have fired his weapon. But Yangshi didn't shoot. That was impossible. So Yangshi must be faking it. On stage, the remaining two VP players chose to save again. But James was frustrated. Can't aim. So he's using his brain now. He complained in the voice chat, then turned to his teammates, setting up the next round strategy. Before the C4 exploded, save these two rifles. You each have over 3,000 economy. Drop money so we can buy full kits and utility to stay competitive. After saying that, he stared at the screen with irritation. No way he does this again next round. The fifth round began. He sent N0 RB3 R7 to scout B main. Mir threw a flash, and N0 RB3 R7 hugged the wall and peeked out. But Yangshi was hugging the wall right outside B doors. The moment he was blinded, he sprayed blindly. Yang, while blinded, uses AK-47 to headshot N0 RB3 R7. What kind of luck is this? N0 RB3 R7 nearly lost his composure. He was dead before he even saw the enemy. What baffled James even more was that after Yangshi got the kill while his teammates weren't ready, he charged into B side alone and was mowed down by James. But Electronic quickly traded James, and with P Yuan Shui holding the water, Mir was trapped in the cubby. B site fell again, VP saved again, and the score became 5-0. We're getting farmed on B. FL1T, who played A, was getting annoyed. C9 had attacked B 5 straight rounds, and he could do nothing but save Ana. James knew his team was being outplayed on B, but a question popped into his mind. Is that Yang really brain dead or not? He thought about Yangshi's plays over the past few rounds. His trading efficiency was indeed poor, but how did he always manage to get unexpected kills? I feel like he's playing me. How did I do? Did I perfectly execute the trade kill objective? Electronic came over after they secured the round, waiting for Yangshi's praise. Amazing. Yangshi didn't hold back his compliments either. Especially that entry double kill you pulled off. It was incredible. Bumble 4 and Axe 1 Lu stared blankly at the two of them, as if they were the twin stars of C9. And in a match, they actually had to coordinate acting. That was Yangshi's idea. He knew his own aim could barely keep up with the opponents, but they had no idea of his true skill level. Since that was the case, why not package himself as a semi-noob who still manages to get kills and use that contrast to dismantle the opponent's mental fortitude? But on the other side, James had no idea about this. He was still earnestly setting up his tactics. The economic snowball was indeed rolling, but along with it came the widening score gap. Let's change up the tactics. He frowned at his teammates. They don't seem to be controlling A at all. We can make moves on a site, try to push out, and then their pressure on mid and B site will increase. But what if they suddenly stack it this round? N0 RB3 R7 suddenly asked. That question left James stunned. But he really hadn't thought this through. Every round now, they were hitting B site, and their form was getting worse. If they didn't change something, this seemingly sure win match was truly going to slip away. Let's try it first. If that Yang is only this good at picking on our B site, then we just push out from A. If we deal with their lurker Patsy, we can win this defense. James solidified his resolve. The countdown ended and the 6th round began. VP still hadn't called a timeout. This round, just as N0 RB3 R7 had predicted, C9 showed strong intent to control a hall. James instead was not in a hurry. He had his teammates look for opportunities near the dark room and B doors, trying to secure a man advantage. He himself was playing a two-way defense, completely blocking the frontal A site execute. But Yangshi was still playing mysteriously. He suddenly appeared in mid, inexplicably engaging in a fierce duel with Fame, and ended up with only 10 HP left. 1 in mid, low HP. He's falling back. Might be heading to B outer. Fame's voice reached Mir, and N0 RB3 R7 in B site. N0 RB3 R7 proactively called for a flash, and peeked out from B doors. Bang. The flash popped, but B outer was nearly empty. He didn't come. Saying this, N0 RB3 R7 realized it was a good opportunity to seize B outer, so he didn't bother going back. Mir could also watch water safely. With the situation looking favorable, James could guess C9's attack direction, likely a push from a hall. But at that moment, Yangshi with only 10 HP began to show his true side. N0 RB3 R7 was posted up under the B outer platform, strafing back and forth in an off-angle position. But Yangshi stepped forward with pre-aim at every step, as smooth as Nico, and spotted N0 RB3 R7's strafing model first. N0 RB3 R7 also saw the barrel and was about to react. Bang. Yang. AK-47. Headshot. N0 RB3 R7. No. No way. N0 RB3 R7 was stunned. Yangshi had crouched and killed him with a headshot. What kind of reaction was that? Was this the same noob coach? But from the death cam, he couldn't see any further info. N0 RB3 R7 misjudged their hitting B. He dared to peek even with low HP. He's definitely drawing fire for his teammates. His tone was decisive, and James believed him. He quickly rotated from a site to mid, then slipped into B short. Mir in the dark room felt the immense pressure from B site, peeked at water. Nobody. Just when everyone thought the opponents might not be hitting B, Yang, she single-handedly threw a full set of B site execute utility. Watching the smoke Molotov and flash fly out along with Yang, she peeking behind the flash. B rush incoming. Mir still uttered the words that would continue to confuse James. Push. Me and Fame are coming. James' voice had barely fallen when a kill appeared in the top right. Mir Fame. M4A1. Headshot. Yang. Wait. B site. Seems like there's no follow-up, Mir suddenly realized. A bad thought crossed James' mind. Damn it. Sure enough, a load of C9's utility suddenly exploded on a site. FL1T, alone on A, couldn't withstand the pressure and screamed in the voice chat, trying to fall back to mid. But Axe1 didn't give him that chance. Just as FL1T was about to exit, a sniper shot from the back took him down. At that moment, the crowd erupted in deafening cheers. Holy shit. C9 actually won that. Yang, that lurker completely baited VP's info. Can someone tell me? This isn't real. That Yang. He has no aim, but he used his brain to bait VP's entire rotation to be sight. No aim. That pre-aim, that reaction. He's playing with both brain and aim. The crowd's voices were chaotic. But James couldn't care less about the audience's commentary. He was focused on the current situation. 3v4. Still winnable. The cowardly system in his mind kept saying, save your guns. Host. Save your guns quick. James was somewhat numb, unable to make a decision. But Fame and mid couldn't take it anymore. Let's fight. Captain. If we don't fight now, the score will be 0-6. It's 3v4, we have a chance to turn it around. If they followed VP's usual system, the playstyle was to have a solid economy, secure early kills, and then retake in the mid to late game. But the problem was in these 6 rounds they hadn't gained a significant advantage early on in any of them. Now that they had already changed their approach once, what harm was there in changing it again? Then let's fight. James' voice dropped. 30 seconds later the score was 6-0. VP, completely shattered in form, were wiped out. In that retake, they only managed to take down the unfortunate electronic. VP finally called a timeout. But there was no tactical content in that timeout, it was just to give everyone a moment to breathe. This round had drained all their economy, and VP's economic snowball was also broken. As the captain, James was utterly unable to analyze Yang's true skill level. Somewhat mentally broken, James couldn't figure it out. That Yang. Every move he made looked incredibly noobish. But why? Couldn't his team beat this short-handed C9? Back on C9's player bench, Electronic was both laughing and speechless. Yangshi looked at him and asked casually, "Why do you have that expression, half laughing, half speechless? Do you think I'm not worthy of you?" He threw Electronic's earlier words back at him. Electronic's face flushed. No, not at all. But he didn't hide anything. My expression changed because originally, if we didn't perform well in this tournament, I was planning to go to the other side. To VP. Yeah, to VP. Electronic laughed bitterly. But I didn't expect them to be this bad. Losing to our shorthanded team. I almost ended up being the clown. Yangshi looked at him, didn't press further, but silently noted the matter. And VP as Electronic said wasn't actually bad. They were more suffering from their unfamiliarity with Yangshi's skill level. Yangshi was well aware of that. But by this point in the match, Yangshi could feel that map 1 was nearing its end. The opponent's mindset and form had likely collapsed. He simply turned to Electronic and said coldly, "Did I say at the start of the match that I wouldn't let you down?" Electronic didn't dare to speak. In his mind, only one thought echoed, "Damn. I've become the clown after all." FaZe backstage. Watching the match that had already become completely one-sided, the expression on Enio's face grew increasingly twisted. Just as I guessed. At that moment, Kerrigan, who had slept for a while after finishing the match against Mouz, walked in slowly and noticed a strange fear on Enio's face. "What's wrong with you?" Kerrigan asked. He had no idea about the discussion between Mike and Enio earlier. Enio's face turned pale. He turned to look at the other but felt a hint of relief. Fortunately, that Yangshi didn't come to FaZe. This style of play, this psychological warfare, if he had come, his position as head coach would have been long gone. Seeing that Neo remained silent, the curious Kerrigan stepped forward and also saw the score on the big screen. C9 versus VP, first half 10-2. This result didn't surprise him. C9 had already been labeled the IM Chengdu Dark Horse team in the minds of FaZe players. But he looked more carefully at the team compositions. That coach named Yang, how did he appear on the stage? Last night, he was fully preparing for Mouz and had no mind to check the news on HLTV or pay attention to C9's recent form, since FaZe and C9 were not in the same half of the bracket. C9 is one player short and still wins like this. Kerrigan looked back at Enio, blinking his eyes, then looked at the data again. Fortunately, Yang is not the one at the top with the most frags. On the big screen, Yangshi's stats were poor 612, a ranking at the bottom. This data perfectly matched the performance of a coach playing on stage. If not for the fact that Electronic's 188 stats barely restored Kerrigan's calm, he would have almost thought that Yangshi from coach to player could become the biggest contributor. You didn't watch the match, so you might not know. Neo's voice trembled. You think his stats are average, right? But I watched the whole match. And I want to say, every point C9 took, there was almost a shadow of him leading his teammates to victory. Kerrigan was stunned, looked back at Yangshi on the big screen. 612. Are you serious? Enio nodded heavily while his left and right brain started fighting. His left brain thought half a month ago. What kind of talent had he missed out on? That day Yangshi had also said he only wanted to apply for a coach assistant position. If he had agreed, then he could have kept a tight leash on him, and the glory would still be his. His right brain, however, thought fortunately Yangshi has now refused to join FaZe, so his head coach position is safe, and he can continue to coast on his salary. How satisfying. Damn, he suddenly cursed. What the hell am I thinking? On the commentary desk, the match continued. Wanjichi's praise for Yang could no longer be expressed in simple words. In the second half pistol round facing VP's attack, Yang directly went for an unconventional push from a hall, taking out VP's lurker FL1T with a USP. James, who was executing a pincer attack on B's site, came to his senses and turned around to trade. Yang went down again, his stats now 713. But this delay by Yang was crucial. C9's teammates on the site reduced their defensive pressure. Electronic took down N0 RB3 R7. Mir instantly killed Electronic, but Ponchio's trade brought the kill back. Pu and Shui in the dark room killed the underwater fame. Then VP only had James, who couldn't enter B's site. Yangshi's unconventional aggressive push and kill caused VP's formation to instantly scatter. Except for James, no one survived. What remained for him was a 1v3 clutch, but the bomb had dropped at B doors. James instinctively thought to save his gun, but then realized they were on the attack side and saving wouldn't give money. James was dumbfounded, had no choice but to bite the bullet and go back to T-spawn to fight. No surprise, the score became 1-1-2. After this round, VP called their last timeout. But C9 didn't need it at all. Yangshi as a player could adjust his teammates' direction on the field at any time and hadn't called a single timeout. James also fell into the same mindset as Fallen. If only the opponent would call a timeout. But C9 simply didn't. A minute of respite, but VP couldn't adjust to their true form, losing the eco round again and entering match point. This round VP finally found a bit of rhythm, first killing Electronic, applying pressure on A alone, and saw a glimmer of hope. But they forgot that C9 was never short of fraggers. Even Yangshi could sneak a backstab. Just as VP site utilities were deployed, the lurker FL1T, who had lost all feel, was taken out again by Yangshi in a solo defense. On the front, A Lu traded kills, taking down 2 in a row, and the last one was blinded by Ponchio's flash. Map 1 was taken. Map 1 ended at 1-3-2. VP, under their own system that they relied on, lost to C9, which had inherently weaker direct combat strength. Let us congratulate C9 for taking the first map, entering the top 6 match point. Wanjichi, still feeling unsatisfied, began his post-match commentary. In today's map, Yang died the most with stats ranking 5th on the team. But I believe everyone should have seen it's all luck and strategy. He has almost no traditional aim. But even so, VP still fell to the C9, led by him. Well, 814 stats, pretty good for a coach. But the most important thing is every round of this match was related to him, but in every round, he almost died, which is very magical. Lao Jio took over, exaggerated. This VP was completely toyed to death by Yang. And what we should note is that Yang initially appeared as a substitute coach. He transformed from substitute to head coach, then to player 3 consecutive changes, which is an extremely special situation. But he just leads his teammates to win again and again. Could it be that this IM Chengdu C9 will truly win as a dark horse? Accompanied by the commentators' voices, the camera panned to the C9 players' seats where Yang, she stood up and high-fived his teammates. Then the camera cut to the VP players' seats. The piercing cheers from the audience continued. James slowly took off his headphones. His teammates all got up and headed backstage, but he held his head and didn't get up immediately. He finally realized that what he was facing was not some amateur substitute at all, but a severely underestimated monster coach. From thinking there was a chance at the beginning to feeling something was off in the middle to this ending. It seemed like he had experienced the pressure of a major final. The audience below, watching everything happening on stage, also turned their opinions. Where is the one who said VP would beat C9 2-0? Where are you? Let me see you wearing a clown mask. You Yang fans, don't get ahead of yourselves. There's still a chance for the divine. To be honest, you VP fans, stop boasting. Look at James on stage. I don't see much hope for Map 2. On the stage, Yang, she watched the audience's discussions, cheers, and the waving of glow sticks. That long-lost satisfying feeling of being a professional player surged back. But he knew in his heart that although he had regained some field during this match, it was far less optimistic than he had imagined. He had thought he could recover to half of his peak. In reality, it was probably just over 30%. However, in this life, Yang, she never intended to become a player again. This time was a special situation forced to step in. At least now the feeling of being a player again was quite nice. He happily patted Electronic beside him. Cherish this opportunity, because in the future, I will still stand behind you. What do you mean? Electronic didn't quite understand. Yang Shi's words sounded like a reflection or like giving a preemptive warning. Finally, it's over. Bob leaned back in his chair, gazing at the victory screen with a hint of relief on his face. He had feared that without coach was C9 might not even make it to the semifinals. Yet this Yang Shi had somehow pulled off his goal once again. That rascal. His marksmanship isn't exactly stellar, but he really didn't let his teammates down. He muttered a compliment to himself. Before he could fully relax, the phone on the table vibrated. Incoming call, C9 HQ. CEO Bob's heart tightened. He didn't know whether this call would bring praise or reproach. He couldn't ignore the boss's call. With a nervous hand, he pressed answer. Hello, boss. The moment the call connected, a hearty laugh came through. Huh, well done. Keeping Yang on was the right call. I now feel he's our C9's treasure. I never expected a coach stepping onto the field as a player could challenge a fully powered VP like this. Bob's held breath slowly released. But the CEO's tone shifted abruptly. However, I'm not calling just to praise you. There's an issue. Valve has taken notice of this situation. Yang jumped from assistant coach to head coach, and now temporary player. 3 consecutive identity changes. While I'm delighted with the win, I just heard from a friend at Valve that they're studying countermeasures. The CEO's words trailed off, leaving the implication hanging. Bob didn't respond immediately. He understood. Yang Shi was brilliant, but C9 couldn't keep using him in this way. This rapid identity shift might undermine the legitimacy of professional competition. Now they'd have to wait for Valve's decision after this match. Sensing Bob's silence, the CEO didn't dwell on the topic. Instead, he shifted gears again, a smile in his voice. But seriously, this doesn't stop you from renegotiating his contract now. He turned down FaZe's $1 million buyout and chose to stay. That attitude shows Yang isn't just about money. Find a chance to talk to him. Raise his salary, extend the contract to 1 year. For a moment, Bob felt a glimmer of happiness. Understood. But in the end, he responded perfunctorily and hung up. Because the CEO's tone was light, as if negotiating a contract was a trivial matter. Bob knew the logic all too well. If this tournament didn't yield results, C9 management would first lambast him, then criticize Yang Shi for stepping in as coach, rather than caring about Yang's salary or contract now. A few minutes later, the team members trickled back into the lounge. Electronic had a smile on his face. Yang Shi looked relaxed, and everyone else was cheerful. Bob walked up and gave Yang Shi a firm pat on the shoulder. Great job. Your stats may be at the bottom, but everyone saw your contribution. Who dare say you're not good enough now? It's only right, Yang Shi replied, raising his right hand with a smile. With old Hu out, I had to step up. But as soon as Yang Shi's voice faded, he noticed the excitement draining from Bob's face. Confused, he asked, what's wrong? Bob put on a fresh smile and draped an arm over his shoulder. Nothing serious. Just won this match and management says we can talk about your salary and contract again. Yang Shi froze for a moment, then shook his head. Let's skip the contract talk. I need to focus on Map 2's strategy. Why? As an employee, Bob had to push for management. This is a raise. But Yang Shi was already walking toward his seat without looking back. No need. He uttered those 3 words quietly. The moment they landed, Electronic's smile froze on his face. He hurried over to Yang, Shi calling him Brother Yang for the first time. Brother Yang, renew your contract, get the raise. Let's conquer the battlefield together. Yangshi glanced at him, without responding, his gaze returning to the screen. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay with C9. It was that he knew, whether it was C9 management or FaZe who had tried to buy him out for millions, neither was truly good at heart. They praised you when you performed, but once you faltered you were just an asset to be disposed of. The original 6-month trial contract was enough time for him to bring some glory to C9. But if he signed this new contract now, his future would be entirely in management's hands. Electronic turned to glare at Bob, sensing that Yangshi had developed a grudge against management. He didn't press further, silently returning to his seat. Bob lowered his head. Grove tried to lighten the mood, but no one responded. An awkward silence settled over the backstage area. Fortunately, after 30 seconds of silence, Ponchio, as team captain, broke the tension. Brother Yang, we don't have much rest time. Should we study map 2 strategy first? Yangshi smiled, adjusting his state as he looked at the monitor. You're right. We took map 1, but map 2 might be the real tough fight. VP's morale must be shattered. When I came back I noticed James just sitting there motionless. Ponchio raised the point. Electronic chimed in, their morale is definitely in ruins. VP played like crap on map 1. Yangshi shook his head, drawing everyone's puzzled looks. VP isn't as easy to beat as you think. Yangshi spoke calmly. On map 1 they clearly targeted me, but they misjudged. They thought I was just a scrub substitute, so they spent the entire first half waiting for me to make a mistake. But I didn't fall for it. But on map 2, things will be different. They'll change their tactics. What do you think they'll do, eh? Bob asked. Yangshi pulled up the map of Inferno, moving his mouse across the screen. On this map, they chose to start as CT. The biggest advantage for CT on Inferno is that it's easy to defend, but hard to attack. VP is already a team that excels at defense. But James lost so badly on map 1, he'll likely feel his defensive strategy was exposed. So on map 2, he'll probably become aggressive instead. I imagine VP might push forward, aggressively gather information. Then our attack will become more and more constipated. Ponchio interjected before Yangshi could finish. Yangshi looked at Ponchio and grinned, nodding. Exactly. Yangshi pointed at the T-spawn on the Inferno map with his mouse. The more they want to be proactive, the more we play passively. That will expose bigger gaps in their defense. The team members listened intently, already running the logic in their minds. This stream of thought also eased the awkward atmosphere backstage. The 15-minute halftime break passed in a flash. When both teams stepped back onto the stage, the crowd's roar was noticeably more fervent than before map 1. That Yang had not only proven himself as a coach, but now he could also perform as a player. The audience sensed something unfolding. VP's morale was plummeting, and they might be witnessing the birth of a legendary coach. At the commentary desk, as the rousing music played, Wanjig and Lao Jio shared their thoughts. Before the match begins, I still want to say I never expected VP to face this situation against a depleted C9. Map 2 could very well end with a 2-0 sweep for VP. Don't jump to conclusions. VP clearly came prepared. They were just outplayed in the pick ban phase and caught off guard on map 1. Now map 2 is their own pick, and the real contest might only be starting. With the commentators' voices underscoring the moment, the two teams entered the second match map, Inferno. James returned to the stage, having suppressed the emotional collapse from the end of the first map. Coach Passionoj was not useless. Regulating emotions was his forte. During the brief 10-minute break, James and the rest of the VP players largely regained their composure. VP was never an easy team to defeat. After all, they had reached the 3rd position in the CS region. Who was first? An AVI who had won the major championship just last month. Second was Green Dragon, led by newcomer Donk, who had taken the IM Katowice title only 2 months after his debut. VP, compared to the two teams above, had the most obvious gap: talent. Although they lacked formidable gunplay and flawless tactics, they possessed a unique cohesion of the underdogs. No individual was exceptionally strong, yet they complemented each other perfectly. For the second map, we should change our defensive strategy. James glanced at his teammates. CT side, aggressive defense. Don't give C9 the chance to slowly find their rhythm through information disparity like in the first map. Probe more in the early phase, expose ourselves, force the opponent to act first. The crowd's cheers were already leaning towards C9. James pursed his lips. Life or death, it all comes down to this second map. VP chose to start on CT side for the second map. Wanjiki entered commentary mode. There's movement on Banana Alley early. Yang is leading the way, and FL1T takes him down with a single shot. Under the camera, she leaned back. They've changed their playstyle indeed. With C9 losing a player early, VP found their defensive rhythm. N0 RB3 R7 slipped into VIP at just the right timing, avoiding P Marshall on the spiral staircase. James and Fame lured from mid-connector. Electronic and Axe1 Lu tried to reclaim the player advantage and held their ground in mid. But they failed to notice N0 RB3 R7 silently leaping out from VP, and before they could react, they were swiftly headshot in succession. N0 RB3 R7 kills Electronic with a USP headshot. N0 RB3 R7 kills Axe1 Lu with a USP headshot. With only P Marshall and Bumble 4 left, VP decided to execute a real aggressive push. P Marshall tried to make up for the missed timing by sneaking behind, but VP's crossfire was too fast. C9 couldn't secure a single kill and fell into an eco round. In the second round, VP gave no chance, and the score became 0-2. Before the third round began, VP suddenly called a timeout. James was cautious. He didn't dare to gamble this time. After this timeout, no matter what C9 chooses, we fall back to the deeper positions, reduce direct confrontations, and keep the pace under our control. In his estimation, C9 had only two possible approaches: a force buy or another eco round. But either option posed risks for VP, whose weaponry was not in an ideal state. If they lost this round, their defensive rhythm would become extremely uncomfortable. So James decided to revert to the passive playstyle from the first map in this third round. After speaking, he turned to glance at the opposing team's bench. A wall blocked his view. He had no idea what Yangshi was planning, but an ominous feeling lingered. Meanwhile, on the C9 side, Yangshi had instructed his teammates to force buy, but when he saw VP's timeout, he froze. A timeout at this moment? What does it mean? Betting on us to force buy? Yangshi analyzed the situation. A sudden thought struck him: VP might revert to the turtle defense from the first map, catching their force buy unprepared. He made a decision, told his teammates to sell the weapons they had already bought. Don't buy. Continue eco, and see what VP is up to. The teammates were puzzled, but no one questioned. Yangshi continued. I'll lurk solo on A2 this round with a tech 9, taking the spiral staircase. The rest of you hold tight at T-spawn and Banana Alley, don't rush. After VP's timeout, they might fall back to deeper positions. If they don't apply pressure on Banana Alley, wait for my command, then execute a fast B-site rush with a second wave of smokes. This tactic was something Yangshi recalled from his past life, an eco counter to turtle defense. In a match from his previous life, he faced a Chinese team with a similar style to VP. After losing that match, Yangshi, as the team captain, had spent a week studying and created a new strategy. If VP really reverted to the defensive style from the first map, then this round could be an eco upset. But if the opponent didn't change, then C9 could eco again to save money without consequence. He added one last remark. As long as they don't realize we're ecoing early, by the time they figure it out, it'll be too late. The timeout ended and the round resumed. VP's defensive setup has changed, Wanjiki noted. They're being cautious, not pushing forward to give away openings, and they've even conceded Banana Alley. It's clear James is varying the defense tempo. Lao Jiu added, they're waiting for C9 to move first, a safe approach. But the cost is that they have to give up all early information. Once C9 gains the psychological advantage, this defense could become very passive. The two commentators stirred the crowd's emotions. Although Lao Jiu said VP might become passive, given C9's current weapon setup, the audience couldn't see how they could win. Time ticked by with no sign of VP pushing forward. Yangshi slipped alone up the spiral staircase to the second floor corridor. Just as Fame was checking the boiler room, he missed the timing, failing to notice Yangxi's infiltration. Meanwhile, James in the connector held his grenades, feeling an inexplicable unease as the seconds passed. He asked Fame again, boiler room info. No one's seen. T-spawn. Someone's there, but they're not shooting. Just peeking. Piecing together the information, James concluded that the T-spawn players were preparing for a B-side attack. With someone holding T-spawn, no mid-info, quiet side alley, and no one on the second floor. C9's attack on Banana Alley seemed almost certain. Shift toward the side alley, get ready to wrap around Banana Alley. He told N0 RB3 R7. On the balcony, N0 RB3 R7 hesitated. Are you sure there's no lurker in the side alley? James suggested, then observe from VIP first. As for A2, Fame confirmed no one. Just watch the spiral staircase when you move out. N0 RB3 R7 didn't overthink and slipped in from the balcony. Bang. A gunshot rang out, catching everyone off guard. Yang kills N0 RB3 R7 with a tech 9 headshot. Wasn't A2 clear? N0 RB3 R7 exploded in the voice chat. Fame was stunned too, turning back from A1 to look at the balcony, but Yangshi didn't peek out. James quickly crossed mid-connector and entered the boiler room to check, confirming Yangshi was still inside the corridor. Fame, you missed the timing. James' voice carried a hint of grimness. We need to deal with him first. As he spoke, that ominous feeling surfaced again. Suddenly 4 kills appeared on the kill feed in quick succession. Electronic kills FL1T with a Desert Eagle headshot, Mir kills Electronic with a MP9 headshot, Mir kills Bumble 4 with a MP9 headshot, Axe 1 Lo Perfecto kills Mir with a Desert Eagle headshot. They're hitting B. They're hitting B. Mir's desperate cries for help came through. But James and Fame couldn't disengage. Yangshi with only a pistol launched his assault, exchanging fire back and forth with Fame on the balcony and A1. Rat-a-tat-tat. Yang took down N0 RB3 R7. And on the other side, C9 has already stormed into B site, completing a 2-4-2 trade. Wanjiki's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. Now Yang's mission is to pin down the 2 players in a site. As the tech 9 appeared on screen, Wanjiki couldn't help but chuckle. The 2 surviving VP players aren't even thinking about retaking. Look at James going up the stairs. He's determined to kill Yang. Yang has plenty of room to maneuver on the balcony, peeking back and forth between the corridor and A1. But his tech 9 aim is really off. All the bullets hit the opponents, but miss the head. And James and Fame can't catch his peeks either. This is pure torture for fans of both sides. The crowd began to stir. Despite C9 having already planted the bomb and the 2 VP players in A had truly fixated on killing Yangshi, VP fans were losing their minds. What was James doing? All they needed was a retake. B site only had 2 defenders. Why not just go through Banana Alley? Why was killing Yangshi so important? Feeling the unrest in the arena, Mir couldn't help but say through the death cam, "Captain, let's retake. Forget about him. We still have a chance if we retake." No. James was blinded by rage, countering Mir as he focused on the game. "If we don't kill him even if we retake, I feel he'll pull something behind our backs." No one argued. Every teammate found the captain's words reasonable. Yang was their nightmare from the first map. Killing him now was far more important than winning this round. But as Mir switched between the two perspectives, they still couldn't eliminate Yangshi. He finally broke. How is he so slippery? "Chase me, catch me, and I'll let you have your way with me," he taunted. Wanjichi was dumbfounded by the scene. Yangshi peeked back and forth near the balcony wielding a tech 9 tormenting James and Fame relentlessly. James couldn't pin down that angle, and in a fit of impotent rage he yelled at Fame over the voice chat, "Don't let him peek anymore. Push forward. Even if we lose this round, we're taking him down." Yangshi noticed the opponent starting to recklessly push forward, realizing his strategy was working. He executed a jump into the pit, squeezing out every possible second. Bang! James Fame headshot Yang with M4A1. Yangshi was dead. The moment he died, an inexplicable cheer erupted from the VP player booth. "We are the champions. Woohoo. That felt so good." They raised their hands high as if they had secured a crucial victory. Meanwhile on B site, the C4 had only 10 seconds left until detonation. But it seemed none of that mattered to them. Laugio couldn't help but comment, "VP's mentality is shattered. They're happier killing a lone wolf than winning a round." The live audience erupted in uproar. "I can't believe it. VP doesn't even want to win the game. What the hell are they doing? Getting that excited over killing a lone wolf?" Can't blame them though. Yang wrecked their mental state in map 1 and the pressure was too much. After finally getting that kill, they're just letting it all out. VP won map 2, right? Does it feel that way? The C4 detonated, the score jumped to 1-2, and VP wasn't actually at a loss. They had saved 2 rifles and James' mental state had stabilized a bit. After all, claiming that inner demon of a kill had relieved a fair amount of his psychological pressure. So before the 4th round began, James wore a faint smile on his face. "Don't worry guys. As long as we kill him, this round is already a win." Then James started making targeted adjustments. He had fully understood by now. Yangshi's strategy wasn't about gunplay, it was about using his mind, reading the opponent's psychology. So, could he turn that psychology back on him? In the previous round, he had called a variation of the turtle defense, but Yangshi saw through it. Having lost that round, James and Yangshi's prediction would logically revert to an aggressive defense. But James countered that. He would stay turtle. No sooner said than done. James quickly issued commands maintaining the same tactic as the previous round. He had N0 RB3 R7 immediately lock down the spiral staircase, cutting off the route Yangshi had used last round while the rest stayed put. Sure enough, this round, expecting an aggressive VP defense, C9 instead played passively, which meant they couldn't gather any information early on. Then VP gradually collected all the nearby intel, and when C9 finally rushed, they ran straight into a 4A formation. After a round of psychological warfare, VP had actually regained their defensive rhythm. The score ticked to 1-3. C9 called their first timeout. Dianzigu was frustrated, turning to Yangshi. We've been completely red." But Yangshi, having been seen through, remained surprisingly calm. He knew that there were never perpetual victors in a match. Now that VP had woken up, he naturally had a countermeasure. Small issue. He scanned the team, his tone even. "After the timeout, we'll use the most standard offensive strategy, probe first, then rotate based on their positioning." Yangshi finished without explaining why. On the other side, VP. James sat in the player booth knowing that to counter Yangshi, he had to decipher every single thought his opponent had. It would be exhausting, but as long as it led to victory, he was more than willing. Last round, C9's attack was sluggish. Logically, they would likely speed up this round. But James applied the counter-intuition. This round, C9 would remain sluggish. Stay deep, probe slowly for information. The timeout ended and the 5th round began. VP stays deep, holding early, probing mid-round. Wanjichi commented, "C9 of this round doesn't have any strange decisions. They take mid and banana at the start, also secure the side alley positioning. Looks like they're prepping to gather at banana, and Yang is silent contacting on A1. Fame on A1 peeked back and forth into mid, when suddenly Yangshi swung out. Rat-a-tat-tat. But he missed almost his entire spray, hitting Fame only once. A1 incoming. "I'm smoking," Fame startled reported. "It seems like that he's really off." He didn't dare to duel immediately, instead falling back and tossing a smoke. James got the info, quickly rotated off from connector, fearing Yangshi would push through the smoke. But Yangshi didn't. Fake. N0 RB3 R7 rotate to B site. James deduced quickly. Because banana was under pressure, FL1T, who was holding B, had seen AT near the ramp and also tossed a smoke before falling back. So now with Yangshi dry peeking mid, C9 would likely go for a second time B site hit. However, just as N0 RB3 R7 was heading towards CT, spawn, a thought flashed through James' mind. No, this Yang's playstyle has always been about making me know certain things. So this fake. Is it a fake to make me think C9 goes B, when they're actually going A? N0 RB3 R7, don't rush to B. James suddenly called out, stopping the B rotation, and turned to FL1T. "Banana, are there still footsteps?" "Yes." But FL1T's voice grew louder. "The footsteps are getting farther away." James was right. But at the same time the A-site smokes were already flying in. He couldn't speak fast enough to call N0RB3 or 7 back, so he immediately tossed a mid-smoke. However, C9 smoke had already blocked connector. BMBL4 threw a flash Yang. She charged through the smoke. Fame on A1 was fully blinded, and Yang she spray took him down. Yang BMBL4 kills Fame with AK-47. James quickly retreated from connector to the bomb site, and N0RB3 R7 was also rotating toward her. C9 started speeding up from A1. Yangshi's aim was still poor. He faced James head-on, but couldn't secure the kill, and was taken down instead. But DNZG's rifle followed up too quickly, and James fell. N0RB3 R7 reached the library, saw the smoke cutting off the site, and didn't rush in. However, he didn't expect PUNCHY to have slipped through the connector smoke to the side. N0RB3 R7 spotted the figure, but couldn't react in time. VP's front line was wiped 3, 4, 1, and B site survived to save, bringing the score to 2-3. This round C9 truly demonstrated what beautiful CS looks like. Wanjichi commented. Lao Ju nodded in agreement, and offered his insight. That sequence, even as a pro, I didn't expect C9 to rotate like that. Looking at the banana setup, I thought Yang would have BMBL4 hit B with him, but James was catching on, and had already started rotating to B. Then Yang's flashbang and smoke entry on A1 instantly killing Fame, gave C9 the perfect rotation opportunity. Under those circumstances, unless VP had an individual gunplay eruption, there was no way to retake. In the VP player booth, James stared at the screen in front of him silent for a long time. C9 just now used the most standard tactic, didn't they? Fame and N0RB3 R7, who had been holding a with him, remained silent. No one answered. James glanced at them, but that silence was already an answer. VP's tactics were correct, yet they still lost. A chill ran down James' spine. Even though every step of his reaction was right, the opponent always seemed to know his next move. The biggest factor in this failure was not a gap in individual skill, but that Yang and he were never thinking on the same level. That Yang, just how much does he have stored in his mind? This was James' inner thought unspoken. He merely flipped through his tactical notes back and forth searching for a solution. But he had already been drawn into Yangshi's web. In the 6th round, James changed his strategy. VP adopted an aggressive and proactive defense from the start. But Yangshi had called for a cautious offense. Just as VP was about to throw a mid-FaZe smoke to take the side lane, Yangshi's grenade exploded, and Azael got the vision with his AWP. He shot and killed Fame, who was trying to push forward. C9 gained an early advantage and wasn't in a hurry to attack. However, James was getting anxious. Losing a teammate early on meant VP's defense was shorthanded, making a breakthrough easy. James had to gamble on a 3B setup, holding the A side alone. But Yangshi gambled again, leading a 5A rush, and James was powerless. Damn, he muttered helplessly, telling his teammates to save their weapons. In the next round, James continued with an aggressive defense. He chose to look for an opportunity from Banana, but ran straight into DNZG and Yang-shi pushing Banana. Yang-shi was killed first, but in that moment he gave DNZG the perfect trade window. Two VP players at close range were mowed down instantly. C9 quickly sped up the B site. In a 3v4 retake, VP managed a 3-4-3 trade, leaving Ale alive as the bomb exploded. That feeling of making the right call, yet still losing, that was what hurt James the most. Fortunately, after VP called his second timeout and adjusted, they managed to win 2 rounds by targeting Yang-shi as a breakthrough. The first half ended 7-5, with VP trailing by 2. It's over. VP is struggling even on their own signature map. James, you've used both timeouts. For you, the second half doesn't leave much room for adjustments. Wanjichi's voice trailed off. More and more spectators in the arena began to side with C9, and VP's fan base was gradually diluted. Those who had no idea what C9 was started to learn about the team's player history because of that Chinese coach. Why do you guys like that Chinese coach from C9 so much? Haven't our domestic teams ever achieved anything? Hey, you're damn right about that. Who wouldn't be fascinated by this C9? They already have a star player, and now a Chinese coach. That Yang, I'm a fan. You have to root for that Yang. Without him, DNZG might still be a nobody on the scene. But in this tournament, DNZG is truly fierce. Sorry, VP. I'm going to support C9. Whispers drifted from the stage during the timeout. Yang-shi, removing his headphones, heard the voices below, but his face showed no emotion. In his mind, he recalled his past life. When he returned to the stage at 27, only to be crushed by younger opponents with even more absurd tactics. He had some skill, but he just couldn't win. He could empathize with VP, but this was esports. The second half began with VP on offense and C9 on defense. Pistol round, VP got off to a good start. Fame's P250 eliminated DNZG, who was peeking mid from the T entrance, finding the offensive rhythm. But C9 didn't panic despite being down a man. They held the second line of defense waiting for VP's probe. After gaining the advantage, VP became impatient. N0RB3 R7 on Banana made a silent contact, and when peeking the sandbags, he didn't check the slab, as usual. Bang. Axe 1 Lu killed N0RB3 R7 with USP headshot. As soon as the kill appeared, Yangshi's flash from CT spawn flew straight into the sky above Banana. VP's trade just came out and got fully blinded. The two C9 players behind the slab and sandbags swept in. Ale takes down the first one. With Yang's flash coordination. Wow. He gets the second. James, who wasn't blinded at the back, still wants to trade. But P. Yuan Shui comes out from behind the sandbags, and James. He can't withstand P. Yuan Shui's bullets. One shot to the head. VP ended up with a 3-4-0 trade. The remaining two could only try a silent contact. But knowing this was a clutch situation, she knew not to rush. He called C9 to stack 4 on B. Even if the two VP players went to the undefended A site and planted the bomb. What then? Facing C9's 4-man retake from one direction, they only had Glocks that couldn't one-tap. The score predictably jumped to 9-5. VP called their last timeout. Time stood still as James kept tapping tab on the numpad, staring at she's 510 stats. Bottom of the scoreboard. Yet every C9 win in this match was tied to him. That 510 felt like 150. James quickly reviewed all the rounds from the first map in his mind. But every time he thought he found a solution, she switched angles. He was outclassed in strategic thinking. He kept guessing what she would do next. But she never needed to guess. He found solutions effortlessly. He had never felt this before. In the past, VP had faced Na'Vi and Green Dragon. Na'Vi was the conquest of breed system, Green Dragon was the firepower of genius players. Those he could accept. But this man, after transitioning from coach to player, had the worst stats and terrible aim. As a fellow IGL, he should have found a breakthrough in Yangshi, yet he couldn't see C9's flaw from start to finish. James finally set aside his calculating mind. Mutual suspicion with him is pointless, he said calmly. We'll just play normally from now on, follow the default. If we lose again, then we fly up the stairs. The meaning was clear. If we can't outsmart him, let's just go all in. James finished and looked around at his teammates. The hatred on their faces was gone, replaced by a sense of relief. FL1T was taken aback. Fly up the stairs. Yes. James smiled. We've done our best. If we can't win, we can't win, but at least we can have fun on stage. This wasn't giving up. It was letting go of the pressure. Knowing he was outmatched, maybe not competing could create a miracle. Third round of the second half, rifle round. Both sides played cautiously, no strange tactics, just probing. But the turning point arrived. P. Yuan Shui, defending from the second floor, caught the moment when the side lane was undefended. Infiltrating from T second floor, synchronizing with the mid teammate James, was still setting up mid harassment and didn't react in time. VP was wiped out. Score 10-5. James side and bottom Mac 10. His teammates understood without words. The outcome was clear, so they might as well play aggressively. They mimicked Apex's fly upstairs strategy and caught C9's defensive gap, killing Yangshi in the pit first, then Ponchio on A1 Yinzi Gu, traded one on connector, but was eventually taken down by the SMG rush. The VP fans finally erupted in the most precious cheer of the match. After VP took 2 consecutive rounds to make it 10-7, she started causing trouble again. Though he had no gun skill, the shotgun could one-shot. He caught VP's slow probe and pre-positioned in the second floor cubby. When VP sped up the second time, he shot FL1T on the spiral stairs first, then heard movement at VP, quickly turned, and took out James with another shotgun blast. The A2 pressure couldn't break through, making A1 and connector impossible to enter. After that round, VP's morale was nearly depleted. They struggled one last time, and the final score settled at 13-8. C9 advanced to the semifinals. Tomorrow they would face their American brothers Liquid on the stage. The cheers drowned the entire arena. James took off his headphones, high-fived his teammates, and stood up last. He wasn't dejected or angry. He just sat back down, quietly staring at the final score on the screen for a while. Coach Passionoj came over and patted him. James turned to him and said calmly, his system is calls. They're better than mine. Passionoj didn't know how to comfort him, so he just nodded and left. James looked back at Yangshi's stats and muttered to himself, I lost. And I lost. With full acceptance. Congratulations to Cloud9. In the IM Chengdu Top 6 tournament, they advanced to the semifinals with a 2-0 victory, their coach stepping onto the stage as a player. The voice of the caster echoed through the venue, and the big screen displayed the overall data panels for both teams. Most of the audience's gaze fell upon one place, C9 statistics. ID electronic KDA kills, deaths, assists 4-3-2-0-1-3, ADR average damage per round 98. 3, rating 2.03. Undeniably electronic led the team in all stats. Then from second place downwards, ID Ax1 Low KDA 3-3-2-5-1-9. ID Perfecto KDA 3-1-2-2-1-7. ID BMBL4 KDA 2-5-2-4-1-5. Until the fifth and final line. ID Yang KDA 1-7-3-6-2-1, ADR 41. 8, OL rating 0. 57. The entire audience stared at that data silent for about 2 seconds. It was ugly, yet they suddenly erupted into a strange commotion. This Yang, even as a player and captain, can still lead a top-tier team to victory, right? Average damage of 41. That's it. Almost matches my ranked match performance. Compared to players like Kerrigan and APEX who lack raw aim but have top-tier games, since Yang as a player fully deserves to stand alongside them. Such an ugly stat line. Confusion was written on everyone's faces. Despite dying 36 times, averaging only 41 damage per round, ranking dead last on the team, and having a rating as low as 0.57, their team still won, and his contribution was far from negligible. Basking in the dazzling spotlight, the C9 members headed toward the VP players' seats after the match. Electronic walked at the front, perhaps unaware that the expression on his face had gradually turned arrogant. That confidence born from dominating statistics allowed him to rediscover the feeling of his peak. Fame had already risen, a smile still lingering on his face. But when he saw Electronic, the player who was originally set to join VP, smiling broadly, his lips curled slightly downward. James sat there staring blankly at the settlement screen on his computer. Yet when he saw the opponents approaching, he smoothed his hair and stood up. He raised his hand and fist bumped each one. Upon reaching Yangshi, he paused for a second. How many years have you been playing CS? Yangshi smiled, not answering directly, simply saying, many years. James nodded, didn't press further, and Yangshi turned away. He didn't need to know exactly how many years, it wasn't important. What mattered was the seasoned experience Yangshi displayed on stage, his ability to quickly judge opponents' intentions, and his capacity to devise solutions. Having confirmed the opponent was a veteran, James felt more at ease. On the commentary desk, Lao Jiu silently watched Yangshi down below. In his eyes there was nothing but clear regret. He wanted to go and talk to Yangshi, but he knew Yangshi was currently on an upward trajectory. Bringing up CNCS now might plant undesirable thoughts in his mind. Even as a senior figure, doing so would only seem tactless. The caster Wan Jiqi noticed Lao Jiu's grave expression and asked, "You want Yang to return to CNCS?" Lao Jiu nodded, then shook his head. "Wanting it, definitely." He sighed and didn't continue. Wan Jiqi understood what was on Lao Jiu's mind. In truth, it wasn't just Lao Jiu, even himself, as one of the witnesses to Yangshi's journey and a pioneer of CNCS commentary. He too hoped in his heart that Yangshi would return. After all, their own team had always remained at a third-tier level. If Yangshi came back to coach, could they push towards second tier, or even the peak of second tier? As long as they could frequently see their own teams like Tyloo and LVG in major tournaments, that would be good enough, right? But Wan Jiqi, looking at Yangshi on stage, couldn't help adding, "Next match, C9 versus Liquid and Inter-American Clash. If he wins this too, then he truly won't come back." The post-match ceremony ended. The spotlight returned to the C9 players' seats with interviewers and cameras locking onto them. Yangshi had just sat down to pack his peripherals when he was pushed out from both sides by Electronic and Bumble4. He staggered, almost losing his balance. But looking up, he found the camera already fixed on him. Laughter erupted from the audience. "Ha, this Yang seems a bit absent-minded. Such a brilliant coach, yet so slow in real life. In the path to strength you always have to sacrifice something. Like Saitama being invincible, but bald. Yang's mind is sharp, but his in-game and real-life reactions are slow." Yangshi heard the teasing from the audience. Slow. He was pushed out, wasn't he? He grumbled inwardly, then cleared his throat and regained his usual composure before the camera. The host for the knockout stage was different from the group stage. This time it was professional host Banks. Standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, half a head taller than Yang, his voice was low and powerful. "Yang, first of all, congratulations on leading C9 to the semifinals. In this BO3, you stepped onto the stage as a coach and as a player, defeating VP. Today your performance has shown everyone one thing." He paused, genuine admiration in his tone. "Your ability as a player is just as impressive as your ability as a coach." Banks handed the microphone over. "So I want to ask, have you considered transitioning to become a professional player?" This was the most anticipated question of the night, and the audience leaned in. Everyone knew. Yangshi had gone from a mysterious background as a coach assistant with no experience to head coach to a player forced onto the stage. When Yangshi heard the question, he didn't answer immediately. He first called the interpreter over, then spoke in Chinese, "A player, huh?" The moment his voice reached the audience, they paused. The next second, people began to stir. "He's Chinese after all. I knew it. What other Chinese or Southeast Asian would use the ID Yang? What a Chinese interview. Awesome." The interpreter hadn't even started working, and already a large number of Chinese audience members were confirming among themselves some noise in the venue. Banks made a calming gesture, and the venue fell silent again, waiting for Yangshi to speak. Yangshi glanced at the audience, smiled slightly, and then said, "Becoming a player. I haven't considered it for now. After all, everyone saw my stats from these 2 matches. Average damage 41, died over 30 times. My aim and hand speed, I know myself, they're barely adequate." He paused, his expression turning serious. "But if I joined a CN team as a player at this level, I could probably keep up with some of them." The moment the interpreter relayed that, the venue was silent for half a second. Then it erupted. The Chinese audience reacted, first bursting into a chaotic roar, some laughing, some shouting, and some yelling, "Dankying is awesome. Empty sorrow. He's mocking our CNCS. Ha 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 ha, I can't. He's right. At his level it's probably enough for CNCS. This Yang is an old troll." Banks couldn't help it either after hearing the translation. His lips twitched a few times, holding it for several seconds before regaining his host's composure. Banks took the microphone back and asked, "Then is it a matter of age? You're 25, which is indeed slightly on the older side for a player." He finished and handed the mic back to Yangshi. Yangshi shook his head, speaking directly, "It's not an age issue. Although age is a key factor in becoming a player, more importantly." He paused for a second, pretending to think. "Seeing the entire battlefield from behind the players excites me far more than taking a single shot on the stage. Also, from this tournament, I've realized my aim is still far from good enough. I need to practice more." Another wave of laughter from the audience, thinking Yangshi was still trolling. But some didn't laugh. They stared intently at Yangshi on stage, believing those were sincere words. The on-site interview was in full swing. Yang Shi chatted easily with Banks and engaged with the audience. But while he was still being interviewed, suddenly a Chinese audience member raised their phone, aimed it at him, and shouted something loudly. The noise in the venue was too chaotic, almost no one could hear clearly. Backstage, Bob stood at the entrance of the tunnel about to step out when his phone vibrated. He received a message. He looked down at the screen at the message that had just come in. Forwarded from C9 CEO. Valve releases new rule to prohibit continuous position changes on the battlefield against the current violator Y. Bob's finger hovered over the screen, seeing only the last letter, Y, from the preview. His already faltering heart sank completely. Back at the players' bench, the C9 team hadn't fully emerged from the euphoria of victory. Impressive, Yang. Peng Xiu sidled up to Yang Shi, a fawning grin on his face. Even though I couldn't understand a word you said, the expressions on those audience members' faces. They probably became your diehard fans. Yang Shi glanced back. Indeed, it was true. The match had ended, but nearly 80% of the audience in the venue still lingered, most eyes drifting towards C9's direction. Electro, who was coiling his keyboard cable, swept his gaze back, a hint of envy in his tone. Not necessarily looking at you, right? I was the MVP these 2 rounds. Maybe they're all watching me. He looked at Yang Shi, the audacious undertone growing increasingly exaggerated. Yang Shi noticed it too. Electro was getting more and more inflated, his words blatantly arrogant. Yang Shi couldn't stand that. If you, Electro, are amazing, I can sing your praises. But if you cross the line into arrogance, that's unacceptable. Yang Shi shot back directly. Where do you get the nerve? I admit your aim is good, but when did your brain kick in? Did you rely on your mind to become the team's top player? Electro was about to retort, then paused. He murmured. You're right. He lowered his head, silently winding his keyboard cable like a wronged little wife turning away. Peng Xiu and P. Marshall exchanged glances, both stunned. They looked at each other. This guy isn't the same Jian we know, is he? Definitely not. Maybe he's been possessed. Hearing this, Electro looked up at the two. Are you two insane? He reverted to his original persona. I just don't want to argue with Brother Yang. Got a problem with that. If he says something, I'll take it. But you two dare to mock me, I have to cuss you back. What's wrong with that? Peng Xiu and P. Marshall saw Electro's old self and suddenly laughed. That's right. That's right. This is the Jian I'm familiar with. Too bad if old son were here, seeing him like this. Wonder what he'd think. Electro dropped his backpack and walked over, looking like he was about to throw a punch. Alu quickly stepped in between. Yang Shi watched this scene, a smile on his face, somewhat distracted. In his past life, after every match, his teammates would also joke around, curse each other, tease one another, then walk out of the arena shoulder to shoulder. That feeling, he hadn't experienced it in a long time. Now a little bit of it was returning. Just then Bob and Grove walked out of the tunnel, their expressions uneasy. Young trouble. Before he could finish, the venue's speakers suddenly roared back to life. It was Banks's voice, steady with a touch of professional solemnity. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not leave your seats yet. The audience, who had already started moving, stopped and turned around. Banks walked back to the center of the stage, his expression no longer as relaxed as during the interview. I have just received an official notice from the organizers that I need to announce to everyone here and to all participating teams. The entire venue gradually fell silent. Not the silence of anticipation for good news, but an instinctive one. Something was about to go wrong. Just moments ago, Valve issued a temporary new regulation regarding the special circumstances that occurred during this tournament. He paused, then directly named the individual regarding Yang. His gaze landed on Yang Shi. The camera also swept toward the C9 players' bench where the person in question sat. Some audience members murmured below. But no one laughed, their expressions were strange. Banks continued. In this tournament, Yang went from assistant coach to head coach, and today to substituting for an injured player to compete. Valve acknowledges the legitimacy of this substitution. However, at the same time, Valve believes that if C9's head coach still exists, Yang transitioning from substitute coach to player creates a lack of fairness. Therefore, effective immediately as a clear warning. Valve stipulates that Yang in future professional tournaments must not freely switch between the coaching position and the player position. Before the next match begins, a substitute player must be prepared, unless Yang himself chooses to complete a formal identity conversion. Banks paused, his tone relaxing after speaking. He looked at Yang Shi and offered advice. Simply put, Yang, from now on you either coach or play. You can't be both. Your current registered identity is a substitute coach. This suspension order means, for tomorrow's semifinals, you can only sit behind them. You can't take the field as a player. And in the future, you must prepare a substitute player in advance. After the translation was relayed, the audience fell silent for 2 seconds. Then an uproar erupted below. Not cheers, but a genuine startled commotion. Is that all? Just a ban from playing as a player in future matches? I was scared, thought Yang was getting a permanent ban. Wait. What? A separate ban? Valve's meaning is clear. Yang is the one directly warned. And Valve is reminding other teams to have substitutes ready before matches start. So, Yang is being treated differently. He can't play in matches anymore. Yes. What if 2 C9 players get sick? He'd have to play, right? What about tomorrow? Only Grove can play. No idea. Is C9 about to face another suicide crisis? The audience's imagination ran wild. Yang Shi sat there, having no objection to the outcome. Beside him, Electro stood frozen, clutching his backpack strap, silent for a long time. Peng Xiu and P. Marshall glanced at Yang Shi, then fell silent. Everyone on the team knew that today's BO3 was the most incredible match they had ever played. This coach with the worst stats on the team had led them to victory over VP. After the rule took effect, such an opportunity might never come again. Banks walked over with a microphone. In the face of Valve's new rule, what do you plan to do? Yangshi looked at Banks, then at his teammates' anxious expressions, and nodded. I agree with this rule. His voice was low, but Bob immediately looked over, as did Electro. Yangshi didn't elaborate, only said 2 sentences. From the moment I applied to join the team, I've always aimed to become a championship coach. Whether Hobbit returns tomorrow or Grove steps up in a crisis. Even if we get eliminated in the semifinals, I will continue solely for the duty of a coach. Hearing this, the team members lowered their heads. Yangshi's voice was too resolute. It made clear he had never intended to be a player. Banks paused, nodded, and didn't press further. The audience was silent for a second. Then from somewhere applause began. It grew louder, and Electro and the others joined in with their own applause. Only Bob stood there, his expression complicated. The announcement ended, Banks exited, and the venue became noisy again. Suddenly a Chinese fan stood up and shouted with all his might, 100% win rate, coach. I'll remember you. I hope to see you play again, Yang. Someone nearby echoed. Then another and another. Even if you can't play, don't let us CNCS down. First there was LOL's Principal Wong with 100% win rate, 80. Now there's CS2's 100% win rate, coach Yang. Yangshi listened to these voices. The heaviness dissipated, replaced by a genuine smile. This suspension notice was not a bad thing at all. Now even sorrow turned to joy. For Yangshi, this was one of the meanings of being a coach. That wave of voices wasn't a cheer for a championship. It was more like nostalgia and reluctance for something that had ended. The audience knew they might never see it again, so they shouted with extra fervor. Yangshi pointed toward the direction of the loudest voice and declared, 100% win rate, coach. I love that title. I love that title. The news of C9 advancing to the semifinals exploded onto the trending searches within minutes of the match's conclusion. 4 CNCS trending topics have always been a rarity. This time Tyloo RA and LVG, the 3 teams considered the face of the region, all came to IM Chengdu only to be eliminated in the first round, all returning home on the same day. The best result CNCS ever achieved was TYLO's major quarterfinal in 2018. Apart from that, these domestic teams have barely stepped onto the world stage. After today's matches, most domestic CS players finally realized the true hope of CNCS lies with C9. Forums, Tieba, Bilibili, every platform began to buzz. Some were thrilled, others were furious. Meanwhile, FaZe fans in the forums were overjoyed. Valve's ban serves them right. They secretly swapped identities, so getting caught is only fair. Tomorrow that Yang won't be able to play, with Old Grove stepping in, C9 is doomed to lose. This is the most surreal plot I've ever seen. From rumors of him being a nobody rejected by FaZe to joining C9 and cruising through to the semifinals. I'm starting to wonder if he paid off the officials or bribed the opponents to throw the match. That BO1 against FaZe definitely looked suspicious. They played terribly. What's the point of a Chinese guy going abroad? He'd be better off coming back to coach CNCS. Yet there were still sober voices. You're grasping at straws. CNCS is just weak. I bet even if our domestic players spoke English, they'd jump at the chance to be poached overseas. Why are you FaZe fans so happy? FaZe isn't even facing C9 in the semifinals. Are you that afraid of Yang? The forums were in an uproar. Meanwhile, Yang's name shot up the search rankings on every major platform. But back in C9's training room, no one paid any attention to that. The players hadn't left the venue immediately. They sat together, the atmosphere thick with unease. Bob kept replaying Valve's new rule in his mind. Unable to contain himself, he turned to Grove and said, Tomorrow it's all on you. You have to be consistent, don't let your teammates down, just like Yang. Grove's expression stiffened at those words. He understood the implication clearly, just like Yang. Translation, you need to perform at Yangshi's level. If you can't, it's your fault. He was already over 40 and Bob was still trying to make him the scapegoat. Bob's words and Grove's embarrassed expression made Yangshi see clearly. Bob, though usually decent, ultimately prioritized his own interests when trouble arose. He glanced at Bob, boss Bob. Bob turned expectantly, hoping Yangshi had a solution. Grove is over 40. You want him to be consistent and not drag the team down. Just like me. Are you treating him like a young man? Do you actually want him to win the match, or just make him the scapegoat? His voice was sharp. Bob's face changed, his lips twitching as he forced an awkward smile. I don't have a choice. You can't play, so I can only use this as a way to cover your own back. Yangshi's words cut like a blade, far from the smoothness he had shown when he first joined C9. Bob fell silent, not daring to continue. He realized that Yangshi had laid bare his little schemes in front of the entire team. Yangshi paused for a moment, choosing not to dwell further, and turned to Grove. Grove, practice your utility hard tonight. Tomorrow, only buy guns for your teammates, throw your utility, and then entry for them. I'll pick out a few key maps we can play, and that Liquid is likely to play as well. You just focus on utility and support. As for the pressure of direct duels, don't worry about it. Just entrying is enough. Yangshi's advice was sound. Inside, the teammates were racing through their thoughts. But after turning it over in their minds, this seemed like the best solution available. Grove was absolutely incapable of handling the frontline pressure. Throwing utility, buying guns, and entrying. These were indeed skills that required no talent, just memorizing positions and following teammates' calls. Yet one question lingered in their minds. The offensive firepower would inevitably be lacking. When Yangshi played, C9's front line was still weak, but he had his strengths: not great aim, but exceptional movement and positioning. These were things Grove currently lacked. You really can't play a Dianzi Gu asked Yang, she still unwilling to believe the new rule. Yangshi shook his head. Ding. A sound suddenly came. Yangshi instinctively turned, thinking it was the system. Ding 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 ding. But listening carefully, it seemed to be his phone ringing. Yangshi pulled the phone from his pocket and saw the caller ID. Incoming call. Old Hua, Master Hua. He murmured and answered the call. The others gathered around. Congratulations, Coach Yang. I watched today's match. It was brilliant. Yangshi had the speaker on. Master Hua's voice was a bit weak, but his spirit was intact. Thanks to you I got to play. Yangshi exchanged pleasantries, then asked, You're able to call now? Seems like you're recovering well. Minor issues mostly recovered. I can play tomorrow. Are you sure? Positive. Alright, then it's you tomorrow. Yangshi hung up. Bob blurted out, Wait, you're letting a guy who just recovered from a serious illness play in a match. Won't that make us lose even faster? Or would you prefer Grove takes the blame? Would that satisfy you? Bob was silenced. Over the past 2 weeks, he had clearly sensed that Yangshi's words and actions were increasingly less like a hired assistant coach, and more like a head coach making decisions with his own standards, even like a leader of the team. Yangshi glanced at Bob again, and explained, for a player being unable to play due to injury is already painful enough. Especially for an older player like Master Hua who's at the end of his career at 30. If he says he wants to play, it means he truly wants to prove himself again. Bob didn't respond immediately. He could see that Yangshi's logic was correct. Everything was for C9. But he still couldn't accept that this junior he had discovered was now constantly criticizing him. Yet as the harsh words reached his throat, he looked at Yangshi's earnest expression and held back. Bob's expression was sour, and a strange thought crossed his mind. As long as this guy is at C9 and my job is safe. But once the 6-month contract is over, I'll probably be out of work in no time. P. Yuan Shui watching this whispered to Pang Qiu, How many times has Bob been shut down today? Pang Qiu murmured, I counted 3 times. The two couldn't hide their smirks. Dianzi Gu overheard and joined in with a laugh. Even I can see it. Bob just wants Grove to be the scapegoat. As they exited the venue, the players of C9 experienced the fervor of Chinese fans for the first time. Around the commercial vehicle arranged for C9 by the organizers, a crowd of fans holding banners had gathered tightly surrounding the exit. Security had set up barriers, but the crowd continued to press forward. Yang, I'm your new fan. Can I get your autograph? Electronic. I've been a fan of yours since the Navi days. You're not unlucky anymore, and I'm actually a bit unaccustomed to it. Pengxiu. Yang. Electronic. Coach Yang. When are you going to play in the major? Yang. When will you bring S1 Impel over to C9? Coach Yang, I want to bear your children. For the C9 players, this noise was not exactly cacophonous. Rather, this long-missed enthusiasm left them somewhat flattered. The last time they had felt such warmth was during their final days at Navi. Electronic tried to lean out to interact with the fans, but Bob pulled him back firmly. You still have time for that. Just a few signatures. No. Yangshi did not interact with those holding banners. Instead, he boarded the vehicle first. He rolled down the window. Instantly, the surroundings quieted, and all eyes turned toward him. Yangshi swept his gaze across the crowd and spoke, Sorry, not today. I feel your enthusiasm, but I've just been suspended. As for autographs, next time, by then, the signatures you get will be for the champion of IM Chengdu. The scene outside fell silent for a second. Then it erupted. Awesome. Awesome. Coach Yang said next time he'll be the champion. That's too cocky, but I believe it. From today on, I'm your diehard fan. Yangshi rolled up the window, his expression largely unchanged, though a slight curl adorned his lips. Bob sat in the front seat silent for a moment after hearing the translation. Because now Yangshi, he didn't know how to evaluate this statement. If they lost, he would be severely humiliated. That valve rule had greatly increased the pressure on C9's semi-final match tomorrow. Dare Yangshi make such a claim? Did he have a countermeasure? Bob stole a glance at him. Yangshi had already lowered his head, scrolling through something on his phone. A green dragon logo appeared on the screen, but he swiped it away instantly. Bob turned to look out the window, pondering. Unlikely. Back at the hotel, the lights of the training room were still on. Pushing open the door, Master Hua was already inside, practicing his aim, headphones hanging around his neck. Seeing them return, he quickly stood up. Just recovered from a serious illness, and you're still practicing? Yangshi spoke first. I can't rest easy without practicing. Master Hua rubbed his hands together. This time it's my fault. I got you suspended. This isn't your fault. Yangshi interrupted him, his tone calm. You falling ill, me stepping in, and then getting suspended. These are 3 independent events. It's not a matter of your illness causing me to play, and thus leading to my suspension. If I had lost, Valve probably wouldn't have gone this hard on me. Yangshi even took the opportunity to crack a joke. As Master Hua listened to Yangshi's words, there was no trace of self-consolation in his tone. It was as if he truly believed it. The guilt on his face faded slightly. Then about tomorrow's match. Am I sure to play? He asked tentatively. We discussed this on the phone. Yangshi nodded, just looking at him, with your current state. I'm afraid not. Having just joined C9, he knew through the system. This veteran often showed excessive self-blame toward others. Of course, the biggest issue here was that Master Ho believed he wasn't good enough, yet refused to accept his fate. Yangshi had originally thought that these 2 weeks had restored the veteran's confidence, but now it seemed this problem still needed to be resolved. Didn't you agree, eh? Master Ho was taken aback. I did agree, but after meeting you, it seems you haven't agreed with yourself. What do you mean? Yangshi walked over and sat down on the chair beside him, his voice flat. You lack confidence in yourself. The feeling I'm getting now is that you want to play but you're afraid of letting your teammates down. Isn't that right? Yangshi's words struck home. After 3 seconds of silence, Master Ho lowered his head. Yes. Yangshi continued. Let me give you a suggestion. I know you have enough experience and skill. 1 day of rest doesn't erase your muscle memory. How you perform tomorrow depends on how you see yourself, not on how much you practice today. What you need to do now is turn off the computer and go to sleep. Face tomorrow properly. But Master Ho tried to speak, but was cut off by Electronic. But what the hell? Electronic suddenly interjected. Brother Yang told you to rest, can't you understand? If you play badly tomorrow, I'll tear you apart. Electronic acted like a loyal lackey, unable to bear watching his big brother try to mentor a difficult-to-mentor junior. Master Hua instinctively looked toward his old teammate, Lu. Catching his gaze, Lu also voiced his thoughts. Tomorrow I'll be the main carry, and so will Adian. You'll be the secondary carry. The requirement isn't high, just a positive KD. Don't be afraid. These words came from a junior who had been with him at Red Star. In his mind flashed the days when he and Lu had won championships together at Red Star. Back then he had said to Lu, just follow me, don't be afraid. Master Hua stood up and bowed deeply to Yangshi. Without saying much, he took off his headphones, turned off the computer, and walked out of the training room. Yangshi watched the retreating figure, pausing for a moment. A 30-year-old veteran's bow carried more weight than any words. At that moment, a thought struck him. In his previous life, when he was 30, he had just won that major championship, full of ambition, believing he could play for many more years. But a professional player's golden period is so short. He himself had died suddenly and been reborn, and Master Hua was just beginning to face the pressure of the twilight of his career. After briefly discussing some plans for tomorrow, the training room gradually emptied, leaving only Lu. It was supposed to be rest time now. Yet Lu was staring intently at the screen, having pulled up Zaiwa's recent demo, pausing the frame at a particular sniping moment, dragging the progress bar back and forth. What are you looking at? Studying Zaiwa's pre-aim habits, Lu said. Our reactions are actually similar, but many times. I find it hard to learn from his every kill insight. You want to become the second ZYW? That's impossible, Lu smiled. He debuted at least as a top 2 player. How can I compare to him? These words came from the heart. So far, Yangshi had observed that the strongest CS2 players could only be Donk or ZYW. From a long-term perspective, ZYW was definitely the better one. Debuted as top 2, second only to S1 Impel. Yangshi had also been studying ZYW recently, but those playstyles were entirely based on inhuman perception. For Lu to learn, it was too difficult. Do you think you can beat KDN? He suddenly asked. Lu was taken aback. KDN was definitely not a great sniper. When he was on X team, he was the IGL using the AWP. In 100 games, carrying 10 was already impressive. But most of the time, KDN didn't show such performance. He was definitely a mediocre AWPer. Yes. Yangshi nodded, took over the computer, and pulled up Ali's stats for this tournament. With your current stats, you're far better than KDN. But what I'm trying to say is, it's still not enough. Now Liquid has Twists and Yekindar. Those 2 are the ones you need to focus on. On the screen, Twist's stats were excellent. As a rifler, he was second only to Electronic. Lu knew what this meant. Without Master Hua's firepower on the front line, he had to step up himself. Your sniping is definitely better than theirs. Whether we can beat Liquid tomorrow largely depends on whether you can secure the first kill often. Without needing Yangshi to continue, Lu had already turned back to the screen, closed Zaiwa's demo, and opened Liquid's recent match demo. Lu began studying the habits of Liquid's dual carries. Yangshi smiled. He stood up and said, one last thing, Zaiwa's playstyle can be learned. But remember what the immediate goal is. He patted Lu on the shoulder, said no more, and walked toward the door. Halfway there, he glanced back. Lu was still staring at the screen, his expression focused, as if memorizing the answer to a question. At least half of tomorrow's match victory is already secured. On Monday, April 15, 2024, the semifinals of the playoffs were in full swing. The first semifinal match between FaZe and G2 had lasted nearly 2 hours. The final score was 22-20 after 3 overtimes. FaZe fought back from a 1-1 match point to grind their way into the finals. The name Frozen echoed through the arena as the crowd chanted it again and again. Since joining FaZe over half a year ago, he had collected plenty of runner-up finishes, and today, he once again stepped onto the threshold of the finals. On the stage, the FaZe players raised their arms in triumph. This could be FaZe's first championship of the year, and also Frozen's first title. As the live commentary continued, the director's camera cut to Frozen. Frozen. He joined FaZe over half a year ago, and has yet to win a single championship. Instead, he has collected many runner-up finishes. Now they have advanced to the finals. Tomorrow, they might claim Frozen's first title. The impassioned voice stirred the audience below, who waved glow sticks and held up signs. Meanwhile, backstage, Liquid was making their final preparations before the match. Twists hadn't watched FaZe's game, but when the result came out, he still paused for a moment. FaZe. That was the team he had been on before jumping to Liquid. Now his former teammates might be lifting the first CS2 championship. Sitting in front of his computer, Twist took a sip of water. Staring at the cheering old teammates on stage, he said in a firm tone, "Tomorrow, I'll come to end their championship dream." KDON didn't follow up on that remark. He just looked down at the tactical board and said, "You should focus on winning today first. You saw how crazy that C9 coach was. Even if he can't play today, that doesn't mean this team is easy to beat." Twist frowned, clearly annoyed by KDN. He shot him a glance. "Can't you stop being a wet blanket? Why do you always have to contradict me before every match? It's better to be cautious." Both spoke bluntly. But KDN's voice in the team was never as strong as Twist's. The reason Twist came to Liquid was that management had paid a high price to buy him from FaZe, and he had brought his authority with him. Twist didn't want to argue further with KDN. He turned his head to look at the tactical board. Nuke is a strong map for them. They might ban it. From scrims, C9's win rate on this map is only a little over 40. If we pick it, we've already won half the battle. KDN nodded. He had some thoughts in his mind, but didn't refute him this time. That's assuming C9 doesn't have a counter. Half an hour later, the Chengdu Financial City Performance Center was packed. Everyone was eager to see who would enter the finals to compete against FaZe. The audience was roughly divided into two camps: Liquid fans rooting for Twists and Yekindar, and C9 supporters backing Electronic and Yangshi. Both sides had a sizable following. Hello audience friends at the scene. You are watching the live broadcast of the IM Chengdu semifinals. I'm the caster Wanjichi. Hello everyone, I'm Masisi. Today's commentary lineup was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for both the live audience and online viewers. These two casters were currently the best in CNCS. I didn't expect to collaborate with Wanshin for 3 matches in a row. Wanjichi quickly got into work mode and joked, No. Ma-Zone, you're the veteran in the scene. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they got down to business. Today's match is an intra-American clash, Masisi began. Liquid is the top team in the Americas, while C9 is the biggest dark horse of this tournament. Both sides are well prepared. Wanjichi chimed in with anticipation. I think the biggest highlight today isn't who wins, but whether C9, without Yang on the field, can still be the team that delivers surprises. As his words fell, the camera cut to the C9 player bench. They noticed that Hobbit, who had been ill, was back. Hobbit, is he playing while still sick? Judging by the expression, probably. The two casters chatted briefly and noticed that the ban pick phase had begun. Liquid removed Mirage first. On the C9 bench, Yang, she didn't sit down. He stood behind Bumble 4 and said, We'll go with Nuke. There was a moment of silence. Bumble 4 turned around in confusion. Nuke, don't you know it's their strong map? And with Hobbit's condition today? Perfecto also looked over, leaving the sentence unfinished. Everyone understood. Hobbit had just been discharged from the hospital yesterday and was forcing himself to play today. Even after a day of rest, his form was still a concern. The bigger issue was that in recent scrims on Nuke, C9's win rate had only improved from 41 to 47, still lagging behind Liquid. Yangshi didn't explain. He simply shifted his gaze to Electronic. Electronic nodded, giving a clear answer. He agreed. Electronic had observed everyone's micro-expressions and said directly, Then let's go with Nuke. Hobbit added, I trust the coach too. Bumble 4 opened his mouth, but said nothing more. He just banned Vertigo and left Nuke open. They actually left it. Twist was stunned when he saw the result. KDN suggested they probably want to play this map. Of course I know that, but the question is, their scrim results have always been worse than ours. They must have come prepared. KDN remained calm. That's perfect. For map 1 we'll pick Anubis. For map 2 we'll leave them Nuke. He then proceeded to execute the selection. Map 1, a Liquid picks Anubis. That's too reckless. What if it gets banned in the second round of bans? Twist was about to curse when he saw KDN actually not picking Nuke. But before he could speak, map 2, C9 picks Nuke. They really chose it. Twist froze instantly, recalling the sickly Hobbit from before the match. With their lack of firepower, isn't this map just a gift to us? They've been losing on this map in scrims, they can't be unaware. If they left it open, they must intend to pick it. KDON continued to sound a note of caution. But this thought of yours might be exactly what they want. KDN's irritating remarks made Twist shoot him a murderous glare again. As the ban pick phase ended, whispers arose from the audience. Many knew that Nuke was Liquid's strongest map. Only teams like Vitality, FaZe, and G2 could usually beat them on it. C9's choice seemed very risky, as if they were deliberately seeking difficulty. C9's ban pick is always hard to understand, but they always win, Masisi said from the commentary desk. I suspect that if they had first pick, they would have chosen Nuke as map 1. Let's hope they came prepared. Wanjichi didn't respond immediately. He looked at Yangshi on the player bench, who showed no sign of nervousness before the match. As confident as ever. What? Who? That Yang. He went from coach to player and back to coach. It feels like his expression is always the same. Masisi followed his gaze and remarked, without him the current C9 could easily be swept away. The feeling I get is that C9 cannot be without him, just like the 3D zone cannot be without Tifa, and the West cannot be without Jerusalem. Ahem. Wanjichi interrupted him. This is not the time for memes. He shifted his gaze back to the player bench. The current C9 always waits until you think they're about to lose before they reveal what they're thinking. Masisi smiled and nodded. The countdown appeared on the big screen as the players entered the server. The cheers from the audience gradually subsided, and everyone began to focus on the screen. This time without Yangshi standing by the sidelines to hold things together, it was just C9 themselves. As the match was about to start, he too entered the zone along with Wanjichi. Alright, then let us all enter this grudge match between American brothers Liquid versus Cloud9. Map 1 Anubis begins now. Right off the bat in the pistol round, Liquid launched a full-scale A-site execute without any hesitation. This is one of the classic Anubis plays. When attacking A, the defense often has only 1 or 2 players holding the site. KDAN was betting on that psychological blind spot. If they hit the single A defense and secure an early advantage, Liquid's momentum would only snowball. On C9's side, Perfecto, who was holding A, had just rotated in when Twist charged through the main entrance and took him down with a single shot. Hobbit tried to trade from mid, pushing through a smoke to swing for a pick, but his timing was off. Twist turned and took him out with a second headshot. On the retake, Bumble 4 flanked too late. Liquid spotted him early and traded 1 for 1. The pistol round was a clean sweep 0-1. The heat rose on C9's backs. The opponents' trading efficiency and aggressive playstyle were almost absurdly overwhelming. They accelerated from the very start, attacking with an efficiency that didn't belong to a team ranked outside the top 10. It felt more like they were playing on their own home turf. Small issues. When we get to the rifle rounds, we can do some anti-echoes too. Electronic seemed oddly excited, convinced that once Yangshi called a timeout and they entered rifle rounds, they would win. But when the rifle rounds actually came, she didn't call a timeout. Under Bumble 4's ad hoc leadership, the results were negligible. On the B site, anti-eco KDRN and Skulls had pre-positioned themselves. 2 C9 players pushed out. One was flashbanged, the other not. Electronic got 1 kill, but was instantly traded. On the other side, Yekindar solo peeked from A hall. Perfecto held cautiously, but in the split second he peeked, he was 1 tapped in the head. Liquid rotated to A. From mid, Hobbit moved to A connector, still trying to prove himself. Just as Bumble 4 threw a flash from underpass to help him peek. Bang. Twist using AK-47 blind killed Hobbit with that frag. C9 chose to save their weapons. When the score hit 0-3, Yangshi called a timeout. The players turned their eyes to him. He glanced at Hobbit first. Even after a full day of rest, Hobbit was still off form, desperately trying to prove himself. But Yangshi didn't call him out. He just spoke. Eco for 2 more rounds. Let Ale pick up the sniper and find an opening. That's a gamble. Bumble 4 set his tone not opposing, but his gut uneasy. What if Ale picked up the AWP and still couldn't deliver? That would mean giving away 5 points up front, then losing this rifle round, forcing another eco, giving away 2 more, and the score would hit 0-7 in one go. The risk was too high. Bumble 4 had to raise the question. Yes, I'm gambling, Yangshi nodded. Liquid's rhythm is smooth right now. If we force a direct confrontation, we'll lose points even faster. Eco ing 2 more rounds will make them underestimate us. As long as Ale gets the first kill, Liquid's attack rhythm will break. The 2 eco rounds came and Liquid took them easily. The score hit 0-5. Murmurs began in the crowd. Some thought C9 might really lose on map 1. The caster Wanjichi spoke with a low tone. The constant losses. C9 seems to be saving up for a big sniper, but anyone who's watched their matches knows Ale's AWP is inconsistent. Godlike, 1 round, clumsy the next. Masisi sighed and added, but Liquid's rhythm is stable now. KDN's calls haven't had any flaws. Whether Ale's AWP can perform or not, he still needs to get that first kill for the team. Especially on this T-side map of Anubis. The 6th round began. Ale crept into mid doors alone, scope up, waiting for information from mid. This round Ale has the AWP. He's alone at mid doors holding an angle. Liquid also wants to take this position. KDON is trying a double peek to steal mid. Ale, can you react in time? KDN and Skulls double peeked from outside mid. From that position, as long as reaction speed wasn't too slow, KDN would spot Ale first. Unless KDN made a mistake, it was almost certain Ale would give up the first kill. He peeked his foot out first, gathering information. Ale's crosshair wasn't pre-aimed in that direction. It was a theoretically slower duel for Ale. But the moment KDON's foot came out, Ale's crosshair flicked to the top right corner. Bang. Axe 1 Li using AWP wallbang headshot killed KDN. Holy. What reaction time. Has Ale's sniper evolved to this level? Huh. The crowd erupted in shock. Wanjichi spoke first with that frag. Perfecto seems to have found his defensive rhythm too. Instead of waiting for Liquid to suddenly accelerate, why not make a play into A hall to the T-spawn? And what a coincidence. This round Yekindar wasn't holding an angle. He just fell back to T-spawn. Perfecto swung out. Underpass. 2 backs. This is a fast rush from the boiler room. Masisi picked up Perfecto. He's going to steal. The gunfire clattered. The moment the shots rang out, the crowd's roars swelled with each kill. Perfecto using M4A1 headshot killed NAF. Perfecto using M4A1 headshot killed Skulls. Perfecto using M4A1 headshot killed Yekindar in an instant. Only Twist is left. He's outside B, but Ale has already come out of mid with his bodyguard. Bumble 4. Twists also realized the opponents might push forward and check mid early, but Ale doesn't even need a bodyguard. Bang. Another AWP shot rang out. Under Wanjichi's commentary, Axe 1 Lu using AWP headshot killed Twist the rhythm. We got it back. Masisi exclaimed. This Ale. He's a player who switched from rifle to AWP. Those 2 shots reaction speed almost rivals M0 Nisi, doesn't it? KDN stared at his death screen, not quite processing it. He remembered Aile's level from scrims roughly the same as his own. Why was Aile's aim faster than his today? As the 7th round began, Aile's first kill ignited the rhythm. Aile, now in the boiler room, took out Skulls right at the start. Electronic seized the opportunity to continue the anti-eco outside, catching the perfect timing. Right after Hobbit was killed, he got a double kill. In the second phase, Aile rotated to A Hall. Yekindar tried to probe for a clutch, but was met with the AWP and taken down. KDN, left alone, found no angle, missed a shot, and chose to save. C9 closed the gap to 2-5. The crowd cheered loudly, but KDN had already called a timeout. On Liquid's side, silence for a few seconds. Twists hadn't fully recovered. After the 2 eco rounds, he had let his guard down, and now they had lost 2 rounds in a row. KDN looked at Aile's ID, feeling it was somewhat absurd, but he didn't feel any pressure from the match. His voice was calm. That sniper on the other side is unexpected, but still within our plan. Hobbit's form is poor, that's for sure. With them lacking one frontline firepower, Aile needs to be in even better form to carry the game. That's something we predicted before the match. Since their second big carry has been lured out and Electronic is somewhat invisible. Next, we shouldn't rush. Let's find Aile first. During this period, Liquid, having climbed from outside the top 10 into the semifinals, came prepared. Especially against C9, every team at this event had been studying them. Liquid wouldn't have an accident, and they had also found some psychological weaknesses during this time. This brief counterattack from C9 was just a last gasp in their eyes. Their fight is over. The round continued. Ali's performance over the past 2 rounds suddenly made him feel his touch was blazing. He had believed he could secure consecutive first kills on the front line, but this round he noticed the opponent's attacks had become sluggish. No chance. Alu approached from outside B when a flashbang suddenly flew before his eyes. Unable to react in time, he could only retreat. Master Hua knew his own form was poor, and without overthinking, he opened his mic and asked, "I'll clear outside B for you again. You try." C9 adopted a default strategy covering A, B, and mid this round, because this map was a T-side favored map. The CTs needed to seize the rhythm early. A 3B defense required preliminary probing. Master Hua's proposal was accepted by the whole team. But when they executed it, bang. Yekindar headshot Hobbit with AK-47. The moment the counter flash exploded, Master Hua was instantly killed by Kwang Go. Alu wanted to quickly trade the kill, but as soon as he peeked out, another flash flew into his face. Bang. In panic, Alu fired his AWP. The sound was noticed by KDN near the T entrance. Without hesitation, he ordered the team to speed up the A site. Peng Xiao noticed Liquid's move. Kwang Go appearing at B mid. He quickly rotated from mid to a connector, but Liquid's nades came too fast. Pu and Shui tried to take a position, but was directly hit by a full utility loadout and burned out. Twists KDN headshot perfecto with AK-47. The kill feed just showed. Dianzi Ge tried to find an opportunity in the dark room, but was shot in the waist by KDN. His luck was decent, but Peng Xiao knew this retake had no chance. After this round, Ma Sisi and Wan Jiqi both vaguely sensed that C9's rhythm might be broken. Yangshi in the back felt the same. Looking at the 2 timeouts in his hand, he knew it was not yet the time. Liquid had suddenly changed their tactics. He needed to observe the opponent's status first and formulate new strategies. For now, he could only let Peng Xiao as the captain make the adjustments. On the stage, Peng Xiao stared intently at the markings on his tactical sheet and quickly came up with a plan. We can't counter-clear outside B this round. We can try double AWPs. Master Hua, buy an AWP. Master Hua didn't hesitate. As a support player, such an operation was basic. Peng Xiao, who had just gotten the AWP again, had already guessed that the opponent wanted to catch Ali's AWP and chose to hit one side. As long as he fired first, Liquid might misjudge. But when the round actually started, Peng Xiao's AWP really left Yangshi stunned. The mid AWP duel, he fired first, but was taken out in one shot by KDN, who was also an IGL AWPer. KDN wallbanged and headshot BMBL4 with AWP. As soon as the kill appeared, Wan Jiqi's commentary voice noticeably dropped. Liquid is directly pushing mid. Alu can only look back at a connector from a hall. If he could get a kill back, it would still be playable. But the problem is KDN. He is not in a hurry at all. Coming to mid, he didn't throw any util, just probed both A and B connectors. Skulls peeked and directly baited out Ali's AWP. Liquid directly pinched B bomb site from outside B. The voice trailed off. The score became 2-7. Yangshi had no choice but to call the second timeout. The audience was divided into 2 scenes. C9's fans were in a chorus of lament. Liquid's fans, on the other hand, were in a frenzy of celebration. How dare the second brother of America challenge the first brother? What a joke, thought C9 was something. Even Dianzi Ge has to bow to Zhongjian. C9's fans heard those taunts and wanted to retort, but the score gave them no ground. They could only shout helplessly one by one, "Come on, C9. I just became your fan, and you treat me like this. A 5-round deficit not too big for you. Come on, Coach Yang, it's time for you to show your power." The contrast between the 2 sides was sharp. Yang, she heard it all, glanced at the 5 players before him. After pondering for a long time, he gave the tactic a look. Your position has been targeted by them too. You need to find your own rhythm, don't get tilted, and give them chances. They are now locating your position and hitting the other side. Yang, she finished speaking, then suddenly turned to Dianzi Ge. His tone was a bit sharp. And you, after Master Hua went silent. You seem to have lost your former confidence. You seemed eager to fight. Why have you started going completely invisible? Dianzi was stunned speechless. For a moment he thought Yangshi would give him a playstyle tactic, but instead he heard criticism. Yangshi was not wrong. But Dianzi knew in his heart that when Yangshi was on the field, Yunxuai had taken the entry fragger position. The pressure Yangshi put on the flex player was also heavy. But now Master Ho was constantly getting insta-killed. He couldn't find many opportunities, and his form deteriorated accordingly. Next, don't rely on the opponent's entry fragger to create perfect trade opportunities for you. Yangshi said, glancing at Master Ho. Although he didn't want to admit it, Master Ho's current form was just too poor. At least in this map, no matter what position he played, his reaction, aim, and individual skill were all lacking. Yangshi couldn't rely on him to actually perform, so he had to let Dianzi help a Lu draw aggro so that the second half would have a chance. Master Ho saw Yangshi's look and silently lowered his head. The 1-minute timeout ended with just a few simple words. Both teams re-entered the match. The round continued. The 10th round began. Ma Cici took over the commentary and continued analyzing the round. For C9, this opponent's map pick, they might have lost the first map to Liquid. And map 2 is Liquid's strongest map, Nuke. If they lose this map 1, then C9 might really fall in the semifinals. Ma Cici was still saying this dejectedly. For a moment, he didn't react. As the director's camera cut to Dianzi, he made an aggressive push into a hull, pulled out a spray, transfer from under the water. Electronic headshot Yurkandar with M4A1. Electronic headshot Kadian with M4A1. The moment the kills popped up, the crowd finally erupted with a cheer that belonged exclusively to C9. The electronic tyrant. Ma Cici also exclaimed, a sudden aggressive push that no one expected. Yang's timeout always secures points. He just knew that Liquid started their default early to find a Lee's position, so he had Dianzi, who originally played second, make this aggressive push. This aggressive push. It let C9 regain their offensive rhythm. Wanjichi didn't speak, just silently watched Yangshi down below. There was noticeably more worry on Yangshi's face. It was no longer his usual calm. Wanjichi then looked at the C9 players who were cheering. But he finally turned and saw Liquid's players, their expressions at ease, as relaxed as breathing. Wanjichi suddenly felt that even if C9 caught up a few rounds, it seemed inconsequential for Liquid. C9, having found their rhythm, began to exert force. With the cooperation between Dianzi and Alu, they brought the score from 2-7 to 5-7 in this half. Just when everyone thought C9 would be like a fish in water on the T side, and then stage a comeback, the second half pistol round. While all C9 players were making a serious attack, Kwang Go played extremely dirty, catching the moment when Yunxuai just turned his head, going from the darkroom to underwater all the way to a flank from the T entrance. Wanjichi saw this. C9's rhythm is already broken. Let's congratulate Team Liquid. They secured the first map Anubis with a 1-3-1-0 scoreline. Now they have match point, just one map away from the ticket to the finals. Ma Cici delivered the congratulations. His voice was so standard, mechanical, and emotionless. This is the professionalism of a caster. Regardless of how many people in the arena felt sorry for C9, his job was to report the outcome. A large section of the venue fell silent. The cheers from Liquid fans grew louder and louder. On the other side, C9 fans remained silent, one by one, lowering their light-up signs. In this game, Yangshi called 3 timeouts, but still couldn't salvage the match. The gap in firepower was simply too much for Huashifu to fill. C9 was entirely reliant on Alu and Dianzi, a dual-core performance. Although Yunxuai had become more aggressive than before, he was still nothing but a younger brother compared to Kwang Go. Hang Xiu posted average stats with no crucial kills or standout moments. The faces of the C9 players were filled with pain. Wanjichi watched quietly from his side, a look of worry also appearing on Yangshi's face. This is Yang's first defeat. There's no denying that he has a 100 timeout to round win rate, but maintaining the rhythm after winning rounds. For the current C9, it's hard to sustain. His voice traveled from the caster desk to the live audience. Some C9 fans began discussing. They're missing a firepower source. C9 is clearly struggling. Yesterday, Yang didn't have firepower either, but he had brains harassment. But now Huashifu feels worse than not playing. There's no choice. If Huashifu doesn't play, it's Grove. Grove and Huashifu have almost no difference in firepower right now. Map 2 is still Liquid's strongest map. This strange BP is digging their own grave. That strange BP command. If this were in the past, all the audience would be willing to believe in Yangshi. But at this moment, no matter how they speculated, it all seemed futile. Map 2, Liquid's strongest map. How could C9 possibly compete? On the stage, the moment they lost the match, Yangshi took off his headphones along with his teammates. The emotions on their faces were impossible to hide. This match, it was played with such powerlessness. Before, no matter the opponent, even against a seemingly invincible system like VP, they still felt comfortable. But in this map, 1 overall, Dianzi's bad luck returned in the front lines. Ali's AWP was heavily targeted. Yunxuai couldn't hold his ground, and no matter how good Peng Xiu and Yangshi's commands were, without good space to execute, everything was meaningless. 1-3-1-0, just one round away from breaking the opponent's economy and pushing into overtime. But that one breath, they simply couldn't exhale. Huashifu sat in the player's seat. Even after the opponents had left, he was unwilling to leave. With his head in his hands, he was full of self-blame. Still no form at all. His voice was noticeably stronger than yesterday, but his words were so weak. This game, his 620 stat line was absolutely atrocious. Throughout map 1 when his teammates needed him he was there, but he could do nothing. When they needed him to trade his follow-up shots were always just a little off. Yangshi walked up to him. Map 1 was terrible. You did let down our hopes for you. Yangshi's voice carried no emotion and the teammates stood by in unison, all quietly watching Huashifu. This was a burden he had to bear. Huashifu heard this, but didn't move. Huashifu. Yangshi called out, his voice not loud, but the other man visibly flinched. Only then did Huashifu raise his head in fear, looking at the teammates, then wanting to lower it again. Dianzi go quick as lightning grabbed him. What exactly are you running from? Yangshi asked with some confusion, then continued, 6 kills 20 deaths. You know better than I do what this stat means. Huashifu knew he couldn't escape. He didn't deny it, just nodded slightly. Yangshi let out a sigh. Looking at this old guy who couldn't build confidence, he reorganized his words. I just want to say one thing. Did we lose map 1? Are we eliminated just like that? The moment the words left his mouth, Huashifu instinctively glanced at Yangshi, but didn't answer immediately. Alu Dianzi Gu and the others also remained silent, the whole area quiet for a few seconds. Yangshi continued. Don't we still have map 2? Map 3. None of us want to lose. You should understand what I mean. Slow start is not a crime. What is a crime is, he wants to run away. Yangshi's words made Huashifu take a deep breath. He slowly stood up. Without speaking, he just looked seriously at all his teammates and said, I understand. On the other side in the Liquid backstage. You're pretty impressive. You bastard. Before KDN could even sit down, Twists walked over and patted him on the shoulder. I had several rounds where the opponents acted exactly as you predicted. Every rush was as easy as drinking water. Twists genuinely raised his estimation of KDN. Today's match, Twists actually felt a bit tense, especially that sudden burst from Alu over 2 rounds, which gave him an inexplicable sense of panic. But KDN's commands were indeed good, dispelling those feelings of panic. KDN smiled slightly. Although he was neither an excellent AWPer nor an excellent IGL, he was definitely a decent leader. In map 1, on the 1210 round, the command was entirely his. Now for map 2, KDN no longer worried about whether C9 had any special designs. They had already won map 1. The C9 players' morale, without even thinking, must be absolutely shattered. So map 2's follow-up would be easy to prepare. 2 match points. Can they still turn it around? The usually cautious KDN could no longer control the desire in his heart, laughing out loud. Next, I'll let X team see. They're backstabbing and kicking me. Was wrong. I am still the champion IGL. Kwanga sat to the side, looking a bit bewildered along with Skulls and an AF. This was the first time they had seen their captain like this. Twist showed no emotion, just gave him a quiet glance, a hint of fierceness in his eyes. The 15-minute halftime break ended quickly. Both teams returned to the stage. Wanjichi and Ma Sisi resumed casting. Alright, welcome back to this IM Chengdu semi-final C9 versus Liquid. The current score is 0-1. Currently Liquid has match point. Next, let's see, will the biggest dark horse C9 be eliminated, or will Liquid advance to the finals to compete for that championship trophy against Twists and his former teammates? As his voice fell, map 2, Nuke's map image lit up on the big screen. C9 did not choose to start T-side to adapt to the second half CT rhythm. Instead, they chose CT start. The safe decision instead made many fans feel that C9 were afraid. It's over, it's over. They don't even have the confidence to start T-side. If Liquid starts, they'll take momentum with T-start, and then directly sweep the opponent in the second half. Indeed, the strange BP is no longer working. With Huashifu's form, this map 2 is just a gift. A certain audience member's words were cut off. On the big screen, combined with Masisi's commentary, 2 kills had already popped up in the top right corner. Hobbit USP headshot kill on Twists. Hobbit BMBL for headshot kill on Skulls. Oh. This coordination on the ramp. Pangxio's flash was perfectly timed. Masisi's voice fluctuated, but the most important thing is, Huashifu took down the first to peak Twists. That's Twists, the hairstyle director, the player who only goes for headshots. The live audience heard this voice and saw those 2 kills. Many people looked at each other stunned for a moment. Is this the same Huashifu from the last map, eh? On the Liquid players' bench, the coach was stunned, staring at the steel sight he had quietly engaged. He clearly felt he had reacted faster and spotted Hobbit first, yet was instantly reversed. With Skull's death, a pall of gloom settled over Liquid's entire strategy. Those 2 kills didn't feel right. From KDN's perspective, it was a dangerous signal, the supposedly weakest opponent suddenly erupting. Was it temporary, or had his rhythm already returned? KDN dared not gamble. He had to swiftly alter the team's tactics with his teammates. Yet this feint to K1, followed by a shift to the main entrance, was still seen through by the chubby ball. Against all odds, C9 secured the first round. The audience fell silent for a second. Then an inexplicable stir arose. That last kill. Was it also made by Hobbit? 3 kills at the start. His touch is back. Hard to say, maybe a momentary burst. Let's keep watching. Amid their astonishment, the spectators remained reluctant to believe. After the way Hobbit had played in the previous match. Can you claim this is his true form? Who the hell buys that? With Liquid's eco round in the second producing no miracle, the score reached 2-0. Third round. It was the pivotal moment of rhythm. On Liquid's side, KDN fell into thought. Forced by. He glanced at the director who ignored him. This was after all the captain's duty, the others staying silent was normal. Seeing no one speak, KDN blurted out then. Continue, Eco. The moment those words left his mouth, the director was instantly displeased. Eco again. This is a CT map, boss. If we give them more momentum, are we even playing anymore? Then why didn't you answer when I asked if we should eco? You're the captain. You asked me. KDN said no more. He knew the director was a thorn. The director had indeed commented on KDN in the previous round, but his disdain for the captain's flaws remained. By his nature, he would never hand over free points to the opponent. Then forced by. KDN gritted his teeth and issued the tactic. We haven't planted in 2 rounds, our economy is poor. Only Gallows and the P90. So don't probe too deep on the outside this round, we'll hit the steel site at the second timing. Hobbit's form. He paused mid-sentence. I don't believe that he's found his rhythm. Like James, he inexplicably wanted to turn his head toward the neighboring booth to see what the opponents were doing. That wall. An invisible pressure. KDN merely glanced, and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He hesitated again, but the order had already been given. After a moment's thought, he decided to stop worrying about it. The round continued. The voice of Machine the Caster dominated the arena, echoing across the venue. This round the director is probing outside, accompanied by Yekindar. For Liquid, this is their usual tactic. If they find an opening outside in the early phase, they might transition directly mid-round. There was a hint of concern in Machine's tone. Though he wasn't exactly a C9 fan, he still hoped she could lead CNCS to another push. As it stood, this was Liquid's established tactic. If the director and Yekindar could create a man advantage outside, C9 would absolutely have to send someone to cover the main entrance area. If Liquid sped up to the steel site or the yellow room at the second timing, the CT side would find it extremely hard to rotate. Even if Yangshi was prepared, he might not secure any good positions. On screen, C9 indeed made a distraction on the outside. This round, Hobbit and Electronic headed to the main entrance in the big warehouse. Meanwhile, Axe 1 Lu, who usually played outside, went to the steel site. A set of defensive utility on the outside controlled all near positions, and Electronic was about to rotate back to A site. Don't rush off. Axe 1 Lu suddenly called out to Electronic. The player on the steel site stared intently at the mini-map and said, that director loves playing the outside. Even if it's a feint, he often turns it into a real push. And he'll likely bring Yekindar along. If only old Hobbit is left outside, he might not hold. Electronic pondered briefly and chose to trust him. He dragged his view and peeked the main entrance again. The director on the water tower, seeing only utility outside but no player, that fastest outside legend mentality, came rushing back. No one understood Nuke better than him. That was his self-proclaimed insight. He turned to Yekindar and asked, cover the big warehouse for me. I'm going to try a jump onto the main entrance. Yekindar quickly positioned himself in the smoke and peeked twice. Rat-tat. Gallo bullets flew out and Hobbit was in the big warehouse. Confirmed one in the big warehouse. I've got him pinned. Yekindar reported quickly and proposed a coordination. Want to rush the main entrance? I can push forward. Come. At the director's command, Yekindar swiftly edged forward. He himself jumped from the water tower onto the main entrance. KDN just reacted, trying to stop them. But it was too late. Bang. Bang. Yekindar Gallo AR headshot Hobbit, big warehouse. Got him. Yekindar's information came fast, but his tone carried a hint of unease though. He also tagged me once in the head. The director didn't care. As long as the man in the big warehouse was down, the airborne drop onto the main entrance was a cakewalk for him. After all, at this timing, even if they knew someone was on the main entrance, the CT there would go after Yekindar. Because he'd just gotten a kill. I'm jumping. The director didn't hesitate and leaped straight down from the main entrance. While descending, he saw Electronic's back, indeed pulling out, aiming directly at Yekindar. Perfect timing. Hobbit still didn't hold Yekindar. Then the director at this spot will definitely jump. Here he comes. The slow outside legend. At this moment, Electronic knows for a fact that someone is on the main entrance, yet he still chooses to chase down Yekindar outside. What awaits the airborne director is a backstab. With Machine's impassioned casting, the director was about to land the backstab. But that headshot from Hobbit had indeed reduced the pressure on Electronic facing the main entrance. The M4 couldn't one-shot to the head, but it could leave him with just a few HP. The moment he saw Electronic, Yekindar only then realized. His kill had already popped up. Electronic Hobbit M4A4 killed Yekindar, no HP to fight. He quickly switched his view to the director. He believed the director would definitely secure that backstab. But as he switched, the director had just landed and Electronic's bullets were already flying. They met face to face. The director was still a step too slow. Bang. Bang. Both headshot each other simultaneously, but Electronic was half a second faster. Electronic M4A4 headshot twists, damn. The moment his screen turned gray, the director slammed his fist on the desk in frustration. KDN looked over speechlessly. That unilateral decision instantly erased their default advantage in the T-side lobby. But the reverse director refused to give up and relayed the info: 2 outside, 1 dead, 1 low. Rush the yellow room. They can't come back. This information, KDN didn't trust it. He dared not gamble. Even though 2 were spotted outside, that didn't mean there weren't 3 CTs near A in the meantime. Keep rushing the steel site. KDN ignored the director's command and instead gave his own orders to NAF and Skulls. As the flashbang flew toward the steel site, bang. Axe 1 loot AWP killed Skulls. Why is there an AWP on the steel site? Skulls was dumbfounded. This was only the third round. Both teams' economies usually couldn't afford a big sniper, unless someone didn't buy a primary. In his death camera inside the steel site stood not only Axe 1 Lu, but also a figure holding an FN-57. He wanted to relay the information, but it was already far too late. The execution range of the FN-57. Bang. Bang. BMBL for FN-57 headshot KDN BMBL for FN-57 headshot and AF. For an instant the venue fell utterly silent. 2 seconds later came an explosive roar. Holy shit. This C9. They've completely read the opponent. They won this, say. That outside that director's trade. Hobbit deserves huge credit. Though he didn't hold Yekindar outside, that headshot was crucial. This is purely KDN's misread. They got the info outside, but chose not to rush the steel door or yellow room. Amid the fervent cheers from the crowd below, Yangshi's expression returned to its usual calm composure. It's back. It's all back. On the caster desk machine joined in the passionate roar. This is the C9 we know. This is C9's frontal firepower. This Hobbit. This Axe 1 Low. This electronic. This evil chubby ball. The cheers surged across the venue. To Liquid's players they were piercing dissonance. The director was utterly stunned by the result. He turned to KDN. Didn't I tell you? Outside. 1 dead 1 low. You insisted on hitting the steel site. Normally KDN wouldn't dare talk back. But this time was different. The director had exposed his weakness and KDN fired back. What the hell are you saying? I told you not to push too deep outside. What were you and Yekindar doing? What are you barking at? Didn't we get kills? We created the advantage and gave you the info, yet you didn't know to hit a. The set play was to keep trying the steel site. Enough. Coach Zeus suddenly interrupted them, calling a timeout and scolding both, arguing. Don't want to win anymore. He scanned the two. KDN withdrew his sharp gaze. But the director. What the fuck are you yelling for? Who the hell are you to lecture me? This was Liquid's Emperor. This was Twist's. Coach Zeus fell silent. He had seen director in that state more than once. That air of confidence born from management's delegation of authority and partly from his own win rate and understanding of the map. Zeus, who had been scolded, dared not argue. He could only scratch his head to mask the awkwardness, then turned his gaze to KDN and said just one sentence. You continue setting up the tactics. KDN lowered his head and looked at the tactical paper. He suppressed the emotions from the previous round, reorganized his thoughts, and laid out the tactics. C9 got a double kill outside in the last round. According to this round, based on Yang's idea, there's a high probability they'll change direction. So we'll eco this round, and when the rifle round comes we'll execute a fast outer rush into K1. Director did not respond, but neither did he reject it. In the fourth round, Liquid with 5 Glocks gave away another point. The score became 4-0, and the faces of Liquid players who had 0 points showed clear irritation. Their best map, Nuke, usually had a ridiculously high win rate, yet they were being beaten like this at the start. But irritation at least showed they still had fighting spirit. Juan Jichi noticed this emotion and whispered on the commentary desk, Liquid's current state is a bit dangerous, but they haven't collapsed yet. Ma Sisi nodded. This next rifle round will be the real watershed in this map too. As the 5th round began, both teams started moving. Juan Jichi continued commentating, the initial probing from both sides. No frags were traded. In the second time window, Kwang Gus started probing outside, looking at Liquid's positioning. This might be an outer rush. Juan Jichi's voice hadn't even finished. KDN's set of smokes had already flown out. Here it comes. They just suffered outside last round, but Liquid is playing exactly that psychological game. And most importantly, they actually guessed it right. This round C9 called a defensive setup of 1 outside, 2 A site, 2 iron. If C9 doesn't throw counter smokes to trade frags, K1 will be directly penetrated. On the stage, Yangshi rested his chin on his hand, his gaze following the screen as he paced back and forth. Pang Xiu had already called Huasher Fu and Pu Yuan Shui from iron to reinforce B site, early planning to have the electronic from main rotate through underpass. But this round a figure appeared inside the iron door, one that even Yangshi hadn't anticipated. Just as electronic was about to go down, they spotted each other almost simultaneously. Twist uses AK-47 to headshot and kill electronic. It's Zongjian. He didn't go main. Juan Jichi's voice rose. He cut off electronic at underpass, killed him, and disappeared after the turn. Zongjian's successful flank disrupted Pang Xiu's defensive thinking entirely. If the entry fragger didn't go main, was the outer rush real or fake? He hesitated for 2 seconds, dared not gamble blindly, and finally called a retreat to iron and a sight. 20 seconds later, C4 has been planted. The C4 prompt appeared. Yangshi looked at the screen, slowly sat back down, and said nothing. Pang Xiu lowered his head and uttered the words he least wanted to say, save. Nice. When the score jumped to 1-4, a Liquid players fist bumped each other. KDN let out a long breath. C9's outer area indeed released the advantage after winning it. We guessed right. Also because I cut off their entry fragger at underpass, Zongjian said without looking at him matter-of-factly. Without that kill you wouldn't have had it that easy below. That's true. KDN did not refute but changed the subject. But can you follow the main force? You're stronger and more accurate than Kwang Gu on the front line. If you were in the front, Zongjin said nothing. He just stared coldly at the monitor in front of him with no intention of obeying KDON. This map. It was his map of renown, the one he had played the most, and with the highest win rate. The reason Liquid's practice win rate against C9 had always remained above theirs. A huge factor was Zongjin himself, this very person. The nickname, Faxing Zongjin, was never just for show. His individual skill was extremely strong, and since C9 didn't have a very strong AWPer, almost every practice Zongjin would hard carry. So even in the live match most of the time, Zongjin knew deep down KDN's orders are just references, not commands. But Zongjin said nothing. This silence hurt KDN more than a rebuttal. KDN sighed helplessly and made one last attempt. Can you trust me one more time? You set your commands, I play my style? Why do you keep meddling with me? Zongjin shot back, instantly leaving KDN speechless. He could only turn to the others to continue setting up the next round's tactics. The sixth round began. Liquid faked an outer rush in the early stage, drawing out a large number of C9's counter utility and player rotations. At the second time window, they suddenly accelerated through Yellow House. Alu reacted in time, picking off Skulls, who was clearing the path with his AWP from main, but the frontline firepower couldn't rotate in time. Alu was instantly traded, and Peng Xiu on third floor was forced back by utility, unable to get any retake information. Huasher Fu tried to infiltrate from T-spawn, but Zongjin appeared on the flank again. Bang. Twist uses AK-47 to headshot and kill Hobbit. After this kill appeared, Peng Xiu glanced at the remaining teammates. 3v4. Could fight, but they had no favorable positions. He checked the economy again. Mediocre, slim chance. Finally, he decided not to attempt this retake. He told Electronic outside to save the AWP at main while he and P Yuan Shui dealt with the possible aggressive Zongjin. The next second after killing Huasher Fu, Zongjin indeed moved toward the area under third floor. P Yuan Shui jiggled left and right waiting for him, but Zongjin countered with a single AK shot, killing P Yuan Shui instantly. Peng Xiu quickly jumped down to trade, almost getting killed, as well, left with only 3 health. Zongjin on the flank got 9 kills. The camera switched, and Wan Jiqi's commentary voice rose. And Liquid's front line is continuing to try to clean up the trade. But they seem to have missed that Zongjin is already extending the advantage on the flank. KDON with the AWP peeks out from main at this moment. Bang. Electronic uses AWP to kill KDON. No problem. The IGL AWP gets out offed by a rifleman. Now Liquid players all know that CT Spawn has the AWP, holding main directly. No need to consider. They give up on the trade. C9 did not attempt this retake either. The C4 detonated on time. The score became 4-2. At the same time, many people in the audience seemed to notice that Zongjin and KDN seemed to have developed some friction. 2 consecutive rounds. No, it should be at least 3 rounds already. The first rifle round they lost also seemed to be because Zongjin acted on his own. Ma Sisi also noticed the sign, paused for a moment, then said, in these rounds, it seems like 2 people are giving orders at the same time. Wan Jiqi nodded. Zongjin on the flank runs one set. KDON on the front runs another. The main force's focus is still on KDN, while Zongjin's point plays very slippery. However, it seems that Zongjin hasn't waited for his teammates for several rounds. Many times, he takes the initiative to seize timings and create advantages. This led to the moment when KDON went for the trade. Just now, Electronic already had the AWP pre-aiming that position. On the stage, Yang Shi stared at the screen, also noticing that move from Zongjin. Then he wrote a line on the tactical paper. Liquid's tactics have changed. There is a serious disconnect between Zongjin and the overall offense. This is a good sign. He stopped writing, and Yang Shi called the timeout.